92 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Tech Sports Station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning.
If you're lucky.
We'll give you a full 4. Why is Russell Westbrook on our screen right now?
I'm not lucky.
I feel like, okay, he said something that's got the Sports Center anchors cracking up. I got to go find that during the break. Note to self, find out what Russ said. Russ can be entertaining. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello. How are you?
Yo, what's up?
Yo. What's up?
The Texans are banged up and injured, and I just want everybody that saw their injury reports to know and understand that the Jaguars are equally banged up.
Yeah.
And it's if you're going to handicap this game, they've literally handicapped multiple players on both sides.
Lots of handicap parking
spots. It does
spots.
feel like an old school, yeah. They're like, how do we weaken this team a little bit? I'd botch this one in the knee, mate.
You know what you do to support
that's what my bookie friends in
England.
Yeah, I don't know what accent.
To support to support the Texans today. Take the day off. They had like 12 guys call in sick yesterday. Not literal sick, like quad injury sick.
Yeah,
concussion sick. There's probably a knee in there somewhere. Are you looking at the injury report?
I'm looking
right
at
now?
the Jaguars injury report
okay.
Just because I just said that's what I knew. They have De'Ami Brown, their wide receiver, that did some damage versus the Texans. He's injured. Brian Thomas Jr. is injured.
Banged up, yeah.
They had, by the time they finished the Raiders game last week, they had 5 of their Week 1 starters out on the field. One of them,
5 out there.
Yeah,
okay.
Only 5 guys out on the field.
Geez.
And I think 4 of them are probably there's a good chance they miss this week. Some of them were like Eric Murray's on IR.
Yeah.
But one of them was, what's his name, the defensive end, Trayvon Walker, thank you. Trayvon Walker had punched somebody and he got ejected.
Okay.
He's healthy. He didn't break his hand or anything.
Damn it.
But the Texans, the Texans injury list is a little bit longer.
Well, there were the concerning thing. We'll get to C.J. Stroud in a second. Spoiler alert. A lot of you have probably seen this already. C.J. is not going to play on Sunday. Not that we were expecting him to, but D'Amico confirmed it. In fact, let's play this now. We go through the rest of the injury list here. The walking wounded for the Texans. Some not walking either. Here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday confirming C.J. will not play this week.
For where we are right now with the concussion protocol, I do not see C.J. playing this week.
Okay, and then he reconfirmed it a couple questions later. He is not going to play this week. Also confirmed, Ka'imi Fairbairn will not be kicking this week.
Yeah, Ka'imi is dealing with a quad injury right now. We'll see how he progresses. Right now we have Matt. Matt's been in the league. He's kicked on a game. Excited to be able to get a guy of his caliber here, knowing that Emi will be down.
Okay, so
that was the end, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm listening to him, like, all right, maybe Emi's kicking. We'll see how he progresses. And then at the end he goes, now knowing that Emi will be down. And then somebody, fortunately, and I apologize.
Jonathan Alexander.
Somebody follows up. And so just to be clear, you say Emi is down. He will or won't be kicking. Oh, no. He's not going to be kicking this. Oh, God, no.
It felt like a doctor giving you a long, detailed explanation of how he performed the surgery. And at the end, he was like, but he died.
He was,
building
up your hopes.
Oh, is that what you were waiting for?
He's building up your hopes, too. It's like, we'll see how he progresses. I'm like, oh, and he'll be down. Oh, and then the reconfirm. Bam, like the left hit you and then the right hit you.
Yeah, afterwards. And this is an offense, as we all know, it's death by 1,000 field goals. And it's hard if you've got this guy who's been on, how many different teams has he been on?
I can't even count.
Who was a Texans player we had a couple years ago who had basically been on every single team
was
in
it
the
a
NFL?
Kicker?
No, it was somebody else. One of our listeners will remember. It was kind of astounding when you looked at the
totality.
And that's a little bit like this fella.
This guy, Matt writes, I'll find it. We'll need a whole segment to go through all the teams. But this is concerning. These are C.J. Stroud and Ka'imi Fairbairn are, generally speaking, the two guys that generate points for this team.
Yeah.
C.J. with his arm and Ka'imi with his leg.
Let's see, when you stall out on the 1 yard line, if you choose to kick on 4th down, which I think I've turned into a person that with this team. Yeah, go ahead and just kick it, please.
Yeah.
So that's a 24-yard field goal from the 1 yard, 24-yard field goal. Can you handle that? I'm guessing you can handle that.
Matt, right?
Yeah, if enough teams have,
you want his numbers?
Seem fit to have them.
Cody posted his numbers. I'll get him here. My Google spreadsheet is acting up right now, but his numbers aren't that bad.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
no. With kicker, that's how I kind of look at kickers as commodities.
Yes.
Like every now and then there's a great one, but I generally just I don't form emotional attachments to them. They're just widgets to me.
It's probably
Sean.
smart.
They're just widgets.
That's probably
all right. Good. Like I'll choose. You better not screw up because then I'll learn your name.
Okay. Can I titillate you with some of this? Matthew Wright, who by the way, this game is a 1.5 point spread for the Texans. This game could very well come down to the two kickers in this game.
Yes.
He's played for 7 different teams.
Okay.
He's got an 87.5% conversion rate. He's 56 of 64 for his career. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's 7 of 11 from 50 yards or more.
Sounds like a
steady,
reliable convenience store. I know.
He's missed just 1 from under 40 yards.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like Davis Mills and Matthew Wright are kind of in the same boat this week, where with Mills, it's like, don't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you make a few plays, big plays here and there, but this is going to be a close to the vest defensive game.
Yeah.
Do not turn the ball over. If you're Matthew Wright, this new kicker, like, okay, just don't miss from under 40.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't know if you've been watching the Texans, your new teammates, Matthew. They stall out a lot in the red zone.
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah, and stay loose on the sideline.
Yes, you're going to be needed. That's major. He was ready to kick 5 field goals, so you be ready. And like we're telling Davis, don't turn the ball over. We're telling you, do it, because a missed field goal under 40 is basically like a turnover.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like a turnover on downs. So don't do that. He's missed just 2 extra points in 45 attempts. I feel like that's better than Kaimi's been over the last couple of years.
Stay warm on the sideline. Use that Aerodyne bike, the exercise bands.
Yeah, man.
I think it was Brian Pittman used to have like a long workout routine he'd do on the sidelines.
Snapper, huh?
I believe, if I remember, I know Brian listens to the show at least sometimes. He can text me if I'm wrong on this. Because my brother's friends, they had good seats to one of our games, like right up behind the bench, and they were fascinated.
They were marveling.
By his all the stuff he did during the downtime.
Career long of 59 yards for Matthew Wright.
Sorry, Brian Pitt was a long snapper, not a kicker, obviously, but a specialist.
Specialist, yeah. Career long of 59 yards for Matthew Wright.
That's good. That's not the record-breaking 68 yards
take it.
Of Cam Little.
No.
Wait, no, Cam. Cam
Little.
Yeah, Cam Little.
Cam Little, yeah.
Cam Little, the Jaguars kicker, kicked the 68-yarder, broke the record, but he also had been really erratic leading up to that.
Yes.
If the Texans have an advantage right now, it really might be that this journeyman kicker might be more steady and reliable than the guy who just broke the record for longest field goal.
Yeah.
Because Cam Little was just, I talked to Bucky Brooks yesterday, who does their sideline commentary for the Jaguars, and he said before, going into that game and before that kick, Cam Little looked like a broken man.
Well, like in warm-ups?
No, just he'd been so erratic in games that you wondered and worried about his confidence.
Okay.
Yeah, but he went out and nailed that one.
Maybe, you know what? You can have your big boomer 68. I don't mean boomer age. I'm talking like, your big leg 68-yard guy. We'll take our guy that just knocks down the mid-range.
Listen, back in my
regularity,
day,
man.
If you had the field goal record,
guy.
If you had the field goal record back in my day, you only had 1.5 feet.
All
right? You had half a foot, and you hammered the ball like a jackhammer.
Off my damn lawn.
Or like a horse.
Yeah.
Like a Clydesdale that had kicked it with its hoof.
Look at you, Cam Little, with all 5 of your toes. Ooh.
That was the weirdest thing growing up, wasn't it? Just
Tom
every
Dempsey?
now and then, you'd see the pictures of Tom Dempsey.
That was the first time I ever double-checked social media to see if that was fake news or not. This Dempsey guy.
If that had come on, if it was in the age of social media, you would have thought for sure that was fake.
Yeah, it was because the
kids were 100% serious here. He had half a foot.
Half a foot. And the picture, that was always, did you get the Guinness Book of World Records every year? Like I did it when you were doing book orders at school?
Yeah.
And you'd always thumb open to the picture of the 2 fat twins on the mopeds, right?
That wasn't my kink, but yeah.
No. But I'm saying, like, are they still the fattest twins ever?
Oh, is that where they? I don't remember that.
Yeah,
one.
they were the fattest twins ever.
I got distracted by the mopeds. I didn't realize that they weren't the fattest twins to ride mopeds.
They were always riding mopeds in the picture. Yeah, they were always riding mopeds. The dude who had the longest fingernails ever.
The fingernail guy. What the hell, Guinness Book of World Records?
And
it was disgusting. The guy had to carry his hands around in a pouch.
It looked like he had 5 snakes. So there was that guy. There was always the picture of the tallest human being ever standing next to the shortest adult ever. That was always a good one. And then Tom Dempsey with half a boot, sitting there kicking a 63-yard field goal for the Saints.
He was by far the least freakish of any of the people you just mentioned.
He would have drawn the smallest crowd at the circus of all of them.
Right. He's
Step right up and see my half-a-foot kicker. I'm like, no, I'm over here looking at snake hands over here.
He lived in a time when there were just a boatload of World War I and World War II veterans walking around who, had just... Yeah.
It's true.
It wasn't the only thing remarkable about him was that he was literally clubbing field goals. Yeah, through uprights from ridiculous. And these weren't these juiced up modern balls they're using now.
No,
all right,
no. And he did it back when the goalposts were on the goal line, not the back. So that was a kick.
Oh, that must have been an impressive sight. Seeing from how far back it went.
So he kicked it from his own 37-yard line because it was a 63-yarder.
Tell you, but he was about to have a club foot. Old Sethers, somebody left a pile of cookies.
I saw that. I almost moved it.
Yeah, here comes the diabetes amputation sometime soon.
It was in the chair that Patrick Creighton sits in, and it's one of those clear cartons of cookies that you get at Kroger or H-E-B that has like 20.
The multicolored M&M.
The multicolored M&M cookie is strong. I'll help you out with it. I'll eat a couple of them.
I guess as opposed to there's never a uniformly colored M&Ms really. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's so there's like 12 cookies still left in there. Mm-hmm. I give you till hour number 3 to.
It's my day's allotment of calories right there.
Yeah.
But I could do it and cook Greek yogurt on top of one of them and call it a day.
Oh, that'll make you feel like a sandwich, a Greek yogurt sandwich.
It's like an ice cream
like a
sandwich.
Yeah.
That's what I feel my worst about myself is when I can't avoid the temptation of the gas station ice cream sandwich. It's the Nestle's cookies.
Yes.
On top of
so
it's
good.
not just an ice cream. It's not a thin wafer of chocolate. No, it's 2 gigantic cookies. With a bunch of ice cream slapped in the middle of it.
Oh, my God. All right.
I can't possibly finish this 12-minute drive without 3 of those in my belly.
I have to have them. Got to have them.
Then I got to go out of my way to throw the wrappers away somewhere my wife won't see them.
Yep.
I got to go find a third-party garbage can. Yeah.
Shame. It is a long injury list for the Texans. We talked about CJ. We talked about Kaimi. Will Anderson popped up on there. He didn't practice yesterday. Jalen Petrie didn't practice yesterday. There were a handful of others. Titus Howard. Titus didn't get a he will not play designation from D'Amico.
So Will Anderson has a quad that he's sat out Wednesday practices before, so you don't necessarily.
I feel like sometimes they just need to dial Will back a little bit. Like, hey man, just take
like they did in high school, and they had to do it for his team's protection in high school.
Yep.
I feel like for Will
for the protection of the little kids.
Like with Will, when they monitor everybody with their GPS tracking and everything, and Will's. I always wondered about that. Like, man, if you got the wrong kind of guys on your team, they'll just go ahead and tank it during practice to look like they're overworked.
Oh, yeah.
Like Will's not the kind of guy that you have to worry about with that.
No, I'm not. Not at all.
If
someone's faking it.
It's like a different type of speed difference, yeah.
Nick Chubb didn't practice yesterday. Titus is a we'll see, and he has a concussion also. I thought it was interesting that CJ's definitely out. But Titus Howard did not get a definitely out from D'Amico Ryans.
I think there's I wonder if with CJ
caution.
Yeah, with a quarterback, I would almost always probably lean towards man. Yeah, especially give it if he's cleared on Friday. Just he needs another week. Ever since Brian Hoyer cleared the concussion protocol and came out and looked like he had a concussion. Yeah. Like he just wasn't. Remember that game? He just wasn't processing the ball. He wasn't processing things well.
I do.
And I'm sure they've improved the protocol since then. But it's just I wouldn't mess around with the quarterback.
All right. So Davis Mills is going to start at quarterback. Here's D'Amico Ryans on what are the expectations of Davis Mills.
Yeah, what I expect from Davis is to do what he's done in the past. He started games in his league before, so it's nothing new for him. But it is a benefit for him being able to get the reps, get the reps throughout practice, getting the walkthrough reps, getting every single rep that he can get, getting on the same page with the receivers, getting the huddle, getting the snap count, all those little things, right? Getting the operation down the proper way. He's done a good job of that. Today he did an outstanding job. Thought we were efficient in and out of the huddle at the line of scrimmage. He did a great job of communicating. So I'm excited to see Davis go play.
Yeah, the week of preparation is big, and it's I don't think that needs a boatload of explanation. You just it's tough to go in and be as sharp and as crisp and everything. Yeah, there's a reason that C.J. Stroud gets a bunch of reps. There's a reason the backup quarterback doesn't get that many reps in practice, because it's really important for the quarterbacks and the receivers.
Sure.
I think this week, and D'Amico touches on this in one of these clips here, all the pre-snap stuff is good, and Davis has done all that, and this offense has some similarities to Bill O'Brien's offense. So, which they were running a version of that with Tim Kelly.
That's right.
Back in 21. So I think that the big question is just, is he calm, cool, and collected after the snap? And it looked like during the game he was just kind of sped up a little bit and going. And he was doing a good job getting the ball out of his hands really fast. But there were times where he needs to slow it down. And maybe with CJ, it's like, hey, CJ, take the first read when it's there.
Yeah.
With Davis, I think it might have been like, let's get this ball out. I'm throwing to the first read whether it's open or not.
Yeah.
He threw a lot of tight window throws when he did have time and he could have waited and just let the game come to him a little bit.
The thing that concerns, and we have that cut right here. In fact, let's play it here, and I'll give you my thoughts about Davis. This is D'Amico. What did you see from Davis in the game last week?
Look, Davis he's a super smart guy, sharp guy. Just seeing how he operates in the huddle, and then just seeing how he can fix things when we're not all the way right. When guys are coming out of the huddle, they have questions. Davis gets it fixed very quickly, articulates it very well in the huddle. And now it's about post-snap. Like post-snap, can we go through? Can we make the proper reads? Can we get to the right spot with the football? And can we just execute, right? And we just all have to do our job. Nobody has to step up, do anything different. Everybody just has to execute and do their job. What they're here for is to go out and play good football, and that's all we're expecting them to do.
I love how D'Amico makes the quarterback position sound like he's just the jackhammer guy at a construction site.
Yeah, Davis doesn't have to do much.
He just has to do his job. It's just a quarterback in the NFL. Like, what's the big deal?
If you go back and look at, this was his second best quarterback rating ever. This was his highest quarterback rating in a win. Okay. It was the Chargers at the Texans the day after Christmas.
That was a big upset, man. That was the Cully year, and the Chargers were still in the hunt for the postseason.
Texans defeated the Chargers 41-29.
That was the Rex Burkhead game. I think Rex Burkhead went off in that game.
Burkhead had 149 yards and 2 tutties.
I was like, I think we got a future with this young whippersnapper Burkhead toting the rock.
Felt dirty saying tutty. I hate that. 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
It sounds too much like Teddy. Like a Teddy. Like Rex Burkhead was wearing a cute little Teddy as he scored. He ran for 149 yards.
Yep.
But that was so Davis Mills on the day was 21 for 27, 254 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Davis was good the last 5 games of his last 5 games of his rookie year. He was good.
Yeah.
They went 2-3, and he had good numbers. But that was his best one. You're absolutely right. If the last 5 games of rookie year Davis Mills walks through the door, the Texans will win the game on Sunday against Jacksonville. They're favored. I mean, it's a very winnable game for the Texans, regardless of who's at quarterback.
No, and in both these teams, I think their fan bases feel pretty similar, but it doesn't. They've got issues. Trevor Lawrence is just still not looking. He's looking very inconsistent. He doesn't look like he's super comfortable in that offense.
They had a boatload of turnovers the first few games.
Early on, right. They had a boatload of turnovers the first few games, and that was a lot of what drove them to some of those victories. Yeah. The last 3 games, I think they've got 1 takeaway.
Yeah.
They just haven't, which we predicted at the time. All right, these things balance out.
Yep. I guess the one thing, we got to get out, but the one thing about this past weekend is that it got worse as the game went on for Davis. I would have liked it better if, by the end of the game, he and Nick Caley had figured a few things out, but it looked like they were losing the chess match to Vance Joseph in that game. So we'll see what the Jags have for him. All right, we'll stick with it in the next segment. J.J. Watt is on the call for the game this Sunday. Yeah, JJ's on the call for the game this Sunday. So it's a nice commute for him to go. He doesn't have to jump on a plane to go do the game.
No.
But he's got thoughts on the Texans offense. He was on the Pat McAfee show. So we'll get J.J. Watt's view on this game coming up. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Kirk Holmes, third generation.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Texans Jags on Sunday, noon kick. Another noon kick. We like that. 9 a.m. Texans countdown. Weather is supposed to be gorgeous.
Oh, really? Again?
Yeah, again.
I thought it was going to get super hot again.
It is.
Okay.
It's going to go down on Sunday.
Oh,
yeah. The
nice.
high on Sunday is 71.
What?
Yeah, high on Saturday, last I looked, is 85. And then overnight, it's supposed to dip way down. So you and I are going to be nice and cool. We'll have our fans out there.
Listen, Texans team.
Literal fans with blades. That's what I mean.
You're squandering this incredible weather, okay? You are squandering the potential for your fans to have an incredible weekend of football. Like last week, where the weather was awesome. And you go in, and it just you get a victory there, and people remember that.
There's an exorbitant number of Denver people here to experience it as well.
That's a good point, Sean.
Yeah.
It was pretty loud, man. I was actually a little bit shocked how loud it was. Fans. I was after the first Broncos touchdown. I was surprised.
Yes, no doubt. Jacksonville fans not nearly as plentiful.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Good. So be in your seats. This is a must-win. All right. They go 3-6, and you go 0-2 against the Jags. You're sunk.
They have to win this week and next week. And we went through the exercise yesterday. You can lose on the road in Kansas City. You can lose on the road in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
These next 3 games, really, the Jaguars and the Titans. Okay, very, very winnable. But then the Bills at home.
Got to win, man.
It's real tough. If you don't beat the Bills at home, unless you pull off a couple of upsets on the road against the Chiefs and Indy, it's real hard to have a reasonable path to the playoffs unless you win these next 3
You got 2 mulligans left.
Yeah.
I mean, you got 2 mulligans. 10-7 gets you in the mix.
Yeah.
And that's if starting 0-3 and 3-5, all you can reasonably ask for is to be in the mix at the end of the year.
The other things that would have to happen if you don't do all of these things is that the Colts just fall way back down to earth.
Yeah, and
they collapse onto themselves, and Daniel Jones just looks like the worst version of Daniel Jones.
Right. And they just picked up Sauce Gardner this week.
Yeah.
So that's tricky.
Sauce doesn't help Daniel Jones not throw 5 interceptions or turn the ball over 5 times.
Yep. J.J. Watt is on the call this weekend. He and Ian Eagle. That's good news if you're watching the game on TV. They along with Kevin Harlan. Who's Kevin Harlan do it with? Trent Green?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my 2 favorites on CBS. I've watched him do this year. Here is J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show yesterday talking about calling this game and his thoughts on the Texans offense.
I'm there this weekend. I'm very excited. I got a Houston game this weekend, so I'm really, really looking forward to that and really, really hoping we can get some offensive production going. That would be a plus.
Yeah, that would be a plus for an offense to maybe not turn the ball over and do what they've been doing all season, especially in a game where maybe it's a homecoming for one particular squad. And let's go back to the game that you called this past weekend as opposed to the one that you're going to talk about this upcoming weekend, which we'll certainly dive into. C.J. Stroud, that's a big hit. And obviously did not look good at all. You're this weekend in Houston. You're in Houston.
Yeah, we got Houston versus the Jaguars, who are hot on the Colts' tail. 5-3, Colts 7-2. But if Berlin slips, if Jags, who knows? Who knows what's happening in this AFC South? It got real interesting after that Pittsburgh game.
Well, and Cam Little's hitting 68-yard field goals, and
how about that?
They're trading for wide receivers that everybody wants.
All right, so. And obviously they're talking about the Jags and the Colts battling at the top of the
Jags
division.
trading for Jacoby Myers, which that's an interesting one because it's a good pickup for them. Mm-hmm. And Jacoby Myers is a classic guy that's been kind of saddled with a rotating cast of quarterbacks and offenses and everything. And he's had 1,000-yard season, I believe.
Yeah, he's a solid receiver.
But the Jaguars are really banged up.
He catches the ball when it's thrown to him, which a lot of Jags receivers have not been doing.
That's the big. He's got the fewest drops amongst guys with a certain number of targets over the last 5 years. And the Jags lead the league in dropped passes.
I wonder what. He's got to get in the playbook pretty quickly. I wonder if it's just a package of plays that he's in there.
They said I think he can play a bunch. They said Liam Cohen said that they'll play him probably more on the outside than in the slot. Just 'cause it's a lot easier to pick that up.
Yeah,
and it might be by requirement or just by need that he has to play that many snaps because Brian Thomas Jr. is injured. De'Ami Brown is injured.
Travis Hunter's on the IR.
Yeah, and De'Ami Brown is in the concussion protocol, so there's a good chance he doesn't play. Brian Thomas Jr. has orthopedic injury of some sort, but he might play. But they're banged up.
He's also got the orthopedic injury of tennis racket hands.
Yeah.
This year.
Yeah.
Like paddle hands.
He has, but
Brian
he's
Thomas.
also made some. I like that he won the game for the Texans.
No, he's been inconsistent.
Right, he's been very, very inconsistent. I wish I were in a situation where I could say, "Well, no big deal. This, he drops a lot of footballs. How could it help?" The Texans defense is playing incredibly well, and yet, boy, what was that graphic we had? You had it in the show prep. The 5 times this season that teams have won despite the quarterback completing less than 50% of their passes.
Yeah, the lowest completion percentage in a win this season.
Yeah,
for a team, three of the top 6 are teams that played the Texans.
Yeah,
3 of the top. So the 6 teams that have had the lowest completion percentage offensively this year in a win, 3 of them are opponents of the Texans.
It's Bo Nix at 48.6%.
Yeah,
Trevor Lawrence at 54.8%.
Those are all
wins. 3 victories for those teams.
Yep.
When their quarterbacks are having some of the worst games of their
I feel
career.
so bad for this defense, man. I feel so bad for the Texans defense that it's saddled with this offense.
And it'd be awesome if they could figure out a way to win these games. Because then, man, boy, as a defense, you're feeling like, yep, we're getting it done. We're figuring it out. That's where the amazing thing about this, and this is a little bit satisfying to look at, 2 of those top 6 are Bo Nix victories. Like, that tells you everything you need to know about the Broncos.
Who played tonight, by the way.
Bo Nix is not actually playing all that well at all, except his defense is really, really good as well. He has that Texans victory, and then he had a victory against the Giants where he completed 54% of his passes.
Oh, the one where they scored 33 points in the fourth quarter? Yeah. He only completed God, how bad was he for the first 3 quarters?
He's been really, really inconsistent. You saw it in that game versus the Texans.
Yes.
I mean, a different quarterback in that game could have really had a career year.
No doubt.
He cannot hit guys downfield.
Yeah. Blaze tonight, man. You can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. Broncos hosting the Raiders tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And the Colts, JJ kind of alluding to it there, the Colts are actually in Germany to play on Sunday morning against the Falcons.
Okay.
So a little Germany action going on in the background while Texans countdown is going on.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
And so did JJ have a JJ?
One more JJ.
Have anything else to say?
Yeah, we got one more Jage. Here's Jage on the state of the Texans, particularly inside the 2-yard line.
I mean, Jacksonville is a whole different team than they were. And Houston appeared as if they were going to be on a different trajectory there for a couple weeks. Conversation, yes, huh? That's kind of everybody's just out on the Texans all of a sudden.
I mean, it's tough, man. The Texans defense right now is literally playing like a historic defense in the NFL. Number 1 in total yards, number 1 in total points. Like, they're doing everything possible. It's just they've had 10 attempts to score from inside the 2-yard line this year, and they've scored on 0 of them. 10 times inside the 2-yard line, scored 0.
That's heartbreaking.
You have to be able to put the ball in the end zone, man.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, but that's what's going on there. The defense is playing phenomenal, so I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And if you wouldn't mind letting the Jaguars fans know, because they saw the announcer pairing come out, and they were not happy that I was calling the Texans game, and they think it's going to be a one-sided fest. So
they haven't watched
Get
JJ.
over it.
They haven't watched JJ do a game. He's done multiple Steelers games, which logically he would be biased on with his brother, and he did the Texans-Ravens game, which I thought he was excellent on.
I can't believe that can you believe J.J. Watt didn't say that Trevor Lawrence is a top 3 quarterback in the league right now? I can't believe they put that fool up there.
If anything, the CBS crew was using him doing a Texans game as an opportunity to roast him in that Ravens game. Remember? They kept showing all those graphics of the futility of the Texans against the Ravens through the years.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And they left him up extra long.
There's nothing JJ could say about it.
Nope.
Yeah.
So if anything, he's going to get roasted on Sunday.
So Pat McAfee said he slipped one little thing in there as JJ was talking about the futility of the Texans trying to score from the 1-yard line. He said, tush push. Yeah. Tush push. Like, Beavis. When somebody's talking, he kind of like
tush push.
Oh, yeah, tush push. Oh, Cam Little.
You said tush push.
I was like, tush push. Tush.
He is. He's little jabs in the background, man.
So Beavis there is saying tush push. That is frustrating
to
me.
Stick two guys back there and push Davis's butt into the end zone.
It's like this coaching staff is steadily evolving through the history of football.
Yeah, they're at 1986.
Well, took them for a while to realize how effective the QB sneak was, which is not a revolutionary thing or anything, but the analytics started to really show everybody, hey, the QB sneak is the go-to.
Yeah.
Took them a while to figure that out, but they figured it out.
What year are they on right now?
I think they're probably into like early 2010s.
Okay.
Because that's when I think because Brady was so effective with the QB sneak that's when you started to see all the stats about like, wow, it really doesn't have to be more complicated than a QB sneak.
Okay, so and
it's a safe play.
So they're in an age where there's social media.
Yeah,
people haven't cut the cord quite yet.
I feel like one of these mornings, Kaylee's gonna walk into D'Amico's staff and be like, hey, did you know that they're allowed to push the ball carrier now? And teams are doing it.
Oh, my God.
They're actually, they'll have guys get up behind the ball carrier and push them over the line to gain or the goal line. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They'll figure it out probably 3 days after they ban it. That's
right.
Yeah.
Right. You mean we could have been doing that the whole time?
We're sitting here we're riding to our family vacation in a covered wagon.
Oh my God.
On the highway or
dirt road.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be a highway back then.
Yeah, dirt road.
The roadway.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got some headlines to get to. We've not touched on the Rockets yet. They just keep winning, so we'll talk about them in headlines. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans with an update on a couple of the players for this Sunday, including the quarterback. Prominent quarterback going to injured reserve. That's an interesting story. In the Hall of Fame, someone who Seth Payne has ties to is a semifinalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We will tell you who that is coming up next. But first, I put Dr. Ben Salem.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, headlines. Here we go. We'll start with the Texans. The big headline there is it's C.J. Stroud. This was a national headline yesterday. He will not be playing this week against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Here was D'Amico Ryans confirming that news yesterday.
For where we are right now with the concussion protocol, I do not see C.J. playing this week.
So there you go.
There you go.
C.J. Stroud will not be playing. Kymie Fairbairn also will not be playing this week. They signed Matthew Wright, a journeyman kicker.
Yeah.
A journeyman to the nth degree. He's played for 7 teams over the last 5 seasons or so.
Both these teams are pretty dang banged up. I think the one big difference would be that the key playmakers, or some of the key playmakers for the Jaguars are still going to be out there. Travis Etienne, one of them.
He's had a great year.
They're really leaning into the running game. They had Etienne in the Wildcat versus the Raiders. It gave me a little bit of a flashback to Derrick Henry. But the receivers for the Jaguars are banged up as well. And they, even though they bring in Jacoby Myers, Brian Thomas Jr. is injured. De'Ami Brown is in the concussion protocol. So it's not, I would anticipate De'Ami Brown's probably not going to play just because it's this week, is it not?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Regardless, they're banged up, but they have the quarterback and they have Travis Etienne.
Travis Hunter is on IR. If any of you were coming out to the stadium this Sunday to watch the game be transformed in front of our very eyes, Travis Hunter will not be there. He is on IR.
Yeah, and he has yet to change the game as we know it.
Right. So I think a lot of people were anticipating maybe it happens this weekend at NRG Stadium. Nope. The game will not be changed this weekend.
There is a lot. When I listen to people talk about this now, especially former skill position players, that it's becoming very clear that, look, the kid's got a lot of potential, and you see it. He's scary with the ball in his hands. We saw the Texans miss some pretty easy tackles because he's so damn slippery when he has the ball in his hands.
Yeah, man, good
player.
But
very much what you would have expected if it wasn't going to work out. A lot of people saying, man, there's things he needs to learn on both sides of the ball. But half of the time that he would be learning it, he's off in another position meeting.
Yeah, not his fault.
It's really, really hard, no matter how physically gifted you are, to adapt to the NFL at that level. So I say, God bless you and good luck, Jaguars. Maybe after 3 years you can get a guy who's genuinely impressive on at least one side of the ball.
My big concern with it was, would he be able to not just the mental part, but would he be able to stand up to the punishment? And he's on IR now, and I don't know if
he missed games in the preseason because of it. He's a tiny guy.
He's a slight build dude. Yeah, I think if you just pick one side of the ball for him, I think he'll be fine. I don't think he's ever going to be what the magnificent Gladpebble said he was going to be when he sat up there at his introductory press conference, and it was like they announced with an overall pick.
Yeah.
It's not happening. One more from D'Amico Ryans. He was asked yesterday. This was his first press conference since the trade deadline on Tuesday. Was asked about standing pat during the trade deadline.
Yeah, look, when it comes to the trade deadline, it's because a transaction did not happen. It's not from a lack of effort. Of course, we tried to do several things, just didn't pan out.
Okay.
And he was asked that question. Somebody must have got to the press conference late because somebody else asked the same question again. He basically said the same thing. But he's not going to give any details on, obviously, who they were trying to go after.
Sure.
But I guess when he says it's not for a lack of trying, it is for a lack of wanting to spend a certain amount of money.
Yeah, of course.
So it's tough because I get it. They tried. That's cool. But it's also acknowledging, we could really have improved some things on this football team right now. But we didn't want to spend enough in this moment to do it.
Yeah, price got too high for what we think it should be.
Yeah, which I get and I understand, but it's also frustrating because I would like to see a more competent offense.
I feel like D'Amico was kind of responding to the people that when no trades get made, they assume that everybody in the front office is just sitting on their thumbs the whole time.
You just decided not to make a trade.
Yeah, no, we were working on it. We were making a lot of calls, which I thought nothing other than that.
I feel like the old sales manager in you, though, would go to listen, I don't want to hear about don't tell me about the pain, just show me the baby.
No.
Okay, you made a bunch of calls. Good for you.
No, but I'm not fair. But I would not have wanted my salespeople cutting deals where we're not making any money on
That's
it.
true, just to make the sale.
I closed 3 deals. Oh, what's our margin on it? Negative 1.6%.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wouldn't have wanted that. So there's that. Let's flip real quick here. We got a couple minutes to the Rockets. 124-109 over the Grizzlies last night. It was, again, this 5-game winning streak has largely been 5 games where the Rockets build like 20 or 25-point leads, get bored for a little bit, and then just amp the lead back up to 18 or 20. And that's what last night was against the Grizzlies. Ja Morant's care factor looks like it's about like a 1.2 right now. Like Ja Morant looks like he's going through the motions out there right now.
Never would have expected that out of Ja Morant.
Well, I saw one of these emails last week because Ja Morant, it's widely believed he could get traded from the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies are not a good team, and they were just the 2 seed in the West a few years ago. That was thought to be Ja Morant was thought to be a rising star, and that was thought to be a rising team, and they were going to be a menace in the Western Conference for the next several years. And Ja Morant kind of goes off the deep end a little bit. They had the Rockets on the odds board as the number 3 team to acquire Ja Morant. I'm like, yeah, they could use a point guard, but I don't want that point guard, and I don't want what comes with him off the court either. So 124-109. Tomorrow night, Seth, Wemby versus the Rockets. That'll be fun.
That'll be fun.
Yeah,
that'll be a lot of fun.
Wemby Friday and Giannis on Sunday.
They've been beating a bunch of teams that aren't as physically gifted as them.
That's right.
I really look forward to all of these games versus the better opponents and or the specific matchups and challenges because you really got to really build the chemistry and to figure out exactly how they're going to run this offense. It's just hard to do when you're not being physically challenged, and you can just kind of decide, okay, here, you score this time. No, you score this time.
Yep. San Antonio's 5-2 to start the year. They lost to the Lakers last night, but Wemby and them are off to a good. Wemby wasn't that great last night, but that'll be fun. Tomorrow night at San Antonio, Sunday afternoon at Milwaukee, and then they got a couple games: Washington, Portland. Orlando's not off to a great start, but they're one of the better teams in the East. At Cleveland. Denver coming up in a couple of Fridays. 2 weeks from tomorrow, Denver coming to town. So yeah, we got some exciting ones coming up here for the Rockets. Hey, real quick, Tom Coughlin, semifinalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Oh, really? Oh, good.
For one of the coaches, yeah. So I want to get that in. That's Seth's former coach when he was with the Jags. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. Let's circle back to the Jags and the Texans. How do you mix in Jacoby Myers if you're the Jags? The challenges of the Texans defense. We'll hear from Liam Cohen, the Jags coach, as we continue to dig into that matchup coming up here on Sunday on Sports Radio 610 at noon. But first, Texas Star Grill Shop, the Martin family, the GOATs when it comes to getting you into that backyard grill or that tailgate grill that you might need.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. As a sales manager myself, the profit margin discussion that you just...
Some young buck comes into your office all excited because he closed a big deal, and they're like, "Yeah, but I cut the price down to such and such to get the deal done." And you're like, "We're losing money on this, you clown."
I had a guy like that worked for me that was like
selling a bunch of loss leaders.
You try not to sell on price. You're selling on the value of doing business with your company and the uniqueness of our product and our offerings. And then old Bob Beeson would come in like, and I dropped the price 40%.
Bob Beeson.
Yep.
Turning you guys into a discount store.
Bob Beeson.
He was a Dollar General of telecommunications.
He was my Minneapolis sales rep back in the day when I was managing.
Did he have a Minnesota accent?
Oh, heavy.
So he'd come in and piss you off in that accent.
Heavy. He's like, yeah, I got the deal with Express Scripts, and
these guys don't want to, they don't want to pay the prices, that these other fellas do.
Yeah, heavy Minnesota accent.
Should have kicked him in the head.
That was before.
Is that frowned on in the corporate manual?
No, it depends. It depends on where you're at with quota. The lower you are, the more likely you are to get kicked in the head. He had a that was before I really started hating on Minnesota, though.
Yeah,
it was bad. It was back in like the early 2000s. I just hated on his margin on his deals that he had.
My brother was worked for a big company once, but where they would hire a bunch of guys like college kids to be managers, but it was an industry where a lot of the guys that you were managing were they could be physically intimidating, and these managers humble, and they were awful. Like, they don't teach you that in business school in your little MBA of like, no, you've got to be ready to fight somebody. Like,
yes.
And my brother's very tough. Like, my brother's a badass.
Absolutely.
Like, he was awesome. He skyrocketed, but he could never put it in the management book of like, somebody challenged me to a fight and I said, let's go.
Yeah, HR frowns on that.
Yeah.
It's great.
Well, there's a certain way you got to go about it,
For sure.
You got to project strength and not being intimidated and everything, but also you can't say anything that's going to be used against you.
Oh, man.
In an HR meeting.
Working for your brother. That would have been would you have liked working for your brother?
No, because we were hyper competitive.
Yeah.
So like on the farm, it was like whenever my brother and I had to do something together, we would just be trying to beat the other one.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool, except you're freaking, and you're not going to let the other one know you're tired. Shoveling grain. Shoveling grain is worse than baling hay because it's heavy.
Yep.
And so you'd have to fill up a mixer wagon with grain, Sean.
That sounds
corn,
awful.
dried corn. And you got these big shovels. And my brother would come home from college. He'd be home for a couple weeks from wrestling from college, and he'd come and he'd work on the farm. And he's in really good shape, but he's not in work shape.
Right.
And I'm not. I don't have the same endurance he does, but I'm in work shape because I've been working on the farm all summer. But he never told me until like 2 years later. He's like, "Yeah, man, I'd come home and that was the worst. That was the worst workout of my life. Like trying to beat you and filling that."
Did you beat him?
It was like probably 500.
So it was a good battle.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're dying.
Oh,
dying.
It took him a couple years later to go, hey, man.
To be like, man, I'm not in that
props to you.
No, my cousin actually told me. Dan told my cousin, yeah.
Oh, so
you
didn't have the balls to tell you to your face, huh?
Yeah. He didn't.
Yeah. Not going to admit weakness to my younger brother.
But that's what my brother would do, too. Like, in that job, he would get on and, like, if guys weren't loading the truck fast enough, he'd get on and be like, oh, is this hard? And he's just I'm sorry, I didn't realize it. I didn't realize this was too hard for you guys.
Big Dan Payne fan.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the Jags and the Texans. Davis Mills is going to be starting at quarterback on Sunday. That was confirmed by DeMeco Ryans yesterday. Here's Liam Cohen, the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, talking about the challenges of prepping for a backup quarterback.
Watching David Mills throw the football for a while, Davis Mills, sorry. I remember coming out of Stanford. Like, he can spin the ball. He's a talent. He can throw the football. I've watched him in preseason games before where he's, started games and their offense, was rolling. And so, he gave Nico, I think on his second throw of the game, a fade on the right sideline that was right here. So it's talented. So from a game plan, I know, they've done a little bit more jumbo and, being able to run the football with Woody and doing a nice job that way. So expect a similar plan in ways. It's more so maybe the mobility from CJ that he can provide at times, extending plays on the boot game, getting them out on the perimeter, and maybe being able to use.
Thank you. I know what you're going to say. I think I saw you perk up the same time I did. Davis Mills ran like a 4.5 40 at the
supposedly.
combine.
That was a pro day. It was a pro day.
It was a pro day. Yeah.
It was a pro day, and it was COVID.
And it matches the eye test.
COVID pro day. Remember how wacky all the electronics and things you were getting during COVID because of the supply chain issues?
Yeah.
It was so weird about COVID. Like, I had zippers breaking regularly. Mm-hmm. It was like, I don't know how the supply chain got screwed up or something. It's just as I started Pope Zaza's male enhancement product that you can buy on my website.
My zipper breaking male enhancement product.
Zipper breaking.
Yeah, brag much?
We'll get to Khalil later. No, but it's like every quarterback in the league. This is the problem with quarterbacks because people used to say it about Tim Tebow. And ad infinitum, you can find the good throws that guys make. It's how consistently do they do it. Mm-hmm. And with Davis, the trouble, the false promise is always, man, some of these preseason games, he looks pretty good. Or sometimes in moments in games, wow, he looks really good. Mm-hmm. But it's kind of like, you remember the stories about how Shaq could, at practice, would be knocking down free throws one after the other the other. Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard. That was one. He'd be knocking him down. He works at it. Knocking him down. Then
the game.
Get into a game situation, and he's lucky to get 50%. And that's where it always feels like that with Davis a little bit. Yes, we know he has the ability to do it. Mechanical quality to his play where it just feels everything's a little too deliberate.
Yeah. The lights might be a little too bright for Davis in a regular game as opposed to...
When D'Amico earlier was talking about how smart he is, it just goes back to classic, like the difference between book smarts and field smarts.
Yeah.
And
Fitzy was smart.
Yeah. Well, Fitzy was, Well, in early in his career, he did a lot of stupid things.
That's right.
Yeah. A lot of times the smartest guys on the field do the dumbest things because they overthink things.
Yeah.
Or they're making it more complicated than it needs to be. I know this just from having gone to by football standards, a nerdy school. Mm-hmm. This is the complaints coaches would have a lot of the times is like, man, guys they'll do exactly what they're supposed to do, but like they've got no ability to improvise when they need to go off script.
Yeah.
It's just not the same. They don't have the same feel for the game. Sometimes book smart guys are like that, and that's what it's always felt. He's always felt like a Stanford quarterback to me.
Yep.
A non-John Elway Stanford quarterback.
Non-John Elway, not Andrew Luck.
And let's be honest, like Elway's not your classic Stanford guy.
No.
The two biggest exceptions for Stanford, I guess, would be John Lynch, Richard Sherman, and John Elway.
Those are big exceptions.
Those three guys.
Yep.
They're kind of like, I don't know how they ended up at Stanford.
Yeah.
But all right. Yeah.
Okay.
These guys play like actual dogs.
Yep. They do. Here's Davis Mills. What did you see from the film in the Broncos game this past week?
I think continue spreading the ball around. I think I did a good job, but I think kind of going in there, not having repped all the looks during the week. It's physically, like, everything's a little sped up. So kind of just keep myself calm in there, go through my reads, continue spreading the ball around, and use my feet when I can to make some plays.
Using his feet when he can, and I think that's a big thing. It wasn't like – it's not like the Broncos were dropping 8 guys into coverage every snap, but they did it a fair amount in the second half. And those are those times, especially when you're sped up and you're thinking, all right, I know they want me to get rid of the ball quickly, and we can't quite trust this offensive line on any given day, but he's doing he's getting he's seeing his first read, and he's throwing to his first read, even when that's not the throw he should be making.
That's right.
Like he could have had 3 interceptions in that game.
Easily.
And I think just being able to go through a week of reps and film and everything else, hopefully the game comes to him and everything looks a little slower to him in his brain.
Here is more Liam Cohen. The Jags made a deal at the trade deadline, picked up wide receiver Jacoby Myers. Good player who, for what the Jags have been this season, scratches them right where they itch. He actually catches the football. They've got a huge drop rate on this team. He's very reliable. Here's Liam Cohen. How can Jakobi Meyers help you guys this week?
I followed his career pretty closely, being in the Northeast myself, the Patriots, watching those guys over the years, and then obviously moving into a couple different roles, former quarterback, always appreciate that, really in any skilled player. But the ability, tough, strong hands, has been physical as a separator in ISO situations. I've only heard great things about the pro. Edgar's work. Definitely excited to have him.
Okay, so that's sort of the thumbnail, Myers. Real quick, here's one more from Cohen. This is the more important question for the Texans. How quickly can he acclimate?
Yeah, that's the challenge is the balance of, how much he can handle, how quickly can he get some of the formations down, the timing, obviously, of practice and some of the, just throwing on air with Trev and getting some getting some reps that way. But it'll really come down to just, all right, what are the things specific that, you want to get him in the flow of the game, you want to get him opportunities, but also just to go play as a Jaguar. Not necessarily every time he's in, it's something that he has to go and do. You just want to make sure there's a balance there. So that'll be a process throughout this week and through each part of the plan. Okay, normal D&D, third downs, red zone. How much in those areas can you give him? And that's the balance for sure.
Yeah, and how willing is he to, really go after some of these murder balls that Trevor Lawrence throws, some of these hospital balls? Yeah, that he just...
How much do you value your brain,
How much do you value your brain, Jakobi Meyers? Because that's really what we're talking about here.
And there is a right answer to this, okay? Yeah.
I'd like to go through and see how many of the drops for the Jaguars, because the Jaguars lead the league in drops.
Yeah.
And some of them are just egregiously bad. Brian Thomas Jr. has had some really bad drops.
Oh, he was awful the first month of the season.
There are a fair number of them, though, where, man, I almost can't fault the receiver for having gator arms on some of the throws over the middle with how Trevor Lawrence, he's not just throwing him into danger. He's like, it's like a high ball that you have to reach out for and stretch into as you're about to get a hit.
Your entire rib cage is exposed.
I mean, that's one thing that CJ does. If he is throwing a guy into danger, he tries to throw it, low and something the guy can get down immediately on.
Yes.
He tries to. He has the ability to place it really well. Trevor Lawrence's ball placement is just, it's so inconsistent.
Yeah.
And but he does have that dynamic. We know from having played against him so many times that when he's on, he can make some beautiful throws, and he can really, really hurt you. He just doesn't do it consistently. You never know what version you're going to get.
He's the golfer that's all over the place, but, man, he just stuck that 180-yard, 6-iron or whatever it is.
He was awful in the first Texans game this year until he wasn't on that throw to Brian Thomas Jr.
Correct.
And it wasn't like that was a difficult throw, and we know now that C.J. Gardner-Johnson had blown his responsibility, so Kamari's trying to catch up to him as he's making up for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
It feels like it was 8 years
ago.
But
the throw was good enough.
It was good
that's
enough.
exactly what they
needed.
needed.
Hit him on the run. Yeah. So it's and his legs too.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence. If you're not disciplined and keep him in, I think if you keep Trevor Lawrence in the pocket and take away his first read, you will eat as a defense against Trevor Lawrence. If you do that, you just can't let him squirt out there. When he's hurt teams this year, when he's made plays that still have people nationally in on Trevor Lawrence, it's largely been with his legs. That play again, I forget, it was the Kansas City game.
Yeah, the Kansas City game at the end of the game.
Kansas City, he falls down, gets up.
Chris Jones stopped playing.
Stopped trying, and he runs into the end zone. He had a couple really nice runs in that Raiders game. Yeah.
Raiders game in the first half. Now, Trevor Lawrence was playing, they were calling it his flu game. I guess he was really, really sick in that game. So credit to him pulling the first half.
Yep.
It was kind of like a Bo Nix type performance, but he showed up big time and they won in overtime.
They had 3 points at halftime, and it was a 68-yard field goal. They won 30-29.
And they should have lost, except that their defensive tackle there, Devon Hamilton, had a blocked pass.
Yeah. On the 2-point.
And the Jaguars had a wide open guy for the 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
Or the Raiders had it wide open.
Yeah, yep. A couple more from Liam Cohen, and this is Cohen on what I think will be the biggest challenges for the Texans defense, as we mentioned. This is Cohen talking about his running back, Travis Etienne's physicality.
I've always really, thought he was a talented player, but the physicality, I think, is maybe something that, I'm not saying I didn't see it before. I've seen it. I just think it's impressive in person when you see a guy like on the 4th and 2 speed option be met by the safety at the line to gain and just shoulder down, kept going forward. He falls forward a lot more. You know, I think there was a few he kind of stumbled on in the game a little or got tripped up. He wanted to stay on his feet and get some more, but he falls forward a lot more for, I guess you could say, more what people have maybe in the past called him a scat back or, a back that's more in the pass game or outside on the perimeter. I think he's run between the tackles pretty well for us this year.
That's 100% spot on. I probably watched, of teams not the Texans, I probably watched a little more Jags football than most other teams just because they're chasing them right now, the Texans in the division. And Travis, there's times where I'm watching the game, I'm like, that's Travis Etienne right there? Like, that's basically, he's the 9th leading rusher in the NFL. He's averaging 5 yards a carry. He is the straw that stirs the drink for them on offense. He's their best offensive player this year.
And I think this is where whenever the Texans have gone into a game and their stated purpose has been, hey, we got to be sure we stop this running back first and foremost, they've done a pretty good job of it. Mm-hmm. And they've held all of the guys that they've faced who are top, in the top 15 in rushing in the league. They've held them to pretty substantially below their season average. Other than they held Christian McCaffrey to below his season average, but he was only running for 3.5 yards a carry.
Yep.
But they held it below that.
Yep.
And I think D'Amico already said it again this week. He said, first and foremost, they need to stop Etienne. So, and because they're capable of doing it. So I think that Etienne, that's the big challenge this week. I think the Texans, we know the Texans defense is going to show up.
For sure.
There's nothing about this Jaguars offense that makes me nervous when it comes to their matchup versus the Texans defense, unless the Texans, if all these injuries stick. But it's just simply, my question and my nervousness about the Texans defense is, can they be incredible this weekend? Because they probably will have to be to win the game. Can they have a pick six? Can they have another blocked field goal? They need to do those things. They need to be above and beyond a really good defense.
The Texans defense, Seth, has literally had one bad quarter this year. The first quarter against Seattle, when they gave up the 2 long touchdown drives.
Yeah.
That's it. I know they've given up other touchdown drives, but that's going to happen in the NFL. The only time this year with the Texans defense where I'm pulling weight right now is when they allowed the Seahawks to build a 14-0 lead in that game.
It's tough because I think that, on the sum total of some of these quarters in the fourth quarter, they haven't been a bad defense, but they've let up crucial plays.
They had a bad play. I'm talking about letting teams drive
drive on them.
Yeah.
I think, but in so many of those times, though, where the defense has had a letdown in the fourth quarter, it's after the offense has repeatedly let them down.
They've been out there all day.
Last week.
Yeah.
The offense punts 5 times in a row. 3 of them are 3 and outs. At some point, the dam's going to break.
Yeah.
And you just can't keep giving the opponent cracks at it.
Right.
So it really is, man, there's hopefully maybe a little bit of an ambush factor in that with Davis Mills, the play calling's a little bit different. The tendencies are going to be different. Maybe with that's enough to give them a little bit of a boost, and you get the best version of Davis Mills in an offense that's new. They don't have any film of Davis Mills in this offense, and they don't know exactly how the play calling is going to be different than it has the first half of the season.
With CJ, yeah. What do you think this game is? First one to what point total wins the game? Feels like one of those games where it's, they usually say that for a lower scoring game.
I'd say almost the exact same thing I did last week. If there's 3 touchdowns scored in the game, that feels about right.
First one to 20, something like that.
The over-under on this game is yet again in the 30s.
Yeah,
it's 38.5 or something.
Yeah.
It's a really good defense and for the Texans, and you don't have anything you can feel good about on the offense. I think first one to 17 wins the game.
First one to 17, yeah, that sounds about right.
The prediction I made last week was, I was in Denver. I said 19-16 Texans.
You did?
So I was pretty close on the final score.
Yeah, you were very close. Yeah, 19-17.
I talked my way down from 21. I'm like, well, no, there's not going to be.
No, you were in the neighborhood.
I was like, there's no way in hell there's going to be 3 touchdowns scored by the Texans in this game.
I think I had Broncos 23-17, something like that. I don't know. Are you picking the Texans this week?
Yeah.
I am too. One more from Liam Cohen. This is something we just talked about. Trevor Lawrence, his ability to hurt you with his legs, his athleticism.
Yeah, big athletic dude that can run, get him in space a little bit, get him running, and trying to get the ball on the perimeter maybe in some different ways, right? Is you can toss it out there, you can hand it off out there, right? You can throw a screen out there. It's just another way of kind of attacking the edge and maybe slowing down their edge players and defensive ends at times when it's like, okay, I'm getting cracked, I'm getting kicked out, I'm getting bluffed, I'm getting read. Like, those are the things, obviously, you're trying to, especially when you're playing really good ends, to give those guys some different things.
So this is the thing that Jaguars are trying to do as well as the Seahawks do. Because remember when Robert Saleh, the 49ers were playing the Jaguars, and Robert Saleh said that they have a really good sign-stealing system.
Yeah.
Legal. He said legal sign-stealing, and Liam Cohen got all pissy about it.
Flipped the hell out about it.
Right. But that's something that they brought from the offensive coordinator, Grant Udinski, brought from Minnesota. And likewise, Sam Darnold is doing line. They got a couple different calls in the huddle, and based on what they see pre-snap, they're going to change it. Okay, that doesn't sound revolutionary or anything. It's just that they have a really good system for identifying the communication by the defensive backs and everything to really get some clues. How is the defense responding to motion? All these other things that other offenses do. It seems like Kevin O'Connell developed some really good system for teaching quarterbacks how to do that.
Yep.
And they're trying to teach Trevor Lawrence how to do that. I don't know if Trevor Lawrence is a smart quarterback. I don't know if he's got the ability to process that at that level. And I think that's probably one of those things that's going on that's keeping him from being completely integrated into the offense, is that they're asking him to do a lot with his gray matter, and I don't know how much gray matter he has.
Yeah.
I'm not calling him stupid. I'm just saying there's a chance, okay?
You're kind of calling him stupid.
I know. I'm just saying I don't know if he's smart.
Right.
Or stupid.
You're leaving open the possibility he could be stupid.
For defense after defense, anonymous exec after anonymous exec. I mean, a lot of defensive players that put their names on it have just flat out said, I mean, he's a first-read quarterback.
First-read guy.
Yeah, like he's just, everybody knows who he is. If you take away his first read, he's lost out there.
Take away his first read, keep him in the pocket, he gets happy feet, and he does bad things.
That only happens because I have either a lack of intelligence or a lack of nerve.
Yep.
So which are you? Are you stupid or are you yellow? Or are you both?
Yeah.
I can handle stupid. I don't. That's what I used to tell.
I like when you use cotton as a verb.
Yeah,
that's good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A little rundown on the Jags. We'll obviously keep digging into this game as the week goes on. We'll have a little 5 reasons I hate you for the Jags tomorrow. Don't worry about that. You 5 reasons enthusiasts. We'll serve you. Don't worry. So the Cowboys made the deal for Quinnen Williams on the trade deadline on Tuesday this week, and that's a deal that's getting widely panned, I think.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You're 3-5-1. You're trading. And I think, look, if you're looking at the future, you can make an argument like, no, they're trying to bolster their defense for down the road. Quinnen Williams is going to be along with CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott and, one or two, couple, 2-3 other guys. These are our foundational guys. Every team's got their 8 or 10 guys. This is who we're building around. Quinnen Williams will be that guy. Mad Dog Russo yesterday on First Take went ape bleep because the Cowboys, and I had not seen this pointed out yet, the Cowboys have 8 games left. They're 3-5-1. 6 of the 8 games are national windows, either primetime or holidays or the 3:25 Jim Nantz, Tony Romo window, the Tom Brady window on Fox.
Yeah.
Mad Dog went ballistic about this yesterday.
Did you see what on television that I got to put up with? Buckle up. I mean, look at this. A Monday night game against the Raiders. I know they're going to get ratings. Oh, it's on ESPN, so I got to be nice. I know they're going to get ratings, but who cares about the Dallas Cowboys and the Raiders game? Then they got a 4:25 game. 4 days later, they got the Eagles. Then I got to eat my turkey with the Chiefs. Listen, I know Mahomes is fun, but Dallas stinks. And then on top of that, to make Al Michaels happy, Goodell sent him to Detroit. It's a Thursday night game. All right? And then the week after, they got Tirico doing the Vikings-Cowboys on Sunday night. And then to ruin it, and I hate Christmas, to ruin it on 1 o'clock on Christmas Day on Netflix, I got to sit there. I can't even say to my wife, Gina, I got to watch the football. Why? Well, because the Cowboys, that day, Russo, Chris, I heard you on First Take say the Cowboys stink. You don't have to watch football. So it ruins my 3 hours. They got the Raiders, the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Lions, the Vikings, and the Commanders. 6 televised games in the next 8, and they stink. And Joe, I love you, Joe. I love you, Mr. Buck. Please, in 2 weeks, Joe, this is not, well, they got a chance to make the playoffs. They are out of it.
Excuse me. All right, you know what? I agree generally with the sentiment of, man, why the hell do we have to watch so many Cowboys games in any given year? You could have dropped this take in any year where the Cowboys aren't good. They still have a boatload of national games. There's something about the fact that the Cowboys' defense is so bad right now.
Yeah.
When he's mentioning some of those matchups, I feel like America has an appetite for the Lions beating down the Cowboys in Detroit.
Well, and I think the Cowboys, especially with CeeDee Lamb back now, have an offense to get into a track meet with.
Right.
Those have the potential to be really entertaining games.
They could be entertaining games, and because the Cowboys, there's a dynamic there where I'm actually kind of cool with some of those matchups because they're against teams like the Chiefs, or where there will be a boatload of offense and you can and probably
take the over,
and they're probably going to lose.
Yeah. That tie that they have was one of the most entertaining games of the year. That 40-40 tie with the Green Bay Packers. The only thing that wasn't entertaining about it was the end result.
Yeah,
the tie. But I'm with you, and I said this to somebody yesterday. I was talking to a buddy of mine, and the Texans. I don't think the Texans have an attendance problem in terms of selling tickets. They clearly have an attendance problem in terms of the appetite for Texan fans wanting to use their tickets. That's been very evident the last 2 home games against the Niners and the Broncos, and that's something that's been a theme for a while now. It was better in 2023, but it's steadily backslid. And I honestly think, people they're late getting to their seats, etc. I think if they were losing games 38-35 instead of 18-15, I'm not saying it would be perfect, but it would at least be an entertaining brand of football.
Yeah.
That's the problem right now, is they're losing these games, these one-score games, and to the average fan who wants to see points, these are not entertaining football games.
There was some really cool stuff. You know what that game was? That was a fun game to go back and watch the all-22 of. That's not the average fan.
You're talking about the Broncos game.
The Texans-Broncos, because I'm going back and I'm seeing some of the plays that they're making defensively.
Yeah.
From both, and especially some of the plays that Zach Allen was making and other guys on the Broncos. So that's a really fun game to go back and watch on the all-22.
For a former defensive tackle.
That are watching, that want to go watch and see all of that.
Yeah.
And, the offense is what people want to see. I do, man, and even just yesterday when I started to just try to reacquaint myself with the Jaguars a little bit, it's amazing. The Jaguars are probably one of the most prime examples of it. It's a small market expansion team, and there's a lot of interesting stuff happening on that football team that just is by and large ignored.
Yeah,
because it's the NFL looks at the AFC South as the backwater anyway, the backwater swamp.
Yep.
But then the Jaguars, especially because it's a small market. But even like Josh Hines-Allen only has 2 sacks this year. And I saw people, I've started to do this thing where with a new opponent, I try to find some of their smarter bloggers and fans so people that I can tell aren't psychotic and just get a feel for it.
Yeah.
And I feel like even in Jacksonville, even the smarter people are acting like Josh Hines-Allen is having a down year.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm watching and I'm like, dude, he's kicking people's butts.
He's making an impact.
He's not getting sacks.
Yeah.
Partly I think because of the team he's on and the game flow and everything. But if you look at the true pass rush win ratings, this is when a defensive end is lined up on an offensive tackle and there's no chip block. It's 3rd and long. It's 2nd and long. It's a passing down. How often are guys winning? Right now, Will Anderson is 1st in the league. I believe Danielle Hunter is 3rd in the league, and then Josh Hines-Allen is 5th in the league.
Okay.
So there's
the top 5 are in this game.
And Danielle Hunter, they don't have a boatload of sacks to show for it, but they're rushing the passer really well. And Josh Hines-Allen is the exact same thing. This game, for me, the exciting part this week is, man, week 3 was a long time ago. And Ariante Uristri, I think, has made some improvements since then.
Yeah.
One of the big issues we had in that game was, wow, why are you leaving Ariante Uristri alone on Josh Hines-Allen? You go to last week, and they left Ariante Uristri alone on Nick Bonito a fair amount. and he had some bad snaps, but he did way better than he did against Josh Hines-Allen.
Yeah, I'm bullish on Ariante Ursary.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm from a measuring stick perspective, I'm intrigued to see exactly how much they trust Ariante Ursary versus Josh Hines-Allen.
It's a huge matchup in this game, no question about it.
In which any number of rotating left guards, if they fare any better than they did last time.
Any number of them.
I think the Texans did do a better job offensively on the offensive line of picking up games and blitzes last week. And the ball was coming out real fast, so you didn't get to really see them anchor in and block a lot, but they looked smarter. They looked like they knew what they were doing and sorting out some of the movement on the defensive line.
Did you, if Titus Howard doesn't go, and D'Amico did not firmly say Titus Howard is going to miss this game. He's in the concussion protocol. He did say C.J. Stroud is going to miss this game. He did not specify if Titus Howard is going to miss this game. So I think, obviously, that means Blake Fisher slides in at right tackle because that's what they did against the Denver Broncos. Do we get our first look at Trent Brown as the swing tackle for this team?
You know what? I feel like we should have revisited this at some point this week already. Like the fact that you're in this situation where the backup offensive tackle at this point, if Titus Howard is out, is Trent Brown, who's on the active roster, but we don't know how they actually feel about him. No. And whether you remember he's 30, he's older than 35. He had a torn patellar tendon last year. He's a gargantuan human being.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, you look at the depth at offensive tackle, and for a team that wanted to be able to play 6 offensive linemen, and the cupboard's kind of bare.
Yeah, and you didn't really get much benefit from that trade. It was one of those, hey, Cam and a 7th for a 6th guy. It was a pick swap.
It sounded almost like Cam maybe thought there were promises. It felt to me like a classic, hey, Cam thought he was signing a prove-it deal here, and it looks like it's not going to be a prove-it-year deal because he's not even starting.
Right.
So get me out of here. And the organization doing right by him. That's what it felt like to me.
Yeah.
But this is where all of a sudden you get to like, all right, I wish the organization was a little bit more dug
in.
Yeah.
You signed a $14 million contract.
Yeah.
And you're going to fulfill your services.
That's one of the things. It's one of the challenges of an NFL coach that it's hard to quantify, but how do you deal with disgruntled players?
Mm-hmm.
And it's at any given time on any NFL team in the history of the NFL, there's at least 1 or 2 disgruntled players. And I think it's harder to manage these days because social media blows everything up.
Yeah.
And I mean, players like A.J. Brown, think about it. A.J. Brown complaining on social media and everything afterwards is the kind of stuff that got Terrell Owens demonized.
Mm-hmm.
Like was, because Terrell Owens did a couple little things, when he was at odds with the Oregon in Philadelphia, that became huge media onslaughts.
Yes.
A.J. Brown does it, and it's almost like, that's what players do these days.
It is. Well, that's the thing. The precedent has now been set. Like the teams accommodate guys.
Yeah.
It's a little more like the NBA that way. The Texans as a team.
But the Eagles, to their credit, do a pretty good job of handling that kind of drama.
Yeah.
I think Nick Sirianni, I think, does a pretty good job of like, oh, yeah, there's going to be drama. What of it?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. People are pissed off. I'm pissed off. What?
Yeah.
People get pissed off.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes Nick Sirianni's head kind of being in the clouds is a benefit to a team. You know? It makes me think back to last week when we had Philip Lindsay on before the Denver game, and he talked about 2021.
When 15 players walked up
he
in
estimated
unison.
15 players. He's like, there were 15 players on the 2021 Texans that wanted to went to the GM to ask for a trade, and you were like at the same time. And he's like, yeah.
No, because the way he phrased it was, I've never seen 15 guys walk into the front office asking for a trade.
Right.
And I'm like, wait a second, like at the same time,
get in line, or
at the same time. Yeah, I ain't never heard nothing like that.
That's wild.
That's like a scene out of a movie, man.
Yeah. If you had to guess, like, what the main driver for that was, like, was it? Do you think there was something where, like, I can't believe we're playing for David Culley? Was it something?
I think
like that?
The fact that Justin Reed got into it, had that blow up in the team meeting.
Yeah,
that's the one that felt to me where Justin Reed's a good guy. Justin Reed's not the kind of guy who's going to be a malcontent. Are so out of whack and being run so poorly that, especially, players who have played for Bill O'Brien, who I think largely ran a tight ship, there's a lot. As a coach, there's so much you can accomplish in improving a team just by running a tight ship in terms of discipline and everything, even above and beyond. It does it before you even get into the X's and O's.
Yeah.
I think, they probably were just like, this is not working right.
I'm burning
everything's screwed up and stupid here.
I am taking punishment for this, like physical punishment every week. I'm burning a year of daylight on this.
It was clear where David Culley, it sucked because David Culley never should have been hired to be in the position he was to have to try to explain some of these football things in a press conference. But it was clear in press conferences that there were certain things about the game that he just did not understand.
Yeah.
He was so ill-suited for the job. And it's like
game management,
a likable guy. I'm not saying he's a bastard or anything. They never should have hired him. Right. But imagine that guy standing up in front of a bunch of professional football players and indicating to them that he really didn't have a grasp of the things he needed to know.
Yeah.
Guys probably just got fed up with it.
What are we doing? Yeah.
I've been on bad football teams before, but it was like Dom Capers knows what the hell he's talking about.
Sure.
When it comes to the game of football.
There's not malpractice going on.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. All right. We know that DeMeco Ryans has taken up for Nick Caley. Yesterday was the anniversary of some incredible audio. What if DeMeco Ryans took up for Nick Caley the way this head coach did for his OC back in 1989? This is incredible.
Hey, take up for you, and it's
Lawyer Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. One of the things I love about social media is like on this day in such and such a year, this happened, and you get a video of it.
Yeah.
I like that stuff, and especially this time of year. Not to get too far off track, but this time of year is great because it's like you're reliving a different Astros playoff game every day.
Yeah.
This day in 2022, Jeremy Pena hit a home run to beat the Mariners 1-0. Yesterday was the third anniversary of the second World Series championship. So we got that Yordan Alvarez home run was popping up huge on social media. Kyle Tucker securing the final out down there along the foul line in right field was there.
I remember when both those guys used to play for the Astros.
Yeah.
Yordan now sometimes plays for the Astros.
Tucker was on the Cubs. What happened to Yordan this year? Where was he? Who did he play for this year?
Yeah.
Yordan.
Every now and then.
Yeah.
Every now and then.
Oh, yeah, he's part-timer.
Real quick on the side of that reminds me after the show, I got to go watch that guy that does the Mike Francesa imitations, but of doing like historical events. Like he did like a British general during the Revolutionary War.
Oh my God, send it to me.
Talking about how things were going great. Yeah.
Send it to me. So this is this popped up. Actually, the Twitter account it popped up on was This Day in Sports Clips, which I immediately followed. Do you remember a Minnesota Vikings head coach by the name of Jerry Burns? This guy right here.
I remember him, yeah.
Ironically, he looks a little like Mr. Burns on The Simpsons.
I wonder if that was the inspiration.
Yeah, maybe so. He was the Minnesota Viking 89. And on November 5th, 1989, the Vikings beat the Rams 23-21 in overtime on a walk-off blocked punt safety. This is back when the first team that scored in overtime, the game was over. Sudden death. Minnesota got their first 21 points with 7 field goals, no touchdowns. So the game went to overtime 21-21. Minnesota kicked 7 field goals, and they won the game because of a block punt safety. So their offense didn't get any touchdowns that day. And apparently at this point in the season, it would have been week 9 or 10, whatever, the offensive coordinator for the Vikings' name was Bob Schnelker.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Burns walked up to the podium and, without even getting asked about it, put this impassioned defense together for Bob Schnelker, his offensive coordinator. What would it sound? Can you imagine D'Amico Ryans doing this for Nick Caley?
A hell of a game. Let me say something. As long as I'm in this f***ing job, Schnelker will be the offensive coach. I mean, no question about that. No f***ing question about that. Now, I don't like to name names after a f***ing game, but we can't be responsible for the blocking. We can't be responsible for the f***ing guys jumping offside. We can't be responsible for. We get down there and it was a dumb play by Anderson. I love Anderson, but it was a dumb f***ing play when his foot was shoe was coming off up the line of scrimmage. We were howling take timeout. We had a f***ing trap play called, and his f***ing shoe comes off. That ain't Schnelker's fault. We have another f***ing trap play, and if Finney picks up his f***ing feet, he walks in. We got the f***ing pass to AC out there in the flat. The ball's thrown in low. That isn't Schnelker's fault. We got right down there. We got the second down, and I don't know what the hell. 2 yards ago, I don't know what 15, 40, whatever the hell it was, and Irwin jumps offside.
Did you win this game?
I think we did, yeah.
Carlos, you had a kicking problem in the past.
No, we'll stir one up. We'll stir one up here before it's done. He did a sensational f***ing job.
Okay, we're good. We're good, Ben.
I miss him. I didn't even remember.
Wasn't even asked about it. He walked up to the podium and just started going.
Started naming players one after the other.
That is a strong.
Got to do this. Got to do that. Idiot move.
That is the strongest way I've ever heard a coach say, we need to execute better.
I know. Yeah, that was if Bobby Slowick had gotten up there and just flat out said, yeah, look, you got Schultz running the wrong. Schultz doesn't want to block anybody? Yes. C.J. Stroud making reads God knows why.
Yeah. Who would he be
Instead of
blaming?
saying execution, tell me who didn't execute.
Yeah.
So I can publicly execute
who
them.
Would D'Amico be blaming in his impassioned defense of Nick Caley?
Just a quick post-mortem on all of that.
Yeah.
Because he said Schnelker would be his coach as long as he's coaching.
As long as he's coaching there.
I couldn't find whether Schnelker was fired or not, but he did. His last year with the Vikings was 1990, where but Jerry won. Okay. So there was at least 1 year where he didn't have
So ownership probably had to go to him and say, hey, man.
Yeah, that was probably the last, like, hey, all right, we got to make some changes.
I know you like Schnelke.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is some tremendous audio.
The Vikings, you know what I thought of when I looked at that picture of Jerry Burns? The Vikings have a history of having guys that don't quite look like NFL head coaches. You know, like they had Jerry Burns. Brad Childress was like...
Brad Childress looked like Mr. Noodle on Sesame Street.
He looked like they pulled him right out of a CPA firm or something. You know, like he didn't look like a head coach at all. I feel like Mike Tice also... He just always kind of had like
goofy
a
dude,
big dopey look about him.
Yeah.
But then they had some sort of like Mike Zimmer looked like the consummate NFL head coach.
Did Dennis Green look like
I can't figure out where I would put Dennis Green in that by body type because there's more and more chubby NFL head coaches than there used to be as the entire population has gotten chubbier.
In the purple of the Vikings, he looked a little like Grimace from the McDonald's commercials. He kind of had a Grimace vibe to him. Yeah. So Jerry Burns, man. I'm assuming Jerry Burns is no longer with us. He looked like he was ready to go in this video that we just played.
Now Bud Grant looked exactly like an NFL head coach.
Yeah, ball cap.
Yeah.
Probably smoked a couple packs a day. Probably smoked on the sideline in all those Super Bowls that he lost back in the day.
Norm Van Brocklin looked like Paul Allen, who doesn't look like a football coach.
Yeah.
No, not Paul Allen. Who am I? Steve Allen.
Steve Allen. Yeah. Yep, Steve Allen.
Paul Allen didn't look like one either, but yeah.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Hey, Brian Baldinger did some Kamari Lassiter.
Baldy is so good and impassioned in these things that these are video clips that he puts out on X that are still just as good for radio because he's so passionate about it.
Passionate about how awesome Kamari Lassiter is. This is Baldy breaking down all 22 of Kamari Lassiter from this past week's game against the Broncos.
This Texans defense is excellent. And this Kamari Lassiter, what a player. You watch him play this go route by Troy Franklin, you can't play the ball in the air any better without a penalty. I mean, just clean football. You watch him on the perimeter, like he sees it, he goes, gets it. All right, he might not get Franklin to the ground, but he got a whole bunch of help coming. Alshire's coming, everybody else is coming to clean it up. All right, you just watch him in any phase of the game. Like here comes R.J. Harvey, and here he comes. Like he's going to defeat the block right there, bam. And when he comes, he brings a whole lot of wood with it. Like you watch him in the force, in the run game. Man, he takes his shots. Like he is vicious. All right, you watch him right here. All right, here comes Troy Franklin. Like every phase of the game. Kamari Lassiter is a player, man. Stingley on one side, Alshire, like, man, they sting you, man. Petrie, like the whole group is good.
Yeah, that's the damn shame of the season so far.
Yes.
Is that it's not just a good defense; it's one that's really fun to watch. It's what you want your defense to look like. They fly around all over the place. They're like demons out there. One of the first plays that he was talking about there was on that. Mark came up and missed the tackle, but Alshire and Henry To'oTo'o didn't even have good angles on it, but they were running so fast that they ended up holding the play to like a 1 yard gain.
Yep.
As they kind of like trailing each other, trying to like they were racing in a 40. It's fun to watch. It's just, man, God, could they get a little bit of help from the offense?
Yeah, no, that's
just could you get a rushing attack going?
Watching that Baldy video, listening to the audio of that, my gut reaction is it is so depressing to me that the defense is individually and as a unit are this good and they're 3-5.
If you didn't, this is the craziest thing about the Texans over the last 2 weeks has been, despite their offense underperforming so much, that they've had a 25-minute time of possession in the first half.
Yeah.
In both of these last couple games, it was 25 minutes 2 weeks ago, and then it was like 24 minutes this last week.
Did they really get that much in the first half?
They broke some kind of record for having 2 games in a row where they had a half with that much time of possession.
Yeah.
It was well above 20 minutes.
They definitely won the time of possession battle.
And it's not because the offense is just, I mean, the offense is, when CJ's been in, they've had a lot of multi-play drives that they can't score touchdowns on, but it's also because the defense is getting so many 3-and-outs. And if this offense could just have a respectable rushing attack, if you could just do that, you got a better chance of winning some of these close games.
Yep.
But the defense keeps getting run out there after the offense gets 3-and-out after 3-and-out after 3-and-out. they had some respect the rushing attack. This could be an all-time defense.
Absolutely.
But there's just too much pressure on them throughout the whole game.
Yep. A lot of people noticing that Brian Baldinger talked about Kamari bringing a lot of wood with him.
Yes.
To the gang
when he
tackles.
comes, he brings a lot of wood.
He brings a lot of wood.
And that's a big thing about him. I noticed that. And that's why I suggested to you that he should be the player of the game after the game, because I was like, the guy just keeps coming and coming and coming.
Brings the wood.
He is. It's like he was all over the place. He was all over the football field.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right. Circling to the Astros for a minute because the offseason is here. The three biggest things that the Astros need to address or answer in the early part of the offseason here. That's coming up next. But first, let's get you guys down to
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Chandler Rome, Seth, had kind of a summary of the offseason for the Astros. A good synopsis, 3 bullet points of things that are probably the highest priority that they need to either, questions they need to answer, actual players or positions they need to staff here.
And some of it is, it's interesting because he points out some very obvious things, but that by and large, I myself have wanted to ignore the obvious. I know it's time to move on from Framber Valdez if he's going to get the kind of contract that people are projecting him to get. I don't think the Astros have an appetite for it. I know most Astros fans don't have an appetite for it. And yet, the brass tacks bottom line is he pitches a lot of innings. He's incredibly durable, and you've got to replace not just a starting pitcher, but a starting pitcher who is just eats up a lot of innings.
Puts in the work, man.
And this is on a staff that had 36 different pitchers throw a pitch for the Astros last year.
Yeah, those numbers are startling.
I don't know if that includes Cesar Salazar or not.
It does. He lays it out. Yeah,
okay.
36 men threw a pitch for the Astros last season. 3 of them are position players, so Salazar, Chaz. They waived one of their best pitchers, Chaz McCormick, this week. 5 more have undergone significant arm surgeries. 8 others were either released or traded during the season. One of them is Ryan Gusto, who was part of the ill-fated trade for Jesus Sanchez, the outfielder from the Marlins. Gusto threw 86 innings in an Astros uniform before being shipped to Miami. Only 2 Houston pitchers threw more innings, Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez.
Right.
So Ryan Gusto, who they traded in July, ate up the 3rd most innings on the Astros last year.
Sean, remember we did that little exercise where we were astounded by the number of guys that you barely even remembered were on the team, but that were...
relievers were in the top 5.
Yeah, or some of the guys who were latecomers or whatever. Yeah. I mean, Colton Gordon threw the 4th most pitches on the team.
Yeah.
And it just felt like forever ago since he was around.
Yep.
And then Okert had the 5th most on the team.
Yep.
It's astounding just how many different guys they used in pretty heavy doses, but it's just impossible to keep track of how many.
It's not fun either to keep track of.
No, it's not fun at all.
No.
That's the really thing. I mean, you got to go way down the list to see how many innings you got out of Arrighetti and Javier. You had way more guys. The guys that were your chosen named top 5 or 6 guys at the beginning of the season, Javier ends up pitching 37 pitches, innings. Arrighetti 35 in a third. Those guys are down into 13th or 14th most innings on the team last year.
Just to frame this team, and I know, Seth, as you sort of acknowledged by saying that Astro fans probably don't have the appetite to go 6 years, 190 or whatever it's going to be for Framber. The fact of the matter is, some of that is probably colored with how this past season went. It wasn't Framber's best year, both on the mound and in general in the clubhouse, press conferences, things like that. But this is what you're letting walk out the door. Since becoming a full-time starter in 2020, the COVID year, Valdez has thrown 973 innings. Okay, that's a lot. How many? How much is that? Only 4 pitchers have thrown more innings, and only one of those 4 has a lower ERA than Valdez, and that's Phillies ace Zach Wheeler. Few pitchers like that exist on the open market. This is Chandler Rome talking now, and the Astros aren't in the business of paying those who do. So you're looking at and again, this is bullet point number 1 of 3. We'll get to the other 2 in a second, but this is the priority. If Chandler is doing them in order, he's got them in the right order. Replacing the lost innings is the number 1 thing for Dana Brown to have to figure out and go do. And whether that's through trades and bringing in guys or whether it's through bargain shopping and free agency, if some of that is some of the injured guys coming back, development of younger guys on the farm, the problem is there's not nearly as many solutions in-house as there have been the last, or at least feel like potential solutions in-house that there have been the last few years. Yep. It's Hunter Brown and a bunch of other dudes right now.
And the upside of Bluebaugh, perhaps, who's sitting on a 1.79 ERA, but he's had 30 or 40 innings or so. To the pitching staff, it's guys that have veteran experience and, nothing to get excited about.
Nate
but it's
Pearson, he gave him a 1-year deal.
In case of emergency, Peter Lambert, I guess the Verlander thing I'm way more comfortable with right now than I would have been in the last 2 years. Last year I was still fighting. I was fighting it. I was saying, no, there's no way they could have as many injury issues this year as they had last year.
Yeah.
Why on earth would you bring in Justin Verlander? We need to have guys that are younger and have upside and everything, where now, all right, they've got some guys that are young and have upside, but some of them are either totally unproven in blue ball. Arrighetti, I don't know what the hell's going on with him.
Yeah.
I still don't know what he is as a major league pitcher.
Right.
And then you stack on top of that, he's got a mysterious soreness in his elbow.
Yeah.
It isn't. Then we know how that goes with the Astros.
You're trying to cobble something together, man.
Yeah.
You can't get choosy as to how you do it.
Yeah, if Verlander wants to come here on a reasonable deal, by God, get him. By dadgummit, get him in here.
Well, the other thing, too, with Verlander going into 2025 is he was coming off a season where, A, to your point, he was hurt for a lot of the season, and B, when he did pitch, he wasn't good.
Yeah.
5.48 ERA. A big reason why I'm cool with them giving Verlander a reasonable one-year deal is he looked like the old Verlander for the most part over the second half of last season in San Francisco.
But I would imagine that Dana Brown obviously has his eyes wide open about a guy his age, is that you just flat out don't know. You can't go into a season expecting that Verlander is going to be there for 170 innings.
No.
You just flat out can't. But it can be part of a guy that can give you these innings.
He threw 152 last year.
Right.
I would take that.
I know. I would take that too. But I'm just also saying, but he's also 34, 33.
He'll be 43 when spring training.
43,
He'll be 43.
I knew he wasn't 34.
Yeah, he'll be 43 when spring training starts next year. Next
spring. A little dyslexia popping up. I took 43 and turned it into 34.
That's all right. That's okay.
Is there late stage? Is there like
it's all those cookies you got?
Does it ever come on at the age of 50?
Yeah.
I guess that's just dementia. Damn it.
Yeah.
I'd much rather have dyslexia.
Dementia.
Yeah.
So that's number one, replace the lost innings. And Chandler mentions Verlander as a possibility here and a few of the other names.
What did I say that got dumped? Did I swear, Ben?
The dadgum GD. I wasn't sure.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Got it.
I saw the flashing light there. All right, number two. What is Jose Altuve's role on this team? This puzzle is really interesting to me that Dana Brown has to put together here or eliminate a piece of maybe at some point, because they've got Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez, who both should be DHing.
Right.
That should be their roles on the team, and yet you can't have two DHs. On the infield, you've got Carlos Correa and Isaac Paredes, who are both all-star caliber third basemen. Jeremy Pena's not going anywhere unless they make a trade. If they trade Jeremy Pena for a bunch of prospects, then that tells you what they think about where they are as a team right now, or what they think about Pena. I just don't know. Like the solution back to shortstop.
No, and he doesn't want to be a shortstop.
He doesn't want to be a shortstop.
And they traded for Correa knowing that I think he was better off playing third base. It's
I agree.
Easier on his body. Yeah.
I agree. I'm just pointing it out. Like everything's on the table, it would seem right now.
Not Pena.
I don't think Pena gets traded, but I think I think you got to at least put it in your mind. So,
I think most Astros fans are at the point now where, why bother falling in love with any of these guys?
Yeah.
Because you don't retain any of them,
right?
Unless Pena signs a deal, one of those Yordan type deals.
He's already been offered
way ahead of his free agency.
He was offered. His response was he hired Scott Boras.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there really is. It's almost like it's like if your mom's promiscuous or something and she's coming home with a different guy every night. You're like, I'm not going to start thinking about these guys as my next daddy.
Jeremy Pena is not my next stepfather, right?
I had a friend whose mom was like that, and she was very fond of both policemen and firemen. And he grew up having a warped view of policemen and firemen. Yeah.
Oh.
It was just
first responders, they help us.
Yeah, they help us. Your mom's just giving back.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
They have a hard job. You got to keep their spirits
But
up.
it was cool. It went from like when he was real loud, he goes like, "Oh my gosh, you're a fireman," to like, "Oh, great, here's another fireman."
All right. Yeah.
It's the fireman of the month. All right.
And the whole third station house down here.
That's how I'm starting to feel with some of these Astros players.
No, I get it.
Jeremy Pena. All right, he's just Jim Crane's latest little hussy. So he'll be gone. I'm not going to fall in love with him.
So here's the big question with Yordan now being back. Is he going to play some second base this year? The Chandler suggests like that you just go, all right, One guy will be left field, one guy will be DH, and we just kind of
playing second base.
No. Did I say second base? I meant left field.
Okay.
Sorry. That Jordan.
I'm here for it, though.
Jordan and Altuve be as good as Altuve is probably. That Jordan and Altuve would be in some sort of DH left field platoon with each other.
How are all the baseball intelligentsia, the people that told me over and over, told us that, not you, but me and other Astros fans, that like, hey, why are you guys so nervous about him playing left field? It's no big deal. Yeah. And I got convinced, and I thought, okay, yeah, it is true. It is true. It's not rocket science or anything, and he's athletic enough to do it. The height shouldn't necessarily – his height isn't any more of a concern in left field as it is at second base. Like the range is the range.
The only problem with that was that with that hypothesis turned out to be that when a ball goes over his head at second base, it's a base hit.
Right.
When he jumps at the wall and then it bounces off the wall, it's typically
it's a
extra
double,
bases.
At least.
Yeah.
The problem was though, it wasn't for a lack of jumping ability. It was his timing on the jumps.
Timing was awful.
Which I could get though too. You're in your 30s. You're trying to learn how to time that up. That's
never
difficult.
done it before. Yeah. Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's something you consider when somebody's about to move to left field. But then also, too, because people would say, old Sethers, listen, his arm strength is really not an issue because how often do you actually have to? Enough times that it ends up mattering is what it is.
Yeah.
It's enough times that it ends up mattering in certain specific
It matters throwing home plate and throwing to third base and things like that. So what is Jose Altuve's role is a huge question because this we know. He's going to be in the lineup every day in some capacity. So what is his role? That's number 2. And, again, we're going through Chandler Rome on The Athletic, the 3 big things the Astros need to answer or address. The third one is deciding who to trade. And this goes more – probably should have saved all the Correa-Paredes talk for this one because they've got an extra guy right now. If Paredes can't play second base, and the word on the street is that there's not a ton of – confidence in him out there, both in the building and outside the building, that he would be a good second baseman, then they've got to move they're not moving Correa. Correa's here for the long haul. They traded for him for a reason. They've got to move one of Paredes or Christian Walker in all likelihood. And whoever sticks around plays first base. Because if they don't think Paredes can play second base, if they don't think Paredes can play second base, then you may as well put Altuve at second base. You know, like if you're going to play a bad player at second base, just put Altuve there, and then that solves your DH problem. But Paredes is estimated to be making $9.3 million this coming year after arbitration. Walker, we know, will make $20 million. I can't imagine the team they trade Christian Walker to if they were to move on from him. I can't imagine that team paying the full freight on Christian Walker. The Astros will probably have to pay some of the $20 million in each of the next 2 years. Chandler makes a great point in here, which is if you're going to keep one of the two, keep in mind Paredes is cheaper, wing that's tailor-made for Minute Maid Park, has the better eye at the plate, is the more disciplined hitter. He was an all-star last year.
Yeah.
I say keep Paredes, give the man a first base glove, find somebody to take Christian Walker. Christian Walker led the team in home runs and RBIs last year, and it was the phoniest home run and RBI leader that I can remember in my history of watching the Astros, because there was never a time throughout the year where I consistently felt like that guy was going to do anything but strike out when he came up with guys on base. Mm-hmm. And that slow, mopey walk back to the dugout that he has, man, trade that thing out the door. Pay the whole $20 million to get that out the door.
I'll tell you the thing when we start talking about where guys are going to play in the infield and everything. If you go back to the heyday of the Astros, the golden era, especially in 2017 through 2022, they were pretty consistently in the top 5 defensively. In terms of fielding, they were a really, really good fielding team. I think the COVID year they weren't, but everything was off that year.
They were a bad team.
Yeah. Whereas it's been kind of a slow degradation over the last few years, where in terms of runs, defensive runs saved, I think they were 19th or 20th this year, or 20th this year. It's just they're not the same as they used to be, and that was one of those awesome little things, like their judgment at the plate, their fielding, all of those things
stuff
above and beyond
teams
OPS and everything else. That like this is just a fundamentally pure and sound baseball team, and it was cool.
Yeah, it ain't
and they've fallen so far away from all of that.
Yep. Hey, how would you feel? Bregman signed with the Philadelphia Phillies. Be okay with that?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Anything in the honestly,
they're the
NL,
non-Red Sox favorite to sign him.
Anything other than the Dodgers in the NL doesn't really bother me all that much.
Yeah.
I just other than World Series, etc. It just doesn't. I don't. Plus, if they had lost to the Phillies, maybe it would bother me more. But
Kyle Tucker, the non-Cubs favorite.
Yeah,
they did the odds board, assuming they don't go back to the team that they were just on. The Toronto Blue Jays. 3-1.
Oh, interesting.
I feel like we've kind of built sort of a niche Blue Jay fandom down here.
There were a lot of people I was that were all in on. Just for one, they were watching George Springer. George Springer was being maligned by the broadcast crew at times,
and
or at least
society.
They keep bringing it up, right? That I feel like people started really just taking up for George Springer and everybody. It's a likable team.
Yeah,
I mean, like Bo Bichette. Bo Bichette almost looks like he's 17 years old now. And although Vlad Guerrero, people love a portly baseball player. It's
Does Kyle Tucker make them more likable, less likable, the same amount of likable?
In the eyes of the populace, it's going to make them more likable for Houston Astros fans.
You think?
But in the eyes of America, they're going to become the villains.
Which is crazy because Tucker wasn't even on the team.
Yeah, no, I know, but people don't.
Oh, I know that people are dumb. I'm with you. Yeah. I'm just saying it's
Bregman,
stupid.
I would say for Bregman, I honestly, because he's such a baseball nerd, for him, I like the idea of him playing for the Red Sox.
Yeah.
And Philly's not as much of a baseball town as Boston is.
Yeah.
Feels like that's the right place for him if he's not going to be in Houston.
Last one because we're up against
Boston,
it.
That is.
Cody Bellinger,
mm-hmm.
of course, was a Yankee. Favorite non-Yankee team to sign him, the New York Mets.
Okay.
He just moves across town. Number 2?
No.
Houston Astros.
There's no way.
Plus 350.
No way. Not with Correa still on the squad. I'm sure those two have probably met at a charity event or something.
I'm guessing I'm for it if they want to do it. I mean, he's turned back into a good player.
Yeah, no.
You have a need in the outfield.
I don't like him.
Do you not want to be good?
I don't like him.
Yeah, okay. So you're putting
I don't like him.
You're putting your feelings above the improvement of the baseball team. That's fine.
Yeah. It would be it'd be bad juju.
Yep.
It'd be bringing in. It'd be he'd probably be making all kinds of. He'd be thinking.
I need it just to see you react.
He'd be making stupid little jokes, thinking like he's just having fun with it and everything. And we're like, no, dude, we're not there yet. Okay.
Yeah. Still too soon. 6 years or whatever it was when he went after the Astros. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. All right, J.J. Watt is.
Everybody knows. Remember what he said. Everybody knows that Altuve stole the MVP from Aaron Judge.
I know.
That's what he said. Everybody knows.
I need him in the building so Altuve can walk up and just start kicking him in the shins.
Yeah.
Or punching him in the shins. Yeah.
Altuve could just beat him up conventionally.
Maybe.
Altuve's a yoked little dude, and you know he's tough.
He's a bulldog.
And I'm guessing that he grew up in a tougher neighborhood than Cody Bellinger.
I'm guessing.
Look, I'm just putting it out there.
Southern California.
I've seen the documentary. It looked like I think Cody Bellinger grew up in a different type of neighborhood than where Jose Altuve grew up.
J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show yesterday on the state of the Texans about the football team. That is coming up next.
Daisy sour cream dips are awesome. They taste like
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth and I are just reminiscing about the 1989 NFL draft.
We got into a little, we started talking about various cheating allegations in
Roids.
sports. And we were talking about how when
stuff.
Aaron Judge was breaking the AL record for home runs, how annoying it became. Because there was a whole generation of like guys in their 20s who hadn't been around for the steroid scandal in Major League Baseball, who were bringing up all the old dumb arguments about ball and thing, which was like, for a while there, it took a while for people to realize, like, oh, wow, yeah, being stronger and swinging the bat harder and everything does matter.
Mm-hmm.
But all the old arguments, like, well, you still gotta see, you gotta hit the ball. It's more about reaction time. I'm like, yeah, no, okay, if Barry Bonds had an identical twin and one of them took steroids, while the other one did not, you've got a stronger version of the guy who sees the ball and does all of those things.
I'm going with Roid Boy on stats.
Yeah, no, but it was crazy how many people were dug in on steroids wouldn't help you hit a baseball further. And it was nuts. And I had to relive it with all of these 20-year-old dudes who had never thought about it before making the same arguments. When I was, you know what, the big one, back when they started testing the NCAAs in the 80s in football, that was where a lot of strength coaches in college football, you might get hired to be a strength coach at definitely one of the Big Ten schools, and Michigan State, let's say.
Michigan State,
and up on the board, they've got all the bench press records and everything.
Yeah.
And you're like, I can't keep those up there. These guys, there's no way in hell these guys are going to be. Anybody's breaking one of those.
No, the best would be putting asterisks next to all of them.
Yeah.
Leave them up there, but they have asterisks. Yeah, sorry, this is from the steroid era. Yeah. All right, J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and J.J. is on the call this weekend for your Houston Texans against the Jacksonville Jaguars. This was J.J. Watt yesterday, bewildered about the Texans' inability to score from inside the 2-yard line.
I mean, Jacksonville is a whole different team than they were, and Houston appeared as if they were going to be on a different trajectory there for a couple, kind of change that conversation, I guess, huh? That's kind of everybody's out on the Texans all of a sudden.
I mean, it's tough, man. The Texans defense right now is literally playing like a historic defense in the NFL. Number one in total yards, number one in total points. Like, they're doing everything possible. It's just they've had 10 attempts to score from inside the 2-yard line this year, and they've scored on 0 of them. 10 times inside the 2-yard line, scored 0.
That's heartbreaking.
You have to be able to put the ball in the end zone, man.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, but that's what's going on there. The defense is playing phenomenal, so I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And if you wouldn't mind letting the Jaguars fans know, because they saw the announcer pairing come out, and they were not happy that I was calling the Texans game, and they think it's going to be a one-sided fest. So.
That's funny. JJ got some blowback for calling this game, calling his old team this weekend.
Yeah,
from Jags fans. If you're a Jag fan, he'll be. JJ's fine. JJ is very down the middle on his calls of these games.
You know, the one thing is, it's actually more than 10 trips down, and I think I might have led JJ astray on this. Because the other day
did you feed him that number?
I was thinking about the Bronco. Well, I know he listens to our show at times. And definitely, like, he follows me on Twitter, and they tweeted out me talking about how in the Bucs game and in the Texans game, that's 10 times they were on the 1-yard line, they didn't score.
Yeah,
you got to add that they were down on the 1-yard line in the Seahawks game too.
Yeah,
and had 3 cracks at it.
They eventually scored.
It was 4 cracks at it.
Yeah. I know they were down there. The Woody Marks touchdown was a short touchdown.
Well, no, they were down on the 1-yard line and. In the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
In Seattle.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. They turned it over.
So it's actually 14 plays on the 1-yard line.
Oh, my God.
Where they didn't score.
JJ better get back on McAfee and give a correction today on that.
Yeah.
Man.
That's my fault. I'm sorry. JJ. I was just thinking off the top of my head, and it went immediately to the Bucs game and then last week, but you had brought up the Seahawks, and I forgot about it.
Yeah.
So it's actually even worse than it sounds.
Dude.
They've been down to the 1.
Who cares what the number is? They suck at it. I don't care what the number is. They suck at it.
I'm at the point almost now where you get into that self-destructive tendency where you're like, I hope it gets worse. I hope they get down to the 1-yard line, and because then something will change.
I'm okay, so you're more self-destructive than I am. I'm at the go down at the 8-yard line. Run out of bounds at the 8-yard line.
Yeah.
Don't lunge forward to get down to the 2. Get out at the 8. You got plenty of space.
Yeah.
You can run a few things. And now I'm trusting Nick Caley's creativity to get them in from the 8-yard line.
I've got a little nephew who's kind of he's stubborn in a way that where his mom gives him like, all right, we got to do timeout, and he'll be like, fine. And she said, okay, we're going to have to do more timeout. And he says, keep going.
Oh, he's like Bender on Breakfast Club.
I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, God, I admire you.
Yeah. That is a kid. That is destructive. That is a kid willing
You
to go
are either going places or going nowhere fast.
Right.
There's one of the two.
Right.
We need to be sure how to channel. We need to be sure we channel that stubbornness of yours into something positive.
You said little nephew. How old is he?
He's 6.
Oh,
no, he's 7.
Okay,
7,
in that range. Okay, that's strong.
And he does. He's got to look.
He
knows what he's doing.
Kid's gonna be a heel.
And yeah, he'll sit there and he'll sit there and he'll take his punishment with that same look on his face.
I love that. I love that.
He never begs to get out of it or anything. He'll just stand there he'll stand there in place for like 20 minutes.
That's beautiful. Yeah. That is beautiful. Love it. Hey, one more from JJ. I think JJ's speaking for a lot of people here. Not me necessarily, because I'm not a YouTube TV subscriber, but apparently JJ Watt is, and just out of nowhere, he just starts expressing his frustration over the Disney
over the ESPN
YouTube
scenario, which he's and he's currently, as he's saying this, he's on ESPN.
He's on ESPN, yeah.
I'm not entering my information on another freaking website, and I'm not getting a confirmation code sent to my email, clicking it and coming back and putting it in, and then I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I did it once. I have some sort of subscription. I have no clue what it is because I can only watch freaking half the content apparently, or it's replayed content. That's bullshit. Figure it out.
Figure it out.
Yeah, figure it out. No, it's true. It's not, because obviously JJ's not hurting for money. It's the hassle of the whole thing. Yeah. That's as much as the money for most people is a huge concern. But even if it's not the money, it's the hassle of it. And then especially ESPN is pissing me off. They're cheesing me off, Sean, because that app, that whole scenario, that whole bundle, it is miserable. To try to sign up for the package, they say you need to watch that game.
Yeah.
I tried it. I can't remember which game it was a couple weeks ago. I got sent on a never-ending loop. Is hellish as sometimes, where you're on the phone on customer service and they send, you need to talk to billing. They send you to billing and they're like, oh no, you need to talk to service. Then you go to service and they're like, oh no, you need to talk to billing.
It's so bad.
That's when you try to log into ESPN.
Yeah.
And then they'll send you, you got to actually go log in Hulu and change your package because you need this package. I go to Hulu, they're like, you already have that package.
And then
I go back to ESPN, and they say the same damn thing again.
And then the part where they send you like this 6-digit code that you need to go to ESPN.com/activate or something like that to open it up.
They make it really, for a big company, they make it really miserable to sign up.
It's horrible. Well, the thing for me, WWE has moved all of their premium live events over to ESPN now. It used to be on Peacock, which is easy as hell to get in. I stay logged in on Peacock.
Yeah.
It's on ESPN now, and the very first one was in September, and I went through that whole never-ending loop because you could only watch it on the ESPN app. It wasn't on ESPN, the network. It was just on ESPN Plus, just on the app. And I'm like, I have to do this every time? And I get logged out, and I got to log back in, and it's JJ, you're speaking for the people, man. Good for you.
Good job, JJ.
The voice of the voiceless, JJ Watt. Good job. Hey, I was on Paul Gallant's stream yesterday. This time yesterday, we were discussing Paul Gallant and his lack of chivalry with his current girlfriend.
Yeah, because he went through the TSA pre-check line while his girlfriend stood in the normal line.
Yep. And Paul was talking about the long airport lines, and this was at Logan up in Boston, and he was like, wasn't a big deal. 5 minutes, I was through TSA pre. The girlfriend went through, and the reaction by both you and me and the rest of the people who read the tweet was, wow, bold move.
Bold move, just leaving the girlfriend there in the regular line,
Okay, so I talked with Paul about this yesterday. I was on his stream yesterday. I think it goes up tomorrow. We were recording. And I said, hey, before you cut me loose here, I just want you to know you were a subject on the show today, Paul. He said, oh, yeah, and I explained why. So after talking to him about it, I think he's in a pretty good spot because they've traveled a few times.
Yeah.
He has repeatedly, according to Paul, encouraged her to get TSA pre. Like, you need to, I don't want to apply tone to it. But he has multiple times encouraged her to get TSA pre. And she knew the deal going in on that trip. It wasn't. You read that tweet, and the way you envision it, the way I envision it, is like she found out right as they're standing at the fork in the road.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to go this way and you go that way. It wasn't that way at all. There was a lot of
They've got an understanding.
There was a lot of lead up to it.
If there's anything I know about male-female relations, it's that as long as somebody knows the deal going in, it never goes sideways.
They were fine.
It never becomes the thing that you're like, oh my God.
They
all right,
hugged.
yeah, great. Yeah.
They sealed it with a hug.
Yeah.
And they went their separate ways, and 10 minutes later they were together again.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of on her. If Paul's saying like, hey, you got to give it's $85 for 5 years.
Yeah.
You know what Paul should do?
It's a pain in the butt though. You got to make a visit.
Paul, you do need to make a visit. Paul should get that for her for Christmas.
He can't. She's got to go in and do an identity check.
Venmo her
like
the $85 is what I'm saying.
I'm guessing it's not a money issue for her. It's an inconvenience issue.
But this will push the issue.
Yeah.
This will.
Your wife, a Peloton. I don't know.
TSA Peloton's much more of a commitment.
But you're kind of like, hey, here's a gift for something that you're not doing.
Right.
You're a grown woman. You can make your own choices. But here's a gift of something that I'm making you do.
That's a little different than a Peloton. He's not telling her she's fat by buying her, which is what the message is when you buy somebody a Peloton.
That Peloton ad, the biggest thing about that Peloton ad back in the day, if you guys don't, just remember, just look up, I guess, probably creepy Peloton ad or something. It wasn't as much that his husband bought it for, because there's probably lots of women that have asked for a Peloton.
Sure.
It's that she looked so desperate to like be validated in her husband's eyes. She looked like she had these big doe eyes, and it was almost just like, I just want to make him happy.
Dude, I was looking to see if she was blinking.
Maybe he'd stop having these affairs if I would get. And she was already really skinny. And like, if I just get even skinnier, yeah.
I was looking to see if she was blinking to send us a message.
Yeah,
like
SOS or something.
Yeah, man.
Torture.
Yeah. So anyways, that was the end game with the whole Paul Gallant situation. Is it's all fine.
It's all fine.
It's all well and good. Yeah. If he gets broken up with, it won't be because of the TSA pre thing. Yeah. So he's very happy with it.
He's cool. Yeah, she knows the deal that he's not chivalrous.
She sounds cool as hell.
And she's cool with a non-chivalrous man.
Yep.
Which plenty of women are at the beginning of all right, let's see how this thing goes.
I find it ironic that you're the skeptical one, and you're the one who's managed to maintain a marriage all these years.
Yeah, because I know.
'Cause your head's on a swivel.
That's a man who commands respect in his household.
Oh, yeah. So good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. All right, there's a story about a former Texan, a very prominent former Texan. Speaking of marriages, didn't see this one being the reason why a former Texan's marriage ended up crumbling. But we will have that story coming up for you. We'll circle back top of the hour to the Texans and the Jags. I have a question about the Texans and the Jags quarterback matchup at the top of the hour. We'll do that. Stay there.
Don't let your retirement.
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Text message. That's such a Paul Gallant thing to do. That's good. I checked with Jesse Watt, who is one of our DJs on, does a great job. And I checked with her to see if her husband, Tyler, were to go and Tyler apparently has like the Mac Daddy TSA prepackage, like international too. Yeah. And she has nothing.
Right. So, when you go through security, is she put out at all? If
Tyler does not use his privileges,
he sticks with her.
He sticks with her. Yeah. And she wants it that way.
That's where I think it's an individual thing. You can't give blanket advice. It's just that I think, Paul, I was glad to hear that Paul had discussions with her about it.
Right. You got to set expectations.
The way you explained it, though, with Paul, this is how I took the way you explained it with Gallant.
Yeah.
Was not that like, oh yeah, she's genuinely cool with me going through TSA pre-check. Well, she has to stand around, and it was more that Paul feels justified in doing it because he's given her multiple opportunities to get TSA pre-check herself.
Yeah, now I'm nervous about how I conveyed it.
That's a little different. Like using our hard male rationale and logic versus sometimes your partner might be weighing things more on the emotional side of things or whatever. It doesn't always. No, we don't always see eye to eye on that.
Well, there's a lot of things that can break up relationships or marriages. Yeah. And Paul's not married, but he's in a very healthy relationship.
So one thing I've learned from social media is that this group of 20-year-olds we have right now is convinced that this is the first time in human history that men and women don't seem to have the same goals and ideals. I'm like, yeah, read a book. Yeah. My God.
Talk to people.
Yeah, all those Shakespeare novels were all about just people seeing things the same, or novels, plays, or anybody back really thinking about how life should go.
So I've yet to hear of a relationship that's broken up because of the TSA pre versus you being the common folk kind of thing, but it'll happen at some point. I also have not heard of a relationship breaking up for the reason that Matt Khalil's marriage disintegrated. Matt Khalil, Texan fans may remember Matt Khalil, who was brought in 2018 as the solution at left tackle. Remember that?
Right, yeah, and they kept insisting that, like, no, he's cool, and we're out there in training camp watching him get destroyed.
He was getting destroyed. And then by the middle part of training camp, he just wasn't out there anymore.
Yeah.
And I remember going to a practice one day, not to get too deep in the weeds. I remember going to a practice. It was the last practice before the final preseason game. So it was more of a walkthrough, and it was in the bubble and everything else. And so we only got to see like the first 20 minutes of it, like stretching. And Bill O'Brien walks over to me and John McClain, and he says, "What the bleep are you guys even doing out here? To watch? What are you here to watch? Stretching?" And McClain goes, I'm here to take attendance.
Yeah.
Like to see if Matt Khalil was out there.
Yeah.
And he wasn't.
Yeah.
So anyways, and Matt Khalil ends up getting cut. And they end up with Julian Davenport at left tackle and Deshaun Watson, yada, yada, yada. He has to take a bus to Jacksonville in week 7 because his rib cage was smushed. So Matt Khalil ends up retiring from football, and he marries, or he may have already been married to, Haley Khalil, a Sports Illustrated model and influencer. They got divorced back in 2022. She was recently on a stream with somebody by the name of revealed the reason why their marriage ended up disintegrating. She explained that they had a good marriage, but something led to their split, which she refused to say out loud, but instead typed it on her phone and showed it to Marlon on the stream. So she's not telling the live audience. She's showing it to Marlon. Marlon, the podcaster, asked if she was being serious, and Khalil planted her forearm on the table.
Like, and I'm envisioning it like flopping it down. Like,
flopping a forearm on the table.
Yeah.
And then, and she says, dead ass for our whole marriage, dead ass, like saying, I'm serious.
Yeah.
And she said, I was going to try it all. Therapists, doctors, even talks about some procedures she should get. It's my life as a comedy.
I think what he could get.
Kind of writes itself. Right.
Like a reduction.
Yeah. Khalil went on to say that Matt was part of the Haley Khalil went on to say that Matt Khalil was part of the 0.01% of the population when it came to, quote, this issue.
Yeah. And just the problem was sometimes too much.
Too Coke cans.
Too much of anything is a good. 2 Coke cans. Yeah.
That's what it was.
Too much of anything is not always a good thing.
Yeah.
That's I've heard of it before. I mean, it's like a common. I don't know about it breaking up a marriage, other than it would create, if it's just impossible to have a marital relationship, the physical side of it, that presents a lot of other obstacles.
I wouldn't know. Amy's managed to survive all these years.
I know, but she's always. She looks like she's. Let's see how she ages over these next 20 years.
2 small Specs bottles.
Yeah. Bowlers. So Matt Khalil, there you go. You got that going for you. For you against you, I suppose.
Maybe that was a big reason why his knees were so jacked up.
That's
all
probably
the time.
why he didn't age as well as his brother.
It's a lot to carry around, man.
Yeah.
So former Texan Matt Khalil. So guys, just keep it on.
I feel bad for them though. That is an awful thing to go through. I'm sure. I'm sure
Matt's having no trouble finding companionship.
As we know, Sean, most women don't give a damn nearly as much as we do about this stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, what they do care about is the extremes. Either too much or too little. Yeah. And it's just as much, like
he's too much.
But by and large, most women just don't give a damn.
Right.
As long as it's within, a certain number of standard deviations. Yeah.
Good way to put it.
It sounds like he's way out there on the bell curve.
Standard deviations.
That's he's got a tattoo, 4 standard devs.
On the flip side, Figgy sent me this story yesterday when we were talking about Tom Brady cloning his dog, and then you and I got talking about cloning human beings, athletes and things like that.
One thing I realized from having discussions with people about that is they forget that when you clone a human, the human's going to have to grow up like a normal human.
Yeah.
And it's going to take 18 years. There's a lead time on this, then they're going to have their own they're going to be independent human beings. So you can't just treat them like a robot that's going to do. They confuse clones with droids.
With droids, exactly. This isn't a cloning story. It's certainly not a genetic cloning story. You remember Suzanne passed away a couple years ago?
Thighmaster.
Yeah, Thighmaster. Right. Yeah,
she could have made it with Khalil.
All sorts of thighs.
Did Khalil's wife try the Thighmaster?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was a big Suzanne Summers fan back in the day, back in the Three's Company days.
Yeah.
The first Playboy I ever bought underaged illegally, the Christmas issue in 1984 with Suzanne Summers.
Did you have
on
a
the
guy
cover.
that you went to buy your...
Kenny Craig was the cashier at the local convenience store.
And he would just turn a blind eye?
He turned a blind eye. I'm like, yeah, Kenny, can I just get this?
But he'd sneak a blind eye at the magazine before he gave it to you.
He probably had his own copy in the back, I would imagine. Suzanne Summers, opposite end of a marriage that didn't work out. She was married to her husband for decades. And passed away at the age of 76. Her husband, her widower, Alan Hamill, says that he's been working on an AI clone of his late wife. that he can like interact
an AI
with.
clone.
AI clone.
Okay,
yeah.
right.
No, not like a physical clone. Yeah.
No, but speaking a bunch of different, like how she would respond.
Like they've been working on it for even years before she died.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that weird?
No, I think it's that's actually that's an interesting part of AI to me, is that like if it gets to a point where people can kind of just by having conversations in it, and even if you like had conversations in front of a computer or whatever, the computer's taking it in, can it create a reasonable model of that it's somebody you could go to for advice after they pass?
I think this is going to be super normal before we know it.
This is pretty much what spoiler alert. This is what Westworld turned into TV show.
Oh, okay.
And then it got like all those those sci-fi, they get a little too weird, and I can't they went. But anyway, but a lot of that was like it was the guy was trying to create an ongoing version of himself through AI.
Would it be out of line for me to ask him if he could create a 1984 version of her in AI for me?
Would
that be out of line?
With an actual droid and everything, or well, if you marry the AI to the clone part, and then figure out a way to upload everything. Again, we've got this problem of it is a human being who's growing. It will first be born as an infant. This is where I had to stop a couple people in their tracks because I brought up a joke about Giselle 2.0, and they're like, oh wow, yeah, he could really do that or something. I'm like, no, he could not.
Yeah,
because then it would turn into like, no, for 18 years that's a child.
Yeah.
Who should presumably be able to do whatever she wants with her life.
Right.
It's creepy as hell if you start thinking about stuff like that.
This is just, I think, her on a computer and just chit-chatting with
I think the biggest problem with I've seen a lot of people that like form relationships with an AI conversation. I saw one special about a guy that basically fell in love with this woman that he was asking for advice and stuff and everything. But the problem is you run out of memory. And so it's like, and they have to end the conversation. And there's ways you can take a set of commands and bring it into a new conversation.
That feels like something that'll get better as the years go on.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
No, the way it works with computers.
Right.
10 years from now, it'll be 10,000 times more powerful.
They won't shut the hell up.
I don't get nervous at all.
10 years from now.
Sean, I'm starting to keep track of how long it takes me to figure out whether an AI video is an AI video or not. And it's getting alarmingly longer and longer already.
Yeah.
And we're really only... How many years are we into watching these AI-generated videos?
Just a few. 2-3 years, maybe?
And it's already, like, there's way too many times where I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's got to be AI because there's no way in hell.
It's scary.
But you got to really...
It's scary.
That's going to continue to get better and better and
better.
Yep,
no doubt. All right, question. Is this game on Sunday between the Jags and the Texans the battle of the two best quarterbacks from the 2021 NFL Draft?
Ooh.
Yeah. And it may be. We will go through that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks, America.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here's my question to you, Seth C. Payne. This matchup of quarterbacks on Sunday. It's Trevor Lawrence, the number one overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, and Davis Mills, the 67th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The first pick for the Texans that year. That was Nick Casario's first year as general manager, and he picked Davis Mills, and we all recall Rich Eisen going, "What are they doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?"
What are you
doing?
doing?
He didn't realize, he hadn't been updated, because it did seem like the national media for a long time was just not touching the Deshaun Watson story with a 10-foot pole.
Right.
That he was acting like, in his mind, it was like, they've already got Deshaun Watson. What's going on?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So, and in between, there were a handful, about a half dozen or so quarterbacks picked. Are these the two best quarterbacks from the 2020? Trevor Lawrence is the only one who's gotten paid out of this draft. You want to go down the list here?
Yeah, because I've got one argument against this. Yeah.
Okay.
But man, what a depressing list.
Right. And I'm not saying I think it's the two best, but I think the fact that it's even a conversation.
Yeah.
This is a failed quarterback class. The Trevor Lawrence is the clear-cut number one.
Yeah.
And he ain't been that good.
I don't know if he's clear-cut.
Okay. Zach Wilson, number 2 pick in that draft.
Definitely not as good as Trevor Lawrence or Davis Mills.
Yep. He's on like his 4th team now,
Yeah.
Zach Wilson?
He's a Texans killer, to be sure.
He did kill the
but
Texans,
still,
yeah. And he's, I think, maybe 3rd team. He's back up to Quinn Ewers on the as 3rd string on the Dolphins. Trey Lance.
Hot mom.
Super hot mom.
Yeah, he might
With
win
hot
that
mom-
battle. I haven't seen all the other mothers
with
or anything.
reportedly hot mom friends that he himself is very fond
That's
of.
right, yeah.
According to reports. Trey Lance, 3rd pick in that draft.
Is he still in professional football?
He's playing for the Chargers, I think.
That's right,
Yeah, he's playing for the Chargers. Not as good as Trevor Lawrence or Davis
Trey
Mills.
Lance picked 3rd overall after everybody was convinced that Kyle Shanahan wanted Mac Jones. And they traded up so aggressively to prove that they definitely didn't want Mac Jones.
Yep.
Because it goes Trey Lance, then Justin Fields, and then Mac Jones goes with the 15th pick
Justin
overall.
Fields 11th pick and Mac Jones with the 15th pick. Mac Jones was the rookie.
Mac Jones is the one that I'm wondering about.
He's the rookie of the year that year.
He's rookie of the year that year, and he's playing better than both Trevor Lawrence and Davis Mills so far this year.
That's true.
Yeah, like Mac Jones is gonna. I was talking to Bucky Brooks yesterday, and I said, okay, so who's the next guy who's gonna be the next Sam Darnold? And he said, I think it might be Mac Jones. I mean, like it's funny. It was cool talking to Bucky because Bucky's, he works for the NFL Network, and he's very, very plugged in, and everybody was wrong, obviously, about the 49ers drafting Mac Jones, but the way Bucky presented it was that Kyle Shanahan really liked Mac Jones, but he was talked into Trey Lance. And at least that's what he kind of, that's what has been suggested to him.
Did he say by whom?
No, he didn't.
Who could it have been that would have that sort of,
John Lynch.
John Lynch be the only one, I guess, that would have that sort of
Or his
stroke?
dad.
Or the owner.
Maybe Mike Shanahan did him in.
Or the owner, ownership steps in on big decisions like that.
But whatever it
sometimes.
was, that Kyle Shanahan did like Mac Jones, and now he's got him, and Mac Jones is playing much better football than he has as of late.
He is. He's played largely good football.
So Mac Jones would be the one I wonder about. That I would say let's keep him in the hopper and see what happens with him. When we live in this age of Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones, Geno Smith, all these guys having mid-career or late-career surges.
Yeah. Kyle Trask, shout out Manville.
Yeah.
Kyle Trask, but hasn't gotten on the field for the Bucs.
Former Houston Texan. Wasn't he on the team for a little bit?
No, he's still on Tampa Bay. He got drafted. Kyle Trask got drafted.
Oh,
by
I
Tampa
thought.
Bay.
Never mind. I'm blanking. Yep.
You're thinking of Kyle Allen?
Yeah.
maybe?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the various number 1 overall high school recruits.
Yeah.
That have been on the Texans, and Kyle Allen was one of them. And because Kyle Trask was coming out, wasn't he?
No, he was actually a backup to De'Aaron King.
That's
at Manville.
right.
Yeah.
I'm messing up my Kyle Trask and Kyle Allen.
That's all right.
Apologies to both of you.
That's all right. Kellen Mond, who I don't think is in kind of Kellen Mond coming out. Although the Aggies were not as high on Kellen
That
Mond.
was when I first started.
Your theory on go
process.
to the alums.
Yeah, I go to the
alums.
fan base. Yeah. If there's one thing that sets me apart from a lot of these other huge ego sports media types, because let's not get it wrong, I've got a huge ego.
Definitely.
I have, many of those big ego types, like increasingly veer towards like, people are stupid. Nobody knows it as like I do. I'm starting to realize, man, is a barometer for some things, and especially college quarterbacks. The fan bases will tell you.
For sure.
They'll be like, hey, love the guy, but
100%. Yep.
And then you dig in and you say, I see what they're talking about.
Exactly.
That's why Bo Nix with Denver, the smart Broncos fans are saying, like, I don't know about Bo Nix.
They watch every snap.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you look into it, and you're like, I was learning about the Broncos last week. Oh, yeah. He's not the guy. He's holding this team. He is being lifted up by this team right now, but he's certainly not driving any of it.
Kellen Mond went 1 pick before Davis Mills. at 67. I would power rank this class. Boy, you know what? Mac Jones having gotten Rookie of the Year and now being a solid quarterback for the 49ers this season.
For a half season so far, yeah.
That outweighs the Trevor Lawrence performances to me, man. Trevor Lawrence is one of the most overrated quarterbacks of the last 20 years in the NFL.
If you had to pick right now, okay, you can start a franchise with either Trevor Lawrence or Mac Jones. I would take the upside of Mac Jones and figure that, man, he was in a weird situation in New England. When he had Josh McDaniels, did a real weird situation.
I would take Mac Jones and I would hire an OC off of the Kyle Shanahan tree. That's what I would do. He's a lot like Darnold. He went into that cleansing car wash of being out there in San Francisco.
Because tell me if I've got the timeline right. 2021, Mac Jones had Josh McDaniels as his offensive coordinator. But then in 2022, he had a combination of Matt Patricia and Joe Judge as his offensive coordinator.
Yeah. Yep.
And somehow that was his fault.
Then he had Bill O'Brien as his offensive coordinator in 2023.
Yeah.
Yep.
But on a team that was just decrepit by that point.
By that point, yeah. And that Joe Judge, Matt Patricia thing was something that people saw coming from a mile away. What are you doing, Bill Belichick?
Right, you've got this young...
Like that it was going to fail, they saw it a mile
first-round quarterback with no wide receivers to throw to, and you're giving him a special teams coordinator and a defensive coordinator to mold him.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing?
What are you doing, yeah. I would power rank it Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence, Davis Mills. That's how I would power it.
Okay.
Some may argue Justin Fields because he did blah, blah, blah. Justin Fields has a winning percentage that's identical to Davis Mills.
He looks scared to throw the football.
Yes. If you had to win a game, would you take Justin Fields or Davis Mills right now?
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to take Davis Mills.
Yeah.
That's not like a huge endorsement of Davis Mills or anything.
You know what they have in common? The two of them? Justin Fields also just nearly got benched for Tyrod Taylor in New York.
You know what I would say? If I had to win one game, though, I would say, all right, if Justin Fields can just go out and I create a game plan that's just for him, I would take Justin Fields.
Over the course of a season,
if I had to take him for the course, as long as...
That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, like if I'm on an average football team, just try to steer the ship.
That is a quarterback class that had 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 15 picks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's awful. That is an awful class. I mean, I was thinking about this when this popped into my head today. I'm like, what would the matchups be in some of the other recent classes that we've had? Of like, hey, these are the top 2 quarterbacks in this class. Like when Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson were going against each other a few times, you're like, yeah, these are the 2 crown jewels of the 2017 class. The 2018 class, with the fact that Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold are both MVP candidates right now, along with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, an actual 2-time MVP, that class might be the best class of this century.
I think, honestly, like 2020 and 2021 was when I think teams really started thinking hard about, all right, are we really overvaluing quarterbacks at this point? The point where you're trying desperately to draft a guy as high as possible, even though in previous generations he might have been a late first-round pick or a second-round pick. I mean, 2020, the Bucs win the Super Bowl with an aging veteran. They sign as a free agent.
Yeah.
Then 2021, Matt Stafford wins a Super Bowl on a team that he wasn't drafted on, a veteran that was traded. And then, Pat Mahomes in 22 and 23, he's a guy that was drafted not in the top 10.
Well, and he was going against Brock Purdy.
Right, yeah.
I think. No, was that the
No, he lost to Brady.
Mahomes. I'm talking about when he beat San Francisco. That was Brock Purdy.
Yeah, that was Brock Purdy.
That was Brock Purdy. And the other one was Jalen Hurts. It's crazy.
Jalen Hurts wins one as a second-round pick.
Yeah.
And just the notion that, man, that's where I think it's nice because you can really now genuinely throw aside the notion of tanking for a number 1 overall pick. It's just so overrated in football. It's just not the same. Basketball, different deal because
one guy can change a team.
One guy can change a team, and there are guys that are just genuinely just such rare physical freaks that it's impossible not to think about it.
Totally.
I mean, but in basketball, they've taken measures to prevent it,
Yeah.
Like football, I don't think they have to take measures to prevent it.
Like a lottery, you mean?
It's just yeah. Football, I don't think you need to take measures because it's not an advisable strategy. There's better ways to go about your business.
and the culture it brings into the building of going out like intentionally losing or at least in terms of the front office, the people who make those decisions fielding a team where the goal is to lose a bunch of football games.
There's a culture. It's almost like an undefinable cultural part of it. But then there's also in football, the weird thing about it is, too, if you're tanking in football, whatever good talent you do have on the team is, A, growing really disenchanted with sticking around, and B, getting the physical snot beat out of them.
Yeah.
Like, they're actually taking a physical beating as you're tanking, to the point where it makes it a lot tougher that with these new guys you do draft, like what kind of a team do you have?
You know, as you're talking about this, you know what just pushed notifications to me? What just came in on my pushes?
What?
The Athletic has a mock draft, 2026 NFL mock draft just dropped.
Does it have the Texans taking offensive linemen?
Do you have the sounder in there? Can you find it real quick?
Yeah, and we'll do this with knowing that I know zero about just any of these guys.
You'll have heard of who the Texans are taking
All right.
here. All right. And I have a feeling we might get into an argument. All right. So the Texans in this Nick Baumgartner, I can't believe we're doing a mock draft in week 9, but here we go. Nick Baumgartner, the Athletic mock draft with the 12th pick. Texans would be picking 12th. The Houston Texans select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
Oh!
Yeah. This is what it says. Love, the first running back in Notre Dame history to have 2 touchdown runs of 90-plus yards. One of them was this past weekend against BC. Is one of those guys, the type of running back who, like Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Ashton Genty, can be a true 3-down weapon in the NFL. He is RB1 in this class by a mile.
2 of those guys are being criminally misused by the teams that drafted them, partly because they don't have the right kind of team around them.
Yeah.
That's what I worry about. Yeah, I deny nothing of what that person just wrote about Love. But I worry a lot about the fact that, no, I need the Texans to take an offensive lineman in the first round.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
Enough. This is enough. This is enough. I don't care if you overdraft him a little bit. Oh, no, this guy could be available at 25. We better screw it.
Okay.
You need to offer some support, damn it. We don't know. Maybe Joe Mixon's still alive by then.
Maybe. Yeah. The offensive linemen that get drafted here, 4th overall, Giants, Spencer Fano. These are all guys that you're going to know intimately, Seth, by January. Francis Miami is really good. He's going to the Bengals at 7. Yes, there's a couple O-linemen that go in that neighborhood. You know, I'd be all for Jeremiah Love. That's who I've been campaigning for, and he's the best player in America right now.
Yeah.
But you feel like you need to. It sounds like you think Jeremiah Love is sort of like the man cave, and we don't even have a kitchen or
I'm
a
all
garage.
for drafting a running back in the first round, but I wanted to be drafted into a good environment.
Yeah.
And right now they don't have a good environment for him.
Yep.
They don't, unless they make a big. You know what? You need to check in with me after free agency.
Correct.
And see what they've done to bolster the offensive line.
Yep.
And if you feel better. And by that point, I think Ariante Ursary is coming along just fine. I'm going to feel better and better about him. In saying Ed Ingram has had a good season, but at any point, like if they come in with a genuine potential all-pro type guy, no position is sacred there on the interior offensive line.
Yep. Trying to count how many quarterbacks get taken in the first round here to see if it fulfills the Seth Payne theory on teams. Fernando Mendoza of Indiana to the Raiders with the 6th pick. Ty Simpson to the Browns with the 8th pick out of Alabama. Let's see here. Dante Moore from Oregon to the Steelers with the 19th pick. And then Lenore Sellers out of South Carolina to the Jets. So there's your Jets. Jets using their pick from the Colts to draft their quarterback of the future at 29 overall.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, the teams had cooled on it, but it's not like – I mean, this last year there were only 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round, but the year before there were like 6.
Yeah, that was the Caleb Williams class.
Yeah.
And that class, how would we rate that class a year and a half in? Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy,
Bo Nix,
and
then Spencer Rattler too. Remember
in the 5th round?
I would say there's still a lot of upside in that class.
Yeah.
You're trying to figure with Jaden Daniels. You're trying to figure out, okay, is he having a sophomore slump because he has limited upside, or is it because Cliff Kingsbury didn't do a good enough job of, and not to mention he's dealing with injuries, but did Cliff Kingsbury do what he tends to do, which is, all right, defenses start get a feel for what you want to do with this guy. I'm still bullish on Jaden Daniels for his playing ability. I'm nervous about his size.
Yes,
he's going
to run.
He's so slender. Yeah, if he's going to be running, and that is also. I know that Quinn's been taking a whole lot of crap for still playing Jaden Daniels at that point in the game. Look, your quarterback's got to be smart too. Like, Tom Brady spent his entire career playing in the fourth quarter of blowouts because he wanted to get the extra reps.
Yep.
I don't mind a quarterback staying out there. He's got to take it on himself to now. Like, Tom Brady was winning those games.
Sure.
But no, like, as a quarterback, I don't know.
I would argue that you need the reps even more if you're losing those games.
Yeah. Go play football.
Yeah. Yeah, and he got injured on a scramble. You know, like just
it's tough though when you're the one being blown out. There's more of a tendency to want to see. I can't ask a young quarterback like, hey, just throw it away because we're losing this game anyway.
Have you watched the injury yet?
No, I will not.
Okay,
I don't watch gruesome injuries anymore.
Okay,
we had a Brandy and I had a friend, and Brandy's under strict instructions not to give me details. Because that'll get me queasy in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, for some reason, like late in life, I've developed a habit of passing out when I hear about gross physical things.
Yeah,
it's weird. I can't be. The only thing I feel good about is that if push comes to shove, and we're really down to the bottom of the talent pool in some kind of a world war, I don't think I'm going to get drafted into a combat division.
Oh no,
I'll be a pencil pusher.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
They'll be like, all right, we got to keep increasing the draft age. I'll be like, yeah, like, listen, I've got a documented history of passing out when I see blood.
I would guess if you're passing out on the mere description of Jaden Daniels' elbow injury, that you would not last long on a battlefield.
If we get to the point where we're drafting 50-year-olds, old Sethers might just take matters into my own hand anyway before that.
Dude.
Like, that's a pretty rough scene.
Yeah, I'm out.
I know.
Hey, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. Hey, speaking of that class of 2024, those quarterbacks, there is the clear-cut one that I hate the most, and we will play the audio as to why coming up next. But first, you know what else I hate? Property tax bills. Hate them. They're the worst. Yeah, and they're showing up in the mail right now.
Your local government version of Uncle Sam.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents
expectations for Davis Mills on Sunday. We'll get into that in the final segment coming up in about 15 minutes or so. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on that. Okay, we just got done. We'll do this real quick. We were talking about the class of 2024 quarterbacks in the previous segment, and I think it's going to wind up being a good class. That's the Caleb. Caleb seems to be figuring some things out with Ben Johnson there. Jaden Daniels, it's been more injuries than anything else. Drake May is the best of the bunch right now. He might end up being MVP of the season this year.
Yeah,
keeps this up.
I don't know. With Jaden Daniels, I think there might be more to it than just the injuries, but it's definitely like I'm not closing the book on him whatsoever.
Yeah, possession arrow still pointed positive for him.
Yeah, but it looks like he's been going through a lot of what C.J. Stroud last year went through, which is, okay, we know what you like to do. We're going to take that away, and let's see what else you can do.
Michael Penix, I'm not sure yet. I could see him being somebody they move on after a couple of years. He's an older player, I could see.
Yeah, the Falcons are annoying me because I don't know what they are and I refuse to learn. That's it's like almost when we get these notifications that we have to do an HR video, and I'm like, all right, fine, fine,
that's
but
Penix.
I'm not going to do it now.
No,
I'm going to wait until one day before the deadline.
That's exactly right. That's Penix.
Yes.
Bo Nix is what he is. I don't know what Bo Nix.
Bo Nix is just so he does some really good stuff, but Sean. Like, with a better quarterback against the Texans last week, that could have been the first really disappointing Texans defensive game because there were more opportunities down advantage.
Yep.
He's awful throwing the deep ball. Did you see somebody put a graph out yesterday where it showed like the inaccuracy on the deep ball? And it was one of those ones where they have the logo of every quarterback out there, the team logo.
Yeah.
And Bo Nix was way off on his own.
That sounds
way off in one of the bad quadrants because he's just so ridiculously inaccurate on the deep ball.
So we'll see what he is. Then there's J.J. McCarthy, who has spent most of his time in the NFL injured. He missed his whole rookie year because he suffered a knee injury. He's been in and out of the lineup this year. They seem to have settled back on him as their quarterback. Had a big upset win over the Detroit Lions this past weekend in Detroit to kind of keep the Vikings season alive. They're 4-4, so they're hanging out on the fringes right now. I don't know if you saw the video in the locker room of him getting the game ball from Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, that fiery look in his eyes.
The look on his face?
Yeah.
He's already got a punchable face to begin with. And then he's doing this like snarl look.
Yeah. It looked like they were about to introduce him for a wrestling match or something. It did.
I was waiting for some dry ice or whatever with the smoke and everything else.
Or a boxer maybe. You know? Yeah.
So I found it annoying. Seems Seth might have been inspired by the look on his face.
He had the eye black on and everything.
Right. Then he was asked this question yesterday at his press conference.
We see the intensity that you carry yourself with on the field. Do you go to a different place in your mind on game day?
I feel like I do. Yeah, there's definitely a level of a switch that gets flipped. For me, it's that I call him 9. 9 comes okay, he can't be at his peak performance throughout 3.5 hours. So how do I find little ways, on the sideline, get back to my breath, get back to my visualization that could kind of maintain that intense, competitive stamina throughout the whole game. But yeah, it's just, the pure will, determination to get the job done.
This kid,
go to 9.
This is worse than Coach Fran. Fran Brown, the coach of Syracuse, remember I pettycasted him the other day because he said, you got to believe in Coach Fran. And I'm like, well, you're third-personing yourself. Not only is J.J. McCarthy third-personing himself, he is third-personing a fictitious character that he's made up called 9.
Yeah. It's like his,
I can tell I'm having to convince you of this.
I'm surprised that you don't like it because this is so pro wrestling.
It's just
this is where I go into I walk into the red mist. This is what I like to call it.
I guess maybe he's a heel and I just don't. Maybe he's created a character.
Yeah,
that's
what he's done for you. It's working. You're not even self-aware enough to realize
he's working me into a shoot right now. Yeah. 9
full throttle.
9.
He's at 9, so I'm guessing what he means by that is you can't go all the way to 10 as a quarterback.
His jersey number is 9.
Oh.
Yeah, I looked it up.
That's really dumb then. Yeah, that's stupid.
Right. Why wouldn't you call it 10?
That's really stupid.
Or 11.
Well,
because
because 9
super intense.
No, because 9 would be, you don't want to go all the way to 10 on the intensity level because you got to stay calm, cool, and collected enough. Remember, our ideal swarm number is 7.
That's true.
Sometimes the text themselves is too much swarm.
I forgot that the Swarmalytics say that 7 is the optimal.
You don't
swarm.
go full psycho. You got to dial it back to 7 on the swarmometer.
That's a good point.
When they're at 9 on the swarmometer, they're hitting guys out of bounds. Yep. They're doing all kinds of things that work against them.
You're right. I know you're right. Yep. So 9 is the optimal, I guess, for J.J. McCarthy. Either that or it's his jersey number, one or the other. I don't like J.J. McCarthy. I'm just going to put it out there right now. I don't like his face. I don't like his mojo. I don't like this fictitious character named 9 that he's made up for
I know
himself.
why you don't like him.
Why?
I know you don't like him because he is proving Colin Cowherd correct. When Colin Cowherd was incredulous that the Vikings would move on from Sam Darnold to throw all of their fate in with J.J. McCarthy, unproven rookie, basically a rookie this year, because he missed the entire first season.
Yep.
While Sam Darnold is playing like an MVP right now.
Sam Darnold,
and Colin Cowherd can crow and talk about how smart and right he was, Sean.
And Daniel Jones is too. Can you believe Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold were on the Vikings last year?
I know.
That's crazy.
It's going to become a place where they can probably start. Like Kevin O'Connell should just bring in veteran quarterback after veteran quarterback and trade him away. Sign him to 2-year deals and then trade him away.
And trade him away.
He's been to the Kevin O'Connell finishing school.
That's it, man. Well, he'll probably get a nice comp pick for Sam Darnold. He might get comp picks for both of them, man. I don't know what their free agency situation was last year. Hey, shifting gears for a second. Drew Brees looks like he's going to replace Mark Sanchez. Analyst.
Do you know how Sanchez is doing ever since he got stabbed?
I do not.
Okay.
I haven't checked on him. I'm not sure.
That's weird. That's a pretty big story that just kind of recessed into the shadows, right?
I was obsessed with it for about 4 or 5 days.
You were?
Yeah. And my obsession is gone.
He got stabbed.
Well, too much on my plate here worrying about C.J. Stroud's concussions.
Allegedly, he got stabbed by a person who was defending himself, and that Mark Sanchez was the aggressor. And we haven't really heard much. I haven't gone looking for it, but it hasn't been a headline as far as I can see.
A 69-year-old truck driver was the assailant, right? Is the
over some kind of an argument over a parking spot.
Yes, yeah. In Indianapolis, of all places.
Well, it didn't surprise me that it was in Indianapolis.
Right.
We don't know much about it other than, okay, Drew Brees is gonna replace Mark Sanchez. I did enjoy Mark Sanchez shoehorning in dad jokes.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
And just like a dad, he called way too much attention to it.
Yeah.
He didn't just slide it in. He was like, he did the old
am I right?
Did you see what I did there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. My experience with Drew Brees as an analyst is he did Notre Dame games on NBC for a year.
Yeah.
He was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why NBC let him go. He was awful, but he's been shouting from the rooftops.
I heard, yeah.
In any interview that he has done, it feels like in the last 2 years, he has been campaigning for this.
That he deserves a chance because he's better than these guys.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, I've seen your work. It's not very good. Now, who knows? Maybe he's been practicing. Maybe he's been doing some mock games. I'm guessing that Fox is not hiring him blind. I'm guessing they had him sit.
If I had to guess, now tell me if this rings true or not. Was Brees bad because of his personality, or was it? Did he also make it way too? Was he giving you too much analysis, like hardcore analysis?
He was just a dud.
He was a dud.
He was just a dud.
Did he give you hardcore analysis? Did he explain like what the quarterback was seeing or anything like that?
Yeah, he gave some okay analysis. Nothing that cut through though. You know what I mean? Nothing strong. Yeah. He was just.
Well, how was
boring.
he compared to Brady?
Brady's better.
Okay.
Yeah, Brady definitely, over Brees deserves his top of the. Olsen's better than both of them.
I haven't watched Brady since the very beginning of the season, and I liked him. I think I tried to listen to Brady as if he wasn't Tom Brady.
Yeah.
If he was just any random former quarterback, and I thought he did a good job. He might be a victim of high expectations for a little while until he really grows into it.
Who's the best right now? Who do you enjoy watching the most right now?
As far as
analysts.
The color commentators?
Yeah, color analysts.
I used to always like Charles Davis, who I don't think is he still doing games or not?
He's moving. They're moving him over to college. I know that.
I'll leave J.J. Watt out of this because I really enjoy watching J.J. and I think he's doing a great job, but I'm biased, obviously.
Yeah.
So if I leave J.J. out of it, I think I still like Trent Green. the most, and part of that is maybe because he's also with Kevin Harlan.
Yes.
So it's just a really good booth. Oh, and then of course the Greg Olsen.
Yeah, Greg Olsen.
Yeah, Greg Olsen's always
the best right
And I
now.
didn't like Greg Olsen at first just because he spoke too quietly. You couldn't hear him sometimes.
Yeah.
But he developed his broadcaster's voice a little bit better. And I think he finds the right blend between explaining some of the technical things quickly and simply without going overboard or slowing things down, but he also has a sense of humor about him. So probably, yeah, it would probably have to be Greg Olsen.
You think JJ eventually overtakes Romo as the number one guy on CBS?
Because I think Romo isn't bringing any of the actual interesting quarterback analysis to the table anymore. If anything, I think a lot of people listen to Romo and they're like, "What? Are you even watching this game?"
Yeah.
He
did that.
He does things that I think show you why he seemed to be perennially the quarterback who just couldn't quite get over the hump.
Yeah.
I don't think he has a feel for the game that most other quarterbacks do, including backup quarterbacks.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, as far as that pairing goes, and I say this knowing full well that Jim Nantz is Houston royalty.
Yeah.
And he's done a jillion things more in broadcasting than I'll ever do. For whatever reason, and maybe it is Romo dragging the whole production down, like Jim Nantz is a clear number 3 in the CBS rotation to me behind Harlan and Ian Eagle.
I think he's agitated by Romo.
Yeah, and maybe that's what
he
it is.
sounds agitated by Romo a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Because it's really weird to watch Romo, how he was in his first year, to where he is now. Where it really, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just too biased against him now. I just feel like he's not even watching or paying attention to the game. Nope. And I don't feel like he hasn't done nearly the research into the teams before the game that just about every other color commentator has done.
Yep. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. What are expectations for Davis Mills from his head coach? We'll dig into the quarterback situation for this game coming up on Sunday. Coming up next.
Hey, been blindsided by either bad football.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, the bit of news here before we embark on the final segment. Yeah, the Texans announcing within the last hour that the Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, the sister company of the Houston Texans, announced today that it has acquired the League One volleyball Houston team. LOVB.
Oh, Love B.
Love B.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's really good. Oh,
you're a
cool.
volleyball guy.
Yeah, no. And that is honestly, they have really good TV broadcasts. They do a really good job for a startup league. I was really, because Brandy started watching them this year and really loved it. And it's a really, good.
Founded in 2020, Love B is the largest community and youth volleyball. Its professional volleyball league will embark on its second season this January. Pro League features teams in Atlanta, Austin, Houston, Madison, Nebraska, and Salt Lake City.
And they try to get more like some of the local athletes and stars and everything, to try to make it more geographical. And it's a really good. The actual play is really good, but then also the production quality of the TV broadcast is really good.
So you watch it. You watch it a fair amount.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. Well, I watch, like Brandy watches it and I watch it alongside her, but like she pays a lot of attention to it.
She coaches volleyball.
Yeah, she'll be excited about this.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Will that be her squad, or is she already?
They already are her squad. Yeah.
Allegiances to the Nebraska team.
No, because I was wondering about. I was like, man, how do they? This is way better of a production than you expect to see out of a startup league. And I was wondering how they were funding all of it.
Yeah.
So at least the Texans are funding part of it now.
And Cal and Hannah are very front facing with this thing. They're the ones quoted in the press release. Yeah. They're the ones. There'll be a press conference today, I guess, over at the stadium at 12:30, where the McNairs and Mike Toman, a couple of the players are going to be there. So it's a big deal, man. Good job, Texans. A little professional volleyball under the umbrella of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. Here was D'Amico Ryans. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop here in just a few minutes. Here was D'Amico Ryans. Ben, let's skip down to D'Amico 11 here. Expectations of Davis Mills this Sunday.
Yeah, what I expect from Davis is to, do what he's done in the past. He started games in his league before, so it's nothing new for him. But it is a benefit for him being able to get the reps, get the reps throughout practice, getting the walk-through reps, getting every single rep that he can get. Getting on the same page with the receivers, getting the huddle, getting the snap count, all those little things, right? Getting the operation. But that today he did an outstanding job. Thought we were efficient in and out of the huddle at the line of scrimmage. He did a great job of communicating. So I'm excited to see Davis go play.
It's just to me a lot of that sounded like being proud of your first grader for getting himself dressed before school in the morning. Okay, cool. He's doing all that stuff. He went out there and he made sure his pants were on the right direction.
Got himself into his sweater in a timely fashion.
Tied his own football cleats, and he was out there and he was calling the plays and doing all of those things that, frankly, you should be expected to do as a quarterback.
That might be enough this weekend.
Yeah.
Might be enough just to be able to get dressed and make sure your shoes are tied. And
I think, I wonder if you had to gauge the overall feeling of Texans fans and how they're approaching this Davis Mills start, it would help if he had a good second half last week.
It would help if they didn't have to punt their last six possessions
over again
of last week.
Yeah.
If he didn't look completely overwhelmed in the second half of the game.
I think it will be a better performance by him, partly because he's not facing as good a defense, but also just because of everything that D'Amico just said. You get the whole week of practice. He's going to have 3 practices of getting all the reps. And that hopefully there's a little bit of an ambush quality to – you're not going to change your offense entirely, but the play selection and everything might be a little bit different for Davis in a way that the tendencies break down. However the Jaguars are looking at the Texans and what their tendencies are, it's going to be a little bit different out there with Davis Mills. And they haven't seen Davis Mills they've got film of Davis Mills, but not in this offense other than the preseason.
One more from D'Amico. What do you see when you watch Davis Mills? What do you see from
super smart guy, sharp guy, just seeing how he operates in the huddle and then just seeing how he can fix things when we're not all the way right. When guys are coming out of the huddle, they have questions. Davis gets it fixed very quickly, articulates it very well in the huddle. And now it's about post-snap. Like post-snap, can we go through? Can we make the proper reads? Can we get to the right spot with the football? And can we just execute, right? Davis doesn't have to do too much, right? We just all have to do our job. Nobody has to step up, do anything different. Everybody just has to execute and do their job. What they're here for is to go out and play good football. And that's all we're expecting them to do this Sunday.
Look, you'd like to be able to say that about any quarterback in any situation. They don't have to do that much.
He makes it sound so easy.
He makes it sound like, or that, I don't know.
I could do it, maybe.
Hey, don't worry, everything. Like, it felt, when he said Davis doesn't have to do that much, it felt like if I were about to go out and do some public speaking, and the person who had hired me had said, like, listen, nobody's really got high expectations, okay? If that helps you, you look like you might be a little bit nervous. Don't worry, nobody expects that much out of you.
Has D'Amico ever said about C.J. Stroud, C.J. doesn't have to do too much?
Right. Well, I think I think what he was probably more alluding to was, okay, you don't have to be above and beyond. You just got to go out and do your job.
Yeah.
Do your job.
Yeah.
But I feel like
it's more fun to think that it's some sort of shade.
Well, no, I think it slips out a little bit differently when he's talking about Davis Mills versus C.J. Stroud.
Definitely. Here's Liam Cohen, the head coach of the opposition this week and the Jacksonville Jaguars. What are the challenges of preparing for a backup?
Mills throw the football for a while. Davis Mills, sorry. I remember him coming out of Stanford. Like, he can spin the ball. I mean, he's a talent. He can throw the football. I've watched him in preseason games before where he's, started games and their offense, was rolling. And so, he gave Nico, I think on his second throw of the game, a fade on the right sideline that was right here. So it's talented. So from a game plan, I know they've done a little bit more jumbo and being able to run the football with Woody and doing a nice job that way. So expect a similar plan in ways. It's more so maybe the mobility from CJ that he can provide at times, extending plays on the boot game, getting him out on the perimeter, and maybe being able to use his legs as a weapon as well.
All right, the one part that agitated me there was not him getting Davis Mills' name wrong. I've probably done that 3 times in the last 2 years. It's that he mentioned the jumbo package, and that's when they play 6 offensive linemen. And yes, that was a good thing, and I was hoping that they were going to be doing more of that. Titus Howard goes down, and you realize, their backup offensive tackle now with Blake Fisher in the game is Trent Brown, and we're not sure he's even capable of playing football right now.
You claim that he's shown up on
He's
videos.
out there at practice, yeah.
Is he? Okay.
At times, I don't know, and they traded away Cam Robinson. Yep. That right now, if you still wanted to do that jumbo package, and look, they were using it on a third of their snaps in that game last week, and the week before they were using it. About people asked D'Amico about it. He said, well, no, we liked it, but, it doesn't change things necessarily. Obviously, it changed it. I don't expect D'Amico to say, yeah, all is lost.
But the offense was working better with it than without it.
It was a big part of how they were finding a way to manage under non-ideal circumstances.
Yep.
And they don't have it now. And they also don't have an extra offensive lineman that you feel good about to play with it.
Nope.
Austin Deculus is off getting benched in L.A.
Yeah.
Because by Trevor Penning right now.
He is,
Remember Austin Deculus was traded away.
That's right.
So the Chargers early in the season, he's one of the reasons that they have to go and get Trevor Penning.
Oh, my God.
Because they can't rely on Austin Deculus.
They can't rely on Austin. So I can't feel bad about the Texans trading Austin Deculus.
Well, but he might be valuable as a 6th offensive lineman.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
When they were trading away offensive tackles like they grow on trees.
Yeah.
Big fat O-lineman tree.
Yep.
A sturdy oak that has just big fatties hanging off of it.
It's the weirdest
Spanish
tree
moss.
ever. Yeah, weirdest tree ever. Last one here. We played this one earlier, and the text I got really inspiring there with this cut right here. Here was Davis Mills talking about what did you see from the film from last week.
I think continue spreading the ball around. I think I did a good job, but I think kind of going in there not having repped all the looks during the week. Obviously, I'm mentally prepared, but sometimes physically, everything's a little sped up. So kind of just keep myself calm in there, go through my reads, continue spreading the ball around, and use my feet when I can to make some plays.
Yeah, people were texting and brimstone.
How'd you wake up this morning, Davis? Did you wake up feeling dangerous? I just had my normal breakfast.
Fairly safe, actually.
Yeah. How do you guys feel in retrospect? Reggie, you weren't here yet, but back in 2022, when I felt like at least part of me was trying to sell myself on Davis Mills as the starting quarterback for this team. Like, he had 5 good games at the end of last year, and remember he was the anointed starter that year. Like, they treated him in training camp like he was Josh Allen or something like that. Didn't work out. He ended up getting benched for Kyle Allen halfway through the year. But so, are you ready to run through a brick wall?
I'm going to start calling him 10. Like J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
He's in 10 mode.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
He needs an alter ego.
Davis is like, I have this alter ego that comes out, and his name is 10, and he's
I feel like
fire and brimstone.
That delivery would necessitate an alter ego.
You would need it, yeah.
Right? Like, because that can't be that can't be it, right? Like, you can't be up at the line. White 80.
No.
White 80's hot.
Hey, can you please
I can't recall. I guess
move
he
over
has
there
a
little bit, please?
I guess he has a good cadence at the line of scrimmage. Most of them work on
Oh,
that.
yeah, no, he does.
He can
I
yell.
was being unnecessary.
I guess.
They don't have any. We were just talking about, their ability to play with 6 offensive linemen right now, and Trent Brown seems to be the only other. Because I'm checking the practice squad. They don't currently have anybody other than Eli Cox, who is he is a small center.
There was another tackle that was inactive this past week, and why am I blanking on his name?
Was there?
Yes.
There was.
Oh.
Excuse me, yes.
Oh, whatever. We'll figure it out.
They're active. One of these guys they've picked up in the last few weeks. I'll find it. As we welcome in the guys on In the Loop, John Lopez and Reginald Atatula. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Doing good.
Yeah.
Got some questions. We're going to actually start the show with what Seth was talking about, like the depth chart and all that stuff. Now that the injury report is out, but good. I was talking to Reggie and Figgy, and if you are flying in the next few days,
is it still bad?
It's tomorrow. They're shutting it down more. That's what I said.
Frickin'.
You're gonna have to drive, Seth.
Yes, they're shutting it down more. All major airports in the United States.
Jared Kingston. Jared Kingston was the other guy. Sorry.
Of course, how could I forget Jared Kingston?
Right.
Oh,
where is he right now?
He's a guard on the depth chart.
He's a guard on the depth chart.
He's a tackle on the roster.
He's a tackle.
Yeah.
He's a tackle
I
on the
forgot
NFL
about Jared Kingston.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, and I forgot about TSA. I assume that the
two
airlines,
equally bad things.
I assume the airlines will be giving me a big discount or refund on me having to change at the last moment.
Ooh, yeah.
I've got a tight scenario situation where I had planned it. Usually it's not a big deal because I don't check baggage or anything. Where I got to get there. I got to get to the airport like an hour before my flight, and there's no way in hell that I'm going to try that now.
3 hours at least.
Yeah.
United Airlines was one of many that put out 40 United States airports are going to meaningfully reduce travel schedules tomorrow.
So I had read that it had gotten a little bit better from the first day, but now that they're okay.
I mean, as it's gone on longer, I feel like it's expected for longer and longer. Just keep coming. Eventually, we'll get back to you.
Yeah.
Look,
at some point.
And a lot of times, look, the people working at TSA, it's not like, they've got, I've got 2 years of savings built up and everything. Like a lot of people working at TSA are young people that need that.
They got to go DoorDash.
They can't wait for like they need that check.
Yep, absolutely. Speaking of TSA, we'll get to the question of the day in a second. I don't know if you guys heard us talking about Paul Gallant yesterday.
Missed it.
Our, once again, colleague here at Sports Radio 610. He was in Logan, up in Boston, Logan International Airport with his girlfriend, and he had TSA pre. She didn't. He went through the TSA pre line and allowed her to go through the regular line. Now, I have since talked to Paul on his stream, and he clarified some things that kind of soften the optics of that a little bit. But I'm just curious where you gentlemen...
So you guys know, my feeling was, hey, if it's your wife or something, you guys generally have a pretty good understanding about that. Early in a relationship, I feel like at least pretend like you're chivalrous. That it's not the time to pull the it only makes sense that I would be more efficent that I go ahead.
At least give it one shot.
Paul,
like you say, you want to go?
Yeah.
Or I'll wait with you? No, go ahead. Okay.
Paul claimed to me there was an understanding, but how, especially you, John, the married guy of several
I don't know
decades.
if John is the right person.
Well, that's why I'm asking you.
There's a lot of faux pas on John's record here.
Well, and to be clear, the way Sean explained it to me that Paul said, I'm not convinced, because Paul's explanation, according to Sean, was, well, I've told her multiple times that she should get the TSA and she hasn't.
Oh no! Oh no, big dog. That's one of those. I'm fine.
That's a situation of like you can apply your cold hard logic to it. But
all right, I'm curious what Lopez would do because you used to travel. Let's pretend it was when you traveled all the time, and you brought back in the day.
I
would
get,
have had clear and TSA pre. I would imagine.
I have a lot of experience with not this TSA wasn't around whatever, but I would get an upgrade on every single flight I was on.
And Jan would sit back and coach.
Well, we kind of came to an understanding. I think that's what you need to do. How about this trip I take it, next trip you take it.
Okay, you split it. Okay, yeah.
So that's the closest
that's
that I
not
had.
nearly as sizzling an answer as I was expecting.
Here's the thing. Like, my natural inclination is to just go, I mean, we not married, and if we were married, we'd probably be on the same terms here.
Yeah.
And just go through. However, what is the point of going through? You're just going to be sitting over there, so you might as well sit over here with your lady. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. You don't have to take your shoes off or take your laptop out.
That too.
That's kind of a
taking
pain.
your shoes off is a
big deal.
Once you've lived in the world of not taking your shoes off, act of taking your Reginald, you have to understand too. We're older than you.
Bending down.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Bending down and tying shoes.
It's the worst part of my day.
My bad. It totally is.
You got to bend over
in the morning. I'm like, why is life so hard?
You got to bend over.
I went out and upgraded my shoe game over the last year or so and gotten more of the the Jordans and the Nike. And some of them are impossible to get on, man.
All the laces.
They look great once they're on. Well, even just slipping into them, like the Lucas that I have are very slender and hard to. And once they're on, they're super comfy. But oh my God, you need the jaws of life to get your feet in.
I apologize for not acknowledging my privilege.
You ageist son of a bitch.
When I do, I won't acknowledge it. I won't tell you guys. I will keep it with me and take it to my grave.
All right. So, what is the question of the day?
Speaking of which,
yeah.
You saw. I don't know if you guys saw this, and we probably need to explain it for the listeners anyway. Donovan Mitchell went for 46 last night, and people were saying, what was it? What was it? And we'll play the audio later, but he basically said, I was playing some snotty-nosed prepubescent teen in NBA 2K, and he started calling me names and said I was over the hill and I was trash. And
so he knew he was playing with Donovan Mitchell.
So he told the kid while he's gaming.
Yeah,
he goes, watch tonight.
He went
he went out and had 46. What's the most childish thing you do?
Okay, before we do that, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Forgetting to do the tag there is
that's childish.
I'll say Donovan Mitchell admitting to the fact that apparently so. That's what you need for motivation. Well,
I feel like didn't we learn a few years back that even the best, Michael Jordan, were just the pettiest and stupidest reasons to go out here and be great.
No, because there's also a guy going into a game usually shouldn't be focusing on I'm going to score 40 points or whatever. This game, he was like, okay, nope, I'm going to do that. That's going to be my goal tonight.
Mine is nothing petty like that. You're just talking about childish, right?
I'll get back to what you expected from me in a
minute. Okay. Mine is probably anything having to do with professional wrestling. I'm a 56-year-old man wearing a Yeet T-shirt.
Yeah.
For Jey Uso.
You got a belt.
I have a Texans championship belt that I bring to the stadium every day. I bought a shirt on Amazon on an impulse buy last week.
I built a fort out of couch cushions not too long ago.
That's
when I was home alone. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't do it for like a child.
I didn't do it for a kid or anything. I did it for myself.
What did you do while you were down in there? Did you bring like a laptop?
I did what I did when I was a kid. I realized really quickly it gets hot in here really fast. I was like, no, my idea was like, I want to see what it's like. I'm just gonna watch TV, but have like the fort. Yeah. So it was an open-ended igloo, facing the television.
That's so awesome.
And because I was watching I had left a box laying around, an Amazon box, and the cat was in it. Because our cat, cats immediately like, oh, box, I got to get in there. Yeah. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna build a fort and just feel cozy. And it got too hot, but it was fun building it.
Yeah,
I felt like it was more. I took more care and precision to get the right angles and everything. Yeah,
dude, was there anything better than a badass fort that you built in the living room?
Yes, there was. It was jumping on top of the fort when one of your siblings was inside of it. That was better than building it.
Oh, just destruction. Yeah, of course. That's very childish.
Is that your revenge on your brother back in the day, or did he do that to you?
Oh, I never had the guts to jump on his fort. No.
Yeah, because eventually you still lose, right? You end up in a wrestling match.
It with kerosene and lighting it on fire, but I would never jump on it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be doing anything crazy like that.
Oh, that's great.
So I'm the one that my wife, and I know you. There's a track record here.
Very much so.
But we'll be whatever talking or whatever, and she'll say, "Oh, you're a moron," and I do the little kid thing every time. You're a moron.
Yeah.
Guys, I know you are, but what am I? Yeah.
ripping that. Repeat what they're saying.
Don't be dumb.
That's underrated.
I do that all the time.
You just keep
only with her.
Right, no, but I'm saying the next step up is just say everything they're saying.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Just repeat everything they're saying. Yeah.
Repeat it, but then you want to go another notch. Yeah. Do it in a voice like this. You're a moron. You're a moron. Yeah.
Stop being childish.
We got all the weapons.
You stop being childish.
Yeah.
I'll add that too. No, you stop it. Don't do that. You don't.
I do. I miss. I get the one kind of. I do miss. Why are you punching yourself? You grab somebody's fist and you're like, "Why are you punching yourself?" Or was not a thing? I thought that was a standard.
You got to remember,
thing.
you were a larger person. You had the ability.
My brother
to
did it to me though too. Even as my brother was doing it to me, I'd be like, I have to admit this is kind of funny.
Good bit.
My kids are all in their 30s, and we used to call them frogs. Remember frogs? You just kind of pop them in the leg with that knuckle.
Oh, a Charlie horse?
We
call it a Charlie horse.
People call it different things.
Yeah. Okay.
Like they'll be walking by and I'll just go.
Yeah.
Yeah. My brother used to do it. He'd just walk up and go, I had a horse. His name was Charlie. Charlie, yeah. Right in the thigh. Right in the thigh.
And I still do that.
Yeah.
We had a phase in our high school where it was just the random nut shots. Hard. Like that was like that. That was the prank we were pulling on each other was walk past your buddy and just rah.
That's mean, man. Oh man.
No, thank you.
All right, boys. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Antibodies to you, my fine nut-punching friend.
Antibodies and
I had a horse. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Reggie out of
You're done.
I'm done. Reggie,
You're done.
Reggie.
You're listening to KIOT.
Figgy's mocking my station idea.
You're listening to KIOT.
All right. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop.
Rent a car with DMN Auto Leasing.
Start now.
God, one of my favorite parts of my day, the crosstalk. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for getting us that. All right, let's get going and let's
get going.
I'm gonna be an adult for a majority of the show.
It's about to be a childish.
I know it's gonna be so bad.
Do it for 4 hours.
It's gonna be so bad. But we're gonna have fun with it, right? It's a Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You know the people involved: John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you. Via the various means that you can get involved here, which I see it already on the text line, 713-572-4610. Nuh-uh. Yeah. Be as childish as you want to be there, 713-572-4610 as we talk through the show today. Also, appreciation to the Mocaram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Let's have some fun talking about sports on this day.
Let's try to have some fun.
Yeah, because one thing I could tell you that was not fun was seeing the scroll unfurl the injury report yesterday.
It was like one of those big, like literal scrolls.
Yeah, it was just like, all right, so here are the people that did not practice today. What? It's like, oh, is that all of it?
That's all of it.
Do you need all of that? Yeah, there was a lot of people who did not practice yesterday for the Texans. It wasn't just because obviously we have the various media members who are out there at practice.
Yeah. And I have the official list in front of me.
The media members will let us know, I'm not seeing this person.
Yeah.
But the needed caveat in those times is, that's during the portion that's open to the media. We have the official list, and it is long. You want to go ahead? You want to do a segment that I like to call reading?
Yeah, I'm just going to do the did not participate, which is the most dire.
Right. This isn't even limited practice. Yeah. This is just dudes that did not participate in practice yesterday. You ready?
Danico Autry, knee, and I'm going to say the injury designation because it's key. Danico Autry, knee. Okay. Will Anderson, quad. Harrison Bryant, shoulder. Nick Chubb, foot. Kaimi Fairbairn, right quad. Christian Harris, shin. Titus Howard, concussion.
Ooh.
Ed Ingram, knee. Jalen Petrie, concussion.
Wait
which was
a
bit
minute.
of a surprise. And C.J. Stroud, concussion. Dude, that is a lot.
All right, so let's work our way through this because now, for the first time this season, you got to come back around and say you are the team that is battered and bruised. There's been a number of times where we talked about battered and bruised, but usually it's been the other team that you've been playing and trying to figure out what that means for the Texans. as something that you are battered and bruised. How do you handle this? And the first one that comes to mind with me is, wait a minute, Jalen Petrie got a concussion? Where did that come from?
Yeah, that was quite the surprise. So teams like to say, next man up. And so I kind of was thinking about that in my head as I'm going through this 10 players that did not participate. That's not to mention the others. And this is one of those serious questions. Do we even know who the next man up is with these players?
Well, that I will come back to the one that jumps off the page there. Jalen Petrie, the answer is no.
I have no idea.
Because not only is your direct line of succession not there, right? You don't have that
it's not on the depth chart.
Backup, right? That was one of those things that, last year, Arthur Millette was the one who you had, or the guy that you brought in that you were looking at, okay, is this going to be the guy that fills that role? MJ Stewart, Miles Bryant, I guess is probably who you would look at in that capacity, I believe, on your, and I guess, you'd have to go to your practice squad, right? It'd be Miles Bryant because he kind of stood in there. Maybe that's the practice squad elevation as the answer there. But the one that I think the answer that you had previously had, and one that it seemed like you did a little bit of in this game, this past game versus the Broncos, was a little bit of musical chairs, which is play someone at cornerback, slide Kamari Lassiter into the slot, which, I mean, he's been fantastic this year all the way around. That's not available to you, I don't imagine, because Jalen Smith, the dude who you felt confident playing, has gone to the injured reserve this week. Elijah Huzzie is just making his way back, but how much do they believe in him to put him out there on the perimeter and not just inspire a little bit of a dent in the armor of what has been one of, if not the single best defenses in the league in a week where you're going to need it.
And the Texans have been, by and large, healthy. I mean, there's been some stuff, but by and large,
nicks and bruises. You're playing the car crash sport.
They've had an advantage against teams like, the Ravens, the Niners, because they've been the healthier team. But let's go through some of these, because literally, in the case of Jalen Petrie, I truly have no idea. You just laid it out as well.
Right.
All right. Nick Chubb. Who's the next man up? Obviously Woody.
Damian Pierce, baby.
Agumbawale?
No. I think
British Brooks, for God's sakes? Maybe.
That's one of those
Keep criticizing Damian Pierce.
Well, I think the criticism of Damian Pierce is rightful here because, again,
keep saying that he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
He's not Andre. I love you, Andre. I do.
Keep doing it.
I didn't realize I was going to have a real back and forth
conversation with him.
But yeah, I think the distinction that you have with Damian and Nick Chubb, as much as they feel like they are closer to the similar profile of the guy who has a little bit more heft compared to the Woody Markses who run the football, is still, I trust Nick Chubb's read and react ability more. And that's necessary, especially when you need to be able to find that gap and hit it properly. But that's either way. Last week, you're coming off a week where you didn't run the ball particularly well.
Right. And so you should, I know there was always exceptions, but you should pretty much know who the next man up is in most of these cases. So,
Brooks is interesting because he is somebody that they seemingly consider as a little bit of the heft.
Has carried the ball.
Right, and they've willingly let him carry the ball a few times this year.
But I think
would they be willing to let him do that to the degree that they let Nick Chubb? Even if Nick Chubb in some of these games where his workload has decreased to maybe somewhere a little bit closer to 12, 20, not 20, but 12 carries, something in there. Are you giving British Brooks that many carries?
I don't know. If we're answering the question, do you know who the next man up is? Jalen Petrie, no. Nick Chubb, you seem to say be pretty confident it's Damian Pierce. I don't know. They love Agumbawale, and I don't know about British.
They do, but Agumbawale is even when they are willing to get aggressive with it, it's still largely third down situations, and it seems like the logic there is, we like him in pass protection situations and catching the ball in the backfield. That is not the same thing as when you put number 21 Nick Chubb out there. And maybe this is some level of encouraging for you when it comes to run stop win rate. The Jaguars are 29th, which is third worst. So we're not looking at an incredible run stopping team. So maybe that gives you some level of solace. But I'm picking nits here.
There is a pass rush. What about Titus Howard? Do you know who the next man up is?
It is Blake Fisher.
Trent Brown?
I know what the answer is there. I don't know how comfortable you are with the answer. It is Blake Fisher. As much as I hear what you're saying,
I don't know.
I think that so the only way.
Say goodbye to the jumbo package.
The only
and
way
I'll get
that
to
I
that
can,
in a second.
The only way I can get to the idea of Trent Brown being the guy that steps up for Titus Howard over Blake Fisher is maybe Blake Fisher was the guy that they kept active. But I think even then, you would still try to have Trent Brown active in case you needed him to actually play on that right side.
Right.
But yeah, we haven't seen him play. We haven't seen him really get these opportunities.
We don't know what he is.
And I think that in fact, why am I saying this? D'Amico has basically said, hey, Blake, it's Blake's. Yesterday he talked about, like, hey, Blake needs to get in there and, he has the opportunity to show his wares.
Ed Ingram?
I'm
I'm guessing Juice?
Yeah, well, we saw what they went to, which was Juice playing on the right side and Lake and Tomlinson on the left
Jared
side.
Patterson is still around.
Jared Patterson is, but we saw what they're. Well, I guess was Jared Patterson active last week? I need to go back and double check that. But we saw what their decision was in the moment. I imagine that it's probably similar there, especially because they believe both Lake and Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs capable of playing and being a starter. So I think that I did say believe.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I say that they believe that, and so I think that that's the way that they go. Again, I don't know if these are answers that you like, but I think these are answers that they go to.
What about Will Anderson Jr.? Keep in mind, Danico Autry also did not participate. Now, today is going to be key because he has done this before, Will Anderson Jr., not practice on Wednesday and then practice on Thursday. I think last week he did that. But nevertheless, he did not participate. What do you do if Will Anderson Jr. can't go and Danico Autry is already out too?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's one of those positions where you just have less rotation, but you put
Derek
guys
Barnett?
like Derek Barnett out there, and I think you feel pretty okay with it. Now, having Darrell Taylor also going to IR, you're thinner there. You're thinner there at pass rusher than you had previously been, or at least that you would want to be. Correct me if you think I'm wrong, Will thug out.
I think so too.
But the question that I do have though is, to what degree of effectiveness will he be? Because that's a tissue injury, right? Like that is a quad, and I believe him capable of managing
Aggravation
pain.
is on the table.
All of that. All of that is things that come to mind for me. Of course, we're early. This is Wednesday. You still have a Thursday practice, which is still that full degree, and maybe they're limited. But yeah, that's one that I feel like he'll play, but I do have questions.
Now, Kaimi Fairbairn we know who the guy is, the next man up there. It's Matthew Wright. But D'Amico said at the end of his comments about Kaimi yesterday that something along the lines of with Kaimi down, as if he's definitely not going to play.
Yeah.
So it's Matthew Wright.
He gave the game away.
Yeah.
It's Matthew Wright. Is it Dare Ogunbowale? No, I feel like it's Matthew Wright. Like D'Amico put all the sauce on it that I would expect a coach who was like, we were trusting this dude. He was like, hey, he's a great kicker in the league, and we're glad that he was available for us when we needed him.
He's a journeyman. This is his 8th team.
It is. And for a singular game, that could be useful. Now, the problem is your offense is not one as such that you can just bring up a kicker and be like, hey, we're going to have minimal work for you. He's probably going to have to take some kicks.
He likes to kick field goals.
And they're going to need to figure out what his range is, because this is not a team that I feel confident in. We're going to get in the red zone and get to a place where even if we ask them to kick, they're manageable.
Yeah.
You run Kaimi out there for long 40s and 50s in a regular circumstance. So they're going to have to figure out very quickly what his range is with him really quickly.
And there is one more, and I definitely want to get to it before we get out of here.
Or they're just going to put the ball in Davis Mills' hands more.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm seeing this right, the Texans have exactly one tight end right now that is relatively healthy, and that is obviously Dalton Schultz. Harrison Bryant did not participate. Cade Stover still on IR.
Yeah, and
they have one tight end.
And I was about to say, like, maybe they activate Cade, but I feel like we would have already had some idea of him getting out here practicing. So yeah.
So there goes the jumbo package, and
there you go. That's the thing.
And one tight end.
Are you going to see four wide sets?
I don't know.
Right? Like, because remember, Dalton Keene also is off the practice squad. They released him in order to make some of the moves that they did this week. Like Dalton Schultz, I still feel comfortable and confident with him getting out there in the role that they have settled in with him. But if Harrison Bryant is in a bad place, like what does that look like? Because it seems like they were just gonna. I mean, D'Amico, when talking about this game in the second half where they lost some pieces, they were like, where they lost rather Titus, and then you have Blake in, so you don't have the 6 offensive linemen. They were like, yeah, well, we have our running backs and our tight ends where we can still do the things and do our offense. Well, what happens if you don't have the benefit of your six offensive linemen, or if Titus or I know Trent Brown will be active, but maybe they trust Trent Brown to step in there, and are they going to do that consistently? They're going to have to be creative on top of the questions and that D'Amico already put up that they need to find changes. There's a lot on the plate of the coaching staff to try and mitigate these things. Someone asked, are we waving the white flag. This becomes a more difficult game just off of the strength of injuries are piling up at the worst time.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Thursday. Coming up next, the Astros. Astros had a little bit of news this morning. It seems like they, at least per reports, have a new hitting coach. Are you encouraged? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that and more next.
action starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. I see you, Ren. We'll talk about the Rockets. Don't even worry about it. Got a victory on the road in Memphis. I was talking about it with Figgy earlier because yesterday I was like, yeah, they're playing in Memphis, and let me not do that. That let me not do that was, I was like, this is one of those guarantee games.
No one could have blinked.
No, I'm not even superstitious, but I
that's why in real time, I'm like, I think you can say it, man.
Yeah,
they
want to do it.
They are a mess.
They're a mess.
Didn't want to do it, but thankfully Jabari Smith played because I mean Jabari and Steven Adams were both questionable.
Mm-hmm.
Jabari played, and there's always a clear difference when he's on the court.
They probably didn't even need him for this game, to be honest.
Probably not.
Yeah, but I mean, I needed.
Man.
I needed to see the difference in
Memphis is a bleep hole right now,
yes, they
man.
are.
At least the team.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak about the city themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Now that all that AI y'all using might be helping the city.
The city's awesome.
Mess up, but we'll talk about that. But I did want to mention this because it seems like today there's a little bit of news for your Houston Astros, right? Who are figuring out their offseason circumstance, or at least heading into that. Coming off of a season that they missed the playoffs. There's even more talent that imagine will be going out the door. So there's a lot of things they need to figure out, and more importantly, they had some members of the staff that they decided to not have return, including both of the hitting coaches. Well, as of this morning, I saw it. Brian McTaggart was confirming that the Astros seemingly have a new hitting coach. The deal is done for Victor Rodriguez to join the major league staff as the hitting coach for your Houston Astros. Victor Rodriguez, who the last couple of seasons was the hitting coach for the San Diego Padres. Are you encouraged by this, John Lopez?
Well, first of all, in general, how can you not be? Just because, let's go back, and if you just look at the entirety of the season, talking about being more selective since training camp, and maybe starting out like that, and then just being at the plate. Some of the ways that they performed at the plate. And I always feel bad because the hitting coach is always the first, and pitching coach are always the first to get blame.
Yes.
But I thought it was very, accurate in this case. And so that's just in general, yes, you needed a new hitting coach. To get this guy, I hope people understand how good this guy has been. I think they were the best. They made the biggest leap in terms of hitting from one year to the next with him in place.
From 24 to 25?
Yeah. And so very wide, very much respected, has been at the, all the way up the ladder, just like a player. He's been in the minor leagues, came up. I believe he was, I'm going to forget the names of the previous teams with the Padres. But I'll tell you how good he is. Like I had heard about him, before they hired him, and you start, kind of digging in. I was like, yeah, you see him, you see some games, you see some reports, and they talk about Rodriguez and the magic that he seems to. So yes, in terms of you need to be excited.
Teams that he had coached with, he had been with the Red Sox from 13 to 17.
That was the one I was thinking of.
Then he was with Cleveland from 18 to 23. Then that's when he took the Padres job. The interesting thing, and I wonder how much does this matter to you, that he was with the Padres for a couple of seasons. One of the reasons why it's not like the Padres fired him. However, the manager had been fired there. And so they're in the midst of trying to figure out who the new manager is. And I imagine he was like, I'm not going to wait and see if I remain on the staff when I can create. I imagine a level of security.
So they mutually parted ways.
I don't even think it's mutual. I think he decided he was ready to go with this. But the Padres in his first season played really, really good. And then the second year, there was actually a decline in hitting. Now, there is question, even amongst Padres fans and such, that, were these changes that led to, less production at the plate? Was that his philosophy, or was that the manager's philosophy, right? Because, there's some level of if you are on somebody's staff, you need to abide by what they would like for you. But yeah, I those kind of bring some things to me, but I think I lean to where you are. Like, he seems to be a good hitting coach. The question that I ultimately come back to is, can he change the dudes that you have?
Right, and it ultimately comes, I mean, they have a roster in San Diego too, so it ultimately comes down to the guys that you have. And really, some of the veteran guys, I think the communication is going to be really, really good with Correa and Altuve, and so there's a good buffer there. It doesn't hurt, that he's Hispanic, if we're being honest.
Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
Puerto Rican.
And that's a heavy, Hispanic lineup here in Houston, like a lot of places. But no, the other thing that I did notice, like I said, I'd heard of him, so I knew this is, he had some pedigree. But when you dig in on it a little bit, this is channeling Reggie Atatula.
Yeah.
Very low chase rate. Very low chase rate traditionally under his realm.
He gonna do anything with. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I am encouraged that at least there's going to be more of a push for that. I just don't know if that'll actually make the change, and there's still big questions to be answered. I think that Chandler Rome did a great piece. I think the fellows of in the morning were talking about this. There's still some questions that you need to figure out, which is, we've talked about somewhat the logjam that you have when you talk about your lineup. Both, you got a couple of guys that you need to play at DH or that you should play at DH, but you have to find places for. There's the third base or corner infield rather between Carlos Correa, Isaac Paredes, and let's be honest, Christian Walker. Like, what do you do with that triumvirate of guys that probably have those two spots? Who?
Christian Walker should be thrilled.
You think so? You think that this gives them more likelihood that he remains?
Well, I don't know if he does remain. Let me qualify it. But if he does remain, he should be thrilled, because he was a basket case at various points during the season. And new blood, new eyes.
Maybe that allows him to get back to his level. There's questions to be had, but I think I guess we're at the time of year where you really have not no choice, but it feels like you're more inclined towards being hopeful. And I hope that this is helpful, especially a dude that's kind of been at it on the levels of actually playing the game, having some of those baseball mindsets. Yeah. But then obviously working in a staff like the Padres that are going to be analytic inclined. I don't know how much this actually changes when you look at the roster, and once they actually figure out what the roster is, some of the temp polls are how much you're going to be able to shift that, because this season that was an emphasis going in, and it still was. The guys that you brought in,
Altuve all of a sudden becomes
no, it was still Isaac Paredes who had a good eye. It was Christian Walker who had a good eye until he was so bad that he just started swinging wildly. And then everybody else was still the same guy, right? I don't know how much that changes, but I'm excited to see if it does, especially because, like a lot of baseball fans, like, you watch the game and it creeps up with you. What are they doing with the hitting coach? Well, now you got a new hitting coach. Let's see if it shifts for your Astros. But there you go. Vic Rodriguez, as he's referred to, the new hitting coach for your Astros. And I'm interested. I mean, if nothing else, there is something else to kind of watch when it comes to your Astros as they're going through the offseason, getting themselves situated for another year. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, a question of the day that it seems like people are already buying into. Inspired by Donovan Mitchell going and dropping 46 out of pure spite for a child. What's the most childish thing that you've done as an adult? 713-572-4610. Let's do that next.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, text line open, 713-572-4610, and it's particularly useful in this moment. Let us know what your answer to the question of the day is. What's the most childish thing that you've done as an adult? Let us know. Let's have fun in this moment, especially because I know that some people, are in a place where you're looking at Houston sports outside of Houston Rockets and you go, maybe not the most happy right now. Let's find reasons to be happy, especially because I feel like that's the childlike thing to do.
Yes, it is. We get what's the most childish thing you do as an adult? All these things that I do are just flooding in now because I was talking earlier, and she hates it, which is why I do it. Like if, by the way, this is all, do we have the audio? This is all because Donovan Mitchell was playing a video game, NBA 2K, with some.
He's playing online, and when you're playing online, some kid will match up with you, whatever.
And this happened.
I wouldn't put the game that I had based on the court. This kid pissed me off today. I was playing 2K. I've been playing 2K for like 2 hours, and I told him too. I was like, wait, just wait. And he just called me washed up. He called me a bunch of things, but I love it. You know what I mean? He said he ain't seen a highlight from me in a minute, and I just told him, all right, we'll see. He said, tell me to go to sleep. Like he was going in.
Told him to go to sleep.
So this game was for that kid or grown man, whoever that was.
That's cool. That's probably good, Biggie. But yeah, you're trash, man.
You want his numbers on the day?
46
points, 8 assists. 15 of 21 shooting, which is good for 71% from the field. 6 of 11 from the three, which is good for 55% from three.
Yeah.
10 of 10 from the free throw line. He was just like, I am going to kill the Philadelphia 76ers because some child
I'm about to bust your ass.
decided to talk crazy.
All because
to me.
this little kid.
And he was thinking about the kid. He even said later in that audio, he said it. He goes, I even told him after I do it, I'm going to give you a shout out. So I am.
Very Michael Jordan-like.
It does go to show you, before we get to some of the silly stuff that we're getting, like true, elite scorers, they can do that just about any time they really want to just dominate the ball.
It kind of pisses me off at times too, because it's like, why you don't do this every single night?
Because they don't dominate the ball, they don't make their own shots, force things and all that. But they really can. I mean, like a lot of times you see it at the end of the season with the scoring title on the line. Like one, he scored like 62 or something because he needed it for the title and all that. Like, dude, you can do that anytime you want. But the most childish thing, so I was saying, I do it just to make her mad, which is very childish.
Of course. I expect nothing less from you, John Lopez.
Like, we'll be having a discussion and she'll go, well, that's just dumb. You're dumb. Well, stop it. You stop it.
Unbelievable.
That would piss me off.
Really and truly.
I would stop talking to you.
Well, that's the idea.
Oh, okay. This is weaponized.
Then she starts throwing stuff at me.
Well, I'm glad that she has some level of get back. I don't think that it works. I need to see what she does to try and get back at you, because right now, like your account in that marriage just seems like it's far insufficient funds.
You're insufficient.
Yeah, you know. There's a couple of things, and one of them, shout out to B. Scott from Hiram Clark, being involved with the program. Also, he let us know that no matter what, even at his big age, he still jumped to touch the top of that door frame. You know what I mean? Like, especially, this is a guy thing. Like, dudes being dudes or guys being dudes. Just pretend like you dunking. Just go up and touch that thing up there.
Or do
just
you
make
do
sure
a random crossover to somebody walking the hallway?
Or if it's not a random crossover, I feel like there's one of three.
You do this all the time.
I do. You see it, right?
There's
the jump shot. There's the swing. You know, you got to practice your swing. Or there's the golf swing. I think there's three different guys, and they might all be the same dude at different ages.
Guys do that all the time.
Know.
They do their little waggle.
Do your waggle. Get your golf swing together. The one for me, actually, one that I did around. Sometimes I skip.
Yeah, he skipped. I saw him skipping down the hall.
Just skip. Like it's one of those things. Skip. Have you realized that you move faster when you skip than you walk?
You do.
But it's also more efficient than running. Like, you're not using as much energy as running, and sometimes I'm just like, you know what? We're skipping
it's
right now.
impossible to be in a bad mood.
That's a great point,
Like,
too.
it's impossible. You cannot be in a bad mood if you're
just
skipping.
mad, cussing and skipping.
The other thing I do a lot of times, like if there's a wad of paper, I don't just throw it into the trash can. Like, I'll try to ricochet it off of something, and I always do this. I go, watch this. Guys do that. Like, watch this.
I do love that about kids, though, because kids will always say, "Hey, watch me, watch me,
watch this."
No matter what it is, it's something stupid. They're about to fail doing a flip. Watch.
Yeah.
I like that you still got that going.
Or doing a jump shot to throw something away. This one, I kind of irritate my wife with this. So my right knee, every time I bend it, it cracks. It got this nasty noise every time I bend it up and down, and she hates that noise. And so I wait until she's not kind of not in arm reach of me.
Yeah.
Because if I do it, she'll hit me.
Yeah.
So when she get far away enough, I start crack. And then she just try to find a pillow or something just to throw it at me. And then the other thing is, she called me childish for this. I'm a big popsicle guy.
Mm-hmm.
I would sit there, I would buy some popsicles from the grocery store, and I would eat like 10 of them at a time. I just have them laid out.
Just ruining your dinner?
Yeah, just hanging from the mouth. Just popsicle, just the old school popsicle.
Yeah.
She's like, you are such a kid.
That's right. From the woman taking a cycling class, wind and management about someone taking their bike. Yeah, what is our human inclination towards
I was here
assigned
first.
seats?
I was here first.
It's not even that. Like, in times where the seats are not assigned, you can sit anywhere you want in any given time. We will always go to the same one and expect that one to be ours.
Yeah.
Like, why do we do that?
I think either Reggie or Figgy, I forget, in our group text, asked something, and my response was D's.
Oh yeah, a good D's nuts is always gonna hit. It's always gonna, and just in a similar way, and I hate to actually say this out loud because I like it to just be something that goes under the radar. You never not gonna get a nice from me when the numbers 69 come up. Like, you never. I'm going to give you a nice every single time. Why? Because I'm a child. I'm a large child, 100%.
Oh my goodness. But some of the other things is if you have younger siblings, doesn't matter how old you are. Like here I am at my age, and I'm the youngest. I still take crap. They give me the mess with my hair. You know, they'll punch you and all that. Doesn't matter. Younger siblings just get it. Doesn't matter how old you are.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to do that.
Is it childish that I not nothing crazy, but seeing somebody trip?
Oh,
always funny.
Or stumble or something like that. Yeah. Obviously, if they hurt themselves, I'm not gonna laugh, but just seeing a fall, like an innocent fall, I crack up every time.
Yeah, I firmly believe deep to my core that falling is funny.
Somebody here when it's like a little kid that's stumbling, you like, oh, and then he take about maybe 5 seconds and start whining a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
Oh, good one from the 409. Kobe.
Anytime you throw something in the trash. Are the kids still on that? Because I feel like Kobe obviously gets a renaissance of sorts, getting obviously with his passing and having more of like a place in our more modern cultural zeitgeist. I feel like, has it always been Kobe? Like, did you used to throw things away before that when you were young, like Gervin, Iceman, or something like that?
Iceman, not really.
Yeah.
No, Kobe was a unique thing.
Yeah. To me, it was always Jordan, and then
we didn't do that with Jordan.
I remember doing that as a kid with Jordan.
You know one thing we used to do a lot of? The no-look was magic. We'd go like that, and then the no-look, magic. That did happen a lot.
832, love me a good, that's what she said.
Oh, 100%.
Agreed.
100%.
Shout out to T. Mill texting in. Eat cereal on pace with little kids, probably.
Oh, I have kids. I eat kids cereal. But a lot of adults do that.
Yeah, but
is that childish or just?
No, I think the amount of cereal can be childish, which is funny because I don't eat cereal consistently. I just get in cereal fits. Like it'll be a good solid 3 weeks where I'll eat cereal probably about 6 times. In that.
This is something my wife always do. Guess what?
Oh yeah.
Guess what?
Chicken butt.
Chicken butt.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And then
guess why?
I'm not going to say
chicken thigh.
I haven't done that in the last year. I've done that a few times. Chicken butt.
Edward, guess what? I'm like, what?
You thought he was being serious?
Yeah.
Chicken butt.
You thought she was being serious. You mad for no reason.
I get to the point now, I know what it is. I'm just like, what? Chicken butt.
But going back to obviously the story that brought us to this question of the day, Donovan Mitchell going for 46 and 8, just because some kid was talking trash and telling him he was washed. Do you think that goes as far as this one texter comes in with where they go, I think that the NBA players are the most lazy athletes because like you were talking about, those great athletes in the NBA can absolutely dial it up when they need to. Yeah. Do you believe that that's a sign of laziness? Because
I think it's a lot of them, like right here, Kevin Durant can score 40, 50 anytime he wants. If he just dominates the ball, takes the shots, dribbles, drives, free throws, anytime he wants. But I think most of these great players, they truly do want to stay in the confines of the offense.
Because also I think they're
kind of pacing themselves too and all that.
But really this is what we do, so he does it. They do it.
Yeah, and I think also because, you have a lot of dudes that can score a lot of points, including, I think, some of those role players that you go, oh, man, you only score 3 points a night. If you give them in the right circumstance, I think that's what we learned from the Linsanity to some degree is if you get them in the right circumstance where everything circles around them, they could put in some buckets, but the team concept is what's necessary to win when you're playing against other dudes that can do that.
Yeah.
And I think it's worth noting that when you're doing that on a regular basis every other night, you will peter out really quickly. I think that there's also a conservation of things where you know when to go deep into the well. Lazy. I will say, though, I think it is fair to acknowledge, hey, if you could dial it up there, why not always run the touchdown play, right? I think that's the question that is worth asking to some degree. Y'all ain't stick your tongue out like Jordan. I guess you got to remember, I was not quite of the age to be able to do that in the same way.
I remember that. I remember I got my first pair of Jordans, and I remember us always going around just shooting air balls, just Jordan. We was always doing that.
Oh, and this is a good one from Rob on the YouTube page. Anything mom.
Your mom?
Yeah.
Your mama?
I don't know that's not what your mom said.
You gotta be real careful with that because you say that to the right one or the wrong one, depending.
Yeah.
Could be real problems. And this is one that actually I'm thinking about it. I've seen it in companies in all sorts of circumstances. That tap on the other shoulder, trying to get people to look the wrong way. Why?
Yeah.
What does it even do for us?
Or the knee buckle? Ugh.
Oh, well, yeah, that's
the old dead leg.
Don't lock your knees up. Somebody said doing the D-Generation X, suck it, like you cross your arm. That's crazy. Yeah, keep enjoying that childishness on the text line, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, we go around the NFL, where actually there's some movement when it comes to NFL broadcasting and, unfortunately, some really sad news in the National Football League that we'll get you up to speed on. We'll do all that next.
The Drive with Stu. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Oh, man, the childish is really flowing in. Somebody said, arguing which fictional characters or teams are stronger. In college, legitimately, myself and some of my friends in my dorm put in a good work day, 8 hours on a day, because of course I had no job and nothing to do.
Yeah.
Arguing, like creating a bracket of superheroes.
Oh, we do that.
And who would win?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, we argued for 8 hours. I'm not proud of it.
Yeah.
I just know.
would not the 100 gorillas versus whatever, but like
those are great too.
But those are great too. But like, would you take a lion, a hippo, or a blah blah blah? And this and you can argue for hours.
Yeah, 100%.
Like children.
Or another one I thought of in the break is just egging on a conversation. Or let's be honest, egging on an argument.
Shout out to Show Hughley.
He's good at it.
He is so good at it.
He's very good at it.
That's right. I did hear that. Let's say I'm kind of getting into it with you, Figgy, but arguing about something. He'll crane his neck and turn his head and look at you like, that's right. Lopez makes a good point. And then turn back. Oh, I did hear that too. He's just trying to egg you on.
It's beautiful. And maybe one of the best ones from the 713. Bunny ears on a stranger taking a photo.
Yeah.
That photo bombing, fantastic. All right,
photo bombing is awesome.
Let's go around the NFL where, I got to be honest, sharp change in tone. Incredibly sharp change because we go from childish fun to something that is incredibly, incredibly sad in the world of the National Football League. We learned this morning that Marshawn Kneeland, second-year defensive end for the Dallas Cowboys, has passed away today. We got a announcement from the team letting it be known that the 24-year-old had passed away this morning. They sent their condolences to his girlfriend and his family. Thoughts and prayers, obviously, with his family. His agent also talked about it, described it, quote, as a pain I can hardly put into words. That was earlier. We didn't know what happened. I mean, quite a turn of 48, not even 48 hours, 72 hours of sorts, because you remember Monday Night Football, the touchdown, a special teams touchdown on a block kick?
Block kick, yeah.
And now, mere days later, unfortunately, he passed away. Up until maybe about 30 minutes ago to an hour ago, we didn't know as to what caused this. We just knew all of a sudden that this young man had passed. Well, Frisco PD, which is that suburb north of Dallas, where the Cowboys have their that star where they have the big district of stuff with their practice facility where a lot of their players live. They put out a police report without saying any public names, but it seems like it would fit. And the headline is, Frisco police investigate a possible suicide. A man was found deceased from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound following an outside agency vehicle pursuit that led to multi-agency search in Frisco. They continue talking about how at 10:39 p.m. yesterday, approximately, Frisco PD responded to assist the DPS officer with locating a vehicle that evaded troopers during a pursuit that entered the city of Frisco. After losing visuals of the vehicle, troopers located it minutes later, crashed out on southbound Dallas Parkway, and initial reports were indicated that a male subject, later identified as 24-year-old Marshawn Kneeland, fled the scene on foot. Officers established a perimeter, and then during the course of the search, officers received information that Kneeland had expressed suicidal ideations. Later on, he was located deceased after what had was apparently a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So clearly an incredibly, incredibly sad turn of events for, obviously, just first and foremost, like really, really sad. Want to express that sadness and the thoughts and prayers, obviously, for the organization, all his teammates that I'm sure are going through a really tough time, and clearly his family members, including his girlfriend. I hate to put it this way, but it really is a couple of things that come to mind. And one of those, whenever you have mental health issues in the NFL, clearly the possibility of traumatic head injuries and those things come to the fore. Did that come to mind for you?
No, that didn't come to mind initially.
What did?
I always go back to what you just referenced a second ago, and I've said it on this show. I've said it multiple times, and I think it's 100% true. Everybody has gremlins. Every single house you drive by has gremlins in that house.
Yeah.
Everyone. Every house you drive by has some sort of gremlins, and obviously mental health. Such a big topic right now, and hopefully a good emphasis to always check on. People always say, check on your loved ones, check on yourself. Check on yourself.
Well, sure. And I think that it's a reminder. I have a friend that does media stuff, and his sign off, he always makes sure to say, remember, you never know what anybody's going through, so be kind to everybody. Yeah. And like that is something that needs to be underscored in a moment like this. That's a dude who you could easily say he's 24 years old. He's playing for a very notorious team.
World on a string.
Just had an incredible big play.
Yeah.
Making good money. Just made a great, had a big moment, and you think that he's probably on top of the world. And mere days later, he's no longer with us. So, yeah, whether it's like, hey, check on your friends that are doing poorly, check on your strong friends. Remember that anybody and everybody, no matter what it looks like from the outside with some things that you would not imagine in there.
Yeah. I mean, just incredibly awful.
Yeah. And it's really sad that, an interaction there where you imagine, I don't even know if that was fully like a violation or whatever, but interaction there ends up going so incredibly poorly. I don't know what he was feeling in that moment, whether it was fear, but I really do hate that we get there.
It is going to be interesting. He did have an accident. That he did hit a car, it seemed like, in the pursuit. So who knows what the details are that are going to come out. I'm sure they will.
Yeah. So just a really sad moment that happens in the NFL there, and wanted to bring it to the fore because clearly this is a big, big thing in the National Football League. All right, we continue on around the NFL where James Gladstone, the magnificent Gladstone as he's called around these parts, he's the general manager of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he was actually talking about their new acquisition that the Texans will now be charged with keeping tabs on. Jacoby Myers, they acquired him this week, in fact, just yesterday in a trade, or a couple days ago, rather, in a trade with the Raiders. James Gladstone, some of the quotes that he had about this were very interesting, talking about the acquisition, saying, quote, "We're looking forward to seeing how his skill set fits within the system." He went further to say, "I think from afar it does. You think about where we are in terms of volume of drops. What's his superpower? It's not dropping the football, right? So you just have to take it from the surface level. It seems fitting."
I actually kind of like that, because they are a team. Brian Thomas Jr., of course, notoriously.
Is that the shot? That's what I was wondering. Are these shots?
I think it's a shot. I mean, it's like, Brian Thomas Jr. knows he drops the ball. It's not a surprise. He knows.
Are we're informing him of this?
Speaking of childish things, you can say it. He knows.
Does he know?
Does he know? Yeah, he knows. He knows he drops the ball. No, I don't even think it's a shot, but it's what they need.
And
it is catch the ball.
It is very obvious that that's a thing. On both sides. Jacoby Myers has dropped all of 11 passes in 98 career games. Never dropped more than 2 passes in an entirety of a season.
Yeah.
Now the Jaguars this season, league high 19 drops on the season thus far. So
I know
it's clearly there. So yeah, that's interesting. But the idea that he said that so cleanly, I was like, huh, is that a shot? You're saying no?
No.
All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. There's Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton, who's back, featuring Academy Award nominees, Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, the new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. All right, you found this very interesting. J.J. McCarthy is a quarterback for the Vikings. Had to, tough out a little bit of injuries with him actually getting out there and playing. Played decently well for the circumstance. This is him talking about his alternate persona that he has.
See the intensity that you carry yourself with on the field. Do you go to a different place in your mind on game day?
I feel like I do. Yeah, there's definitely a level. For me, it's, that I call him 9. 9 comes out, and I got to understand, okay, he can't be at his peak performance throughout 3.5 hours. So how do I find little ways, on the sideline, get back to my breath, get back to my visualization that could kind of maintain that intense, competitive stamina throughout the whole game. But, yeah, it's just, the pure will, determination to get the job done.
All right, Cowboy. I call him 9. He's got an alter ego, and he talks in third person about it. I
feel like that's something he talked to about with his girlfriend or something.
I don't know about that. But
I didn't know he was talking about football.
He's like, when I need to get to that next level,
I gotta go.
9 come out, baby.
But yeah, that's just human eye roll, right?
You think so?
Yes.
I
call him 9.
Maybe I've just been so fascinated by the athlete mentality. This feels like it falls right in line with some of the things we were just talking about with Donovan Mitchell getting out there like, hey, some kid talk crazy to me, so I got to go show him up. Yeah. And the ultimate dude who I wonder if he's psychotic, Michael Jordan, in the various different ways that he gets into that mental state. I think this is for him the way that he gets to the competitive level. I think sometimes it is easy for us to forget the absolute competitors that there are at the highest levels of this, and the need for competition is damn near unhealthy at those levels. And I wonder if you are someone who's maybe not as inclined toward that naturally. If you have just get yourself into that mind state where you kick it on for those hours that you're playing the football.
I get it, and I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I guess part of it, and I've always liked J.J. McCarthy. I've talked about it on this show. That I think he's going to be good. Don't you have to have a little more on the pelts on the wall to start? Like Shaq could get away with it. Everything was Shaq this, Shaq-tastic, and all that stuff. Shaq yeah, but that's Shaq. He could talk in the third person, and he could do those things. It just hit me the wrong way. Davis Mills, by the way, I'm waiting for him to call himself 10.
I have a feeling that one is not coming. Maybe this is one of those don't let us know that, but the question was right there, right? I can't blame. It's not like he brought this out.
The answer was in the barrel. The answer was in the barrel too.
The question came to him, and I mean, he's been playing competitive. It's not like he just started playing competitive football. Yes, hasn't had a lot of NFL snaps.
Yeah,
he's been playing competitive football. He knows. And then also, you talk about college football. That's definitely one of those places where those competitive juices start going, especially in Michigan. Your favorite school, Fig? Mm-hmm. You got to have that. There it is. There it is.
Team up north.
That's what I was. Yeah, but I'm not mad at him for that. Mm-hmm. Some other things around the NFL. Drew Brees apparently is joining Fox as an NFL game analyst, and there's a lot of questions as to whether this replaces your man that was out here stabbing folks, Mark Sanchez. Mm-hmm. Do you have opinions of Drew Brees? Because I'm gonna be honest, I was trying to go through the memory banks of myself, and I was like, I don't think I have real large opinions about him as an analyst.
I don't either. He's going to join Adam Amin, and we'll see. It always gets me thinking about some of the players and some of the analysts, that are out there right now and where he might fall. And secondly, is he going to be one of those that is like so into the game and so easy to listen to and analytics without, getting too much into the weeds? Or is he going to be, the Tom Brady, very safe, protect everybody? That's what I'm interested in. He's done it, so he's, I just don't. Nothing strikes me so far.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back to the because he had gone and worked with NBC for a little bit, and if I remember correctly, it was a little dicey. But I mean, he does have like understanding of the game, and he's done a little bit more. He's done some studio stuff. And to be fair, I think also what's worth noting is he came in off of the heels of, you remember when Tony Romo jumped in here and jumped right into the booth. And I feel like that plan of action has been a bad one, and that led to some bad decisions. Throwing Jason Witten into the Monday Night Football booth, throwing Breeze into a booth. Even Brady, I think, has been a questionable one. I think with giving him a little more time, he's done some studio. I do wonder if the opportunity to do more TV, do more, find more of that landscape will allow him to come out and bring some of the natural knowledge that he has about playing the position in football more cleanly to the TV.
Is it in him? And that's a very serious thing in that industry, this industry. Like J.J. Watt, it's in him to be, very likable and listenable and all that stuff. I don't know about Drew Brees.
Mark Sanchez done in these streets, though, right?
Oh, he's done.
I mean, to be fair, he is facing a felony charge right now, as far as that case. But the details, at the very least of it, are so absurd, for lack of a better term, that it makes me wonder, especially with this move, if this isn't at the very least just in case, and maybe even more of, we're just gonna quietly let that go. From Mark Sanchez.
I think he's definitely done, and we won't be hearing from him anytime real soon.
Couple more things worth noting. We brought you the audio of Panthers running back Rico Dowdle getting that penalty off of them 2 pumps. After that, right, the old Key and Peele skit.
I didn't see how much they fined him.
Well, they did in fact fine him on top of that penalty.
Yeah.
And you're right. I didn't see what the actual fine was, but he did accrue a fine after that, and apparently Rico Dowdle said that he started a GoFundMe.
Yeah, I was going to send it all to charity, so good for him.
Which is pretty awesome. But I feel like probably shouldn't base your thoughts on what's going to fly in the National Football League that has an actual rule book off of a skit. I feel like that's probably the way that should
Key and Peele have to donate, right?
I mean, I think
they have to.
Yeah, probably.
They have to donate.
I would say yes, definitively, if they were still on the air, because like that feels like promo for the show.
Yeah,
it's a while later. I feel like that's not my responsibility. I feel like they could walk on that. And can I leave you with this? Did you realize that Jackson Smith-Njigba, obviously a player that we saw a couple weeks back, he's on pace to do something incredible. He has 948 receiving yards. yards through. That's an average of 118.5 yards a game. Kind of good.
Jeez.
If he keeps that up over 17 games, he'll finish with 2,015 yards, which would be the first 2,000-yard season for a receiver in history.
I did see this. My initial thought was yes or no. I think he could.
I think he could. Like the way that he plays the game, it feels like it's very evident. And don't forget, they add Rashid Shaheed. Now, I do wonder, does that help or hurt, right? Does Rashid Shaheed, who's a fantastic deep threat for the Seahawks, does that then make it so that some of those deep opportunities are going to him instead of Jackson Smith and Jigba? Or does that create so much trouble with the defense where now that opens up Jackson Smith and Jigba even more?
Probably going to be yes and no, right?
120 a game is not easy to sustain necessarily. And again, I like to call it the car crash sport. Like, do injuries do
injuries are always the qualifier. But let's assume health, or at least largely health. He's going to throw a 200 up there.
Without question.
So he'll throw a 200.
There's probably a good 250 still in there for him.
Yeah, so I think he could. Yeah.
I think he could, and that would pass. Do you know who holds the record?
Randy Moss?
Not Randy Moss for most yards in a season. Or actually, the current record is held by a Lion.
Calvin Johnson.
There you go, Calvin Johnson. 1964, 1,964 receiving yards back in 2012.
Lord.
He averaged 122 yards a game, because remember, that was a 16-game
season.
season.
Right. Yeah.
God, he was so good. Like, I just wanted to take a second.
Good.
Really good at football. That is my hot take. Calvin Johnson, really good at football. From the 713, Davis Mills' alter ego is the neck. Thank you for that. Texter, that is Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, it's a Thursday, so we turn to the phone lines to talk to our friend, former NFL pass rusher and current Nigerian brethren, Ndidi Kalu. We'll talk about it next.
Current, we'll see about that. D&M Auto Leasing right now. Let's talk about that new vehicle that you're going to get with D&M Auto Leasing, and you're going to get it at the terms that you want. And I say that with experience. We've gotten our last two vehicles.
John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you hear a little new edition. I feel like we know where we're about to go weekday to our guy who is the biggest New Edition fan in all of Houston. His name is ND Kalu. He joins us weekly. ND, what's happening, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing all right. Doing okay. I feel like I could be doing better. QB1 is in the concussion protocol, and the head coach makes it known that he will not play. So Davis Mills is going to be at the helm. I want to go back to this game against the Broncos. I think you know that I like asking a defensive mind what they think about an offense, right, from their perspective. What did you see from Davis Mills when he got into this game from a defender's point of view?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't want to be negative Nancy over here, but the good part, or the promising aspect when you look at the fact that he probably didn't get many reps throughout the week with the ones, not an excuse, when you're a backup quarterback, which sometimes could be the toughest position on a football team. You have to prepare not knowing when you're going to get in, but there isn't anybody who's going to give you that excuse, oh, he didn't prepare. He didn't get a chance to prepare with the ones. Mm-hmm. When CJ went out, I was cautiously optimistic because my thought process at the time as I was watching the game unfold, this is a guy that's been here 5 years. This is a guy that, whether or not he should have been, but he has a lot of experience because he was a starter at one point. So I was hoping for a better showing. I was hoping that this will be a situation where he understands what's in front of him with his offensive line. So he was just going to get the ball out quickly and get positive yards. But when you look at the big picture, the lack of a score touchdown when he was in, it was pretty disappointing because we've seen other teams have success with the backup quarterback, whether it's San Francisco 49ers or what we're seeing with the Cardinals with Jacoby Brissett. That's why you like to have those experienced backups so they can get you those wins, so they can get you, 3 out of 4 wins or at least go 500. And I just didn't see that in the second half of the Denver game.
I wanted to ask you, especially in lieu of they didn't make any moves on the trade deadline. We're going into week 10. We talk about the offense. We've talked about it with you. Maybe they'll get better here. Maybe they'll get better there. Maybe they can do this. Maybe. Are we to the point going into week 10, this is just what the offense is? I mean, do you see any cause for, maybe they will get better in these regards?
No. As far as personnel, I'm 100% with you, John. Like, even during the trade period, when you're wondering if any team's going to make a last-second move, for me, there were talks about, a wide receiver or maybe another running back. If you weren't making a move with the offensive line, I wasn't going to be excited about any moves. And I also came to the realization, what teams typically don't give up? Good offensive linemen. Yeah. So it's not as if they were going to just land some big-time offensive linemen. They would have to give up too much, and you pretty much have to give up whatever you gave up or returned from the Laremy Tunsil deal, and your thought is, well, then why'd you give him up in the first place? So all those, offside penalties, false start penalties, they're not looking at, because when it's all said and done, you got to have that talented blindside protector, and right now the Texans don't have that.
We're talking to ND Kalu here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and a really long injury list, or rather practice list when it comes to yesterday after practice, and on that included Danico Autry, Will Anderson Jr., Jalen Petrie, but I wanted to focus more on the defense line, especially because Will Anderson, it was a quad? I want to make sure I get that right, John Lopez. Mm-hmm. When it comes to a quad, does that at all make you concerned about whether Will Anderson Jr. plays, or is that something that you feel like that's something that'll be fine?
No, you never just assume it's going to be fine. And when we hear quad, you think, okay, the rest is going to help and he'll just go out there. But what's one of the characteristics that makes Will Anderson so special? It's his explosiveness. It's his first step. And guess what muscle you're using when you're getting out of that three-point stance to have that explosive first step? It is your quad, more so than your hamstring, more so than any other muscle. So, yes, even if he plays, and him being the type of player that he is, he's going to tough it out. yeah, you wonder, and my eyes are going to be on him to see if there's a noticeable difference with his get off because, man, that dude is fun to watch, and the way he changes the line of scrimmage, the way he explodes into the offensive lineman, more than likely an offensive tackle, it comes from that quad muscle. It comes from getting out of that three-point stance and exploding to strike, separate, and shed. So, yeah, that's definitely a concern.
What do you think the vibe is in the Texans locker room right now? They've been close so many times, only on scoreboard. They didn't play well, but they legitimately had a chance to win. What do you think the vibe is? Not just that where they are, but the fact that the team coming in is 5-3, and nobody expected that.
You know what? This is where I may be a little biased, but this is why you get a guy like DeMeco Ryans. The vibe is always going to be great when you're winning. The vibe in the Jacksonville Jaguar locker room is probably riding high. They're 5-3. They just won an overtime game. And if you look at their schedule, they can realistically say to themselves, man, we could win 11 or 12 games from their perspective. But what I love about DeMeco Ryans and the type of leader he is, even though the team is 3-5, even though they've had a slow start, things aren't going the way that they hoped or expected to. I bet if I was in that locker room, you're still going to see smiles. I bet if I was in that practice field when they turn away the media, you're still going to see guys going all out, and you're still going to see guys practicing with confidence. Look, I don't think there's any player right now going into this game thinking that they're going to lose because Davis Mills is a quarterback, and a lot of that is because of the culture they created. Now they just got to get it done on Sunday when the Jags come to town. But I would still expect to see a positive vibe, John. And here's the thing. Guys like myself, media, fans, we're looking like, oh, man, 3-5. Yeah. They dang near got to win out just to go to the playoffs. I bet at least once or twice a day, somebody is yelling in that locker room, in the meeting room, one game at a time, one day at a time. Now you're to the point where, look, it's all about Thursday's practice, period. Tomorrow's all about Friday's practice. So it's not how many games you have to win to get to the playoffs. And I think when you have that mentality, you're still excited about showing up to work every day.
How do you keep that energy in that practice? Obviously, you lean on DeMeco Ryans to set the tone there, but clearly every NFL player is going to have some rough times in the season, and especially where you're looking at it right now, the 3-5. How do you keep that mentality right on practice as you're getting ready for another game?
Man, that's a good question, but it's just part of being a pro. I wish I could give you some great answer, but here's the thing. Like, at times, you still have to look at the big picture. I was on a team that started 0-7, and I'm not going to say that we're singing or whistling Kumbaya walking into practice every day, but when you look at big picture, like, man, I'm in the NFL. Like, I still have another game where I get to, display my talent on the biggest stage. There's only 32 teams, less than 0.8% make it to the NFL. And I still have a chance to go out there and play the greatest game, the greatest sport in the history of sports. So there's still, when you look at big picture, this is such a blessing to be in the game, so to be in the NFL. So, guys are still going to be walking around with a pep in their step. Now they just got to get the wins. But, yeah, you get up because you're a pro, and this is a privilege to play in this game.
Maybe I'm putting you on the spot here because, obviously you have a life to live. I don't know how much you've watched the Jacksonville Jaguars, but I mentioned they're 5-3, their offense. And I know Trevor Lawrence has been, polarizing, but it seems like they're figuring.
No, 100%. Their momentum is where it needs to be. They're figuring things out, like you mentioned. They still have one of the better and underrated running backs in the game. So, I'm seeing a team and they've already beat the Texans. So, let's make sure we continue to remember that. So, we're so used to the Jacksonville Jaguars being that team that we say, oh, okay, as a Texan fan, we'll get 2 wins here. We might split with this team. No, this is a team that's believing. They don't have that one huge star that if you look at their stats, it jumps off the page or you don't see it in the games, but they're just playing good football as a team. And that's scary because you don't know where the big game's going to come from.
Now, Andy, as a man who's been in the trenches, I hate to do the thing where I bring what Coach said to you and see if you agree with it. However, I'm exactly going to do that. DeMeco Ryans talked about, the goal line inability to get in there, and he was like, you just kind of need willpower to really shorten up what he said. Is that what you kind of think of when you think of the Texans' inability to get into the end zone from short?
especially when you talk about those goal line stands. Like, and I felt guilty because as a former defensive lineman, when they were on the wrong end of a goal line stand, as a defensive player, I was like, man, that was awesome. Then I was like, oh, that sucks for the Texans that they couldn't punch it in. But he's 100% right. And I'm not just saying that because, it's D'Amico Ryans. As a D lineman, when you're inside the 5, a lot of times you don't even look to the sideline for the play. It's like, just tell me where to line up and I got to beat that dude in front of me, because it's not about, from the defensive point of view, it's not about getting overly creative. It's about changing the line of scrimmage and beating that MFer in front of me. Like, that's the mentality that you have to have. And guess what? That's the mentality you have to have on the offensive side of the ball, because again, it's just willpower. Is, hey, we got to get the push. When you're on the 1, 2, 3 yard line, any running back should be able to score, and they should give the ball to the offensive line, because getting that push and having that mentality, having that dog mentality, that's what it takes to score when you're that close.
Yeah, but Andy, at some point, and I've been saying this week, I mean, what you're saying in theory is 100% correct. We all know that. But at some point, you just don't do it. You can't blow guys off the line of scrimmage. You are getting stuffed. It's happened on 3 or 4 or 5 occasions?
Multiple times.
Yeah, at some point, as an offense, if you can go to the offensive side of the ball, don't you think we got to change this up, man?
Yeah, but like I said, there aren't any offensive linemen that are saying,
no, I'm saying like just change from dives and sneaks to.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. I mean, that is when you have to get cute. That is when you have to score what we used to call those BS touchdowns, because it's more finesse. It's more finesse than just willpower and aggressiveness. Yeah, if you don't have the personnel, and if they've proven that, hey, we can't get it done with willpower, that's when you gotta, do the old a brain freeze, where you have a running back you line up as a wildcat. You got to get kind of creative, do wildcat. Have that Nick Foles play where your quarterback ends up catching a touchdown. No, I'm 100% in agreement with you, sign coach guys up to have that willpower, to be that type of dog, to be that type of player, to just change the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. Yeah, when certain things aren't working, you got to go to the finesse side of the offensive playbook.
Yeah. Andy, I feel like I'm going to need to, at some point, give you, an award to give out weekly, because it feels like there's some dudes that even we are not good about making sure to acknowledge. Is there anybody that you feel like has just not been getting enough love on this team to this point?
I haven't, except, of course, when I'm listening to y'all. I haven't really listened or watched to see who's getting the love, but Tommy Togiai, I mean, that's the guy that just continues. Yeah. Oh, my man. Yeah, he just always shows up, unsung hero, does the dirty work. And when you look, a lot of times when Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson are flying around the corner and getting the pressure, getting the quarterback hit, getting the sack, if you notice, the quarterback doesn't have a chance to set up a step up to avoid the sack. And there's been 3 or 4 times where I'm like, oh, when I watched the replay, he wasn't able to step up because Tommy Togiai was getting pushed and he didn't create a running lane. So he's one guy that I would definitely say he's an unsung hero. I think the other gentleman that I'm going to bring up gets the props, but you can never give Jalen Petrie too many props, because that is a football player, from, covering a tight end or running back out of the backfield to playing physical football when he's in the box as a run stopper. I mean, that's a Swiss Army knife, and I just think he's a true football player.
The inaugural Kalu Award goes to Tommy Togiai.
There you go.
Very good. Excellent. I love that we were able to do that, giving us some of your time. And I've got a bone to pick with you that I'll wait for next week.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I got a bone to pick with you.
Well, at least let me know so I can prepare for it.
I'll see if I send you a text, but I feel like the ambush might be more fun for me personally.
All right, I'll be ready. I'm ready. Unlike the offense on first and goal, I'll be ready.
Wow.
I got the willpower to fight you back.
All right, my man. Have a good one.
Y'all keep up the good work.
There he is, Andy Kalu, former NFL defensive end, and our good friend who joins us weekly to talk about these Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including the Rockets doing what needed to be done and adding to their win streak. We'll talk about that and more next.
Coach D'Amico.
at EOO.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I'd like to begin with your 5-2 Houston Rockets. 5 wins in a row, baby.
How about that?
Never in doubt.
No, it was never
never in doubt.
Well, you talking season or yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yesterday was never in doubt.
Never in doubt. 124-109 victory for your Rockets. I mean, they jumped out quick. It was a 12-point lead after one. Although, to be fair, they allowed Memphis to kind of not hang around, but hang around at a little bit of a distance.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like, have you ever had somebody like tell you to just follow them instead of giving you the directions to where y'all are going?
Then they lose contact, then gain contact,
and then they get through that one light now you having to try and follow them from a light behind.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it felt like this game was when I was watching.
That's exactly what it was. Like you're close, you see them, and all of a sudden, like, where'd they go? Then you're back close.
And then you're like, oh yeah, there's the car. I see him again. That's what it felt like.
Exactly what it was
in this game. And I mean, I think the biggest thing that I took away from this game is, hey, there's Amen Thompson, baby, 28 and 10.
He's been good
with 7 assists in this game. A good plus 22 on the box score if you care at all. Knocked down a 3, so 1 of 3 from deep. I mean, Amen just keeps looking like a fantastic basketball player, even with all the expectations that were heaped up to his blow up in the middle of last season.
Yeah.
And he's answering the call. Like, he was the leading scorer for your Rockets and in this game as you anticipate for Amen Thompson.
Yeah, look, he's been incredible. I mean, this is, as the kids like to say, all-star season loading. No doubt about it. If not even better than that. And we're looking all NBA type stuff. That's how good he's been with the ball, without the ball. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Or day before. I like him without the ball, but he's good with it. On the other hand, and this has nothing to do with the Rockets. Boy, I couldn't stop watching the car wreck that is the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, you can see
bad.
You can see kind of not quite the give up, but some of the give up that's happening over there.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, they are 9 games into the season.
Mm-hmm.
That is,
it's about to be a long season.
They are just barely a tenth of the way,
and that's a new head coach.
That's part of the reason.
I'm glad you said that. I wanted to ask you about
Was it Thomas Yosigas, I believe is his name?
Sure.
Like
Yeah. Tomas Yosola, I believe is what it is.
All right, you got it.
But how do you feel about his rotations? Because that's a big topic in Memphis, and I got to see it up close yesterday on TV. But up close on TV.
I was standing right in front of the TV, so I was up close.
Close in person.
But he goes in like 4-minute intervals with his star players. And his logic behind it, I actually dug in a little bit. Well, on my phone as I'm watching, his thing is, I'm qualifying everything today.
That's right.
You play. His theory is you play your hardest, your best. You give it all for 4 or 5 minutes. Rotate in, keep them fresh, keep everybody involved. And I'm thinking the whole time I'm listening to him, that's awesome in college.
I was going to say high school.
I actually think that there is
that's not
something,
an NBA thing, man.
I think it's worth trying in the NBA. I sincerely do. Like, I hear what you're saying. It's not
a college thing, man.
It is not something that is that NBA players are used to. It's not within the tradition, and that's worth noting. I think that it's worth giving a shot. The big red flag within that, or the big butt within that, shout out to Sir Mix-a-Lot, is buy-in. Did you get buy-in?
Well, that's part of the reason it's good in college.
That is clearly the reason why it's not happening. I think that in the NBA, if you have belief from your team that this is something that would make sense and that works, especially because in the difference between college and NBA as you're trying to set up is the agency that players have, the power that they have in the dynamic here, right, where they get to decide what happens. If you lose,
the thing is, it got to work though.
Well,
but there's no way to even get a feeling of if it works if nobody buys in, and that's what I'm saying is you have to give it a shot with buy-in. And the problem is, I don't think he got buy-in, especially from John Morant. John Morant looked like he is about to be gone before they get to the trade deadline.
He was gone, but I think it's more than buy-in too. I think the difference between high school and college, because you're right, that would work in high school. I think it would work in college, but because 1 through 10 and 11. In college, for the most part, the talent level is closer than 1 through 10 or 11 in the NBA. Because in the NBA, it's 1 through 3 through 7. You can't go 9, 10 deep in 3 and 4 and 5 minute intervals in the NBA and still keep the same level of play.
I think there's teams that go 9, 10 deep. I think it's an interesting thought process. And if you were ever going to try something, very early on in the season is one of those times to try, see, and if not, you can pivot. I don't blame him for being innovative and attempting it. I think you have to have that buy-in, which he doesn't have very clearly, and that's where it's all going to fall apart. I think that, though, if you want to have questions, I wouldn't even bring it to Thomas. I bring it to the ownership or the general manager. If you knew that, like, they hired him, he was the interim. They hired him within. The hiring of an interim is always something to be side-eyed because you did not give yourself the opportunity to look and see if anybody else had a different plan or a better plan that might work for you. You just decided, we put this guy as the interim, fine, we can just keep going with this. And now you find yourself in a place where you're locked in, at least for the season, unless you want to go with another interim. And even though they weren't going to be a good team this year with the way that they're made up, you're giving yourself no chance of being a good team, and it looks like you might be pushing out, I guess, your best player, even if he's not supposed to be your star player anymore.
I mean, this is not a show in Memphis, so I won't get into it. But that's where I went. But with the Rockets, my thing is, like, you imagine telling Kevin Durant, hey, we're going to play you 4 minutes at a time, and then you're going to sit for 4 or 5 minutes. I don't care about if you're toxic like John Morant or not. It's just a tough ass.
Yeah, you got to be the Washington Wizards or something like that. That ain't got no type of star power or something like that. And maybe you could try telling John Morant you only playing 4 minutes at a time and all that stuff.
Yeah,
that sound kind of crazy.
Well, for John, I think John Morant might be one of the chief ones, especially because, like, his game isn't necessarily skill-based. It's athleticism and effort-based. If you get just 4 minutes of John Morant going downhill at your neck, that gets interesting. There's no buy-in, and it doesn't work. Now, in the course of this game, some things happened. Kevin Durant was trolling Ja's dad, T,
that was
which
so
was
good.
fun from the sideline, telling him, quote, your son doesn't want to be here. We know it's your last weekend. Enjoy your time. I love this. Another thing about this game is you look up and you go, who are your 2 highest scorers in this game? Wasn't Kevin Durant. It was Amen and Alperin. I thought that was really cool.
Good to see Jabari.
Great to see Jabari back. And one of the things that was also really cool is that Nike Basketball sent a tweet. Now, this is the tweet was actually from, and this was a couple days ago, but a tweet was from the Mavs game on a lob to Amen where they quote tweeted it, or they quote tweeted with, it takes one step for a rocket to take off and land. And a lot of people are thinking, is this a precursor to an Amen Thompson signature shoot?
Oh, yeah. I think it could be. I think it could. So are you going to say it? I was really counting on you saying it so I could eye roll.
I'm not saying what. What am I saying?
NBA Cup starts tomorrow for the Rockets.
NBA Cup does start tomorrow. I was going to say that for tomorrow, but NBA Cup starts tomorrow. I mean, look, if you want to get yourself some hardware before some other hardware, NBA Cup might be a place to do it. A tough road to hoe just in their conference, or in their rather cup group. But they're looking like they're on a good roll, and they're finding some things. Defense probably still needs to be better, but I don't think that was going to be the game to test that are popping in the world of sports. Quickly go through this. You realize ESPN Bet is no more. ESPN and the gaming company that was the purveyors of ESPN Bet, Penn, they are ending their deal early. I believe December 1st is when it officially goes. Penn is actually paying out. They're paying Disney for the to end this, but they are keeping the information of the 3 million plus subscribers, or I guess people who had signed up or what have you for it. But do you have any belief that this has anything to do with the gambling scandals that are happening around the NBA and elsewhere in sports?
You just are inclined to think somehow yes, but then ESPN has a partnership with DraftKings still.
Well, they're building it, obviously, if they no longer – because the thing about it is ESPN is still going to have odds on their games and stuff, and so in order to have those, you have to have a partner. No longer will it be their partnership with Penn that has their branding with ESPN Bet now.
Just a little separation, maybe.
Yeah, I think that probably get your name a little bit further away from all this betting.
They're just an advertiser. They're just partner.
It looked atrocious for them when you're talking about all this. Remember you remember the visual of Get Up on TV,
and they had
they're talking about the breaking news of Chauncey Billups being hemmed up and Terry Rozier, and then on the bottom ESPN Bet.
And they took it down. They took down the graphic in the middle of the conversation.
Yeah, I mean it's not a great look, but I do find it interesting. It's possible that this has nothing to do with it because it is worth noting. Penn Gaming is the company that also had worked with Barstool, that had bought Barstool.
No.
So this is yet another one of their attempts at utilizing a a brand doesn't necessarily. So I don't know. I don't know if what is involved there, but it does. The timing feels odd as this gambling kind of investigation talk blows up at ESPN's like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna step away from that. And then also shout out to the Texans, Cal and Hannah McNair. There was news earlier today that they are going to buy into the ownership of LOVB, which is a volleyball league here in the United States, and they will buy the Houston team.
Yeah, and bringing it to Houston. And you know what? Shout out to Hannah McNair. I mean, she is quite the advocate for youth sports, women's sports. You know, we've seen she's quite the advocate, the face, so to speak, from a Texans perspective of the flag football, and all the impetus that they're having there, the push they're having there, and now the same for volleyball, because it's not just professional league, it's also some youth stuff as well. So she's been really good for the women and youth in sports.
Yeah, it's one of those leagues. Speaking of, it's League One volleyball, which LOVB, that's where that comes from. It's one of a couple, I believe, of volleyball leagues. But one of the things with any of these sports that's a little bit more on the periphery, think like even Major League Rugby, right? Is you wonder if they're going to have the support to kind of run it out.
Well, they have the machine.
This gives them that stability.
Yeah, they have the machine.
I'll also be interested to see what kind of synergy happens between the Texans and the ESPN Entertainment deal that fell apart, that partnership. It was a 10-year, $2 billion deal that they signed in 2023. Yikes. And they're already terminating it.
Yeah, you know what? Never mind.
$38 million being paid to Disney to close this out.
Yikes.
Wild stuff. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get on the phone line one more time. Does this count as going behind enemy lines? I think we're going to get a little bit of insight, but
yes and no.
A little bit yes and no. We'll see what we can talk about with the Jags, but we'll also just talk a little bit of NFL with CBS Sports' Pete Prisco. We talk to Pete next.
We're bringing the party to Tom. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Couple of encouraging notes from practice today as the Texans are gearing up for their matchup versus the Jaguars on Sunday. Both Will Anderson Jr., Danico Autry, and then also Nick Chubb. So all three of them have returned to practice today after being listed as DNPs for practice yesterday. Encouraging things to see.
Very much so.
Also encouraging is when we get an opportunity to talk to someone like this on the phone line. We turn to the phone line now. It is CB. How you doing, bro?
Good. What's up, guys? How are you?
Hey, man.
Doing quite well. Well, I'd be lying. That's lying. I'm a little bit hesitant about this team right now, this Texas team, as I'm sure that you might understand. Even going into a game against a known opponent in the Jacksonville Jaguars, I'd like to ask you about the Jags, in particular their quarterback, because it's been a number of years at this point with Trevor Lawrence coming out of Clemson. And can I ask you the simple question of, do we know if Trevor Lawrence is good yet?
No, you don't. And that's part of the problem. I mean, look, there's been many reasons that have held him back. You can go back to injuries. You can go back to playing for Urban Meyer will send anybody back 2 years. That was a disaster when he was a rookie. You look at the systems that changed. I thought the offense last year was poorly designed, and it didn't work with him. And then he got hurt. And so I think combine it all, and this was the year he was supposed to have his breakout year, and it hadn't happened. Liam Cohn is supposed to, fix the quarterback. And they've done a lot of good things with the quarterback. And he hasn't been awful, but he hasn't taken the next step. And there have been problems. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of pre-snap penalties. A lot of the time Travis Hunter didn't know where to line up, and he's learning too much of the offense. They've led the league in drops by far at wide receiver, so it's hard to get into a rhythm. But he continues to make bonehead decisions like he did last week against the Raiders when he was picked in the end zone. So has he taken the next step? No. Do we know how good he is? No. I always say this. I say he's not one of the top quarterbacks, and he's not one of the bottom 10.
Yeah. Well, with that as the backdrop, Pete, the next logical question is, are the Jaguars for real? Or what we see, or what we're seeing legitimate, and are they gonna make some noise?
Well, when they run the ball on offense, they're pretty good. And, they did run the ball in the second half against the Texans the last time they played them. And so I think that's the key. And you saw that last week. Even in overtime, when they got the ball, they ran it 7 straight plays to go get the touchdown that ended up being the game-winning touchdown. It's hard to evaluate this team in large part because, like everybody else in the league, the injuries have just been crippling. Mm-hmm. And, you take a look at the injuries for this game. And, you mentioned the guys coming back for the Texans today, but Stroud's not playing. Petrie's probably not going to play, right? I mean, he's got a concussion. Isn't Titus Howard in the concussion protocol too? Yes. I mean, those guys, it's hard to work back in a week to play. You've had a bunch of other injuries as well. I mean, look, you go back to Joe Mixon. Let's start there. The wide receiver position. And so I think when you look at it, the injuries have decimated the Texans, but the injuries have decimated the Jaguars. You're talking about Brenton Strange, who's their best blocking tight end and was becoming a legitimate threat in the pass game, gone for the last 4 weeks. Travis Hunter, not there. Brian Thomas Jr. is dealing with an ankle sprain. The left guard, Ezra Cleveland's probably not going to play. You go to the defensive side of the ball, and Trayvon Walker's playing with a club on his hand that he can barely even grab anybody, and he hasn't played that well. Devin Lloyd hasn't played the last couple of weeks. You lose the safety, Murray, and they've had so many injuries just when it looks like they're going to get going. And so I think this league has become more of a survival test than it has become winning games nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's one of those things that we've talked about here on this program, especially as it relates to the possibility of adding an 18th game. So don't get us started there with that. But I'm glad you brought up Ezra Cleveland, because this has been an offensive line that has helped contribute to a really good run game for the Jags. How load-bearing is Ezra Cleveland and what they do?
Well, he was good for the beginning part of the season, and last week he struggled. And actually, when he went out, Cole Van Lanen, who went in, actually played better. Mm-hmm. And so look, Cleveland went into this season with his job on the line, and he was, he came back, responded, played well early in the season, but kind of, last week he kind of tailed off a little bit. So I don't think there's much of a drop off with him and Van Lanen as people would think. In fact, some people think Van Lanen should be in the lineup. So I think they can get around that. The problem is the left tackle's been a problem at times. He's been an issue. Walker Little has struggled. The right guard, McCary's been banged up. He's fought through it, and he actually played pretty good last week. But you mentioned it. Their offensive line, the coach deserves a great job because there's, 3/5 of that line is back, and those guys have all played better, particularly Anton Harrison at right tackle.
What about the head coach? I'm just going to admit it freely. I was predisposed to not want to believe in Liam Cohen. I don't know why. Maybe it was the Duval thing or whatever. What are you seeing there? And then one step above with Gladstone.
When you hire a guy to the ball, you automatically wonder, okay, can he handle big picture? Because he can call plays, and it works that way all the time. A defensive coordinator can call defensive plays, an offensive coordinator can call offensive plays. That's why they get hired. But how do you handle a room? How do you handle things when they go bad? And I think he's done a great job with that. I didn't know him very well. I've gotten to know him. I really like him. I think he's candid. He answers your questions. He's the players respond to him. He gets it, and he's a really good play caller. And so I think he's answered those questions. I thought going into last week was a telling week for them because you lost back-to-back games, and then you go out on the road against a bad team. Can you respond with all the injuries you had and find a way to win that game? And they did. Now, did they get lucky at the end? Probably a little bit because the guy was wide open in the end zone for the 2-point conversion, and the defensive lineman happened to bat it down. But you still found a way to win. And like one of the guys in their building told me, before the season, if you would have said we were 5-3 with victories on the road against San Francisco and home against Kansas City, would you have taken that? And the answer to that question is yes. Mm-hmm. So I think he's done a great job. And Gladstone, wheeler dealer. I mean, he gets it. He understands that you build through, getting good players that believe in your system on the roster. And I think he's going to do a good job. Now, some people will question Travis Hunter trade. I think that's still to be determined, because he was just getting it going on offense. And quite frankly, if he hadn't hurt his knee last week in practice, he was going to play both. They had to kind of ease him into that. He was going to be a full-time starter at both, I think, going into last week.
We're talking to Pete Prisco of CBS right 610. I want to come back to this because I've got listeners texting in saying, hey, shout out to Pete for holding it down and calling the Texans to win against the Broncos this past week. I did want to ask you about that. What are you seeing in the Texans that gave you the confidence to make that pick this past week?
I love the defense. I mean, the defense is nasty. Mm-hmm. And, they get after it. And when you can rush the quarterback and play coverage on the back end, it makes it really tough on an offense, provided they don't run the football on you. And I think that's why you look at that defense across the board. I always look for teams that have young players who are ascending. And when you have young players who are ascending, and you look, Will Anderson ascending, Stingley ascending, Petrie, I still think he is, Lassiter. And those are the kind of defenses you mix in some veterans, and they're going to be good in terms of what they do defensively. So that's why I picked them last week. I thought they would limit the Broncos offensively. By the way, Bo Nix has struggled other than in the fourth quarter. So it's kind of why I picked them last week. And I thought there were some good things you saw from the offense before Stroud went out of the game. So progress is being made on the offensive side of the ball.
Yes, but you were just talking about, handling the room and offensive coach, defensive coach, obviously D'Amico on the defensive side. Man, we've had some discussions about the offense on this show. And to me, it just keeps going back to what they did on the offensive line. I mean, I'm just curious on your perspective from that, because it's been critical for them.
They've been a little bit better, though. Even you guys would agree with that, right?
Sure.
In the last couple, yeah, they've been better. I mean, so there's going to be Surser, and he's a pretty good player, but you throw him in there right away, and that's asking a lot of a rookie tackle. But yeah, I think when they went out and spent their money in free agency and came away thinking they were a better offensive line, I didn't necessarily agree with that. And by the way, one of the guys that's actually surprised me is Ed Ingram. I thought he'd be the worst. Yeah, I thought he'd be the worst guy in the line because he was bad. And he was
you really throw me under the bus here, huh?
I mean, he was bad in Minnesota. He wasn't a good player, and he's been much better in that system than he was in Minnesota. So kudos to him. But the center gets overwhelmed at times. He's not a big guy, and I think he has problems. And then that rotation that they do at left guard, I don't get that. That makes no sense to me. Pick one and play one. If you don't like Tomlinson, don't play him. But they paid him a little bit. So I just think when you look at it, I thought that they were awful on the offensive line last year. and they didn't get significantly better, and that's a problem for C.J. Stroud.
So wait, can I ask you, because you made mention, and we've talked about how the offensive line has at least been not horrible this season. From your perspective, 30,000-foot view, what is then the issue with where this offense is? Because they're clearly not scoring points.
Well, I think they need to play Woody Marks, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I think he gives you pop. Nick Chubb is, 4-3, 4-3, 3-2, 4. You're not getting any pop out of that. And so when you have a knee that gets shredded the way it did, and you try and come back from that a second time, it's tough. You're not the same guy he was. So I think Marks gives him, Marks isn't great. So I think that's, although he's getting better at it, I thought he was pretty good at it last week. I'd play Marks, get some more pop in the run game. And those young receivers started flashing little bits and pieces. The problem is there's no real burner. When you look at it, where's the burner?
Yeah.
And teams play him in a box, and so that's easy to defend when you play him in a box.
Definitely want to get your perspective. Pete Prisco joining us here from CBS Sports and CBSSports.com. I'm always plugged into your power rankings. I want to get your perspective specifically on the AFC at large, and even more specifically, the Indianapolis Colts. I asked if you thought the Jaguars were real. I'm going to ask you the same thing about the Colts.
I don't think we know on either one, by the way. And here's why. If you look at the two schedules of Jacksonville and Indianapolis going down the stretch, one has a really easy schedule, based on the numbers, and the other one's brutal. And you base that on the Colts. I mean, they have a tough schedule. Mm-hmm. They're gonna have a hard time navigating through that. And here's the other thing: they play each other twice, and they haven't won in Jacksonville since God knows when, so they're going to have a problem there no matter how good they think they are. So I have my reservations, and I didn't like the move they made, by the way. I think that reeked of desperation. You don't trade 2 first-round picks for a corner who hadn't played up to expectations. I just thought that felt real desperate on their part. So, and once again, in the back of everybody's mind, I don't care who you are, even probably inside that building, at some point they're all sitting there saying, when does Daniel Jones become Daniel Jones again?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, there's concerns about the Colts, no doubt.
I find that interesting because I feel like if that was the question that you're asking, when does Daniel Jones turn into a pumpkin? I feel like giving up 2 first-round picks in the next couple of years doesn't help you in that equation at all.
No, which means that they believe in him and that they think that they're going to extend him and he's going to be their quarterback. You're absolutely right. They just sent that message out loud and clear. But I'm talking about for the most part. And by the way, when the last time the Colts won the division was? When Andrew Luck was there.
Yeah.
Every team in the division has won it twice since the Colts have won it. And so I think, you talk about desperation. Chris Ballard has to win. Mm-hmm. And he knows that. If he doesn't win that division and get to the postseason, I think he's out.
So are we going to mess around and see Chiefs-Eagles again? Chiefs-Seahawks? Are the Chiefs just going to be there ultimately?
They're going to have to go the wild card route, I think. I mean, they better pick it up and get going. I mean, yes, to answer your question, I think they can get there. I think Buffalo's for real, though. Mm-hmm. I don't think we've seen the best of the Bills. They're getting guys back on defense. You saw it last week. Cole Bishop was really good. He missed time this year. They're getting guys back on that side of the ball. Now, there are some injuries, Ed Oliver being one of them, that really hurts them, but they might get him back for the playoffs. You never know. And then, you look at the rest of the AFC. I think it's the Chiefs, the Bills. I think those are the two teams. You're spot on with that. But you go to the NFC, and I think anybody can win in the NFC. Mm-hmm. I think the Eagles-Packers game this week will be interesting because what happened to the Packers last week? Classic young team. Look ahead, blow out their former quarterback, look great, start reading their press clippings, come home, playing a bad team. Then you got the Eagles on a Monday night. And what do? Next thing you know, you look up and you're in a game and you can't get out from underneath it. We've seen many a team do that. They did it. So now it's time to respond. Play good against a good team, win that. Then you can prove to people that you're legitimate. But the Eagles are. I think the Packers will be. I think the Seahawks, it's funny you mentioned them. Somebody in the league told me the other day they think the Seahawks might end up being the best team in the league. Mm-hmm. With that defense, that coach done a nice job, and that quarterback, 9.6 per pass play, leads the league. It's just nasty how they throw, bombs down the field, more 40-yard pass plays than anybody in the league. So I think, but the Rams are there too. I think the NFC is pretty wide open.
Hey, Pete, before we let you go, I have a couple that I want to get in relatively quickly here. You mentioned the trade deadline, it was pretty active this year compared to other years. Do you have a feeling as to why that was? Does that feel like that's just unique, or is there something underlying there?
We're getting more and more to that. You see it building every year, more and more activity, in large part, a couple of reasons. One, desperation. I think that has something to do with it, to win. And, guys look around, my job might be on the line, I got to do something. Two, teams that have cap hell and stink want to get rid of dead weight and, send it packing. If you're not going to have the guy, why not get something back for it? And when you're trying to rebuild, those draft picks are very meaningful. I'd rather have cheap draft pick labor than an expensive guy if you can draft the right guy. And that's the key to it. So I think that has a lot to do with it. I think the pressure to win and the fact that when we just talked about it, teams in the league right now, and the answer to that question is no. So if you're kind of close, why not make a deal? If you think you can make a playoff push, why not make a deal? And like Jacksonville, they're desperate for a wide receiver. They're 5-3. Their schedule is favorable down the stretch. If they won 5 of their last 9 games, all of a sudden you look at it and you go, they could be in the playoffs at 10 wins. So why not go get a wide receiver? So I think that's where you're at with these teams now.
And finally, before we let you go, it's a question that here in Houston, people are kind of split on. Do you believe the Texans still have a path to the playoffs this year?
I think the schedule's too tough. I said that a couple weeks ago. And if everybody had been around and the line had played a little bit better early in the season, I think, they could have. But I look at that schedule and I'm like, wow, it's just brutal across the board. I just, you play that first place schedule and it comes back and it bites you in the behind at some point, So, what do they have left? They have
Chiefs,
at Tennessee. The next two, they could win this week and should win at Tennessee. Bills, at Colts, at Chiefs. That's a 3-game stretch right there. If you better get at least one of those, or you're done.
There you go. Pete Prisco, CBS Sports, joining us here. We greatly appreciate you giving us some of your time, Pete.
You got it, guys. Take care.
All right, man. He is Pete Prisco, CBS Sports, joining us. Schedule just too tough, he says.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, I don't think very many people disagree. And especially with the way that they're going. If they showed us a different version of the Texans, maybe you could get in a little dicey. We'll see what they show us on the 9th, Sunday at noon right here on Sports Radio 610. You'll be able to hear that. All right, coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions.
All right, let's get to Underdog right now. Speaking of
822-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this.
Text practice update before we get to the concussions, the confessions.
Man, your head is in the.
That was very Freudian.
Well, to be fair,
that was, that was
at least 3 concussions that we're looking at right now.
That was very Freudian. But a little update here. You want the good news or bad news first?
Go ahead and hit me with the bad news first.
Well, there's more bad news than good news.
Oh, well,
get the good news out the way. Then.
No,
go ahead and get the good news out the way. Yeah.
Nick Chubb has returned to practice for the Texans. Will Anderson has returned to practice for the Texans.
Yes,
that's the good news.
There's one more, isn't there?
Is there another one?
There was one more that had returned to practice. Here, let me get it for you. Go ahead.
Titus Howard and right tackle Titus Howard, right guard Ed Ingram are not present at the portion of practice open to the media. Tight end Harrison Bryant at practice, but observing, not practicing. Also, Luke Lachey, who is another one tight end that could be called up, not practicing in the portion of practice. Running back Damian Pierce, not practicing during the open portion of practice. So still,
but Nick Chubb's back, so everything's good, right?
Nick Chubb is back. I guess everything's good.
Danico Autry also at practice.
So he's at practice.
Yeah.
As well. All right, confession.
These are my confessions.
I don't know if there's always a number, is what I say. Like, would you do this for $1,000? No. Would you do it for $100,000? Yes. There's always a number.
Man,
there's always a number.
You're right.
Right?
You're right.
That number right now would have to be really, really high for me to book a flight for tomorrow.
Oh, really?
It would have to be.
What's going on tomorrow?
I don't know what that number is, but every major airport is reducing air travel, quote, meaningfully starting tomorrow because of the government shutdown. Obviously I'm a United guy, and I got a notice from United. Basically, every major airport in the United States, 10 to 20% of their flights are going to be reduced starting tomorrow.
Yeah, but why would that change from tomorrow?
Like, I don't know. I guess tomorrow's the reason.
Not for that. Why would your opinion change? Because really, they're just
because it's going to be a million times worse. I'm exaggerating than now.
Oh, you weren't talking about safety. You're just talking about inconvenience of time.
4 or 5 hours.
Got you.
Just to get through security.
I'm sorry. I thought you were worried for your safety. You were just worried about your time. My bad.
Yeah, my safety. Whatever happens.
He's like, if we fall in the sky, it's fine. But don't you dare have me waiting at the airport for 4 hours.
Don't make me wait because right now it's 3 hours in a lot of places, and they're going to reduce it even more. But United flat out on the text that I got said, try to book another flight.
They said, don't even bother.
Like, get a backup.
Don't even come through.
Yeah. Dude, that's just to get to security.
Yeah. This is just the TSA line?
Yes. Just that. Just the line. And then everything.
Would you book a flight for $5,000? Like, if you get $5,000 if you book a flight tomorrow?
Yes.
I probably would. It also depends on where I'm going. Like if say, hey, you're going to go to, Omaha to cover a basketball game. I'd be like,
brother, you are being bougie right now, man.
I was like, the question you asked is crazy. I'll $5,000.
That's $1,000 an hour. So that's a good way to look at it,
buddy. If it was just a flight over to San Antonio, I'd take that.
Yeah.
I got time.
I got time.
Y'all act like y'all time is all that much value.
No, it's the frustration. I don't need that. I mean, it's just awful.
Bring a book.
Bring 5 books.
Crazy. Look, I wouldn't. To me, I hate booking around holidays anyway because just the hassle.
Yeah.
I definitely ain't trying to book anything anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
But if you talking money, if somebody said, "Hey, I'll give you $1,000,"
put up with it.
Yeah, I go on and do it. Let me get this money.
Yeah, honestly, and maybe this is showing where I am just personally. If you get to 3 digits, I'll go ahead and take that. You paying me 3 digits to book a flight? I got you, dog.
All right, here go $200.
I'm not trying to be bougie.
Appreciate you. I'm not going that far.
I'm not trying to be bougie. It would be at least 4. A good 4.
4 digits?
Yeah, a good 4.
Y'all wild bougie, man.
These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, I think that I might need to change my expectations for one Alperen Şengün.
Mm-hmm.
I think you guys are my witness. I came out and said that I think Alperen Şengün, All-NBA, lock it, right?
Yeah.
So this ain't me just riding the wave. I was already in a place where I thought this was going to be a good year for him. And he's already come out and looked good. And Danielle Lerner of the Houston Chronicle writing a piece after, again, the Rockets have a fantastic game in Memphis. Josh Okogie was knocking down some
very
three-pointers
good. Yeah,
as well.
we didn't mention him.
And in pursuant to that, Danielle Lerner wrote this little snippet, or this snippet from her piece. While Thompson Şengün, that connection is the crux of the offense, Rockets' chemistry is team-wide. Log into evidence the comment that Alperen Şengün made in the post-game locker room to Okogie, who drilled 3 consecutive three-pointers in the third quarter. Quote, Josh, I know when you're going to make the 3 or not. When you get the ball, you spin it in your hands to make it the right way. Alperen Şengün is looking and seeing like, oh, I know that detail. I see when he's going to knock it. You know what that sounds like to me?
It sounds like he's trying a little too hard to me.
But here's the thing. Like, we've heard...
I knew you'd make that.
We've heard comments about, like, LeBron James passing the ball to his teammates and knowing exactly how they like the laces, so he passes it in such a way to help them make it. That sounds similar to that to Alperen Şengün.
And similarly, it sounds like you're trying a little too hard. LeBron cannot figure that out.
I've heard this.
I've heard it
a number of times from dudes that play with him. Like,
can't do it. Can't do it.
I believe it, and it's to the point where I go, I might need to raise this bar for Alperen Şengün to MVP caliber.
Yeah.
Like, I think I'm at that place. He's playing at such a level where I might need to go, you know what? MVP shortlist.
Oh, he's playing at a
MVP short list.
Man, you are all in.
Should I not be?
Basically, everything you just said, I'm skeptical about.
Feel free. I'm glad that dynamic has changed. It feels like I'm usually the skeptical one, so I'm glad to be the optimistic one here.
This guy is saying that LeBron can throw a ball to you from, let's say, 15 feet away, 10 feet away, and the laces would land exactly how you want them.
Jason Williams used to do it all the time.
Are you freaking kidding me?
White Chocolate used to do it all the time. What do you mean?
He couldn't do it either. Nobody can do that.
People can do it. People do it. John Lopez, and I think Alperen Şengün might be on the cusp of doing things similar. It feels like he might be in MVP territory.
Man, my brother need to stay off of Rockets Twitter, man. Goodness gracious.
I'm drinking the red Kool-Aid, dog. I'm drinking it.
These are my confessions.
Man, I hate to do this because I think this guy's a really nice guy, and he caused no trouble, no off the field. Just seemed like a really good guy. But Davis Mills is a buzzkill for me, man.
Is it his voice?
No, I think no.
I think it's fair to say.
It could be a part of it. It's not a thing where I hear his voice and I get mad, but I just think him being here in just getting drafted and end up playing, and then the next year he end up being pretty much the face of the franchise. He was QB1. They gave him the keys to the car.
Yeah.
And just all of those memories just go back to me whenever I hear him talk now, man. I hate that. He's a good guy. I think he just is he married now? I think he got engaged or married. Really nice guy, but just hearing him at the press conference, it was just a buzzkill, man.
It wasn't my confession, but I'm kind of there with you in a little bit. And I do think his voice, it just sounds like you don't think dog. You know, you don't think that's a dog.
Or
right
even,
there.
or honestly, remember a couple years when Case Keenum ended up starting over him?
Yeah.
They went with Case Keenum. Hearing Case Keenum at the podium, it was just like, okay, it's Case Keenum.
Yeah.
You know, you might not think you're going to win the game, but it's like, okay, Case, he got a little something, but just Davis Mills, it was just like a buzzkill. It kind of got me worried about the game a little bit.
So you telling me if you were trying to find the dog equivalent of Davis Mills that he'd be Droopy Dog? Is that what you're telling me?
He'd be Droopy. That's a good one. See, you redeemed yourself. I got one more quick one because it's a public service.
These are my confessions.
They got Debbie the Texan.
What you mean
they got Debbie the Texan.
Like hacked?
Yeah.
Yep.
I saw that.
And now McClain. Does McClain have his back yet?
I don't think so, but
last time I checked,
he got some serious people on the job trying to get his account back.
And then I saw it's a direct message that you get, and I've gotten this message where this is the public service part, where it's a friend of yours on Twitter or someone you follow or whatever, and I've gotten this from I forget who. It says, "Can you vote for me to co-host a podcast event by Spotify and Google?"
That's the exact same one, yeah.
I'd really appreciate your vote. It only takes a second. And it's going to be someone you know.
I got that from McLean. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, no. Just so you guys know.
Don't click any links.
Do not click that link.
Yeah.
Debbie the Texan apparently did.
Oh, man.
Hers is Bitcoin and just completely hacked.
She got a new car?
Yeah, she got it.
From Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Oh man, that sucks, man. Yeah. That's the worst that's the worst feeling ever. Just getting hacked like that, and there ain't nothing you can do about it.
Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that's rough. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 6. Somebody said, "Wait a minute, do NBA balls have laces?" I meant like ribs. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Come on now, you understand what I'm talking about. Somebody said opening Twitter messages in the first place is crazy work. Oh wow, okay. You just don't be talking to people, huh?
Hey, that's how I got Prisco, because I lost his number in my phone.
There you go.
So you do open them for reasons sometimes.
Yeah. Because if you didn't, we wouldn't have had that fun segment with people. Yeah. All right, you're in the Loop. Coming up next, let's do our Thursday staple around this time. Let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. Play along, rather, and we'll do that next.
The Drive. begins In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's do a little buy or sell. You hear the music. That's what it sounds like when we do some buy or sell on a Thursday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? John Lopez.
All right, we start locally as we like to do. So, Coach's Show, this was, I think, Monday? Was the Coach's Show?
Correct.
D'Amico Ryans.
And you can hear that on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, you can.
That's right.
D'Amico Ryans was asked by Mark and John about kind of what we've been talking about. Some of the young guys not getting as, what was it? Jalen Noel only had 11 snaps. Christian Kirk had 41, something like that. He was asked about that to see young guys get the ball. Are you buying that?
Selling it. I mean, the logical part of me says, then what is stopping you, right? Because ain't nobody else in here running nothing around here. D'Amico does a great job of reminding us that it's his call and it's his shot. Well, then if you want to see it, who stop you from making it happen?
Yeah.
So as much as I understand the sentiment, clearly the understanding is there because we have that same understanding on the outside looking in. We also would like to see that. It seems like it would make sense that you would want to see that, except what you're saying you want and what's actually happening are at an impasse. And so I can't believe that you also have that desire if you're not making it happen.
Yeah. Go ahead, Figgy.
Yeah, I'm kind of selling that too, man. I think, it's they could just put the players out there if they want to see them play or have more plays and all that stuff. They're not, though.
Yeah, I'm with you both. This is the head coach saying we want to see the young guys get the ball more, and Jalen Noel had 11 snaps. He's on the headset. He's in the room. He can say, hey, he does say run the ball here. He didn't call plays. I want to see this or whatever. I want to see Jalen Noel on the field. It's in his control.
And one of the things that D'Amico also said during the coach's show that I found to be interesting was he talked about the circumstances of going into different rooms as, getting ready for game plan and like, hey, have we, this is something that defense does. Have we thought about this? I think that you can also, as the head coach, unless I'm wrong, unless there are limitations on the head coach in this way, you can feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like Jalen Noel is out here cooking. I feel like we should use him more, don't you? Yes, we're in agreement. All right, let's do that, right? Like I think that is well within your purview.
Yeah.
And maybe he's saying that insofar as we have seen the light this week and now we are going to do that.
Maybe.
All right.
Yeah.
However, if I'm to use the recent history, it does not seem like that's the case unless you're forced into that circle.
Exactly. All right, you buying or selling this? Let's go ahead and play the audio question and answer.
Why would he not call plays?
That was the answer.
What was the question, John Lopez?
The question was, do you think is Nick Caley still going to call plays this week?
Why would he not call plays?
I'm going to start this one.
He said, nah, let me do this.
No, I want to start this one because you might not know what the buy or sell is.
Okay.
I think what the buy or sell is here for me anyway is he can't really believe that it's not a question, right? Because basically he's saying, why would he not call plays? He's basically saying, like, obviously, I can't buy this that he doesn't think it's an option or that he's even considered it. So I'm selling.
Yeah, because the thing about it is D'Amico Ryans he's established a particular relationship with the media, and I don't mean that to be like the heaviest portions of that, where, okay, if something like that's happening, we're probably going to need to ask him. Like, he's not going to be the Sean McVay that steps up to the microphone and goes, hey, guys, these are all the things that are happening now. Now your chance to ask questions.
Yeah.
He's largely going to let the media members that attend the press conferences ask him questions, and then he will answer those that he wants to. And this feels like one of those circumstances where clearly we have those questions. I think the tone is kind of interesting because, I feel like we've already, not only what you're coming from of, you could see the logical conclusion that people would draw, like, are you asking those questions? But also, these questions have been asked of you before when it comes to whether or not Nick Caley. So I understand the frustration that exhibits within that. But yeah, man, the idea of like, why wouldn't he? Yes, you have not said anything, but it's not like you would tell us if you weren't straight up necessarily either.
Yeah, so what's the buy or sell?
The fact that he hasn't, it sounds as if he hadn't even considered it. And I'm I'm selling that.
Yeah, I'm kind of selling that too. I do think he probably answered it that way to kind of get it out the way. Like, nah, this ain't about to be a conversation or a think piece, or y'all media folks ain't about to write nothing and all that stuff. I think he just kind of
outside noise.
Yeah. So he tried to do that reverse psychology, whereas. Oh, why is this even a question?
Yeah, what are you, crazy?
What a vote of confidence?
What are
and
you,
just,
crazy?
Like, I get the frustration. Like I get it. And D'Amico expresses a little bit more of that, especially this year with in these settings. I get
that's a silly question for y'all to ask.
Come on.
What's
the Bryce Harper? That's a clown question, bro.
Yeah. Davis Mills spoke yesterday as well, and he said, "quote This offense is trying to find our identity."
I buy that. Because as of right now, I ain't been able to see the identity. I thought that was very interesting. I'm glad that you mentioned this here because I kind of think I had it started, but I haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, no, I found that to be deeply interesting and a kind of a breath of fresh air to some degree, and maybe things that we had.
Contrary to what D'Amico had been saying.
I think to be fair, D'Amico had been kind of giving you indications that that they didn't have an identity, or that they have not really settled on it. He just hadn't, said that explicitly. This is somebody saying it explicitly. So as much as you're like, hey, I'm not getting the feels from listening to Davis Mills talk, I do appreciate somebody over there going like, yeah, we're still figuring this thing out.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I think he's right. He's in that offensive room, so I think that's probably the conversation throughout the whole locker room, just trying to find that identity. Like, are you a running team?
Yeah.
Or are you? I mean, what are?
What do you do?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm buying it as well. All right, this was an interesting one to me. According to, I forget who reported it. Rachel Nichols talked about it on her show, but I forget exactly who reported it, that the Tennessee Titans they were actually talking about trading Tony Pollard.
Rachel Nichols?
No, on a talk show. She said that was the most interesting. It was just on a talk show.
Yeah, I was like, Rachel Nichols, she's getting into the NFL space.
All I saw was her talking about it.
Okay.
I don't know where the report came from.
Gotcha.
But there is a report out there that the Titans did not want to trade Tony Pollard. They were having discussions with the Patriots about trading Tony Pollard, and they didn't want to trade him ultimately because Amy Adams Strunk, yes, that one, was still holding a grudge against Mike Vrabel. Are you buying that? That she nixed the trade because spite?
I'm 100% buying that. Yeah, she is the pettiest person ever. And that sound like it's right up her alley. The same person that want to wear the Oilers throwbacks when they play the Houston Texans. Yeah, that sound about right to me.
Figgy laid it out. Also, you mean to tell me that Amy Adams Strunk will harm her team by making bad decisions at time? I am shocked.
Shocked, I say.
Shocked and appalled, in fact. No, yeah, this sounds like something that is within the realm of possibility. What's funny is, I don't even know if it's actually true, but just the fact that it's within the realm of plausibility looks real bad for your ownership.
Yeah, my reaction was, wait a minute, she's spiteful? Go figure.
Can we talk about the actual situation, though, of not wanting to trade?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
That's pathetic there, man. That's not good for business.
Yes.
That's a running back.
Yeah.
Right. That's one of those positions that we go like, the running backs aren't valuable. I'm not actually making a claim there, but that's kind of the conversation that's had there, right? One of the shorter lifespans of a position in the league, and you've already sold this thing. You're selling this thing off for parts. Why would you not trade the running back? I understand you don't want
you can
the
get
Patriots.
a good third rounder for that.
Plus, how much you think you're spiting them? They're already 7-2 right now.
That's right.
Yeah, this is not good for business, man.
No, it is.
Like, why would trade Tony Pollard, get something, and try and get yourself to
at this point, you going off of emotion. You running this team off of straight up emotion.
Really, Amy Adams Strunk going off of emotion?
Shout out to her doing that, right? Not giving that front office more assets to maybe get the Titans to be good again. Because think about it, if the Titans could actually find their way to being better relatively soon, this division goes from look at the AFC South being terrible to goodness, right?
If she didn't want to trade them to Houston or something like that.
It's just way over there.
Oh, it's the freaking Patriots, man.
Exactly. All right, are you buying or selling this? I got a couple more for you here. Jonathan Gannon said that Jacoby Brissett would start even if Kyler Murray were healthy. Now, just as a note, Kyler Murray then went on the IR.
That's right.
So that's why I thought it was a good buy or sell question.
I actually buy this because it feels like they might be, or we largely might be running to the end of the Kyler Murray era as a quarterback of that team. And I think that because you've seen what you've seen from Jacoby Brissett, we talked about this earlier in the week. You saw, I think it was Tuesday, you saw him be able to activate your best players Junior over there, actually getting involved in the offense. The offense looks viable. And then, the contract situation with Kyler, like they went ahead and paid him, and it has not been fruitful for them. I think that part of this IR stint, like now, I'm not saying that they're being entirely nefarious. I think there's actually an injury, but I think part of this is also ain't no need to play with it here and get injuries that complicate this a little further. I think that they're starting to take their mindsets towards we're moving away from Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I feel like they probably seen a different type of energy once Jacoby Brissett started that game.
Yeah.
And it was no way you can even, if he was just 100% healthy,
right,
then maybe he probably wouldn't start again, but just a little tiny injury, just a little, I think there's no way you can just not put Jacoby Brissett the way they played too.
All right, I'm buying it too. Ja Morant, we saw him yesterday. He was asked about his relationship with the Grizzlies. Quote, "If I didn't have a good relationship with them, I wouldn't talk to them at all."
I'm buying that he thinks that. I'm selling that he knows what a good relationship is because I've got to be honest. Ja Morant, I don't trust your judgment, big dog. And I feel like you should understand why that's the case. Like I don't believe that you have a good understanding of what a good relationship is this moment. Like he's clearly been peeved at what this organization, or at least with the coaches, and maybe that's the way he views. He's like, the front office ain't got no problems with me, that coach though.
Yeah.
Like maybe that's how it works for him. But ultimately, all of this looks bad for Ja in this moment. Organization, coaching, and just his performance on the court.
Yeah, I'm selling it, man. I think it's a bad relationship going on, and maybe he don't have an issue with the front office, but it's hard for me to sit there and believe him when he say, "Oh no, I ain't got no bad relationship with them."
Yeah, especially when all the other quotes were like, "Ask them." Yeah, I'm selling it too. One more quickie here. Aaron Glenn on Breece Hall reportedly wanting to be traded, but not being traded ultimately. Quote, "I don't know what you're talking about." Wait, he wanted to be traded? I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I'm selling that because Aaron Glenn, you might be one of them dudes that isn't on Twitter. I guarantee you somebody in that building showed it to you.
Yeah.
We saw them tweets. I'm sure they got around to you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I buy as a game plan. Yeah. And again, I don't know if this would be my perfect game plan that I go for, but I don't know what answer that he could have given that would help the situation. True. So I feel like he's just like, no comment.
Yeah.
This is the equivalent of no comment because this is not going to help either way, whatever I say here.
I'm buying this. I think he's going very old school with, hey, I don't know what y'all talking. Yes, he's that neighbor that see all the drama going on in the streets. And when somebody knocks, I don't know what they doing over there.
I didn't see anything.
I ain't see anything. All I know, I'm focused on these players in this locker room right now. I don't know none of that.
He subscribes to the gospel of mind your business.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. I don't know what y'all talking about.
I'm selling though. I'm selling.
There you go. All right, a little buy or sell for you here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we're still gearing up for Texans Jaguars that'll be played at NRG on Sunday, and we didn't talk about the big thing. The big man said it out loud. CJ Stroud will not be going for this game. It's Davis Mills time. Do you have belief? Because one of the people on the microphone right now seemingly does. We'll talk about it next. Like that.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday. In fact, a thirsty should give you, as we're about an hour out from the fellas of the drive taking way. They will be out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. That is, and I got to get that address for you. Oh, man, I had it for just a
What
second
is that
ago.
address?
I just lost it.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
I should have known that was coming. It is 14215, 14215, FM 2920, which is Tomball Parkway. So it's out there in Tomball. Make sure you go say what's up to the fellas, get you some wings, get you some drinks, enjoy that. And then also listen to the fellas, of course, as you should generally, keeping it locked right here on Sports Radio 610. But in the 2 o'clock hour, I believe Mario Edwards will be joining the fellas.
Yeah.
So that'll be good. I love that every time I'm scrambling for an address, I see it on the YouTube. I see it on the text line, 8507 Queens Boulevard. All right. Davis Mills time, baby.
Yes, it is.
D'Amico Ryans said it flat out. Said it straight up.
Even on the follow-up, they wanted to clarify.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. People were like, wait, did I hear what I just heard?
Yeah.
Yep. They don't expect C.J. Stroud to play, and C.J. Stroud will not play. It will be Davis Mills as the starting quarterback. As evidenced by the fact that after D'Amico speaks, they put Davis Mills up on the podium, right?
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
It is full Davis Mills week.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have optimism? Because it seems like, John Lopez, you have a good amount of optimism here.
That's a good way to put it. Hear me out. All right?
It's always great when you have to start a conversation like, hey, all right, just stick with me.
Hear me out. And I'm really just kidding with that. I think there is reason for some optimism. Now, look, let's preface it by completely acknowledging he ain't C.J. Stroud, if you didn't know that already.
Really?
Yeah, if you didn't know. C.J. Stroud is your franchise quarterback that can do some amazing things. Now, we know there's been struggles here and there, but you're not going to get what you expect out of C.J. Stroud. But there are reasons to believe that it's not even just he's going to get reps this week. You know, that helps, and they've talked about it. He talked about it. But here, my biggest thing about C.J. Stroud, and you can have some optimism, this is why you kept him, man.
Who, Davis?
Davis. This is why, and maybe he could have asked for a trade. Maybe you could have moved on from him. Maybe you could have gone Graham Mertz and all that stuff. But you kept him because he started 25 games in the NFL. He's played. He's got over 6,000 yards passing. He's won some big games. He's won games against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Playing the Jaguars, the wide-eyed, backup, getting in. That's not going to affect him at all. So in terms of just like, and I don't mean to sound like coach speak or D'Amico or whatever. But like this is why you kept him, because he's a veteran backup. You don't want to win 6 games with Davis Mills, but you want him to win 1 or 2 for you. Like this is a big factor in why the Texans should have a little optimism.
I hear the thought process there, and I think pursuant to that is why I was kind of disappointed in when he stepped in, admittedly against the difficult Broncos defense. And with this,
and with no reps that week,
and with no reps, right? We've talked about those things, and I don't want to negate them by any means, but I would have expected that a dude like that can step in and not sail balls when he has open receivers that are at least reasonably open that he can get the football to, and that was the thing that felt weird. Now, to be fair, I've seen many a starting quarterback have a game where they're just they're off and they're sailing the ball. The ball is always high. I think that, but if that's what you're selling on the idea of, hey, there's a dude who is some level of vet that could step in and do what he needs to, that's one of the things I was hoping. I know you were talking about some of the thoughts. I want to go to D'Amico, who, why do you have Davis Mills here? What is it about Davis Mills that makes you confident in him that other people might not know?
Look, Davis he's a super smart guy, sharp guy. Just seeing how he operates in the huddle, and then just seeing how he can fix things when we're not all the way right. When guys are coming out of the huddle, they have questions. Davis gets it fixed very quickly, articulates it very well in the huddle. And now it's about post-snap. Like post-snap, can we go through? Can we make the proper reads? Can we get to the right spot with the football? And can we just execute, right? Davis doesn't have to do too much, right? We just all have to do our job. Nobody has to step up, do anything different. Everybody just has to execute and do their job. What they're here for is to go out and play good football. And that's all all we're expecting them to do this Sunday.
Can I tell you, John Lopez, I'm not much of a mathematician, and I know those are words, but I think the math isn't quite mathing there because one of the things that we've talked about with this offense in general is how much C.J. Stroud has placed upon. I disagree with D'Amico, and I don't think that he's lying to us when he says that Davis Mills is getting guys in the right place, kind of doing those executive function things. He ain't C.J. Stroud in doing all the processing and making all these decisions and checks in the midst of the game. But then also, and I understand the reason why you say this as a coach, but also D'Amico Ryan's at the same time saying, hey, don't nobody else need to do more. That's not adding up that Davis Mills is going to come in and do the same things that C.J. did. And even then, with C.J. doing those things, you were having a hard time breaking even and getting into the black on your account offensively. The math isn't mathing for me in that way, and I hope that you're right, that you're right, and that D'Amico's right, that this is what Davis brings, and with the opportunity to actually game plan for him, that he'll be able to give you all those things. It's hard for me to get there, dog. It's hard.
I'm kind of on the other side. We first of all, we don't know if he can do the exact same things, see the same things, get into the right plays like C.J. Stroud. But one thing we do know, and this is the second point I was going to make why there might be reason for optimism, is this offense was not built around Stroud. Stroud was asked to fit this offense.
Sure.
This is not going to be like the Eagles losing Jalen Hurts or the Ravens losing Lamar Jackson. You know, Davis Mills, and we can go back to training camp in the preseason. He was probably picking up, from our eyes, picking up the offense better than C.J. Stroud early on. We talked about it.
Yeah, and do you look and you go, hey, that is our defense?
Well, sure.
Right?
Well, sure. But again,
how much does that familiarity factor in? And maybe that's unfair to bring up, but that's something that absolutely comes to mind here. I'm not trying to say that Davis Mills has no chance.
Right.
It's just I gotta admit it is difficult to get there. But I'm with you there. Like there was the reasons to be optimistic that I thought of as well when you go giving him the full week. One of the things that is tough though is D'Amico, or sorry, not just how is Davis Mills against the zone? Or
sure,
because I feel like that is something that C.J. Stroud does incredibly well. Is find these guys when they're in zone, when they sit down and get the ball to them. How is Davis Mills in that?
Because then that also come back to how good is he at the line of scrimmage, and that's what really it's going to come down to
some degree.
You know, and you heard D'Amico talking about how smart he is. We've seen little hints. It's been a while, but of him picking up the offense. And oh, by the way, he's kind of run this offense more than C.J. Stroud in terms of experience, because he, you know, when Tim Kelly was the offensive coordinator, that was a Patriots offense, man.
Sure.
That was a Patriots offense. Davis Mills, that was his rookie year. So he started games. So I really feel like we don't know. I mean, he may spit the bit and just be awful. He may just be inaccurate, as we talked about earlier. But
I don't think that he's going to just be purely inaccurate. I think that probably was the circumstances of that game. It just made me wonder, like, okay, how ready is he to step in the way that we had probably thought that he would be?
Yeah, but for me anyway, the experience, you know, many years in the league, been there, done that, started the pass before C.J. Stroud was here. You know, it's not built around Stroud. It's built around the quarterback making the calls. I think he's going to be at least, you know, adequate doing that from all signs that we've seen. But then the ultimate reason why, you know, I think there's reason for optimism. The formula to a win doesn't change. You're not, you know, this is not about Davis Mills being awesome. It was never really about C.J. Stroud being awesome. How many times do you hear him say, you know, the style of the offense, get into the right read, make the right call, the right throw, all that doesn't change. You still have that defense. I mean, you still have probably the best defense in the NFL. So if he just can process those things as we've talked about and heard about, and run the offense and be comfortable and show some of that experience, I'm not saying they're going to win, and I don't know how I'm going to land on this game, but this is not oh my gosh, they've got no chance.
No, and to be fair, I guess it has sounded like that for me. The idea that this is going to be better offensively is the question that I have now. Maybe it looks different, and also it is worth noting again that you're not playing in a vacuum. There's a particular opponent that you're playing against, and this one is somewhat familiar. Obviously, you have a different head coach with a different offensive system over there in Jacksonville, and a different defense that's fair, to be fair. But I mean, you've seen some of these players before, and looking at it, there's some metrics that, when it comes to pass rushing, the Jags are 20th. When it comes to run stopping, the Jags are 29th. Like, does that help you? Are you able to be more effective running the football, which helps? Just significantly.
It doesn't matter who the quarterback is.
Are you able to protect better than you were for Davis last week, where you have Sean Payton making the note in not even post game, the day after, talking about how, well, yeah, you look over there, and once they change to Davis Mills, we can rush different, right? How much does that change if you know that they can't rush you in the same way? Although Josh Hines-Allen has gotten a lot of pressure, even if he hasn't had sacks. Like Trayvon Walker has been better. Like, they have some guys that can get after it, but if you can find a way to protect up a little better, if you can run the ball a little bit better, are you able to find more success for Davis Mills here? That's also a point where I go, okay, I can see where you're getting some hope.
Yeah, and then there's also the personnel aspect of this. Maybe you're going to have, D'Amico Ryans was telling the truth, and he is going to see more of the young guys. And you heard Pete Prisco on our show just about an hour ago. And they do need that speed on the field. That's what's been lacking, the breakaway speed. Maybe they will throw the ball more to Nico, not just in the first half. I mean, it also just comes from the game plan, how they're going to use the personnel, and then him getting into the right play.
And I'm talking a lot about Davis. How much of this also falls on, will your game plan actually be successful for him? Like, this is going to be a real interesting testament to game plan offense, because there's nothing more that you're game planning for than the quarterback. Like, how do we see, or what variations do we see on what this offense is, even though our offense or whatever is what they will continue to say? What variations do we see in play calling for Davis Mills as opposed to see to that? But I think it'll be telling if there are some things that are some nuanced and different, or if it ends up looking kind of similar. I think that call it would be.
I can tell you what one of them is going to be. I can tell you for sure what one of the adjustments in the game plan is going to be. They always talked about C.J. Stroud getting rid of the ball quick. Davis Mills has to get rid of the ball quick.
I think he was trying to when he first got in the game.
Because C.J. he can move around a little bit, but he ain't C.J. Stroud.
No.
So he's going to get some pressure, and he's going to have to get rid of it quick, which maybe that works against him, because Jaguars know that as well.
Text line from the 832, optimistic that Mills will get 250-plus yards and 1 touchdown. Not optimistic in the offense being what wins us the game. Well, if he throws for 250 and 1 touchdown, how many times has that happened this year?
That's right.
That's what you mean, the offense being what wins. I mean, to be fair, the defense is always going to win you the game, but goodness gracious.
They must got Trevor Lawrence going off on this game.
Well, my question was, is it 1 touchdown and 5 field goals? I don't know.
Well, that gets a little tough.
With what kicker, right?
What kicker?
Right. And maybe that's ultimately, like, how much you ultimately care about Davis Mills is also a question, because how much does that matter considering how much this team leans on the field goal kicker, or at least has in very recent history. So,
and Kaimi's not going to play.
No.
Yeah.
That was the one that I think D'Amico came into that press conference comfortable with letting people know that CJ wasn't going to play. That was clearly obvious.
But he let that slip.
That one felt it felt to you like that as well?
Yeah, because at the very end, it was just kind of a walk-away line when he was asked about Kaimi's status, and he said, with him down. And that's very much coach speak for him. He ain't going to play this.
For things that, again, we didn't mention here, but I should, again, when it comes to Davis Mills up there, he's got a weaker offensive line than CJ's had to this point.
Yeah.
Titus Howard likely not playing makes this tougher. Does the Blake Fisher on the right side. Now, of course, it's not his blind side, thankfully, but Titus Howard being out and Blake Fisher playing at right guard.
I was good with Titus Fisher.
Well, there's disrespect in there somewhere. You can decide to who and for what reason. But I think that makes this a little bit more difficult, especially when you talk about getting the football out and all those things. That's tougher. You're stretching the offensive line.
Yeah.
You might not have the benefit of the six offensive linemen, and if you do, it's 6 offensive linemen that haven't done it in the same amount of reps as what you previously had. This is a tough situation for Davis Mills. It's not like it's impossible, though, and I think that's ultimately what you're trying to get across here.
I think there's optimism. That doesn't mean a damn thing in terms of once you get punched in the mouth.
Fair enough. Looking forward to this game in a weird way. Like, maybe you have morbid curiosity, but I think still there's something to be said for this game. I mean, if you have the slightest bit of hope, it hinges on you getting a win this Sunday.
Yeah.
Right, for the season, it hinges on getting a win, and that's falls on the hands of Davis Mills and what he's able to do under center. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is the time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so you won't believe what is the top Google search this week. I got the top Google search this week. Plus, I think we're going to have to check our addresses just in case somebody might be out here using.
All right, we'll do all that next.
The Drive with
Still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. The number one thing that was searched on Google this past week.
I'm so afraid of the answer here.
I'm trying to guess.
There's a few things that have happened kind of in the cultural zeitgeist that make me concerned as to what the actual answer is here.
Can I get, and I kind of cheated. I'm looking at what's trending on Twitter, not looking Google.
Look at him cheating. That's crazy.
I admitted it, so it's not cheating if you admit it.
That's not how that works at all. Like, I stole that, but I told you I stole it, so who cares?
Is it something to do with the air traffic controllers?
Nah.
Okay. Well, then I'm out.
All right, so the number one thing people been searching this week on Google is, when does Christmas music start on the radio?
I'm glad to know that we, like, okay, is this American or is this like the world?
I'm guessing it's American.
Okay.
I'm guessing it's American. So
I'm glad that we as Americans have our priorities straight.
Yeah, so a new report this week found over 24 stations around the U.S. switched over and started playing all Christmas music this past weekend.
It's just a race to be first.
Yeah.
Like, I'm with D'Amico Ryans here. Like, y'all just racing to be first, and it's messing stuff up.
You media guys.
That outside noise, jingle bells, and all that crap.
That's right.
Yeah. Yes.
We ain't even get to Thanksgiving yet.
Mariah Carey.
I know. Oh, man, I don't want to hear that one. I'd rather hear every other Christmas song rather than that one.
Some Bing Crosby.
It's funny. I know you guys, it's on your timeline as well. Like, the day after Halloween, and certainly this week, I've seen a lot of people already putting up our decorations.
Hey,
and I'm like,
timeline, that's going on in my household now.
Oh, that's right.
My
She's
wife.
one of those.
Yeah. She was telling me, I want to say it was a week ago today.
Right.
Don't forget to bring the Christmas stuff down from the attic.
Oh,
actually, we didn't put the tree up yet, but I had to bring the stuff down. I brought it down that Sunday.
I feel like it's annoying still to me, but I understand it to some degree with like Christmas decorations in the house, because it's like we pay for these for such a short period of time in the year that kind of want to get your money's worth. I imagine that
she was bringing it up before Halloween, man.
you know the one decoration that I'm actually like 100% good with is in the gallery when they start putting up the extra lights.
Oh yeah.
And
the streets are already in a lot. River Oaks has it. I saw another.
The only reason why I'm good with that is because that daylight saving time ends and it's already dark out. So I'm like, you might as well have some lights in here. It's cool. It's fine.
Yeah. So it's that time of the year, guys. And it was another stat that I saw too. They say I guess the top trending Christmas songs over the past month, according to Google, are "Oh Holy Night," "Deck the Halls," and "The Little Drummer Boy."
Yeah, old school. All three of them.
Those are just classic, I imagine.
All three of them.
832, why is everybody skipping right over Thanksgiving and Hanukkah music on the radio? Point well taken, and maybe that's the reason why. Maybe we just need to go ahead and start making some Thanksgiving bangers so that we can box out the Christmas music. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, and for all my serious XM listeners, I'm including myself in this one because I'm an avid listener of that, because I can't play any music from my phone via my Bluetooth.
Wait, what? That feels like that's a story.
Yeah, I told y'all about this. My phone can't connect in my car radio, so just straight up old school radio. I switched from the 610 and then FM, and then if I want to listen to music, I got like 5 different channels I go back and forth with on XM radio. But they just launched the holiday channel on Tuesday. So
too much, too soon.
Yeah, very too soon.
But also, I'm not your daddy. Do what you want. I'm just saying. For me over here, it feels too soon.
Ain't nothing I can do. I just got to roll with it in my household. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. So you might want to check your address. Have you ever Googled your address or put your address in Google Maps by chance to try to see what come up?
Well, when I'm driving, if I'm in a place that I'm not familiar how to get out of, you know what I mean, or haven't been there.
Yeah. So apparently this happened to actually a local couple here in Houston. Took a drive to, I want to say, West Texas.
Okay.
And put their address in, and something interesting popped up when they put their address in. And let's go to ABC 13 with this crazy story.
Sarah Wright said that she was coming home from West Texas a couple of weeks ago and put in her address to get back. She said she saw it was listed on Google as weed delivery recreational cannabis. Why? Well, she and her husband have no clue. We looked up weed delivery recreational cannabis on the Secretary of State's website, and no such entity is registered here. We also called the number that was attached to the listing. It said the mailbox was full of other alleged dispensaries. The whole situation, as you might imagine, made the family uneasy. They told us that at least 4 people stopped by thinking their home was something that they say it most certainly was not.
I've got my toddler here. This was actually yesterday. I answered the door and she's like running around, and I open the door and he's like kind of like deer in the headlights look, like, because it doesn't look like we would have stacks of cash and boxes of weed like in the pictures show. And yeah, he just asked me, he was like, do you sell weed here? And I said, no, it's a scam, like, you know, and then just shut the door.
Well, it's not a scam, because what's the scam there?
The scam is using my address for something that's not there.
But how do they benefit from that?
Yeah,
is it branding? Is it like advertising?
I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe it could have been just a mistake or something like that. But
there's a few things that went through my head. First, when she was like, does it look like we have boxes of cash? And I was like, wow, that's stereotypical, but I forgot there's like a visual element.
The picture that popped up was stacks of cash and weed.
But the real thing that I thought was, where did this happen again? Because depending on it, like, what state were you in that you thought you was just going to Google up the weed place?
This was in Houston.
Here.
Yeah, so like,
yeah.
Why did you think you was just going to get the dispensary straight up like that?
Yeah.
On the Google Maps.
Well, a lot of these, as I understand it, a lot of these places are
a friend of yours,
CBD places that have a back door. You know, we know there's a bunch of those.
Where's the one that you frequent?
It might be, you know, kind of.
What's your address again?
No.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, just make sure, just check your address once in a while to make sure it ain't nothing crazy going on.
I actually saw that once not long ago. Somebody said they were like waving, go to the back. Go to the back. I'm like, oh, okay, I know what's going on.
So I wonder, when you go to these CBD places, if you really want the good stuff, do you got to give a code or something? Or do a little wink?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it
like, I'm here for the stuff?
I would not know. I'm a good Christian boy. I don't know what y'all talking about.
See, I watch a lot of Law and Order, where you go in the Chinese restaurant, and then it's just like, oh, it's the back. Oh, back door. Okay.
Where it is.
And then back there, that's where the mafia hanging out, playing cards.
I would
stuff
like
that.
order of pork ribs.
Pork.
Pork ribs.
Pork
Okay.
ribs.
Yeah, you mean
All right.
pork ribs?
Yeah. Follow me.
Yeah.
And then you go on to the back and see a whole strip club back there or something. All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. I got to give a special salute to one of my guys, one of my good friends here at Sports Radio 610, the one and only Chris Santiago.
Yeah, man.
So, Chris, I actually just found, I think Reggie broke the news to me. I didn't see it. I missed Area 45 last night, but they had he's running. If you don't know who Chris is, he's the producer for Area 45 with Creighton and Bijani, and he is leaving Sports Radio 610. And you actually broke the news to me, Reggie.
Yes, I saw the video. Chicago has been fantastic. I wish I would have had more opportunities to like spend time with him to this point. And obviously, it's not like he's leaving the city or nothing, so I'll still have opportunities in the future. But his work speaks for itself. Real quiet dude, but fantastic at what he does, and it shines through, man. He does a fantastic job, and where he will be greatly missed.
Yeah, love the kid. I mean, absolutely, everything you said and more. I mean, it just it's a loss, but I'm sure we'll have
he was one of our better producers here, man. Somebody
go ahead and power rank him right quick.
Power rank? Oh, no, I ain't got power rank. Me, number one. No,
Clearly.
Yeah, there we go.
Of course.
There we go.
Playing. But no, Chris is amazing, man. He actually held it down before Reggie got here when they had me and Lopez hosting the show. He held it down. Super cool dude. And for those, if you listen to the night show, you probably know this, but he's a Giants fan.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no idea how he became a Giants fan.
I think his dad was from there, if I'm remembering it correctly. I mean, he's from here.
Yeah, he's from here, but his dad probably
was from New York.
Yeah,
and just kind of by
so he's like
osmosis.
He'll come in once in a while in the Giants jersey. And I'm like, how you become a Giants fan? But salute to Chris, and also I got to give a thanks for nothing before we get out of here.
I love the good thanks for nothing.
Yeah, thanks for nothing to the workers in this small convenience store. And you probably looking at me like, what the hell are you talking about, man? So here's a story about a great pianist named Max. Went to the store and didn't get his damn burrito.
The original Facebook post from his owner says, "My daughter came home around 11:30 last night and accidentally let out our Great Pyrenees, Max. He's figured out that the workers at our small town convenience store will feed him breakfast burritos when he shows up in the morning. He walked 7 miles to town for that breakfast burrito. The C-store opens late on Sundays, so we think he got tired of waiting and walked across town to her boyfriend's house. He's never been to the boyfriend's house. He then walked back to the C-store. His human woke up to several notifications on his two GPS collars, which means he probably has done this before. Max left home at 11:39 p.m. He arrived at the C-store at 2:01 a.m., and then his journey is documented there. And then he's got one of those fee collars, which is like documents his walk. 17,000 steps. It took him 2 hours, and he walked over 5 miles just in that one stretch. This is when they found him.
You come here and nobody feeds you, so you're sad and you sit out in the back. Is that what happens?
God, I love this.
Get in.
He was all muddy.
Yeah.
He was just standing there looking all sad.
It's like, I wanted my burrito.
Thanks for nothing, man. Why y'all have his burrito ready?
Right. Like, y'all need to know. And this is the thing, right? Because Max is my hero first and foremost.
Yes.
Right? Whatever lengths to get yourself a nice burrito. However, you're not going to tell me that Max just got hungry and was like, well, let me go see if they got burritos. Because we all know animals have incredible sense of timing. Like, they know.
Routines and all that stuff.
So I know that, all right, getting about 3 o'clock, about time to go get that burrito. Let's go ahead. And he got over there like, all right, where the burrito at?
I wonder if
Where's the burrito?
I wonder if he just had a taste. Like, man, I got a taste for something, man. Let me go get this.
I'm craving a burrito.
Yeah, let me get out here and go get this burrito. Man, I wonder how long he sat out there.
Oh, you know it was a long time.
Yeah.
You know it.
Dogs would sit there a long time.
Long
it was a couple times I left my dog out in the backyard to use the bathroom and all that stuff. And when he finished, he just sit at the door all proper.
Yeah.
I totally forgot. I was sitting there watching TV. I'm like, oh, man. I'm thinking he probably just snuck out and probably out looking for a burrito or something. He's still sitting there. Nice and proper. I'm like, dang, my fault, man.
Damn time.
That's what happened. Whoever was supposed to bring the burrito out to him didn't bring it out. Max is just like, well, let me go get them because she clearly over at her boyfriend's house.
How did she
walk
find
across
the
town?
I have no idea. But they got that trap. I don't know. He never been over there.
But maybe scent. He knew the.
That's a strong ass scent, man.
Hey, they've got 1,000 times or 5,000 times.
Max is about his burrito.
Yeah.
Let me find out that they're late with his burrito one more time. I'm gonna go talk to
y'all
somebody.
better. Yeah, come on, man. Thanks for nothing.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Man.
There you go. Little mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Again, shout out to Santiago. His final show was Friday. Friday is the final Area 45 for Chris Santiago. Make sure you reach out to him. Appreciate him. He does a fantastic job here, and we love him greatly at this station. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. They are broadcasting from the Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball off of Tomball Parkway. Before we get out of practice, and he has an interesting theory. It's a theory, but he has one that I kind of want to talk about a little bit. If you don't mind, let's do that next.
Ready? The Texans.
UDIENhearing.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Does it matter what your lawyer looks like?
I think so.
Figgy, you think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Damon Jones, there's video on ESPN, and I imagine other places, but obviously we have it on ESPN here in the studio. Damon Jones being arraigned, so he's walking into the courthouse. Him and his, alongside him are both of his lawyers. One of his lawyers out here.
Oh, I see it now.
In a hat.
He looking like Andre 3000 right there.
I don't even know. What do you describe that hat as, Biggie?
It looked
like it's made out of cork. I'm gonna be honest.
It looked like a wool Scully, like a very strong.
But it's thick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looked like a Scully made of like a thick wool. What is that, velvet?
It's like a vanilla wafer.
Huh. Okay, sounds like you're ready to get home and get yourself some late lunch. He said, it looks like vanilla wafer. If you're ready to get yourself lunch, I got a suggestion for you is the word I was looking for. Go out to Tomball. Head out to, I don't see the vanilla wafer.
Just showing him a picture.
He's doing it's kind of the same color almost. But yeah, if you want to get yourself a late lunch, head out to the Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball, right off Tomball Parkway. That's where the fellas of the drive are. Obviously, they have gifts, giveaways, as they always do. And then you can hang out with the fellas, Clinton and Ron. That's always a fun thing to do as well. They'll be there from 2 to 6, and in that 2 o'clock hour, they will talk to Mario Edwards off of the practice field as well. So not off the practice field, but they'll talk to him as well. So yeah, that's something to keep an eye on. But something that was happening at practice, because our very own B. Scott, who is everywhere all the damn time, I don't even know how he's able to do it. He's noticing something on the field, and this is a theory that he has based off of what he's seen at practice. Because I was going back and forth with him, and the theory that he has is based off of obviously the portion of practice that the media is allowed to see. They're not out there for all of it. Trent Brown is clearly the backup plan in his estimation.
Okay, so
right tackle.
That's what he's looking at.
And then Jarrett Kingston, the additional guard, tackle, what have you, is the backup plan for the 6th offensive line if Fisher's playing right tackle, is the way that he goes. So it wouldn't necessarily be, and mind you, Kingston is on the active roster. I believe Trent Brown is still on the practice squad. He'd elevated, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe actually no, because he was inactive. So like he's also on the. But the idea being from B. Scott in his estimation, right? That, mind you, Jarrett Kingston has yet to be active this season,
right?
And neither has Trent Brown, right? That both of them would be active, and Trent Brown would serve as the backup for Blake Fisher, but he thinks Jarrett Kingston would be your 6th tackle.
Wow.
Or your 6th offensive lineman.
So that says a lot about Trent Brown.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. Says a lot about Trent Brown.
And of course, again, this is him surmise. I want to make it abundantly clear. This isn't like this is what D'Amico or anybody has said.
Sure.
Not even explicit, but that's the way that he's
along.
Right.
We're playing along with.
I just want to make sure that my boy B. Scott don't end up in alerts with that. Like, B. Scott said that this is that's not quite how this is going.
We're playing along with the theory of Trent Brown backup. Just keep it real simple. Trent Brown backup. Blake Fisher right tackle, and then
Jarrett Kingston is eligible.
Kingston is sort of this swing tackle jumbo package.
That's the way that it seems like. Mm-hmm. One of the things I just wonder inherently outside of all of this is just. Hey, what does that mean for you that if all those guys are active, right? Because that's probably an additional lineman or one more lineman than you would normally have active.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how does that hit you?
Well, look. I think I think the way it hits me more than anything is big picture. Certainly you're going to have to adjust on the roster if it is. I'm not sure if it is one more than they usually. But either way, it doesn't matter. You are weaker in the offensive line. Blake Fisher, and you pointed this out. I was kind of giving him some kudos, as getting a lot of reps as the tight end in the so-called jumbo package and all that. When he was having a pass block there, wasn't much better. Now he's your right tackle, and it says a lot about the confidence level you're going to have there. It trickles down to what is Davis Mills going to do in terms of being able to get rid of the ball. You've got a guy that's never been active, having to play that swing role. So Trent Brown is just going down the list. He's like a break glass in emergency.
Sure.
You know?
Right. I mean, that one's obvious. I just find it interesting, the idea that they might like Jarrett Kingston more to be able to do that 6 tackle thing, which maybe that has to do with like agility. Why do you think that? Because Trent Brown, I know, big Trent Brown, but they trust him enough to have him on this roster. It feels like that would not be too different than just getting out there as that additional guy.
It's looking like a mistake. Cam Robinson and Trent Brown, Casario's guys, where are they? Those dudes were brought in to play right and left tackle.
And when you say where are they, one of them is Cam Robinson is no longer on this team. Do you feel like it was a mistake to send him on his way? Like, do you think that this team, because I think it was very clear that was kind of a handshake agreement, at least in my estimation, that you kind of came in to be a starter, and we kind of got to a place where we felt like we were actually better off letting Ariante Ursary go ahead and start that role and then hold on to it.
Right.
So we'll release you to your destiny. Is that one of those things where they should have played a little bit more hardball and like, no, actually, you stay here because we might need that depth at tackle?
But again, those are his boys, and so I think he did him a solid. And that happens a lot. And I'm not just saying specifically here.
For sure.
A veteran like that has earned his keep. Go ahead and give him a chance to play elsewhere. So I'm not going to say it was a mistake in retrospect. Like all the guys they brought in, you're just not getting what you thought or committed to. You're just not getting what you thought, and I think it's a really bad look for Trent Brown.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see what this looks like there. Even as I'm still wondering how hopeful I am with this offense, there's still little things that I don't know about this team, and not necessarily in a good way. We were talking earlier, and again, appreciation to all the people who have joined the show, whether you text in or whatever, and then also Pete Prisco and ND Kalu for joining us on the phone line. But Pete made a mention of something when we were talking with him at noon that stuck with me is the idea of this team not having a burner. Do you feel like that's accurate? And because it hasn't been something that I've thought about like in a huge way. It's something that we've known, especially without Tank Dell there. But it was one of those things that it felt like, oh well, I mean they've gotten some passes deep over the in the outside of the field, and then obviously when Jalen Noel does play, him over the middle has been effective. But it does feel like they don't quite have that same burner.
I mean, they have Jalen Noel, and that's the closest thing. Obviously, you mentioned Tank Dell is not going to be available, or doesn't seem like he's going to be available. Christian Kirk probably is.
I don't think he's considered.
I was just going to say probably fit that role. Actually, he did fit that role for a long time, but he's not there anymore. He's more of a crosser, possession type guy. So I don't think he's too far off. And the other thing is they're still not using Jalen Noel. Let's see if they do what D'Amico was talking about. I mean, Braxton Berrios is the guy that they have. It just makes you rub your face and wonder what the heck is going on.
That is the continued feeling, right?
Yeah.
No matter what we're talking about, it just kind of keeps coming back to this place where you're trying to figure out what this looks like. I actually want to give you an opportunity to weigh in on this because I asked this question and you had to kind of get going yesterday. We talked about it with Quentin Ron as we were cross talking, and again, those guys are out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball today.
I got a new crown.
Do you? Congratulations.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that, to be completely honest. Do you at all miss Bobby Slowick? Because interestingly enough, it feels like at least with Show and Ron, they were kind of coming to the idea of that it was a bad idea for them to fire Bobby Slowick when they did.
Yeah, I heard that. I don't think I'm anywhere close to I miss Bobby Slowick. I think it needed to change. I think it was not so much the offense that he ran as the person that he was. Not that he was a bad person, but he was just headstrong. The problem with Bobby Slowick was he was inflexible. The offense worked.
Well,
for stretches.
And what do you say to? Because again, I thought there was an interesting thought in there that maybe the inflexibility did not come from Slowick himself. Maybe that came from people that were above him, whether that's coach or general.
I can tell you, Slowick was the messenger. Slowick was very rigid in what he was doing and not wanting to change things and personnel and all that. Now maybe he was sort of the mouthpiece, for someone above him. That's certainly a possibility. But I mean, Bobby Slowick, good enough for long stretches. I still can't say that I miss him because I think it was more about things other than the offense.
Yeah. Okay, so Well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow where we get ready for this game. We get ready for an NBA Cup game, which I know you wanted me to mention one more time. And we'll be able to talk a little bit more about it. I do want to join the fellas of the drive because I'm sure they'll have more opportunity, or they'll have an early opportunity to talk about some of the coordinator things. Right now, apparently Matt Burke saying that they will use and they will have to use multiple different players to adjust for packages and alignments to account for Jalen Petre's absence. That seems like that is
so mix and match.
That sounds like a confirmation of that there. But we take you to Tomball, the Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball at that, and we join the fellas of the drive who are out on location. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
Hey, well, was Matt supposed to say that?
I don't know. That's why I saw that and I was like, hey, that's interesting.
That seemed like that got away from him. Take his privileges from him.
Yeah.
No, man, it's good time. Another one of our favorite spots. We've been doing this for a couple of years, going to different Buffalo Wild Wings around the city, and this brings us to Tomball. And we've been here many, many times. I distinctly remember there is an employee here that is a huge, huge Niners fan, and he comes and gives it to Clint every single time. Yeah. And I mean, he's one of those ones that wants to be heard in the background.
I wonder.
I don't know where he is.
The two other times we've been here, he's been so loud. I wonder if the staying power was there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, boys? It just seems like one of them really well liked, or folks are just going to get tired as hell. And he's a San Francisco 49ers fan, so that ain't, I don't know how many.
He may chill out this time, though.
Yeah, he'd have to.
He may chill out.
Oh, good point. I didn't think about that.
You
might
assuming
want
he
to
coming to
ease
work.
in quiet if he's still here.
Yeah.
He might have taken the day off.
Y'all know if old buddy's still here?
I don't know, man. No,
well, if he was in the building right now, we damn sure know. I promise you that.
They look like some regulars, don't they? Yeah. We got some, but we don't come empty-handed. Got a HEB gift card for you to win as well. Also a projector you can win a little bit later
Pro,
on.
huh?
Mini Pro, yeah, that you can win a little bit later on. And always great fun and good times here on a Thirsty Thursday. Make a bad decision in here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we see it all the time. We've been here a couple of years now, and I'm certain we've seen a good 2 to 3 affairs.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, did we tell you boys last time it wasn't a Buffalo Wild Wings, but did we tell y'all how the couple doubled back to the bar?
That was the best.
Double back to the bar.
Please, even if I've heard it, I would like to hear it again.
Oh, well, I'm going to tell you, I wasn't sure if they were together until we saw them leave in separate vehicles and kind of race away. But they're at the bar, and this was a shapely young lady. I mean, you couldn't miss her if you're picking up what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they were at the bar, man, both of them had a big tall beer and a shot.
All right.
Right?
Oh, they
And
partied.
they couldn't go, hey, let me get a shot, bang it out, and then finish their beer. They had them sitting right there on the bar right in front of them.
210.
And you could tell they weren't real handsy. They weren't really into PDA, but there was something going on. The show, they get up and leave. They were there when we got there. About an hour into the show, they get up and leave. And, of course, everybody in the room's like, y'all see that? We kind of laugh, ha-ha.
It is going down.
Well, boys, about an hour later, I look up and I see them walking across the parking lot. They're coming back for a second round of drinks.
All right.
A lot more lively, too.
Yeah. A lot more PDA, a lot more lively.
Yeah.
And then they left at the end of the show.
Old buddy's forehead was red.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you, I don't know what went on in that hour break they took. But
Motel 6, man.
Lopez, they left at the end of the show. They was parked a good one side of the parking lot, one of the other side of the parking lot.
Hey,
Where the car would have a little privacy,
they shook hands when they left.
He palmed that ass when they left. He was a hug and an ass.
Oh, man.
Double hands.
I'm telling you, boys.
And he had a nice walk. He had a nice walk.
Hey, it was Buffalo Wild Wings, though, boys, last year when we watched a couple in the whole show, and then when we left, they was fogging up the windows in the parking lot.
God bless them.
That was a Tascasita, I believe.
That was an F-150.
I don't have any names. That was an F-150.
Hey, man.
They were up against
It's a story as old as time.
It's been a while for you, J-Lo, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Guys, I love love.
Get out here and make a bad decision.
Yeah.
Come on out here.
And we promise we won't tell the story on air.
We will. We just ain't going to give no description.
You're not supposed to tell them that
I
on the
won't
front
give no
side.
description, no names.
No description.
I got makes of vehicles last week, and I'm not even going to put that out there.
We do. Yeah, we do. I mean, they went to work.
To work.
God bless.
Left in the 2 o'clock hour, got back just in time for Dirty's Daily.
Hey, I'm going to tell you. They did the Daily Dirty and got back to the Dirty's Daily.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, man, and it was an old couple, too. You know when they left what was going down, boys. There was, well, I meant two people, not a Hey, you knew the whole time. Yeah, this is
yeah, man.
It's just a matter of time, boy. The clock is ticking.
Yeah, well, it couldn't tick fast enough.
You ain't you know when them juices get flowing and you don't think anybody around you is paying attention. You don't even care. Yeah, he was there. Old buddy was there.
I believe she was the aggressor.
Oh, no question.
Oh, wow.
No question.
All right.
Easy.
She pursued him.
Easy.
Probably, I'm going to guess probably an athletic club up in that area.
Yeah, that's probably where it started. I agree with you.
I didn't even realize that these were the additional shows that were on the table here when you get out to the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Oh, yeah. You just ain't been the right one, Reg.
Yeah, I've been missing them, I guess.
Man, good for them, man.
Yeah, man.
Good for them.
Very good. All right, and good for us, man. We're done for the show, and we get an opportunity to listen to the best damn afternoon drive show in all of Houston. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM HD2 Houston Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. They also had the audacity to try to win some tickets. They did not, but go ahead.
Yeah, we have 4 minutes left. Where's Reggie got to go?
Reggie,
he's in a hurry or what?
Well, if I started up the next conversation I had, I felt like I would be digging into your segment, and I didn't want to do all that.
Well, yeah, you get to talking about what we watch. We might push the clock there.
Exactly. I'm just trying to be a good and
fair.
Yeah, I bet you do. We'll tell you off air.
I'm always been a raw dog in the drive.
Yeah, that's Reg for you. That's Reg for you. And if that is being played, then it must mean Tyler Milner is taking over.
What up, boys? How we doing?
I see him in there. A little burgundy action going on. T-Mill in the building.
That's maroon, but I feel you.
All right, yeah. Sorry.
You know I had to correct. I had to correct.
That's on me. That's on me. But yes, welcome into the drive. Thirsty Thursday. Come on out again. Buffalo Wild Wings Tom Ball. Have a good time. Win some prizes. Come hang out with us. Get you some good food and drinks. And you can be in the building. At any moment here, folks, we will be joined by Texans defensive lineman Mario Edwards Jr. I know you know his father pretty well.
Rio 1-5, baby, 1-5.
Played with him. He'll join us. And we're excited to talk to him because he is the Texans Salute to Service Award nominee, which is great for him, and we can't wait to talk to him about a little bit of that, and as well as what the team is looking like with a must-win game coming up against the Jags.
While we're waiting on Mario Edwards, can we go ahead and just give a quick shout-out to Santiago, Chris Santiago, the producer that he's with us when Tyler's out. He absolutely kills it. He's been with the nightly show here, Area 45, and does a tremendous job. Does a lot on game day. I never hardly see him, but I get the emails of him back there, grinding away with the different audios and the play-by-plays. And man, I saw him last night. We talked about the Hogs basketball team. He didn't even tell me he was bouncing.
Well, to be clear, and I want to co-sign what you're saying, Clint. Santiago's a badass. I love that dude. But to be clear, Santiago isn't, at this point anyway, necessarily leaving us. He's going to be here at Sports Radio 610. He'll still be doing game day stuff, highlights for the Texans and whatnot. He's just going to be departing from his job with Area 45 on the late night show.
Okay. Well, I hate that for them boys on Area 45. They're going to lose the talent, but I'm glad he's still in the building. I'm glad he's still part of the Sports Radio 610 team.
Yes, sir.
Big Santiago, I see you, man.
Damn, man. You remember when Chris had his the hell with it moment with him and Patrick? That was great.
They were fighting about the WNBA.
That was great, man. Chris Santiago said, "You know what? The hell with this. I'm done." Chris, whatever that radio persona that Chris had been doing on all the shows, that went out the window. We met Chris Santiago.
He sounded like the big voice guy down at Treasures, and all of a sudden he said, "The hell with it."
Hey, Candy to the stage.
My man said, "Wait just a damn minute, Patrick. Hold on.
Quit screaming at me.
Hey, you gonna stop yelling at me?
Stop yelling at me.
That was fantastic. He will be missed on Area 45, but no, man. Yeah, I missed that last night. You can see the send-off. It's on Sports Radio 610 on our Twitter page and social media. You can check that out.
We can't be sending people off if they're just changing duties within the building. Hell, I thought he was done.
From this area, the listeners of late nights on Area 45 went all
hell, you had Santiago, you had me feeling sorry for you, man. Like I was going to miss you or something. Your ass ain't going nowhere.
They were used to him every night, damn it.
All right.
They used to him every night. Again, like I said, we'll be waiting to hear from Mario Edwards Jr. While we are waiting here, let me give you a bit of an update here on the injury situation. It is Thursday, so it's an important day. A little bit better than that Houston Astros injury report that we were able to see yesterday, where they had about 10, 11 guys that didn't practice, it seemed like. But here it is today, returning to practice, Will Anderson Jr. with that quad issue. That's a big one. Nick Chubb with that foot issue. Big to have him back in the fold as well, especially because Damian Pierce didn't practice today. And then Danico Autry, who has the knee, he returned to practice as well. Here are the ones that we really need to look at. We know C.J. Stroud and Fairbairn did not practice. They have been declared out of this game from the head coach. But Jalen Petrie, Titus Howard, both of those guys with those concussions, they did not practice for a second straight day. And another one, Clint, here, Ed Ingram, with the knee issue, he did not practice for a second straight day as well. So those are concerns there, Clint. A lot of concerns right there when you look at this thing getting more serious. If you didn't practice on Wednesday and Thursday with just kind of the walkthrough day tomorrow before they get ready for the Jags. But Petrie, Titus Howard, Ed Ingram, those three are really big right now.
The concern here for the Texans, I mean, because this secondary has been hit with injuries, as well as when what's his name got cut, Gardner Johnson, or whatever the hell his name was, when he got cut, that hurt. Jimmy Ward, gets injured and arrested a couple of times, that hurts.
And he's not back yet, not ready to get back yet.
Right, and so the safety position is already. You're thin there, and then you look at the coverage defender position, and you've got Jalen Smith out, who, hell, I was hoping to see him play. You got Jalen Smith out. You got Jalen Petrie looking to be out. So, I mean, you're thin. You're great at the top with Kamari Lassiter and Darius Stingley Jr., but who's going to be that nickel defender? Miles Bryant, more than likely, but who's going to be that nickel defender, and where's your depth going to come from if you do indeed have trouble throughout the game? And so that's the real concern for me, Ron, is the secondary across the board, corners, safeties, and nickel defenders against a team in Jacksonville that I know they've ran it well this year, but, I mean, if you look at Liam Cohen, most places he's been, they've slung it around the park. I mean, they've been able to sling it around the park. So I wonder if this is one of those times when he looks at the secondary and goes, we may not be able to get them boys outside, but we can damn sure work the safeties and damn sure work the nickel defender if they're down to depth players there.
Well, it was something that Sean Payton was seeing. There was, in the last game, it was something Sean Payton was seeing, because it seemed like to run the football, and the Denver Broncos are one of the best running teams in the league.
Yeah.
And they were having success early, but it was clear he was trying to take advantage down the field. And to be honest with you, there were many opportunities that Bo Nix just missed.
Well, Ron, that's been the case all year. I mean, like that is DeMeco. We talk about this with DeMeco's defense. When you choose to apply the pressure that DeMeco applies, there's going to be open receivers down the field sometimes. They're betting on getting the pressure on the quarterback and the quarterback not being able to make the throw, which is we've seen it time and time again with this particular defense.
We saw it last year.
It happens. It happens all the time, and so that's just part of this defense. And the thing is, you're gonna bet big money that DeMeco's guys get home, and they have over 2-3 years, going on 3 years now. So that's just the style of defense that they're playing, and it works. It works in a big way.
And I think there's also amount to with the comfort of, well, I don't know if Trevor's going to be the guy that just keeps hitting them. I don't know if Trevor's going to be. He feels like he'd be much more closer to Bo Nix than maybe not being able to execute and hit some of those. I'm not saying you want to test that all the time, but I think they're probably confident that they can play that style and maybe not get hurt as much.
But here's the deal is, and I expect more teams to do this moving forward. Like I think when you when you look at the Houston Texans, there's nothing about the offense that scares you at all. All right, and you got to feel like if you're the opposing opposing offense board, there's a really, really good chance you can win the game, right? And when you watch film, do you want to sit back there and die a slow death and let D'Amico just eat you alive, trying to figure out what he's doing and trying to get the ball out and or do you want to just say, hey, we're gonna have some negative plays, our quarterback's gonna run around, our quarterback's gonna get hit, but we're gonna try to throw the ball over the top of these guys multiple times, and if we just land 2 or 3 of them, we're gonna be in a really, really good spot. I am interested to see if offenses moving forward don't take a little bit more of that Sean Payton approach, instead of just sitting back there and letting D'Amico dictate everything that goes on.
Because
right?
They were definitely there. There were, and I mean, hit one. He hit Cortland Sutton for a touchdown. They got Harvey for another touchdown.
Well, they had the fella that they seemed to want to target on Kamari last year. They had him a couple of times, but he missed him.
He missed him. And even the pick that Bullock got.
Yep.
There was, if he throws that closer to the sideline, that's probably completed. So. Again, if I'm a Texans fan, I'm like, okay, if you're talking about betting on, let's see if we can get that pressure there, and Trevor executing with pressure, doing that consistently, I could see them going with that bet. But Clint, they are in a situation where, I mean, sometimes Petrie struggles in that nickel spot in coverage, and then now you're talking about other guys coming behind him. So that is something defensively that will be concerning. And we know defensively because your offense struggles, and now your offense is struggling, Clint, with a backup quarterback in it, with maybe your best offensive lineman out of it, maybe your second best offensive lineman out of it. That's the other place. I understand that side of the ball. We kind of talked a little bit about this yesterday, but 713-572-4610, you can jump in on this thought too. If Titus Howard is unable to go, talk about Ed Ingram yet, but if Titus Howard is unable to go, Clint, for you, what would be the move? How would you address being without Titus Howard, your best offensive lineman? Last week, obviously, Blake Fisher went in to the game in that spot, and then when he went into the game in that spot, that also seemed to take away that big, extra offensitive lineman package that they like to put out there. You see me, I had to put that wording in there because I was just about to say big package, and I felt like I could feel Tyler just wearing me down.
Deluxe nuts.
Yeah, it is right there. But how would you go about handling this situation of Titus Howard if he can't go?
Well, this is one to watch. And it's less about concern and more about, what does D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caley want this offense to look like? Because clearly, I know D'Amico Ryans spoke in the postgame, or maybe it was Monday, and he talked about losing the Fisher package, if you will, when Titus Howard went out and Fisher had to become your right tackle, the right tackle that was playing. So you lose that ability to put that additional offensive lineman in there of what they were doing. D'Amico, it wasn't a big deal to him when they had to adjust. They just nixed that from the game plan, right?
Yeah.
But it was clearly a big part of what this offense wants to do. It was a big part of the solutions to not being able to run the ball. It was a big part of the solutions of not being able to protect the quarterback. And so clearly it's what they want to do, right? And so right now you look at it and you go, the right tackle situation is one to watch because Trent Brown is in the building. And if Trent Brown can't help you in this scenario and allow you to have a more veteran player that, quite frankly, is more talented than Fisher, play right tackle, and then allow Blake Fisher to continue doing what he's been doing, and that way you've got your total playbook open, and you've got the advantages and the answers that you felt were really important over the last 2 weeks available to you whenever you want to use them. To me, that's the part to watch right there. If Trent Brown can't help you in this situation that you're in right now, we might as well chalk Trent Brown up to another Caserio miss.
My concern, and I wonder how much, because you know this much better than I do, my concern is, all right, man, literally putting in a veteran – but putting in a guy who has not played in any level of game situation all season, right? He wasn't active during the preseason, so he didn't even get any work in the preseason. Hell, I don't even think he got any work in any of the practices. Maybe he's been practicing now, but the thought of, and that is something I would wonder to be concerned about. All right, that's the injury report, and we will hopefully hear from our guy Mario Edwards Jr. He'll join us coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts on the Texans' quiet trade deadline.
Yeah, look, when it comes to the trade deadline, it's because a transaction did not happen. It's not from a lack of effort. Of course, we tried to do several things, just didn't pan out.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, look, y'all, football season is in full swing. Underdog Fantasy is the best place to get in on all the action. That's right. You can make picks and win money right here in the great state of Texas, right there on your phone. I'm telling you, it's easy, y'all. Underdog Fantasy, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite player goes higher or lower in stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, completions, catches. You get the point, man. It's easy. You get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your money. And right now, you can play with as little as $1 as well. Look, this week, we're midweek right now. We ain't ready for the NFL action this weekend, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you, like I told you last night, my entry would start with Şengün of the Rockets. Higher rebounds or higher in assists. That's where I'd start. Download the Underdog Fantasy app today. Use promo code H-Town when you sign up and score $100 in bonus funds or entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code H-Town.
Must be Team Plus in present Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
From Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Doing okay out there. Looks pretty good. Now we do have a problem, tiny problem. I-45 north, southbound at Bellway 8 north. 18-wheeler involved there. It looks like the left interchange, right interchange ramp blocked off. Lots of sunshine. Right now, 79 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Academy Sports and Outdoors. I'm looking at the window right now, right here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and there's one of them right across the old parking lot. Now, I'll be honest with you, I stopped in there on my way over here, and they got some big-time holiday season deals going on right now. You can get legendary gifts you need at undefeatable prices every day at Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can shop in-store or online at academy.com to save on all the gifts, on all the different Christmas lists that you get from your family, from your friends, from mom, husband, wife, football jerseys, basketball hoops, fire pits, deer stands, from my hunters to my beer drinkers, man. If they're in your life, Academy Sports and Outdoors has the gift that they can't live without. Here's the other deal. Academy Sports and Outdoors, you always going to get them prices that you love now. So whether you're talking about gearing up for those
to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off FM 2920 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. It is a Thirsty Thursday, and it is bringing us not only just at Buffalo Wild Wings. Again, shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to Bud Light as well, as they help us put this on each and every Thursday. Bud Light girls should be out here at some point to help you enjoy yourself out here. God, that didn't work either.
Yeah, you really struggle with that delivery, don't you?
I'm gonna start writing this down. They will help you enjoy yourself as well here.
I mean, you're not lying.
In the same fashion that we will attempt to. So,
well, I don't know about that. Maybe a different fashion.
I don't know. It's similar. But come on out here. We're in Tomball. And hanging out here, we'll be here till 6 o'clock. TV's all over the place. Thursday Night Football tonight. Team that the Texans just played, the Denver Broncos, are playing the Raiders. You can watch that here. There's NBA you can watch. You can do it all. TV's everywhere. It's a great spot to come and do that. They got that little as you love, Tyler, those little wing specials on the non-traditional wings, the old boneless joints. They got a little special on that here all day long, so you can take advantage of that. And you can win prizes as well. If you're in the building, go ahead and grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box. You got a chance to win gift card to HEB as well as a little mini projector. You can take that home. We will hook somebody up with that. Shay is right there ready to help you out if you need it. Mario Edwards Jr. will join us here coming up soon, defensive lineman for the Texans. Will get his thoughts about this past weekend and getting ready for Jacksonville. As we talked about it, some people on the text line, YouTube and Twitch, were wondering about your thought about bringing in a guy who hasn't played all season in the fold, and especially with the game and your season on the line, to bring in a guy who hasn't played all season. That seems like a scary thing for some people here on the text line.
Well, look, when you lose your right tackle, who is your best offensive lineman, odds are the guy that replaces him hasn't played much football to date. We just happen to be in a position where Blake Fisher is an option, but because he's played having to play full-time right tackle, you feel better about that? After watching the training camp that Blake Fisher had, I mean, he was the highlight of training camp, and from a negative perspective, a good chunk of camp of what's going on with Blake Fisher. You feel real comfortable with that? Look, when you lose a right tackle, the odds are the guy behind him you're not going to feel great about. My point is just, it's simple. If Trent Brown is not in the building to be an answer in a situation like this,
well, what's he in the building?
Then what's he in the building for? What is he active for? He's been practicing. He's on the active roster. I mean, he's on the roster. He's inactive on game days. You know, what's he here for? And so that's all. I think it's something to watch.
He could fill one of them roles. He could fill the right tackle role, or he could fill hey, we still want to have a sixth offensive lineman, package that we run out there, and can he do that?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, he could do that as well.
One of those.
I mean, I would personally want Blake Fisher to be my
because he's been doing it. Yeah.
Jumbo tight end. Well, he's a little more fleet of foot. I mean, he could do something. I mean, Blake Fisher is really a thin offensive lineman. He's a thin tackle. I mean, he's athletic enough. Hell, you could sneak him into a flats during a real pass concept. You could sneak him into one of the underneath routes, and he'd be fine. I mean, Trent Brown would be. I mean, that'd look awfully funny with the biggest dudes you got out there as a jumbo tight end. But the point, I just think that Fisher jumbo package it bared fruit. It was pretty productive.
You used it a lot.
They used it a lot. They believed in it, and you got Trent Brown in the building. So if you feel comfortable about what you're doing from a scheme standpoint, you feel comfortable about having Trent Brown in the building, this is a perfect time for him to help the team win a game.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. And obviously, Titus Howard isn't ruled out, but with Titus Howard and Jalen Petrie, if you're just joining us, not a great sign that they have missed back-to-back days with concussions. They've already declared CJ out. We know Nico Collins had a concussion in the Seattle game and missed the next game, and the thought is that trend would continue. Remember here, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, as we head to the phone lines, we're joined by our guy. I promise you, I think we were at this Buffalo Wild Wings the last time we talked to Mario Edwards Jr. Honest to God, I believe we were sitting right here at this spot the last time he was on with us. You talked about him, playing with his dad, and he's back with us here. I guess. Hey, man, we appreciate you jumping on with us again. I'm just trying to kind of get the feel of where you guys and how you guys are thinking inside the locker room. Do you feel like many fans do that this is a must-win game coming up on Sunday?
I feel like every game is a must-win for us. But I feel like we just have to continue to do what we've been coached to do and do what we've been doing all year, which is play together and trust your brother next to you.
Hey, Mario, we were talking a little earlier about kind of the approach that Denver took last week. It seemed like from the press box anyway that they had decided their game plan was going to be drop back and take as many shots as they can and see if they can't land a few of them. And y'all D'd it up nice. Do you think you might see some of that moving forward, a little bit more of that moving forward, given how good you guys are on defense?
I think it's going to come down to us getting everybody's best, man, whether it's an old play, new play, trick play. They're going to try to find some success to get it against us, but just because how good we do with playing the run. But we just have to continue to play complementary football on all ends, special teams, offense, and defense.
Mario Edwards Jr. joins us. Is that the number one focus this week, what's being preached with Travis Etienne and their run game? Is that the top focus for you all?
Top focus is just playing complementary football all 4 quarters and finishing. I think we start strong a lot, and we're a player 2 away from finishing the game. Finish every quarter and finish with a dub. That's the main focus.
Hey, is there a little extra spice in the air with Jacksonville, knowing it's a division game? Obviously, y'all have had some heated exchanges in the past. I mean, is that something that everybody's aware of in the building and knows this game is a division game? It means a little bit more?
Yeah, anytime it's a division game, the juices flow a little bit more, and we know that it means more, and it helps us out in the long run. So we definitely know that this is something we got to definitely bring our A game and try to get that dub on Sunday.
Coming up, you're playing Jacksonville for the second time. This is the first repeat opponent that you all have had. Anything that they caught you all off guard with that you guys are preparing for in this game that allowed them to get a couple of plays? Obviously, they didn't do a whole bunch in that game, but they did get a couple of plays. Anything that you guys are adjusting to?
Going back and just watching film this week and, us watching our last game during meetings and stuff, there isn't necessarily something that they did. I think a lot of our stuff was self-inflicted wounds, just not being in the right place, not fitting the block correct way, not being where it's supposed to be A-gap or B-gap. I think it's just a lot of self-inflicted things that if we're on our A game and doing what we're supposed to do, we'll win.
All right, Mario, you're the Salute to Service nominee this week, and this is the Salute to Service game, obviously, for the Texans, man. Tell us a little bit about your military ties, man, going back.
My sister was just pretty big. She's always been real important to the family, and just to have her there and be able to know how it feels to support someone firsthand in their service has always been big to me. So any chance I get to support first responders or veterans, I try to do it and make it my business.
Man, I didn't know 0-1-5. I didn't know Rio did such a good job raising y'all, man. Got one in the NFL, got one in the Army, man. He did a hell of a job, baby.
Bro, what's up?
All right, man.
What's up?
We appreciate you jumping on with us, man, and good luck as you know, all of Houston is pulling for y'all, hoping y'all go ahead and get in the win column this week.
Thank you for having me, and I pray that we get this win this week too.
All right, that's Mario Edwards Jr. Boy, they need it, and you know, getting back to 4-5 with the Titans behind it, as we talked about it, like this has to be the path. Winning these next two games have to be the path, and then they have to go and at least get a game that maybe they're not supposed to. Speaking of that, coming up, we will hear from Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator. And I'm throwing this at you, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. For the Texans to get to the playoffs for the third straight year, when you look at their schedule, Clint, if you think it's going to take 10 wins, again, Seattle had 10 wins last year and didn't make it, they're probably going to have to at least win a game, maybe multiple games that you look to win. Which one do you feel most comfortable with? Like I feel like they're going to – you give them the Titans, the Cardinals, and the Raiders, but then home Bills, at Colts, at Chiefs, you know, at Colts or home Colts. They got a home and road with the Colts, and then at Chargers. Which game do you feel most comfortable with them pulling off that they maybe aren't supposed to win? Because I think they're going to have to. I think they're going to have to win at least one or two games that they're not looked at to win.
You want me to answer it now, or you want to use that tease?
No, I want you to answer it right now.
Chargers.
That's the home one against the Chargers.
Yep.
Oddly enough, I think it's the Bills.
I don't know about that one.
I just think they match up well against the Bills. They absolutely destroyed them offensively last year. That was maybe, you know, Josh Allen's worst game. But I think the Bills are a good matchup for them. Not a great defense, despite what they showed last week against the Chiefs, but not a great defense. Chargers, I hear you with that too. That's maybe another one. But and both of those are home games, so that helps as well. But yeah, the Bills to me seems to be a good matchup for the Texans. At least last year was interesting. We'll see. 713-572-4610. Which game that they're not supposed to win do you see that you're most confident in with the Texans? As they're going to have to pick off one of these. They're going to have to pick off one of these to get to the playoffs. All right, coming up, we will hear from the offensive court, or at least speaks to the media, and will join the drive. We'll hear from him coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, power outages can happen anytime. Extreme heat, extreme cold, even hurricane season. We got lucky this year, but you never.
all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off FM 2920 in Tomball. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live. Thirsty Thursday here on a beautiful day here in Tomball. That's where we are. Buffalo Wild Wings location will be here till 6 o'clock. Thirsty Thursday, your chance to come out, win prizes, and hang out with us, grab some good food and drinks in a great spot on a Thursday. Let's head out to NRG, though, and hear from the man that's got a lot on his plate. No C.J. Stroud, potentially no Titus Howard, potentially no Ed Ingram. Let's hear from Nick Kayla, the OC, as he gets ready for a big game against Jacksonville.
When you guys are in those situations and you can't really budge them and they're getting penetration, what can you do in the future to combat that and be a better red zone team? Right now, I think it's 31st.
Yeah, not good enough. Obviously, be able to every week to do. Inside the one last week, we didn't punch it in. Disappointing. I think you ask everybody to a man, like we got to get a yard. And we didn't do that. We didn't execute. We hurt ourselves with penalties. So we got to be better. Starting with me, starting with our staff, starting with all of us players. We got to do a better job of that. Those are points at stake there. And talk about trading field goals for touchdowns, and cumulatively it adds up. And we want to be better than that. So. Pretty straightforward there.
We hear the word a lot with not just you, but football coaches in general. The best you can, what does execute mean?
Execute means doing your job, okay, the way you're supposed to do it, with technique, with precision, and with great effort, and the way it's supposed to be done. And so penalties, poor technique, mental errors fall into those things. That's what it means.
Is there, because it feels like, what if the process up to setting them up to execute is not in check? Because a lot of times it feels like it's almost like excluding the whole practice process to where they got to do what we say they got to do. And stuff.
I take accountability for, if that's what you're implying, I take accountability starting with me on this. It's the entire operation. So we've got to do a better job. We got to find better ways to ultimately get the ball across the goal line. Understand the intent of what you're asking, but you're asking me about execution physically. That's what it means. We also have to put ourselves in position to be able to find different ways to score. And so it hasn't been good enough. I definitely agree with that, no doubt about it. And that's the quest, is to do that for sure. It's a whole thing. Yeah, it's how you practice. It's how you. And then on Sunday, you got to go. It's how you approach that for sure. It's a whole thing. Yeah, it's how you practice. It's how you approach everything. And then ultimately, when you get an opportunity for 60 minutes on Sunday, you got to go do it. And haven't done a good enough job of that. So.
I was just going to ask you, Coach.
Yes, sir.
You all have, over multiple weeks been rotating the offensive lineman and Lakin Thompson and Juice Scruggs out in the left guard position. And what is the difficulty in doing that same exact thing, like when you have a player like Christian Kirk, Jalen Noel, and 1 week, of course, with Christian being out, he got all of these touches, and then the next week, his routes and targets, they drop. How do you?
You try to find. I think you try to find balance. That's the question. Was it is it perfect? No. Do some games dictate in situations in different groupings that you might go a different way? Sometimes it happens like that. We have a lot of confidence. We talked about the depth of the receiver position. We've got a lot of confidence in all those guys. So we try to create balance so we're not wearing anybody else out. We feel good about the depth of the outside to inside and the flex guys, and just trying to obviously get whoever we can out there that's going to help us from week to week. And sometimes it gets a little more lopsided than you want, and sometimes you get it closer to how you envision it going into the game, but nothing's perfect, and we're always striving to get our guys involved. We got everybody at the game. We're going to try to use as many people as we can to help us. So
what does it take to get Jalen Noel more routes and more offensive snaps, and kind of do you hope to this game or more games going forward use him more?
Yeah, no, I mean we love Jalen Noel. Like we plan for him. He's got a role in our offense, and I mean he'll continue to do that, continue to do a good job for us. So again, it's sometimes it gets a little lopsided, but it's not due to the fact that we have less faith in him versus somebody else or anybody else. We have a lot of faith in those guys, especially Jalen too.
Going into the Broncos game, Sean Payton was praising the defense, you guys' defense.
Yep.
Saying it's week 9, so the DNA is the DNA.
Yep.
What is the DNA on the flip side of this offense, and what about Sunday's offense that we saw? Would you say, to make your argument, that that's not the DNA of this offense?
Yeah, what I would say is, a physical outfit that wants to run the ball downhill. Okay, starting with that with change-ups. Okay, we did not run the ball well enough. Okay, I would say that starting off, and then we've shown the ability to drive the football. Okay, we haven't been able to finish well enough, which has been disappointing. So we've got to do a better job of that again, starting with me, standing here. Okay, and we own that.
Most of the good things that you guys were able to do on Sunday would happen on the earlier downs. You had a lot of success on first and second downs. Of course, you know what the numbers are for on third down. And specifically in the red zone. What's working for y'all on those early downs, and then what's not working for y'all in the later downs? I know you had a fourth down conversion, but the later downs and specifically in the red zone.
Sure. I think we've shown the ability to be able to hit our double teams and be able to move the ball throughout the year and have good moments where we have run the ball efficiently. I think what has hurt and hindered at times is when you get into longer yardage situations, and that could be not necessarily due to the run game. That could be swinging and missing on incompletions and being backed up in early downs, which gets you to 2nd and 10 pluses, and then you get into long yardage situations in third down, and that's a tough way to live. So trying to be able to down always what we're trying to obviously do. So it makes it a heck of a lot harder when you're not able to be as efficient on first and second down, to answer your question.
What does Davis do well at the quarterback spot, and where do you have confidence in his game?
He's a pro's pro. He's really smart. He approaches every single day with the right attitude. He's locked in, and he handles everything. Operation, he's into the game. He's into the game plan. He studies football. I have a lot of faith in him. I mean, he's been awesome to be around. Took a lot of reps, obviously, in the spring. So this week will be a great opportunity for him to obviously get the bulk of the reps. But I have a lot of faith in him. I mean, he's sharp. The mechanics of playing the quarterback position, he does extremely well. He's a competitor. He takes a lot of pride in it. Has great rapport. He's a good communicator, and he's got good talent. He can throw the ball. He's played the game. He's played plenty of football before. So we're lucky to have him, and I'm excited to just continue to work through the week. He's done a really nice job.
You are listening to Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley.
Calling games from the beginning of the year to now. Where's there been growth or change? Have you said I had to do this differently?
Yeah, I think really just trying to find different ways to be able to try to get us over the hump. I mean, every week we're lifting up the hood and trying to look and see what can we do differently. What can we do to help our guys out, and that'll continue. I mean, that's going to continue whether you're having success or you're not having the success that you would like. So I would say trying to get back on track situations and staying in fewer of those. And then when you're in those, how are you going to combat those? How are teams approaching those different situations? Some teams treat second and call it 10 plus differently than other teams. So just trying to be able to have opportunities, and I think just working through that process with our staff and with our players to be able to continue to be more efficient just in general terms, honestly.
How much of that process that you just described is altered by the health situation with the offensive line? Obviously, y'all had to try to change things on the fly. The Titans went down. Now you got a whole week to prepare with the possibility of them being out. How much of that exact process is changed or altered, kind of given the situation?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to ever make excuses. It's our job. It's the National Football League. We've got to find a way to move the ball, and we got to be able to find a way to score. So you're always mindful of where you are personnel-wise. Who's playing in what positions. Just in general terms, does it affect protection? Does it affect run game? I mean, it could affect those things. From week to week, whatever. But we've got a group of guys that have worked, quite a while and have a lot of time on task through the spring, through training camp, and our job's to adjust. And that's what we get paid to do, is to adjust and be able to find a way to play our best football when we kick it off on Sundays. So we're spearheading straight ahead and trying to get that done.
Two different fronts. One playing through an injury or a couple of injuries, but also getting some down the field in terms of Dalton Schultz and what he did for you this past Sunday. What did you think of what he's been doing?
Yeah, what was I didn't understand your first question. I'm sorry.
Play through some pain. Had a couple of injuries he was on the report for, and then wound up playing well. What did you think of what Dalton did for you? What he's done all year?
Yeah, he's a pro, and I have a lot of respect for Dalton Schultz. I mean, he gives you everything he has every single day. He's in here from sun up to sundown. He cares. He gets treatment for his body. It's the National Football League. Everybody's no one's 100% at this point, but he handles everything the right way. He studies the game. He plays his ass off. I have nothing but respect for him and how he approaches the game.
The thought process of going for it on your last possession, kind of take me through that if you don't mind, and then do you regret kind of the way it obviously unfolded, but the way
trying to obviously get a quick completion to get the drive started and basically get into our 2-minute situation. That's what we were trying to do. Didn't execute it well enough and stalled out, and that's not what you want to do. But trying to get quick completion to get us going, get in rhythm, be able to get on the ball and get into our offense where we can get our cleats in the ground and be able to run core plays. That's what we were trying to do.
Yes. When you see like CJ, a guy you obviously have a relationship, have the injury that he had, I just wonder, does that, not that the play had anything to do with it, but does that perhaps maybe change your approach to how you might use him? Does it make you think about it at all?
Yeah, I mean, again, I have a lot of trust in CJ. It's unfortunate. With him, what happened. And I think from my standpoint, I think we're always trying to talk about being mindful for player safety and stuff like that. We always talk about that. So being smart when you are scrambling and stuff and doing the best you can. And obviously he didn't see that coming. So we just try to educate those situations and, the same way you're coaching on the other side of the ball to be able to protect guys too. But yeah, we'll always talk about being smart. We'll always talk about when you need to slide and all those things. And he's done a really good job of that. Like, he's very mindful of that, and he's a competitor, and he's utilized his legs and done a good job and been smart with the decisions that he's made.
You're, as an offensive coach, what are your thoughts on the league defender having to protect his prey, if you will, and the prey is kind of going down with it, like just the rule itself? What are your thoughts on it, and how can you fix it and help it?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on any league officiating or get into that whole world. I think player safety is big. I think that it's important, and I think that I'll leave it at that.
Some late turnovers decided the game the last time you guys played the Jaguars. Yeah. Just kind of what needs to happen to avoid those against an opportunity defense like that.
Don't turn the ball over, man. Simple as that. They do a really good job. Mix a lot of zone coverages in. They have a lot of sets of eyes on the ball. So if you're not precise, if there's tips and there's overthrows and things like that and loose balls, then they capitalize. They pursue the ball. They're very well coached. So being able to take care of the ball. We've made progress in that area. We got to keep making progress in that area and be mindful of that. But they thrive on those things, and got to be smart with the football for sure.
All right, there it is. There's the OC, Nick Caley, as he speaks to the media, and I think there's a few things to react to what Nick Caley had to say. You can send your thoughts in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. We'll react to Nick Caley as we continue live on a Thursday. We're out in Tomball. Buffalo Wild Wings, make your way out as we ride through here on the drive.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of
testosterone level. They've got a long menu of male wellness treatments at the Men's T Clinic. Find the location nearest you here in Houston at mensteclinic.com and get that customized treatment at mensteclinic.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. The Drive is live Live on a football Friday. Join Clint and Ron back out at Talyard Brewing in Sugarland tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, pick up your limited edition In the Loop pint glass, enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate package plus other incredible prizes, and get ready for Sunday's matchup with the Jags. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday, supported by Tom Ball Ford. We'll see
Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, welcome back in this bad boy as we are live here in Tomball. I don't know who that lady is over there, but she just took down that wing, Jack. I'm telling you, you better. If that's Mom, you better be proud. She took that wing down. I got to order me some. Hannah, give me some wings right there, man. And that wasn't a drumstick either. She took that thing apart. I'm proud of her, boy. That's what I'm talking about right there. Go ahead, man. Have a good time out here. As we are in Tomball, as the big voice man said, live here, Buffalo Wild Wings Thursday, your chance to win multiple prizes. If you're in the building, put your ticket in our raffle box, and you can have a chance to win. Gift card to H-E-B coming up here in the next hour, so get your name in our raffle box for your chance to win. A lot going on. We just heard from the offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, as we get you ready for their big game, must-win game. As you heard Mario Edwards Jr., he said they believe every game is what must-win. Well, okay, this one definitely is must-win on Sunday for their playoff chances. But we heard from him. We'll react to some of the things he had to say there, Clint. But I'm looking at the text line, YouTube and Twitch. A lot of people reacted to it, Clint and Tyler. Nick Caley's he's in that situation right now where he's going to lose anytime he goes to the mic, isn't he? And he's it just for Texas fans that he is going to win in any way, or people aren't going to be probably annoyed by anything he says when he goes to the media right now, just because of the state of where the offense is.
Yeah, look, I mean, when the offense is this bad, there's nothing that the offensive coaches can say. It's all about what you do on Sunday that's going to get you out of this dark place. But the reality of it is what it's not about what you can do to please anybody, but it is what you can do to breathe a little bit of hope and confidence into the media, the fan base, for whatever it's worth. I know it's not what they care about or what they're trying to do, but I said it last year, and you look what happened. He gets run up out of town, and D'Amico looks silly from talking offensive football based on what they said last year when things were going south, and you're right back to it again this year of the techniques, mechanics. I mean, Tyler put a stat out there, and I saw this on social a couple of days ago. I think they have had 10 runs from inside the 2-yard line, and they are 0 for 10.
I've had 10 plays.
I mean, you can't go to the post-game presser. You can't go to talk to the media with that being your truth, and then say, well, we just got it. We're going to be physical, and we're going to displace people at the line of scrimmage, and we're going to move people into the end zone.
Or you get people like Bobby Pena here on YouTube saying, putting ourselves in better position to score. Man, y'all been on the goal line. What is a better place to be?
You got to quit saying those things. I don't care what else you do, but you got to quit talking about you're 0 for 10. That's not about hand placement and footwork, right? You're 0 for 10, right? You just don't have the dudes to get up there and get it done. Somebody's giving away what you're doing up front before you ever snap the football. There's some kind of trigger. There's something going on. They ran that damn jet sweep twice last week, and they had 5 guys out there waiting on what I would say is a misdirection quick hitter. They had 5 guys out there waiting
that they rarely run.
Clearly, somebody is indicating, hey man, this is not an inside run. This is an outside run. There's something in a stance. There's something in a formation. There's something in a tendency that's giving that kind of stuff away. So you just as the season goes along and as problems grow bigger and bigger in the sample size that everybody has, whether you're a media member or a fan, the sample size that everybody has to look at what's going on, people become educated. People they understand, like, man, come on, this ain't you mean to tell me if Jake Andrews had better feet, we'd have scored a touchdown? Like, it's not It's not realistic. And so
I'll be honest, because I do want to get to some of your reactions because they're important to hear, and I see some people texting in. I'm just telling you where I am, and I feel like Tyler can relate to this because I've heard him get in a similar space to this. I have reached my point of him taking accountability every week. Just stop saying, man, just do it. Like I'm sorry, I know weeks got you, man. Like, hey, man, like at some point, man, stop telling me it's your fault. Hell, we know it's your fault. Stop telling us, fix it. Like I'm just about over his every Thursday taking accountability thing. I got it, man. We know it's you.
I thought he did when he was pressed by Landry. I thought he finally said, we also have to put ourselves in positions to find different ways to score, which is what I've been waiting to hear for 8 weeks, right? I mean, you can't shop on the discount aisle for offensive linemen and then go in there and try to run the football like the Eagles and like the Lions do, and like you can't do it. And then you got a good sample size of not being able to do it, so now you've got to adjust. And so now it took him getting pressed by Landry in an uncomfortable situation, but the fact that he said that is what I've been wanting to hear from him of, look, it's not just about mechanics and technique. It's not just about being able to displace people at the line of scrimmage. Those are all football things, and being physical is nice. But if we're not going to be able to do it, if we're not going to be able to run the ball downhill between the tackles, then as coaches, it's our job to find creative ways to get other guys touches and attack defenses in other ways. And that's basically what I think I heard him say.
Now can he, as they would say, execute that?
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the thing. Other thing is, he was also pressed on, hey, if you can rotate left guards every series, why can't Jalen Noel, why can't Noel be a bigger part of this offense? 11. He didn't really look. It's clear, guys. I mean, I'm going to continue to talk about it and hammer it home because I think it's just real analysis of what we see every week, right? But the reality of it is they have no interest in, quote unquote, featuring their best players. They don't.
You think they have any interest?
They don't have any interest. They don't have any. It's not in their mind when they go to put a plan together. Their mind is not going, okay, what can we do with Woody Marks to get him to football? And I'm going to use this just because I think fans recently watched it. How can we use Woody Marks the way that Sean Payton used Harvey, their number 2 back? How can we do that? They don't look at football that way.
You don't even think they do this with Nico?
No, they don't. If they did it with Nico, you would see a more consistent approach of the jet sweeps, the touch passes, the screens. There would be triggers in the offense for CJ to take the snap and just throw it to Nico right now on a one-step look at the quarterback. There would be those kind of things in the offense. They're not.
So if they don't look at it that way, then how do you think they're looking at offense? How do you think they're looking at it? It just, hey, man, it's more about spots and positions and not guys?
Yeah. We're going to run our offense.
That's interesting.
If we're going to max protect, it's going to be a 2-man route. Whoever's there's there. We're not going to scheme things open to get Nico over the top. It's going to be, hey, we're going to do this high-low, read it out, throw it. If it's a 5-man protection or 6-man protection, you have a 3 or 4-man route, and we're going to go through this progression. And if Woody Marks if you happen to get all the way to Woody Marks, and Woody Marks is going to have 4 or 5 catches that week. If you don't happen to get to Woody Marks, then Woody Marks is going to be he's not going to be a non-factor this week, right? And that is how this group is going to approach offensive football. Period.
As if everybody has the expectation of being able to do the same thing, the same way, right? Like everybody has. Like we're not going to try to get Nico singled out into this, because we believe all of them should have the ability to do this.
Yeah, so look, it's not. They think that they believe that the system is ultimately what's going to win. And if the quarterback just does his job and takes the football where the defense dictates he takes the football, then we'll sustain drives, we'll score points, and ultimately over an 18-week, 17-game season, You'll come out in the wash. You're going to have enough wins to get in the playoffs, and you're going to have a good football product. That is clearly. I mean, I'm just telling you what I watch. When D'Amico Ryans gets up there and says, we got Nico the ball," like throwing Nico a curl, and then the quarterback on the next play throwing him a fade or a back shoulder when he lands out of bounds, and that's not trying to get Nico the ball. That's the quarterback deciding I'm going to throw the ball there.
Guys, good.
Like that's not trying to get your best player the football places and using motions and constantly getting him moving one way or the other and using deception and misdirection and all these different ways to touch the ball. You're not doing that. And to be completely clear, that is not what everybody knows this New England offense to be when Brady was there and for 20 years. It's precisely what they did. They didn't try to feature any one person. They just did what the defense allowed them to do. And they did more with less. It's crazy to think how much that group –
I feel like they featured Gronk and Randy. Like, I feel like –
well, Randy's a different deal. Randy was Randy there 1 year, 2 years? I mean, that's a different deal. Like, I mean, I don't think that Tom Brady went out there and said, "Hey, Randy, all these other guys are going to run shallow routes. You go anywhere on the field you want, and I'm going to throw you the deep ball." Yeah, I mean, there was a time, but the big picture is they did more with less. It's quite frankly, it's unbelievable how much they won with guys that are I mean, they're not household names. Yeah, Randy was there for a while, but like Edelman and Gronk was great, don't get me wrong. But like Edelman and all these guys that Troy Brown and all these guys, like, I mean, they're not household names. Right. You'd think guys that won multiple Super Bowls and was a part of two of the biggest dynasties ever, the household names. They weren't.
Yeah, I'm saying a lot of what people are texting in about his explanation of the DNA of the offense, what the offense is, and going about. They just keep wanting to pretend to be this physical offensive team, and they're doing more pretending than what they actually are. Because that was the first thing he talked about was the physical part of their DNA, and I think that goes into what you said right off the bat of like people are watching this every single week. Like that can't be your DNA. That's not what you have.
Well, I feel like based on what I've watched and kind of what I understand about their offense and where he comes, I feel like I can answer that question better. I mean, you're leaning into, like, they should be leaning heavily into being efficient, minimizing risk, playing smart, being able to attack at all levels. That's more so what, and I'm not saying that's the physical downhill run stuff, but that's more of, I think, what they want to do. And what they try to do offensively is more of, we're going to be smarter and more cerebral and more efficient than anybody in the game, and we're going to get bored with it. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, we're not going to get bored with it. We're just going, that's going to be our style, and we're going to, the death by 1,000 cut stuff instead of this downhill physical run team. It's just not, I mean, and at this point, 9 weeks in, it's definitely, that's not who you are. So,
anything else jump out to you that what he had to say? Davis Mills is in, and the first Davis question is probably 6-7 questions deep in this thing, and many people think that's probably the most important thing. But anything else jump out to you? From Nick Haley?
I think they're hitting the nail on the head with Davis in a sense of just being a smart backup that's a pro's pro, and hopefully that pays off. And that's one reason I think that Davis is actually going to fit this offense really, really well. And the transition should be smooth. Now we'll see what they do obviously with the backup tight end out and the right tackle out, and your lead running back has got a bad foot, and we'll see what they do around him. But I love what they're saying about Davis Mills. I love that he acknowledges, like, you can't exchange field goals for touchdowns. As I mentioned earlier, I love the fact that he finally mentioned, like, hey man, I got to find different ways to try to score instead of. And I'm paraphrasing, but instead of running it flat downhill. So there was some good in there, yeah. Absolutely some good in there.
I hope we see that. All right, he did speak a little bit about Davis Mills. Let's look at him because he's going to be a big major part into the success or lack thereof the Texans have in this game coming up on Sunday. Davis Mills, as we are live, we continue live here. Buffalo Wild Wings, Tom Ball, come hang out with us a little Thirsty Thursday right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all.
American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast. On November 10th, golfers will be sporting their bad pants on the green, but doing great things for babies and families. I'm talking about the 27th annual Bad Pants Open, happening November 10th at Champions Golf Club, raising funds for Texans children's NICU families. Even though the player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off FM 2920 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I think continue spreading the ball around. I think I did a good job, but I think kind of going in there, not having repped all the looks during the week. Obviously, I'm mentally prepared, but sometimes physically, like, everything's a little sped up. So kind of just keep myself calm in there, go through my reads, continue spreading the ball around, and use my feet when I can to make some plays.
All right, that's Davis Mills, who will be the starter on Sunday against the Jags. Yeah, hopefully, maybe they should start playing that. If he makes big plays in the stadium, they should just start blasting that. Here comes the general thing. That was really.
All right, give me your best Vandermeer Davis Mills touchdown pass play-by-play call.
Okay, all right. Moving left to right. He always comes in real easy.
It's good start. It's good.
Moving left to right. Shotgun snap. Mills in the pocket, rolls over, and he's got Nico Collins in the end zone. Rock and roll, touchdown, Texans.
That was pretty good. That was solid on the
I think you're
on call
something.
like that. That was good. That was well done. I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, meow.
Yeah, we'll see. But no, man. Listen, I think many people can say, yeah, duh to this, but I know you have experience with this, because a couple of things to me from Davis Mills, because they're going to need him to at least play winning football, give him a chance to win the game, Clint. But how big of a deal? I think people understand, obviously, it's a better situation. But for you and your experience and what Davis Mills is going through and how different it will be, how big a deal is it that Davis is going to and has gotten a full weeks of practice, knowing he's the one, knowing he's the starter, getting all of the pair to just being thrown in at the start early in the second quarter and running through and not getting all those reps in practice? Obviously, it's a big deal, but how big a deal is it? And, Clint, in your opinion, should that lead to an expectation that we see a better performance from him than we saw last week?
Yeah, look, I think it's a huge deal. I mean, you're talking about some of the shot plays that the throw over the middle to Christian Kirk. I don't know if he's ever thrown a bang over the middle to Christian Kirk. I don't know if he's ever thrown that bootleg, set your feet and throw it deep down the left sideline to Nico Collins. I don't know if he's ever done that. We didn't see many deep balls in training camp at all. We didn't see him going with the ones at all, hardly. Except for when I guess OTAs when CJ's shoulder was messed up. I mean, I don't know that he'd ever made those throws. So, just that. I mean, the simple fact, there's two things that come into play here when the last time we saw Davis Mills on Sunday, right, is you're talking about one of the best defenses, if not the best defense, not named the Houston Texans in football that he was going against. And we now know that it was worse than I ever thought. Like, he was getting half of the scout team reps.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of sense does that make?
Yeah.
What kind of sense does it make? I mean, unless Davis just said, hey, I don't need these, let this other kid get some of them. Like, I mean.
That didn't sound like Davis.
Well, my experience with scout team stuff was, I mean, Randall Cunningham was backing up Troy Aikman, and Randall was like, hey, Clint, I'll let you know when I need, when you can get one. Right?
Yeah.
So it just, that to think that was the reps he was getting physically, and then he got thrust into action against one of, if not the best defense in football, not named the Houston Texans. That's borderline impossible. And then you look at the film, and he played pretty damn good. And so, I think it makes
especially early.
To your point, it makes a huge difference. Him getting the reps just in general. It makes a huge difference that's not the Denver Broncos defense across the ball from. It makes a huge difference that this defense has given up 250, one of the worst pass defenses in the NFL. I think bottom 6, bottom 7, something like that in the NFL. And so, yeah, I mean, they got 10 sacks total. There shouldn't be a lot of chaos around him. I mean, at least going into it may happen, but going into it, he should be good and comfortable and feel really good about the guys that are in front of him, even though your right tackle is going to be gone. They're going to do something there. He should feel really good about the plan going in and his ability to win. And so, yeah, I think it's big, to answer your question, getting the reps, and it's big that it's a lesser defense.
Yeah, like I said, anybody can see how, obviously you look at it, yeah, he's going to be far more prepared, and but I think that's the big thing but how much is that, do you expect that should change his performance, right?
I'll tell you.
Because I could go out there and get a full 2 months of preparation to go out there and play running back, but it don't mean nothing once I get out there.
When you're the backup quarterback, right, you can't go to Christian Kirk, who's coming off of issues, and go, hey, man, I might get in the game on Sunday. You think you can run that bang 8 a couple times over the middle for me after practice? I need it full speed, by the way, and break at the angle you're going to break so that I can get the look that I need. Hey, Nico, I know you're coming off a concussion, but you think you can run that out and up or whatever the hell it was that you ran on this shot play for me?
Yeah.
By the way, I need you to run about 2 or 3 times so I can get a real good feel.
Yeah.
Now he can do that, right? I mean, now those guys will be coming to him and going, hey, man, what do you need, right? I mean, Rocket Ismail and Joey Galloway were my guys when I was playing. They were my buddies. We had a good time together. They would have laughed at me if I'd ever said, hey, man, random week. Hey, man, you think I can get some extra running out of you after practice? But when I was named the starter, all of a sudden Rocket comes in and is like, hey, man, you need anything from me today? I'll run 8s, I'll run 9s, I'll run digs, I'll run whatever you want, man. How many you need? Yeah. And after practice, I'm out there throwing 10, 15, 20 extra balls. That is huge when it comes to the 4 or 5 shot plays that ultimately you got to hit one up. Right, you hopefully you can hit one of them and help the team win a game. So, yeah, it's important, man. It's important in a big way.
This may be a tougher question. It's 713-572-4610. If you got an opinion on this, you can jump in on this YouTube and Twitch as well. With Davis Mills in this, C.J. Stroud is clearly the better quarterback and the best quarterback on this team. Is there any, because sometimes there are, whether it be small, is there anything that is an advantage having Davis in as opposed to CJ?
No.
You don't think so?
No. There's not. And I don't say that disrespectfully. I think, again, with the problems around the quarterback, I think there's going to be a very similar quarterback. There's going to be a very similar quarterback product out there.
Yeah. The only thing that I would say, Clint, that the Texans may have a small advantage with Davis in there is I think, which will hurt them also potentially, but I think Davis is less likely to turn the ball over trying to get aggressive and make a play or trying to fit a ball in. I think the potential of turnovers from Davis throwing the ball, I think they may be lower than CJ. And in this game, especially against that team, like they got a that's how they get helped.
Yeah.
That's what helps them. Like if you think about, especially the pick he threw that he tried to in the first game in Jacksonville, he tried to get into Christian Kirk. That pick on the sideline where it just like he should have never thrown it. Davis Mills would never even throw that. He would never even think to try to do that. That is the only route and way where I'd say, all right, maybe he's less likely to throw a pick trying to get something in or his confidence. I think the turnover part maybe the only thing that they could have as an advantage this week with him in over CJ.
Yeah, there's also you know, and this is more of just being the backup and being clear-headed. There's also possibly a little bit more of hey, look, I played a lot of football under a lot of chaos. you know, we really struggled with this. Can we toss in this quick motion, you know, by the running back that you see people do now? Can we toss that in so it's a little – I feel really good about getting the indicator of where the pressure is going to come from. You know, there's the veteran side of Davis Mills that's been in all these different systems that may be more likely to say, hey, man, why don't suggest something versus a guy in CJ that's just been told, do your job, do what you're supposed to do for the last 4 months. You know, so there's that could bear some fruit. We'll see.
All right, coming up as we continue live here, Buffalo Wild Wings. We're here in Tomball. Come on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock on a Thursday. The Rockets, man, 5 straight. They beat. This never even felt like they should have been on the same court. They beat down the Grizzlies last night, and Amen Thompson had himself a night. I'm watching that game, Clint. I don't think you think of it, but the comp that I think I was starting to find offensively for Amen Thompson. Yeah, a lot alike offensively. We'll discuss the Rockets coming up next.
All right, you're losing your
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Houston fans. I am so happy.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off FM 2920 in Tomball. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as The Drive is on the road live on. Shout out to everybody who stopped in and will stop by. I see my man over there. I heard him, and he walked in. He said, "Hold on, show." I heard him. He over there just
hold on, show.
Drilling them nachos. Go ahead, man. They got great food, great drinks in here, and you can win prizes. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour is when we will start hooking folks up. I see the Bud Light girls walking through. I see you. There you go.
Hey,
grab it. That was my best in weeks of handling that. Grab a ticket. And put your name in our raffle box. You got a chance to win. There you go, boss. You got a chance to win a HEB gift card and a mini projector that's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour that you have a chance to win. All you got to do is grab a ticket. Shay's right there from our promo staff to help you out to get you a chance to win either that gift card or that projector. That's coming up here a little bit later on. All right. Clint, I do want to get to the Rockets real quick, but I saw some people texting in about this, and I didn't want to pass this. We don't have to go in too much depth in it, but I know there is a rivalry for this city and Dallas and the Texans and the Cowboys, but a lot of the thoughts from the NFL family are up 45 in Dallas with what they're dealing with. Just a tragic situation. I saw it early this morning that they're a draft pick, second year in the league, Marshawn King, passed away this morning in a situation that is, especially the way he passed, Clint. You can look that up yourself, especially the way he passed. You just imagine that this is going to be got to be a difficult situation going on in that Dallas Cowboy family. And always heard positive things from coaches. I heard Greg Ellis speak positively of him and the Cowboys as well. Everybody been around him. Going back to Western Michigan, just a really, really unbelievably sad situation. And I think I would share with most our thoughts, or with everyone. Our thoughts are up there with that Dallas Cowboy family, because that is that's going to be a difficult thing for guys to deal with.
Yeah. Look, thoughts and prayers up for the Nealon family dealing with it, the Cowboy family dealing with it, and it's unfortunate, man. You never know what somebody's dealing with in their world, and you got to feel for them, no doubt. Yeah,
it's a tough situation, and they're on a bye week, so probably don't hear from players and things like that, which is, I'm sure, for them a thing that they would welcome at this point. But just a difficult situation. The NFL family's thoughts are with the Cowboys and that terrible situation. But as we continue to move on through here in Tomball, TVs everywhere. Get on out here, have a good time.
Where?
Plenty. What did I say?
Where?
I said Tomball.
Tomball?
Tomball.
Tomball.
But no, get on out here and enjoy yourself in Tomball.
That was good.
In Tomball.
Hell, I thought Tyler said that.
Yeah,
you changed your voice and everything. That was good.
Let me get in here and just let me get a little comfortable and just say it. Hey, a little Tom, let me run it together. Damn it! No, I ain't the first one to have done it, but Clint last night.
I've ever heard.
Last night, Clint, we saw the Rockets get their 5th straight win, and the position that you're looking at every single night with the Rockets, seeing how they build towards either the trade deadline and if they are forced to have to do something at that position, or how they grow and build to get towards the end of the season when the games matter the most. And last night, Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd at that point guard spot combined for 40 points, 11 rebounds, 8 assists on 2 turnovers. Both of them in double figures, and they continue to grow and look good. That is the position everybody's watching. I mean, they had a game, Clint, where even though he was able to get enough assists for Tyler to make some money, Kevin Durant goes out and gets 11 points, and they just still beat the hell out of a team in Memphis on the road. Impressive performance last night from them all the way around. Another one of those nights where Şengün chips in and Durant, everybody, they had another one of those impressive nights.
All I did was check the box score and make sure old Tyler Milner and them T Mills best bets came through for me, bud. I did. You gonna tell me a little bit about Amen Thompson and who he reminds you of, and what did he show you last night?
Yeah, Amen Thompson, best player on the floor last night, 28, 10, and 7 last night. When I watched their game, I know these two have completely different builds. And 7'1", 3'5", 7'2", 4', 6'10", I'm certain you will have no problem telling me if I'm crazy. Maybe many of you may have some problem telling me that you agree. But when I watched their game, and I'm sitting there just watching it last night, when I watched their game, he does a lot of the things that Zion does. But they're completely different. Zion Williamson, his game, right? Like neither one of them are great shooters, but just the way that they get the ball to their spots in the paint, and they can drive it to the paint, finish around the rim, athletic as hell when they arrive there. They're doing a lot of their work in the paint, and that it was just like, yeah, he's thinner. One looks like an edge rusher, and the other looks like a corner. But they're doing the same thing. They're doing that. Now, defensively, it's another world with Amen Thompson. But offensively, their game looks like they're doing the same thing. Like they play and do the same things on the floor inside. And Amen Thompson, because most teams and defenders just think that a player that is trying to space is spacing to the three-point line, and he's cutting to the lane. And we saw repeatedly him get, passes where he cuts to the lane at the basket, and he's there either to dunk it or lay it in. But it looks, his game offensively looks a lot like Zion.
Like raw, aggressive, athletic.
Yeah.
Finish with power. Yeah, I mean, I could see stylistically where you could draw.
It's weird. They look different in size.
Yeah, I mean, there ain't too many Zions walking around here doing that.
But it's just like he gets the ball and he gets it in his spots, and he is and when he drives it, it's a lot of power and athleticism with Zion, but his is crazy leaping ability, and he's got some power too with his size, and he gets to where he wants to get to all the time. And I'm just watching it last night. I'm like, damn. When I watch the Pelicans, Zion does a lot of those same things out there. Text line coming in. I wanted to say you were crazy at first, but you're not. After I think about it, they do a lot of the similar things. They do. Like both of them, you want to back off and make them shoot. Although Amen did make a three last night. Give it to him. Hopefully let's not get excited and keep shooting those things. But yeah, man, I love where his game is going. He is getting so much confidence right now. And again, this is the highest between 17 and 20 points, between 7 to 10 rebounds, between 7 to 10 assists. Every single night, it is becoming a thing for him, and it is fun to watch Amen Thompson grow right now. They won 5 straight. They got the Spurs coming in. Spurs, they've lost 2 in a row. Just lost to the Lakers last night. We'll see if they can make this thing to 6 with one of the hottest teams earlier on in the season.
Well, you mentioned Reed Shepherd a little earlier. I mean, obviously you were impressed with him. What'd you see?
Yeah, I mean, listen. He's just got to get time and get consistent. But he is, again, not bashful. I believe he had 12 last night. Yeah, he had 12 last night, and gave them good minutes. When you combine those two, and what he can do, and also understanding they're growing into these roles. Like, this isn't just a, hey, all right, this is the finished product. They're learning and growing into this role. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing right now. If the way they're playing, I don't think that they're going to have to go make a move to get a point guard to replace things. The way they're playing, they look good. I really enjoy what I watched last night. See if they can keep it up. Şengün, again, got you paid, got you and Tyler paid. I think 16 rebounds last night. That was easy. They were just playing with those guys. All right, what you got coming up in the fourth?
All right, Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley, he finally said it, y'all. Took a little push, but he's finally said what I've been waiting months for. And I got a little thoughts cross my mind about wife's birthday and Christmas. It's kind of combined or not. I got to know if it's a good idea or not. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Before we get there, I'm telling you, it is grilling.
relief advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And Dirty's Daily today is powered by Boots for Troops. Boots for Troops. My man Jimmy Rogers is in the building with his crew.
What up, Jimmy?
Boots for Troops is in the building. Here's what I want to ask everybody out there to do. All right, they got a little golf tournament going next week, next Monday, but I don't know if they got any teams left or not. But here's what I ask everybody to do. I want you to go check out Boot for Troops. Boots with an S, by the way. My gibberish, I'm sorry. bootsfortroops.org. And get involved. However you can. They got events going on all the damn time, so there's no excuse. Your schedule can fit some kind of event they got rolling. There's no doubt about it. You can follow them on Twitter at Boots, the number 4, Troops on Twitter. Boots 4, the word 4, Troops on Facebook, and boots.4.troops on Instagram for all you young punks out there that don't do Twitter and Facebook. All right? No excuses. No excuses out there. Get involved. They do the Lord's work. They do the Lord's work for all those that are out there fighting for us, fighting for our freedoms. I got 2 babies now, boy. It's more important now than it's ever been. So if it's in your heart, man, get with these guys and get involved. It is a hell of a cause, and they know how to have a lot of fun, if you know what I mean. It ain't all Boots for Troops. It's going to be a good time. So, Tyler, I know you got it back there. You popping tops. I heard the sound effects, man. You've been involved, and you've been a big part of it. But you're missing this one, man. Jimmy and the crew's out here hanging out, man.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better, though, man. They do just such great things over there, Boots for Troops. And they do a lot of really cool events like this one. People should be checking it out, no doubt. Shout out to Jimmy and everybody over there for what they're doing at Boots for Troops.
Every now and then they get really the some of the scum of the earth like Tyler involved in their events every now and then. So you got to be careful who you run into. But you know,
I get a little horny here and there. But scum of the earth.
That was a low blow. I know. I just wanted to. I didn't want you to big head. You've been involved. You've been involved in some of their events and helped out. So
yes, sir.
Get involved. Boots for Troops out there. That's their power in Dirty's Daily today. Not that Nick wasn't enough entertainment here. Nick Caley, he spoke to the media a little earlier. Look, I would say right now in the Houston Texans organization, there's more pressure on Nick Caley right now than anybody. Now, a 3-win season, at some point in time, that pressure is going to turn to the head coach, the general manager, and ownership if they don't get it right. But right now, the offense has been a problem. Now, I think it was better against the Denver Broncos than anybody is giving it credit. I think there was room to watch that film and see how this team has really improved and played better against a really good football team. But nobody cares. You lost, and you lost and frustrated. There's one thing that Nick Caley and D'Amico and everybody's talked to the media every week, and we keep hearing about mechanics and techniques, and we keep hearing about doing your job, and we keep hearing about executing some of the same stuff that we heard from the last offensive coordinator that got ran up out of here after back-to-back 10-win seasons, and some pretty impressive quarterback play and wide receiver play and running back play along the way. So it's unfortunate that we've heard that consistently. However, today Nick Caley was pressed a bit, and I loved what I heard from Nick Caley. Bear with me a little bit because this is the exchange that went back and forth. I wanted you to hear the pressing that it took to get ultimately to the point that I wanted to hear. But here is Nick Caley, a little cut from Nick Caley today with the media.
I take accountability for, if that's what you're implying, I take accountability starting with me on this. It's the entire operation. So we've got to do a better job. We got to, find better ways to ultimately get the ball across the goal line. Understand the intent of what you're asking, but you're asking me about execution physically. That's what it means. We also have to put ourselves in position to be able to find different ways to score. And so, it hasn't been good enough. I definitely agree with that, no doubt about it. And, that's the quest, is to do that for sure. It's a whole thing. Yeah, it's how you practice. it's how you approach everything, and then ultimately when you get an opportunity for 60 minutes on Sunday, you got to go do it, and haven't done a good enough job of that.
There's two lines there that Nick Caley used, and look, he's not going to be perfect in this setting. I mean, he's literally getting smoked by the media, by 20, 30 media members with a wide range of questions, and so he's doing the best he can to just stay afloat at this point in time. But it's exactly what I wanted to hear from Nick Caley. He said, we got to find better ways to score. All right, and I know there's some smart asses out there that want to say, well, hell, you've had 10 snaps inside the 5-yard line and you ain't been able to score. I get it. I get it. That's frustrating. But I love the thought of finding better ways. The alternate word there for better is other, really. I'm just looking for something that means something else, right? Find better ways to score. And then a little bit later in the comments, Ron, he said, put ourselves in position to find different ways to score. And I just don't know how there's any other way to take that other than, hey, man, we can't line up in jumbo packages and run the football downhill and expect to displace defensive linemen and expect to win ball games that way. There's enough of a sample size right now. And I'm not saying you can't run the football. I'm not saying you can't run the football out of a jumbo package. You just can't do it 4 straight times, right? Yeah. And they got to find different ways. They got to attack in different ways. And I love the offensive knowing that my offensive coordinator understands that and has said that. And I love the fact that we've seen a big enough sample size that this week it should change. And versus Jacksonville, there's going to be some opportunities.
Yeah, I'm just glad that they aren't sitting there, Clint. Now, how well they are able to execute it. But I'm glad that, we just got to keep running in the well, man, and doing this. If we can continue to just, do what we did against the Ravens, do what we did against the 49ers. That's how we do it. We got to keep being consistent every week. I'm glad to at least hear, and hopefully that is something happening in the building, conversation-wise, of like, okay, all right, guys, hey, man, we got 10 plays inside the 2, man. We can't get in. That's just those plays, let alone plays like, 3rd and 4th and 1 consecutively against Seattle that they got stoned as well, just doing the same thing over and over again. Hopefully it does scream to them, hell, even if they're just watching and copying something completely different than what was done, I just hope it says to them, we got to get other players involved. We got to do something different.
Yeah, we've seen them try to get other players involved. They're just not very good at it, right? I mean, as I said, I've been clamoring for jet sweeps, and we saw 2 different versions of that last week. One with Jalen Noel and one with Nico Collins.
So they was over there tipping their pitches.
I mean, somebody had to be. I mean, it was like with that time that Spencer Arrighetti came out of the game and said I must have been tipping my pitches because they just was teeing off. There was literally not just normal flow with motion when it's Nico Collins, but there was literally 4 or 5 or 6 guys out there like they knew it was coming, right? And we don't do it enough for anybody to anticipate it, so there had to be something that was tipping these guys. So I hope that doesn't keep them from. I think given what we saw, that was evidence that you need to do more of it. That was evidence that you need to use that motion more often and run it behind them inside, flip it out the back door, and take advantage of that crazy flow that Denver's defense was showing, right? I mean, so I hope that's evidence of – I hope the way you look at that, Ron, and I hope the way they look at it is not, boy, well, look, they just ate up this speed sweep. Instead, you look at it like, well, damn, if defenses are going to flow like that on the speed sweep, then we got the numbers in the box. We got the numbers downhill. So in a spread formation – Fake that thing underneath to Nico. Now he's got to bring the motion all go. Now he can't be half-assing his motion and give it away, right? But bring that sweep and then hand it up the middle or flip it out the back door and create a little bit of smoke and mirrors there. I hope we see a bigger effort to do those things versus, well, we tried and it didn't work. Let's go back into a shell.
Yeah. That's the scary part. But I guess the other part that is a positive thing is their game plan stuff. So they switch things all the time, right? They they go and maybe this week causes them to do something different. So I don't think they're just beholden to doing the same thing. I guess a positive from how different their game plans can look from game to game.
Well, look, as I've said before, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but everybody out there listening knows I damn sure will. This is a defense that has 10 sacks in 8 weeks, or is it 9 weeks? 8 weeks. 8 or 9 weeks, they've got 10 total sacks, guys.
5 and 3 in 8 games. Yep.
This is not a defense that has the ability across the board to create the kind of chaos that the Texans' offense has struggled mightily with. Right? They don't have that many dudes up front that can cause it. They don't have a scheme that can cause it. Now, it's crazy to say that, right? Some people are like, what the hell are you talking about? Because Josh Hines-Allen can be a problem. We've seen him beat. He was
a problem
he was a problem when we had Laramie Tunsil. He can damn sure be. One guy they have can be a problem. And hell, look, Walker could be a problem, but he's got a club on his hand. He shouldn't be that big. Like, this is a defense where this is a day where Davis Mills should be able to get comfortable, and Nick Caley should be able to get in a rhythm, and Nick Caley should be able to stay ahead of the chains. And when this offense has done that, they've been able to move the football. They've been able to stay in rhythm. They've been able to – the quarterbacks played well. They've been able to dial up shots, randomly at the right moments, almost like they're setting the defense up to take these shots. They've been really good in those moments, all right? Now –
they just haven't been as consistent.
Well, it just hasn't necessarily carried over against the better opponents that you played, with the exception of the 49ers. And so are the Jacksonville Jaguars clearly a better opponent than the Titans, but are the Jacksonville Jaguars more in that 49er range, and can the Texans have some of that same level of success? I think so. I think the Jacksonville Jaguars are more of a 5 or 6 win team like San Francisco that's very beatable. Commend him, admire, respect, tip my cap. You're here. You're 5-3, and San Francisco 6-3, but you're a very beatable football team. And I think Jacksonville falls in that category, and therefore I think the Texans are going to be able to have some success. So I feel like we're going to see them in rhythm, and we're going to see some of these things come to fruition. With
hopefully there's some changes though. Hopefully this isn't just they're just talking. Hopefully there's
agreed. Hopefully there's call it creativity, call it variety, call it different, whatever you want, other than we're going to get inside the 5 and do what most defensive-minded head coaches do, no matter who their personnel are, and say we're going to be more physical and run the football downhill at you. This is a man's game. We're going to run the football downhill at you. We're done with that. We ain't in that man's game right now. We're 0 for 10 inside the 5. So let's get away from it. I'm Clint Stoerner, alongside Ron the Show Hughley. T. Meal is back in the studio on the ones and twos.
Scum of the earth over here.
Oh, scum of the earth over there. By the way, scum of the earth, SOE back there. He was 5 for 5 last night, by the way. Won me some money.
Say it again.
Won me some big money. So we're at Buffalo Wild Wings up in Tomball off 2920. Is that right? 2920?
Yep.
Come on up and hang out and grab you a cold beer. Bud Light girls are here. We're giving away a little projector, giving away a little gift card here.
That's right. The Bud Light girls are here.
They're here. That's how easy that is.
Hooking you up.
If you don't start talking about what they're going to do and how they're going to do it, if you just say they're here, right?
Well, hooking you up nicely.
Yeah, that's right.
There they are.
That's right. Speaking of ladies, I got a question, y'all. You boys may be able to help me a bit. Is this acceptable?
Oh God!
So I've been putting the wife off here for about a year. We've got a lot of projects going around.
She is staring you down. She is waiting for that.
Well, Well, look, we've been flipping the house. She's lived a little. I'll take her advice. We flipping a house. Got all these different projects going. A lot of money moving around, kind of deal. And the wife has been wanting a new bathroom. And I quite frankly, it's my part of it. She bathes. I shower typically. The shower's disgusting. I'll be honest with you. I'm better than my bathroom arrangement right now. I'm better. She's been on me about this new bathroom, and I've been kind of putting her off. And what I'm considering doing is, her birthday's November 15th, Christmas, December 25.
Should she not be listening to this right now?
No, she's working, man. She's working, girl, bro. She working corporate America, man.
Anybody who knows her, don't tell her this, I guess.
Do you think it's acceptable if I said, you know what, babe? For your birthday and for Christmas, I'm going new bathroom. new bathroom. Demo it. Get your new bathroom, whatever you want, man. How big a tub you want, how big a shower you want, what backsplash you want. I'll pay for it all.
You'll pay, yeah. Sounds like you guys will. Yeah, hell yeah.
You think that's acceptable?
I think it is. But I think you can.
Birthday and Christmas?
But I think you can still get something that, that's not as much.
I already bought her a little something for her birthday coming up next week, but
yeah,
I mean,
you gotta have something for the birthday.
This was not at first I was like, I can't do it, man. I feel kind of not cheap, but kind of I wanted to feel special on her day especially. Man, she sent me a damn link. You know how they do nowadays? They just send you a link of the gift they want. She sent me a link and said, "Ooh, Mama likes," and it was some earrings. So, I may be able to do that.
But you can't get earrings.
Chief, I looked at the price tag on them jokers. I said, damn, I can get half the bathroom done for that damn money.
Yeah, we can't get them both now.
So I'm thinking, man, hey.
I mean, you may be in a different situation than I am financially. In fact, you are in a different situation than I am financially. But damn, man, that sounds like we got to pick one of those.
I mean, right?
That's the way you grabbed me.
I mean, I looked at that damn. When she sent it to me, I thought, oh, this is just some little old gold hoops. I can get them right there, no big deal. No, apparently there's a little more than just gold in them jokers.
Nah, man, that sounds like bathroom. Get her full.
I mean, I ain't kidding you, man. I can get it for what I would typically spend on her Christmas and birthday. I can definitely get the room demoed, and I can definitely get the shower done.
Yeah, someone texted in, nope, don't do it. You're about to hang yourself.
I know. I feel like it's a bad decision. I feel like it's a bad decision.
As long as you have,
it's a great money decision.
As long as you have some days, that's fine. But no, hell no.
Oh, I got a nice jumpsuit for it. Oh, I didn't mean to put it out there.
Toss it a water bottle in there. Get you a nice stand.
No, it's not a workout jumpsuit.
Oh, okay.
It's a fly jumpsuit. You know what I mean?
Get that. Yeah. A demo bathroom tub. Hell, she get to pick it. Hell,
I may just tell her I'll get the demo done for her birthday.
Yeah, the hell with what?
Just the demo for her birthday, and then she can live a month until Christmas in just a demoed bathroom.
Yes. Yeah, somebody said nope, not for birthday and Christmas. Well, no, go to hell.
I can stretch it into the anniversary in February if we need.
Well, I'm not saying that. But
if I stretch it that far, I can include Valentine's Day too.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, like I'm telling you what, man. If Courtney had a car in the driveway, for Christmas, I don't give a rip how close my birthday is. Hey, man, we got it. All right, hey, man, a card. Whatever. Hey, man, we got it. Like a full bathroom, tubs.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
Let's put this in perspective.
How much them floors and doors cost.
Let's put this in perspective, T. What if Court came home and said, "Hey, Ron, this year, birthday, Christmas, I'm gonna get you that outdoor kitchen you've been wanting, man."
Hey, man.
I think that's a lot different.
What do you mean it's different? Why is it different?
We've taken care of birthday. We've taken care of it all right there, Jack.
That wouldn't hurt your feeling, would you? You'd be stoked.
No,
you're talking about the room you take a dump in versus where you cook delicious food.
No, you can't do that. No, don't do that, Tyler. No, just the room you take a dump in. I was the kitchen and the bathroom. That's where you put the money in. He up here talking about getting a tub.
I'm not disagreeing, but as a gift, that is a very different league.
A tub with the shower combo.
My wife
she get to pick the handles and everything.
Other than in the biscuit with me.
Coming up next.
My wife's most cherished time of the day is in that tub, Chief.
I'm telling you, man, the tub.
Boy, if I could put her little chandelier over her tub.
Y'all crazy. Comes from a woman. Yeah, you have her car.
Sparkle a bit.
I dare you have a problem with it. I dare you. I double dog dare you have a problem with it. Spend $20,000 on this bathroom. That ain't enough for you. That's gonna cover Christmas too. Christmas, birthday, all of it. All right, coming up next. We talked about this yesterday, but we didn't really hone in on maybe a really interesting thing, if true, about the Astros. We'll discuss that next.
Got a little military theme going on right here, y'all. If you're a veteran or serving active duty.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off FM 2920 in Tomball. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a good crowd starting to develop. Still time for you to make your way as you're getting off work. We'll be here until 6 o'clock here in Tomball. Buffalo Wild Wings enjoying ourselves. The Bud Light girls are in the building. And
that's good.
And they're there to help you.
Just move on.
Help you enjoy your time out here. That's what I am. That's right, baby. Yeah. There you go. And still your chance to win a little bit later on. A lot of people here are jumping in on this. Angie, our fifth women listener here, she said not acceptable on your bathroom as you can't combine the two. Do the bathroom and something else smaller. Bad move to combine the two. Yeah, as I said, man, you do the bathroom, card, something smaller. Get that jumpsuit. Bam, that's good. But yeah,
I didn't mean to let that jumpsuit out.
I know. Well, let's
just in case she was listening.
Saying it. Yeah. Well, hell, you gave it all away.
Yeah, I know.
Now my wife was listening.
What'd she say?
And she did chime in.
How'd she feel about it?
She started off with, and I agree with her from this aspect. I have a problem with it. That's how she started it off. That's not a gift. It's a home repair.
Gotta agree.
Well, I mean, it's.
But as I said to her,
I'm not unclogging the sink here, Courtney.
No, but as I said to her, if Lauren views it as a gift, I know my wife wouldn't. My wife would not view. Hey, babe, I'm getting the floors done. As a gift to her. No, we're all using them damn floors. But if Lauren views it as a gift, then that's a different thing. Now you might want to get on the same page with that. If she views that bathroom, and as you said, you get to pick the tub, everything exactly the way you want it. Then that's cool with it.
This one involves a large extension as well, with where she has her own closet that's twice the size as it is now. The upgrade, I mean, the bathroom, I would not give a damn. I don't care. But as a woman, I could see where she would be upgraded significantly.
If she views
I find it disrespectful, Courtney. Repair.
Well, I agree with her. I do. I would not get home repairs that we're all using and say, here's the gift to you. Like I wouldn't I wouldn't do that.
A little different spin on it there, boys.
But that's us. Lauren may see all of that as a gift, and bam, that's a gift. And if that is a gift, it ain't about no. You can't say don't be cheap. No. You just heard everything he said. That ain't cheap. That is just saying, hey man, we got cards that we're giving to you on this holiday. Here. You wanna do it in parts? We'll unveil the bathroom, and then for your birthday, we'll unveil the closet. You want to do that? But it ain't cheap. I'm going to say my man is jumping out spending $30,000, $40,000 on a bathroom and closet and an extension, as he said, and said we're being cheap. Nah, man. Get out of here.
Yeah, it's not cheap. I mean, look, I've done enough to this point where
your ass just going to have to be mad.
My bride better not shape her mouth to say I'm cheap. I don't care what happens.
I think we're going a little far.
Well, I'm just telling you. I'll quit it altogether. We'll get down to $100 maximum on birthdays and Christmas.
Tyler,
if you want to start taking shots.
Throw in the towel.
I mean, I get yeah.
Tyler, he did it as if she just said it to him, like she really said it to him.
I'm just telling you.
He said, "I'll throw it off.
I'm telling you.
We'll quit it all and go to 100."
You start expecting things instead of appreciating things, boy. We got a real problem.
It's all up to her. If she views it as a gift, hey, I've learned that one. Yeah, like Courtney may really, really want a new.
If you'd have redone them office doors in that office for Courtney without her knowing and said, "All right, this is your birthday."
No, that's not a gift.
let me remake where you work so you feel comfortable while you're making money.
That's home repair.
Oh my
Yeah, that's a home repair.
I thought that'd be a little bit of an upgrade,
close
man.
up. Yeah, she'd be happy that that's not a gift. But we that's established. Like, I know we want to really be able to make some good home margaritas. And she's been talking about I would love one of them ninjas. That's not the gift.
Because y'all both can use it?
Yeah. Closest thing I've got. I don't drink coffee. Got a nice Keurig one year. That was in the grouping of gifts.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't use it. But yeah. Home appliances.
Astro Granny, old mom said Dad bought her a vacuum cleaner for her first anniversary. That didn't go over real good.
I don't know what.
Get the hell out of here.
I really don't.
Big Hearn. Hey, Mom and Dad's their marriage was destined to fail from the jump.
God,
are you shitting me?
What did she say to him? Could you, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong, Tyler. I don't think that Linda just grew into this persona that she is right now. The Linda that we know who walked up to me at Clint's wedding and said, "Hell, I come over there and babysit those kids. I have them all in a closet."
Hey, Show.
I don't think that
drill sergeant.
I don't think she just grew into that. What was he when he came in there? And it better have been a hell of a vacuum cleaner. But I don't know. Just from what you told me about Ern, I don't know if he went Dyson. Whatever it was. I just cannot believe there is no way she held back on her feelings about him getting
I got no use for you.
Oh, I bet she lost it on him. And he went out there and would start smoking a dart.
Hey, in the house. In the house, baby.
Oh, God. All right. Oh, God. That's good. Okay. Coming up next, the injury report is out, and there's some real concerns there. There's one position group, though, that Clint is really, really concerned about how this could shape out. We'll discuss that, and we're going to give solutions to one of the big problems for the Texans. We'll do that next.
All right, look here.
every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm going to slide over there and find your ass.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off FM 2920 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we're having a good time out here. We are here in Tomball, Buffalo Wild Wings, Thirsty Thursday. We're out each and every Thursday, and it brings us here, as we said, to Tomball. You should be next. Come on in here. We're here until 6 o'clock. Plenty of TVs around to watch, plenty of games, good space, a good crowd, good atmosphere, way to get the weekend and Thursday started off right. This is a great spot to do things, and as I see many people are walking up, our guy Shay, he will give you a ticket for your chance to win prizes as we hook somebody up with an HEB gift card, and you'll have a chance to win in the 5 o'clock hour. Come on up and get your name and ticket in the raffle box to give yourself a chance to win. All right, Clint, the injury report is out, and we will give you more of an update coming up here at 5 o'clock fire for both teams, because I think there's some real developing situations with the injury report for both. The Texans pull one out here right before we were coming on the air. We were talking with the fellas from In the Loop, and I don't know if Matt Burke let the cat out of the bag, but Matt Burke all but made it sound like that Jalen Petrie was not going to be able to go, and not a major surprise. He had a concussion on what many people believe the last play of the game is when he suffered that concussion. Has not practiced all week, didn't practice yesterday or today. And it looks like he could be out of the game. And for you, looking at that area, looking at the secondary, we know C.J. Stroud is out, Davis Mills is in, but you think that Jalen Petrie injury or concussion, him being out for this game, is something that you're really kind of concerned about for this game against the Jags?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm not real concerned about the tackle position and the right guard being a little banged up and Nick Chubb's foot and all. I'm not real worried about all that in this particular game. The secondary is the big concern in terms of the injury report. And it's not just about Jalen Petrie, but we can start there. Jalen Petrie is – I mean, he's not only a critical part of what D'Amico wants to do schematically, but hell, he's having an unbelievable year in every facet of playing that nickel defender right now. And so you're losing a hell of a player, and then you get into, okay, what does the depth look like in the secondary? You've already got Jalen Smith, the third-round rookie that was drafted out of USC. He lasted a flash in the pan last week. He's on IR. Yeah. Jalen Petrie obviously is out with a concussion. Jimmy Ward got injured last year, still isn't back, been arrested twice. Chauncey Gardner got ran up out of here. And so you're already playing, and no disrespect, but you're already playing with a depth safety in MJ Stewart. And now you're going to be playing with what I would say is probably your fourth. Because if we're being honest, I think they would rather Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, or Jalen Smith be the next DB in there in those situations. So you're really playing with what you would probably say is your fourth best nickel defender at this point in time. And Miles Bryant probably is. I'm guessing that's how they would go.
He's familiar with it. They've had him. They've used him in that position.
And look, I think D'Amico's been tremendous in overcoming injuries, so I don't think this is a deal. It's like, oh, hell, what's this number one defense going to look like? I think they'll be fine in terms of overall ability to keep Jacksonville from scoring a bunch of points, but it is a hit when you look at the caliber player that Jalen Petrie is on top of the already just decimated depth that this team has seen in the secondary, in corner, safety, and nickel defender position. This is the one that you
How do you think they play it?
I think Miles Bryant. I think Miles Bryant plays nickel. I think they can trust him. I think they believe in him. I think he comes in and plays the nickel position. Everything else around him stays the same. I think he gets a lot of run. I do.
Because we have seen them slide Kamari down in certain situations. But then
Tremont Smith would have to be your outside corner. You could do that. I like.
He played well. There was a game he had to come in. I forgot which game had issues. The Rams game.
Early in the year.
Yeah, the Rams game. First week he had to come in for a little bit.
Yeah,
Could do that if you want to, but
so there are some options there. Whether it's Tremont Smith outside, you slide Kamari Lassiter in, or you leave Kamari out and you put in Miles Bryant. They do have some options. I don't know that they're real comfortable with either. I'm fine with Tremont Smith because of what we've seen. He seemed to be fine, but they're down numbers, and that's the bigger concern for me. I mean, if you just look at it from a perspective of, boy, if anybody gets nicked up in this game, then you got to start moving pieces around, and you could have a real problem.
And it's also who can hurt. Where is Jacksonville going to hurt you the most, right?
Well,
and we'll get on Brian Thomas Jr. We'll update you on that. But Parker Washington has been a guy that's played out of the slot. That's been a big key for them. So maybe you don't want him to get loose in the middle of the field and cause easy completions. He got himself open in the first game at times. Even though Brian Thomas had the big play that led to the game-winning touchdown, but he did create some separation, some space. So they'll have some options, but as you said, those options can really go down if anybody gets nicked up, if anybody has to miss.
The saving grace is DeMeco Ryans has been tremendous defensively. I remember games last year where I don't know that I had a guy in the secondary. I think Kamari there was 2 or 3 or 4 guys that I had I had to check the damn roster to do the post game show. Yeah. So I think they'll be fine. DeMeco has been tremendous in these moments, but it is something to keep an eye on the defensive side of the football. If you look at the injury report and you want that there's something there's a lot there because there's so many names on it. But if there's really something there that sticks out, I think it's that.
Yeah. All right. We'll give you the rest of the injury report because it is lengthy for the Texans, and the Jags have some names on there too that we want to kind of take a look at. We'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour coming up here in just a bit. By the way, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus, streaming November 16th on Paramount. It is the return of Landman. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. All right, I want to get some solutions. All right, and I'll be honest, I think Nick Caley and company should maybe even think about this a little bit. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch can jump in on this as well. But some solutions. The biggest thing, at least one of the biggest problems that really stands out is they're awful when it comes to short yardage, awful when it comes to the goal line. As I know J.J. Watt spoke about it. You guys talked about that stat where they've had 10 opportunities from inside the 2-yard line, and they are 0 for 10.
Yeah.
Inside the 5,
but I think a good chunk of them were inside the 2. So
they're 0. I saw it heard inside the 2, inside the 5. They're 0 and 10, and that's just from that standpoint. Short yardage is a problem, Clint. They're 32nd when it comes to red zone success, 31st when it comes to goal to goal. I'd like to see who the hell's 32nd, but they struggle. Let's offer some solutions when they get it.
Tennessee.
Probably. That's a safe bet. The Jets, maybe. They shouldn't be with Justin Fields. But let's offer some solutions on how they can improve this. Like if you're looking in there, you're going, and I know you said if you're DeMeco, I want to get your 10 best plays. How would you approach short yardage for the Texans to give them a better chance than what the hell they've been doing?
Yeah, I think you gotta get out of the jumbo sets, and not all together. I mean, if you want to run one run out of jumbo and see if you can get it in, then displace some people, that's fine. But I think you got to get out of the 4 straight downs of jumbo personnel and goal line or third and fourth down situations. I think you got to get out of the cut splits. Right now, they're cutting splits and bringing everybody in, and you got edge guys that are catching the running backs 2 or 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. There's an issue, and again, I don't know if somebody's tipping or I don't know what's going on, but there's an issue with edge rushers in the run game catching the backs behind the line of scrimmage. I don't know if that's a Nick Chubb thing, being patient, or is that just bad design? I don't know exactly what that is, but that's been a problem as well. I think you got to quit with the cut splits. You got to quit with the jumbo personnel. and hold on and then say, guys, go execute. There is a rhyme or reason here, method of the madness. Spread them out, and then if you want to try to run the football, then go ahead and try to run the football. I think that's the simplest, quickest, most streamlined way to do to create wider lanes, to make it more difficult on the defense, because they've got to spread. They've got to at least recognize and expand some, so it's going to create some room inside. It's going to create some leverage for your offensive linemen where they're not all head on head with a big defensive tackle and not able to get the push.
Can we also just run some sort of a formation that maybe the defense feels like they got to check up, where they're like, oh, what? Because it seems like every defense they play in short yardage, they are coming forward. They're not on their heels. There's nothing that holds them or can. Like, hey, somebody in the backfield that's not normally in the backfield. A motion that comes across that may make somebody think. Something that just throws.
The answer is yes. I mean, there's a lot of answers to the question.
Yeah.
But the key, the other part of this thing is and I'm just trying to give you like simple football 101, solutions. I think not being so committed to jumbo sets, not being so committed to the cut splits, and then I also think get your ass out of the huddle and run a play. Everything they do, they get to the line of scrimmage, and they move somebody over here, and this guy stops. And then the defense does their – and they let everybody get set, and then they run the football, right? Get out of the huddle. Inside, outside, I don't care what – like use a sense of urgency and don't give them time to set up and read. I mean, think about it. If there is – I personally believe somebody's tipping up front. But there's – if you sit there and leave these guys in a stance, right? I mean, the defense has all day to survey. They have all day to know every tendency. They have all day to pick up on any kind of anything that is tipping. And, by the way, holding our offensive linemen in goal-to-goal or short yardage situations, holding an offensive lineman in a stance for 10 seconds, 15 seconds is torture.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse for those guys. And I know they're NFL players, and I get it, man. They make a lot of money. But get to the line of scrimmage. When that last guy's hand touches dirt, snap the damn football and let's go.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, forget all this holding these guys at the line of scrimmage. I mean, you got guys out there fighting their ass off, and they're trying to anticipate a snap.
These guys look like they know the play. Like I wonder what happened if you line up.
Well, did you hear
in the backfield?
Did you hear the? By the way, they did line up 14 in the backfield a few times. So there was in that last game there were some wrinkles that I look at and go, okay, I see you trying. Now let's do it with a sense of urgency and do it with some confidence and do it. The other thing is they got to do it enough.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't do us any good to just go one snap of something creative. Because you're not going. You got to have multiple plays out of these different looks, and you got to commit to them and run them over time. And then the defense. I mean, it's just a matter of, well, we're gonna prepare for goal line big boy football, and we're probably bigger than they are.
All right, coming up 5 o'clock fire. We'll look at this injury report. It is rather lengthy, and both teams have some important parts that could be in trouble for this game. Thursday night football. Broncos, Raiders, we'll get you ready for that. And the Astros. Some little news with the Astros as well. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all, here we go. We got to talk.
ETHOS. Ethos.com/play.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest and the latest. We talk about Psycho T.
That beer's cold, y'all.
It is. I bet it is. It looks cold. The
and
water
that money
is
is
too.
green.
Hey, talk about that. We got 5 for 5 right here now. He's hot. You might want to jump on. T-Mill's best bets coming up. He had a 5 for 5 night, so you know when he gets rolling, he gets rolling. So you may want to stay tuned for that coming up in our final segment of the day. But we are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings, Thirsty Thursday. Clap it up. Let me hear you out here, man. You're like having a good time out here. There we go. Had some people talk some trash to me from afar. I couldn't see them, but they was talking trash to me.
Damn it, Jimmy.
Damn it. Where is Jimmy? Damn it. Yeah, there
Straight
you go.
ahead. You can't see him right there.
Yeah, talking a little trash on me. But no, man, it's a good time. That's what it's about. A little Thirsty Thursday. We're here in Tomball at Buffalo Wild Wings. Make your way on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Coming up in this hour, we will hook somebody up with our final prize. All you got to do is grab a ticket. And we'll put it in our raffle box, and we'll draw a winner coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint, let's get to the injury report. We told you and had a discussion last segment about Jalen Petrie, who is apparently going to be out, according to what the defensive coordinator Matt Burke had to say earlier today. And that would, if true, would put him alongside with C.J. Stroud and Fairbairn, the kicker. So the kicker, your Stafford's own, Jalen Petrie, your starting safety, nickel, and then also C.J. Stroud, obviously your quarterback. He didn't go. Others that didn't go, Ed Ingram. All right, this is becoming a concern. He is focused as the best graded lineman for the Texans this year. He did not practice for a second consecutive day with the knee. Titus Howard, also a concussion. The only one of the concussions we haven't heard that's out. Clint, when you see CJ's out, when you see Jalen's out, you start to get the feel that maybe Titus Howard may be out with a concussion. He didn't practice for a second straight day. Christian Harris with a shin didn't practice for a second straight day, and then Harrison Bryant didn't. But returning to practice, Will Anderson with that quad, Danico Autry, and Nick Chubb returned to practice. Damian Pierce, non-injury related personal, was limited today as well. Then guys like Dalton Schultz, Braxton Berrios, Dylan Horton, they were full participants and seemed like they should be all right. But, Clint, we talked about Jalen Petrie in the last segment. Obviously, we know about C.J. Stroud. But the biggest talking point and concern on this offense has been the offensive line. And to take away what's been their two best offensive linemen, they haven't practiced all week, and you would have to lean Titus towards probably not going when you look at everybody else who's had concussions. That, to me, is very, very – that's as concerning almost as C.J. Stroud, to me, to be honest with you, that Ed Ingram and Titus Howard could miss this game.
Well, I'm leaning heavily into Ed Ingram. He went back into the game last week after coming out, so I feel like that bodes well for him. Right. We'll see if maybe they found some damage, or if something was injured beyond beyond what they found on the field Sunday when it allowed him to come back in the game. But yeah, I mean, you get the whole right side of your offensive line there is potentially out. I think not to pour gas on the fire here, but the Harrison Bryant not practicing is a problem too. Because right now it looks like you could potentially lose Fisher as your jumbo tight end in that package, and if he's going to have to play tackle, then obviously that leaves Dalton Schultz as the tight end with no jumbo package available, and no Harrison Bryant to be the number 2 tight end. So what are you going to do in 12 personnel? What are you going to do in those goal line to goal situations when you do want to stay in jumbo?
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do with with that situation. It goes back to what I originally said. I'm telling you, it would be best for this football team if Trent Brown was at right tackle.
That would be your solution. You at least look at that.
Absolutely. Trent Brown at right tackle and then gives you some flexibility at tight end / jumbo tight end with Blake Fisher. The Harrison Bryant thing is Harrison Bryant individually is not a big deal in this game, but when you look at the tight end position and that Dalton Schultz is the only one that seems to stay healthy, and then the O-line issues that are going to take options away as well, that's a little bit of a problem here too on this. Obviously, there's guys that we fear are for sure out that are bigger stories.
Yeah.
But, man, you guys all together could spell some real problems.
Yeah. A team that's offensive line has struggled a lot of times this year. Taking away Titus and Ed Ingram, that feels very concerning, especially when you combine that with this is the biggest game of the season. This is a game they got to have. Now, on the other side, for the Jags, I think the biggest one to note here is Brian Thomas Jr. The ankle issue, he didn't practice for a second straight day either, so we'll have to look at him to see if he is unable to go. But that is a big deal for the Jags. He has had a disappointing season thus far, but he is still a guy who had 1,300 yards last year as a rookie and has all the talent in the world that could give you problems, including the biggest play of the game against the Texans earlier in week 3, where he caught it across the middle and ran it down and got him set up for the game-winning touchdown.
I don't know what offenses moving forward are going to how they're going to try to attack D'Amico's defense. But I would be shocked if to some degree there wasn't some of what Denver did in a sense of just try to take shots and you land a couple of shots with our offense, it's going to be hard to catch up. And I say that to say, boy, Brian Thomas Jr. would go a long way in those shots to getting behind this defense. De'Ami Brown is also a limited participant with that concussion. That's another wide receiver.
Yep.
So, I mean, they've got some problems with, and in particular, Brian Thomas Jr. is the big one.
Yeah. All right, so that's the injury report. Both teams have some very key parts that could miss this game coming up on Sunday.
Bring on the Jaguars.
5 o'clock fire.
That's right. Bring them on, and bring on Thursday Night Football as well, as I am guessing a little bit later on, as Tyler will tell you, they've been killing these football bets. I'm going to guess Thursday Night Football will play a real role in T-Mill's best bet, so stay tuned for that. In this game, the Broncos are a 9.5-point favorite. They're 7-2. The Raiders are struggling, although they did play the Jags really, really well. 30-29 in overtime. They went for 2 and failed to get it to try to go for the win. But they bring in Geno Smith. Has not quite worked out the way they were hoping. We watched the Broncos. We watched the Broncos up close last week, and we've seen them have weird games, right? They struggled against the Giants until they erupted in a way I don't know that they still believe they did. They struggled against the Jets the entire way. We've seen them have some struggles. 9.5-point game spread in this. Do you get a sense that this may be a tighter game between the Raiders and the Broncos than maybe Vegas thinks?
I've not seen the injury report for them, but no, I think the Broncos blow the doors off of them. I mean, I know they pushed.
They got up 29 points, baby.
They pushed Jacksonville to the brink, but I think Denver's for real.
Is that maybe that's why you feel so good about the Texans with Jacksonville, because you watched that Raiders team.
Well, yeah. I mean, I watched the Texans actually look better, a lot better, if you're relatively speaking, than what people are giving them credit for. I watched them look really good against what I think is one of the better teams in the league right now. And then I turn around and watch Jacksonville get in a damn shootout with the Raiders.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I feel really good about the Texans this week. And to your point right here, Thursday Night Football, I think the Broncos, I think they boat race the Raiders tonight.
Marvin Mims still out of this game with a concussion he missed against the Texans, and obviously Pat Surtain is out. I don't know I can't wait to hear best bets, Tyler, but I think this game is a little tighter than the 9.5-point spread. I know the Texans' defense is really, really good and had a lot to do with Denver's performance offensively and how bad Bo Nix did. At some point, Bo was something like 13 for 30 or something in that game.
Yep.
A lot of that has to do with the Texans' defense. But we've also seen the Broncos they just go through games like this. They went through 3 quarters against the Giants. They were shut out at home, right? They beat the Jets 13-11. They've had some struggles. So I think the Broncos win this game. I don't know if they run away and hide. I can't. Again, T. Mill's best bets say about this and how he feels about.
Don't disappoint me, T.
About the spread in this game. I think it's a little tighter. I do think Denver wins at home, and they'll get to 8-2 with that lead in the West.
Just the greatest producer in the world, Tyler T. Mill.
5 o'clock
That
fire.
boy's good.
Tyler, I think Tyler's with me on this.
I was just fixing to say, is Tyler there? Is he there? Did he have to go?
I think
did he have to go to the toilet?
I'm playing that. I think he's with me on this. All right, a little Astros news, fellas. The Astros extend a qualifying offer to Framber Valdez. Deadline to accept or reject offer is set November 18th. And I am certain he will not accept that and reject that offer. And no surprise there. Any chance at all you think that Framber Valdez returns or in any way comes back to Houston? You think it's 100% done?
I think it's 100% done. I think he's gone.
Yeah, they're just doing this for the draft picks.
Yeah,
and
whatever it means. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever it means. I saw a projection, 6 years, 160, around 160 for Framber Valdez is what people think he may go for in the offseason. Like I know you said no chance, and you're looking at those numbers and you understand where the rotation is. Would you be completely out on Framber coming back to the Astros?
No.
I know. I think a lot of people are
Look,
out.
I'm not a big Framber fan in general, but I've said this before in all sports. Like the thought that we're going to go out there and our needs are going to line up with, from a timing perspective, with the right guys being available is a dangerous way to live. Like I think when you get out there, if you're the Astros, you need so much help pitching wise.
And he creates a huge hole when he's now that
when it presents itself, if for whatever reason Framber Valdez is more in love with Houston than we thought, and it's a great fit and a good deal, man, you got to go get that. I mean, you don't if there is something there, synergies with Framber, and you're like, nah, we're good, and then you go out there and hope that something better shows up. That's a dangerous way to live. It goes back to like with football with the Texans, like whether it's trade deadline or free agency or draft or like the whole we'll find our answers when the timing's right. I don't know that your timing's going to line up all the time.
Yeah,
that's a dangerous way to live.
Yeah, I know Framber can be frustrating and annoying to many of you, and hell, I've talked to Brandon Scott. I've seen many of you text in. They are done. Get him out of here. They're done with him. I am really, really nervous to see what the hell their replacement thoughts are going to be. I am really intrigued to see what it is. Because one of the names we've heard connected from Chandler Rome, and by the way, I don't think Chandler Rome, speaking the way he does, when he says a better than 50% proposition that he comes back here in Verlander, that he's just saying stuff that he's just pulling out of his ass. I believe he's got some educated thoughts in his as well. I tell you, Clint, I am nervous to see where they go to replace him, because you're talking about a guy that every year, Clint, he's either pushing over 200 innings or he's pushing 200 innings. And he's got an ERA that is generally sub-4, and he's generally in or around the conversation for Cy Young and all-star type performances. As annoying as he can get, there's got to be an option to replace that. And to me, I would think more than Christian Javier and Spencer Arrighetti.
Yeah.
Like it's got to be something more with that. We'll see what they do, but they extend this qualifying offer knowing that he is not going to accept it. And as Clint said, I agree. I would be shocked off my ass if he in some way works out a deal and signs with the Texans. With the Astros. All right, coming up, let's look at Davis Mills. It's his time coming up on Sunday. And what Davis Mills will we be looking at? Now that he has a full week of practice, what Davis Mills will we be looking at? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, listen up now. Does this sound like you? Every step you take, every time you reach for something, it's a reminder of how bad and what hurts, right? Or how far you've drifted from the life.
player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to family now at texaschildren's.org.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off FM 2920 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live. Yeah, coming in hot, baby, now. Coming in hot now. Shout out to our guy Matt holding it down. But we are live here. Congratulations to our latest winner. Shout out to my man Oscar. Oscar in Tomball is in the building. He just jumped up and said, "What's up?" Shout out to you, Oscar. We appreciate you coming by to say hello. Said he listens to us every day. We appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who stopped by. But you can still come on in as we are here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. And plenty of food, drinks. I'm seeing wings going around. I'm seeing Bud Lights flying around. Again, shout out to Bud Light and Buffalo Wild Wings for helping us put this together each and every week. It's been a great time as usual. Want to remind you, tomorrow we are in another one of our favorite spots. Come on out. We are in Sugarland.
Where we at? Tallyards?
Real close to me. We're in Sugarland at Tallyards, man. It's a great spot. Craft beers. Bring the kids. Stuff all over the place. Bring your jacket. Bring whatever. We'll be inside out there on the stage. It's a great spot to enjoy yourself. If you are trying to figure out where it is right next to where the Space Cowboys play. Almost cut loose there, Tyler. That really ticks me off.
I'm proud of you.
Say the name of that stupid stadium, but where the Space Cowboys play, right there next to that stadium. It'll be a good time coming out with us tomorrow. All right. Our guy, J.J. Watt, he was on Pat McAfee, and he's talking about this week, understanding there will be no C.J. Stroud. Davis Mills is in, and he's talking about this offense that needs to at least just not hurt themselves, but needs to improve and help a defense that is playing at a historic rate.
I'm there this weekend. I'm very excited. I got a Houston game this weekend, so I'm really looking forward to that, and really hoping we can get some offensive production going. That would be a plus.
Yeah, that would be a plus for an offense to maybe not turn the ball over and do what they've been doing all season, especially in a game where maybe it's a homecoming for one particular squad. And let's go back to the game that you called this past weekend as opposed to the one that you're going to talk about this upcoming weekend, which we'll certainly dive into. C.J. Stroud, that's a big hit. And obviously did not look good at all. But you're this weekend in Houston. You're in Houston.
Yeah, we got Houston versus Jaguars, who are hot on the Colts' tail. 5-3. Colts 7-2, but if Berlin, who knows? Who knows what's happening in this AFC South? It got real interesting after that Pittsburgh game.
Well, and Cam Little's hitting 68-yard field goals. And
how about that?
They're trading for wide receivers that everybody wants.
All right, that's J.J. Watt talking about this offense. They need to pick it up. They need to and I don't even know as much pick it up. They need to just not hurt the team.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, when J.J. Watt's on a national show talking about, just flippantly generalizing, hey, man, we just get some – if this offense can pick it up. If this offense can just get a little bit of offense here. It's bad when that's the case. I mean, it's but yeah, I mean, that's the moral of the story this year for the Texans, man. We're on the verge of it getting to the point where it's too late. But there's still a fighting chance, and they need to get it going, man. They did show just to give the fans out there that listen, that care, just a little bit of hope. They were better than most think last week. They were, especially up front. We had a lot of phone calls in the post-game show about the offensive line, and look, I understand the goal line stuff was not ideal. But the offensive line was other than that, obviously, the offensive line was impressive, what they were able to do against Denver. So they showed a little bit of promise. We'll see if it can pay off against a lesser team in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I'm looking at this situation. I'm going to be honest with you. This is what I'm nervous about. I'm nervous that Davis Mills is going to get the entire week's worth of practice, get all the reps, get the ones. And I know, as you know better than anybody, how different it is knowing that you're going to get the start and then getting all of the snaps with the ones.
Right.
And being there with the game plan and that mindset all week long, as opposed to getting the reps that he got all through the week and then, bam, hey, we need you, we need you to go in right now against one of the best defenses in football and play 3 quarters that way. I know you know the how difficult that is. My concern is, as you said, it wasn't bad, but there were some stretches where, man, they just punted. They just didn't move the ball at all, and there were some misses in there from Davis. My concern is it really going to be that much of a difference? Like, should we expect that big of a difference in terms of performance from Davis Mills? I understand he has all this he's in a better situation, but do you think that will result in him playing that much better in the game?
Well, look, I think him getting a week's worth of work, and I think the lesser opponent is gonna. I believe it's gonna produce a better product from the quarterback. I think the quarterback's going to play better this week than they did last week. And here's the reality of the situation with the Texans is what you can't afford to do. And I highlighted in my tape drop Tuesday. What you can't afford to do is you go out there and through the normal course of a game when you've got 4, you can't go out there and leave points on the field multiple times. It's that easy because you're not good enough in the fourth quarter. And look, it's an offense that is, relatively speaking, super young. I don't expect Nick Caley to go out there and be nails like Sean Payton is in the second half of the fourth quarter every week, right? But you got to avoid getting there either behind or tied, right? I mean, when opportunities present themselves early in the ball game, when the play call is there, the receiver's open in the end zone, CJ's got to hit it. In this case right here, Davis Mills has got to hit it. When that third down rolls around and Christian Kirk's open across the middle, you got to hit it. Once you get to the last 2 possessions of a ball game and it's a tie ball game or you're losing, like you don't have the ability to put pressure, our defense doesn't have the upper hand, we're going to get beat.
Yeah.
It's that easy. I mean, it's that easy. You can't afford to miss your opportunities the first 3 quarters with the thought that you're all of a sudden going to be the better team late in the game in the fourth quarter. You're not there yet offensively. You got to give your defense a lead and a chance to play with a lead or right there in that thing to where, you know, they can win it for you ultimately.
I think the good thing is that Davis definitely showed, especially early when he entered that game, he definitely showed the ability, all right, we can run this offense and run it well enough where we can move the ball. I mean, when he entered the game. And they did put up 12 more points. Now, you want him to get into the end zone.
Yeah.
But they did put up 12 more points. And there were some drives where he drove them in position to get into to what ended up being field goal range. Made a couple of throws where he hits Nico at the 1. Like, he did show some elements. Now, then something happened in that fourth quarter, and I believe that something happened is Vance Joseph and the Denver Broncos changed their approach after maybe they got a handle on what they were dealing with Davis Mills, and then it was just curtains, and they couldn't do anything else afterwards. But the hope is we saw that guy, and can they channel that? And Zach Allen's not walking around there. Nick Benito's not walking around there. Jonathan Cooper's not around there. Right? There's some issues there. As you said, this isn't as good a defense as they faced the first time. But he at least showed stretches early in that game that you're like, all right, we can compete.
Yeah, look, I don't – I think even in the second half, you know, there's a drive where you go down and they kick the field goal And again, the 4 or 5 drives that were 3 or 4 or 5 plays and out.
There he is.
Man, it wasn't all on the quarterback. Could the quarterback have helped? Sure, but it didn't have anything to do with CJ or Davis being in the game. That was a collective. That was a collective falling apart when it mattered the most, when you needed it the most. Those last 4 or 5 drives, including the head coach at the very, very end of the game. And so, yeah, I mean, again, this team and this organization is just not. They're not good enough, Ron, where they can get to the fourth quarter and win it in one possession. They can't turn it up in one possession the way some of these other teams can. Yeah. I mean, you look up and you got – and again, I'm going to rattle off some of the best in the game, whether it's how good Sean Payton is in the fourth quarter, or it's how good guys like Pat Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and all these guys. I mean, it seems like, boy, if you let the game be tied or them have a lead late in the game, it feels like your chances of winning are slim to none, right? I mean, you're just not there yet. And so you can't afford to miss. My overall point is you can't afford to miss throwing the ocean touchdowns in the first quarter.
Nope.
You just can't do it. You can't do it.
And you had Woody Marks there, and that's one that you got to be able to hit.
And you can't afford to miss throwing the ocean huge chunk plays to Christian Kirk Davis Mills, what he did. You just cannot afford to miss those and then expect to all of a sudden turn the juice on in the fourth quarter, because you're not there yet.
Yeah.
Got to hit those throughout the game, and let your defense be the big winner at the end.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue here, Nick Caley, I guess. I know he annoyed many people when he spoke earlier, but he at least said something that you hope actions follow, but he at least said something that at least would make you feel a little bit better moving forward. We'll discuss that next.
All right, let me tell you about my new obsession. It's called Daisy Dip, y'all. They got a French onion dip. They got a ranch dip. And I'm telling you, these things are absolute.
Don't wait. Simply fill your legacy box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off FM 2920 in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is completely taken out of context. It was not in meaning, here, man, hurry up and get your shit up. Dang it. Sorry. Hit the dump.
Been a while since that's happened on the road.
Get your stuff out of the way.
Just toss me aside and drop an S-bomb. Try to make me get fired. You're not building a good case for yourself here.
I'm really not. Apologize.
I always find out how good my reflexes are with the dump button.
I think I signed that contract. I apologize that I almost got you in trouble there, Tyler.
Hold on,
my bad. But no, it was taken out of context. It's not how I meant that.
I don't think it was.
I said those words, but it's not really how I meant to say that. Shout out to everybody who came, stepped out, who's talked to us. We've been able to talk to the Boots for Troops guys that all came out. One of them was a winner, took home the projector.
Jimmy done won a little
something. Jimmy was yelling at me. But no, man, it's been a good time. Anybody who's come out with us. And we appreciate you. We appreciate Shay, our promo staff, always does a great job. As we'll be rocking and rolling with him tomorrow, and Talyards as well. And Matt, our engineer, keeping us on and off on the air and as well on YouTube and TV. And then Tyler holding it down back at this together. We appreciate everybody. Again, as we said, we'll be live tomorrow, Football Friday. We'll be at Talyards in Sugarland, right next to where the Space Cowboys play. Come on out tomorrow. You'll be able to win tickets to a future Texans game, a pair of tickets there. You'll also be able to win a free oil change, courtesy of Tom Ball Ford, Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards as well. And I believe we are on the glass that you have missing. I believe we got In the Loop. You'll be able to take home In the Loop glasses, and I think that's the one Tyler doesn't have in his.
Only one I'm missing.
Only one he's missing. We'll figure something out. I just got to believe that you can walk to that station somewhere right now and get one of those glasses, but that's just me.
I have no clue if it's true or not.
I gotta believe they're stored there.
All the gifts get hidden around here. You know that.
But come on out, hang out with us. Tomorrow, T-Mill's best bet's coming up here in just a bit. He was 5 for 5 last night, so you want to jump on that train. The Hall of Famer, John McClain, will be on Texans All Access after we get done here, and then you get a chance to listen to that play-by-play, courtesy of Westwood One, Raiders on the road to take on the 7-2 Denver Broncos. All right, I want to play this from earlier. Nick Caley, who spoke to the media, we played that here. You want to hear it in its entirety. About 2:40 is when we played that. This is him talking about maybe changes could be, at least the words made Clint feel better. Here's Nick Caley from earlier.
I take accountability for, if that's what you're implying, I take accountability starting with me on this. It's the entire operation. So we've got to do a better job. We got to, find better ways to ultimately get the ball across the goal line. Understand the intent of what you're asking, but you're asking me about execution physically. That's what it means. We also have to put ourselves in position to be able to find different ways to score. And so, it hasn't been good enough. I definitely agree with that. No doubt about it. And, that's the quest, is to do that for sure. It's the whole thing. Yeah, it's how you practice. It's how you approach everything, and then ultimately, when you get an opportunity for 60 minutes on Sunday, you got to go do it. And haven't done a good enough job of that.
All right, that was Nick Caley. And Clint, I know for you, you were saying at least finally we heard something different.
Yeah, for me, I've been waiting to hear this for a month now, since we kind of got a good steady dose of what Nick Caley was all about.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with what him and D'Amico have been preaching constantly of technique, mechanic, do your job, finish. I don't disagree with any of that. That's great football talk. But when you watch this particular team, I mean, there's a lot more to it, and you expect from the head coach and the offensive coordinator when asked about some of the struggles, I just personally expect maybe a little bit more transparency or maybe just a little bit more depth. We saw an offensive coordinator that was pretty damn good get ran up out of here because he was reluctant to change and kept telling us he had to exit. Same thing, right? But hearing Nick Caley say the words "find better ways to score," and then later in that audio cut, put ourselves in position to find different ways to score. At least, knowing that is in his mind of they've got to do some things a little bit differently, maybe be a little bit more exotic, maybe be a little bit more creative. And I don't mean going from one extreme to the other. I just mean mix some of that stuff in and see if you can't, move the ball across the line and score touchdowns instead of kick field goals in a little different fashion. Because I think the 0 for 10 inside the 5-yard line is as bad as there is in the league, and I think that's a big enough sample size to at least know, hey, man, you're not real dominant in that area, right? You may still do it 3 times this week, and you may pop one in. But the reality of it is you're just not very good in those situations. It's mid-season. It's a large sample size. It's time to change the approach a little bit, and it's good to hear Nick Caley at least acknowledge that that's a possibility.
Yeah, and now it's just, can we see this put to action, right? Like you can't. There's no way. It shouldn't have happened going into the game, right? Like you're one of the worst teams in short yardage, but there's no way that you should go in. What was that? It was a run from Nick Chubb, stopped, then back-to-back fullback dives, stopped, and then the attempt was going to be a quarterback sneak. But and then they had to kick it. Like those are the 3 running it into basically the same area.
Yeah.
And not really doing anything. We shouldn't ever see, to me, 4 straight runs in short yardage, or at least 4 straight runs that look the same, that look like they're going to be the same thing. Like they have to change that up because clearly, man, that is just not your strength. And you're not catching anybody off guard. You're not doing anything to move people's eyes or to move people's bodies. That just can't be it.
Yeah, look, I think it's about variety. I mean, whether we're talking personnel or we're talking formation or we're talking about pass versus run, inside, outside, like it's about variety at this point, and you've got to commit to it and show it, right? I mean, you're not gonna catch anybody off guard right now because nobody really knows any tendencies, and so you've got to commit to being, showing a variety of looks because we know that you're not going to be able to tell the world that you're going to run downhill between the tackles from the 2-yard line and get it done, right? I mean, that's the key. That's not that. Like, it's time to move on from that. And what does that look like? Well, it's variety, I think, on several fronts.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to it. T-Mill's best bets. He has been rolling. He was 5 for 5 last night. I mean, nailed every last one of them. And I'll be honest with you, with the exception of the Lakers one, I mean, you hit them easy. To be honest, I mean, Jokic went for 30+.
Slight word.
Şengün 16. Kevin jumped it. I mean, what we got tonight?
Yeah, just another day in the life of Moneybags Milner over here. Slight work, man.
Nice.
Let's do it again. Let's do it again. I got 5 more for you. NFL wagers, Week 10 around the NFL is getting kicked off tonight. Thursday Night Football. The Raiders are at the Broncos. Very quickly, here are your 5 picks for tonight's football game. You mentioned it earlier, Ron. I think you said the line had come down to 9.5.
I got it at 9.5 is what I saw it here.
When I placed my wager earlier, I got all over the Raiders +10 at the Denver Broncos this evening. That's your first bet, Raiders +10. I'm on the over in this game. I think it'll be close, but I think they can get more than 43 combined. So Raiders Broncos over 43 tonight. Raiders team total. Their team total. I'm on the over for that one as well. Over 15.5 points. 2 touchdowns and a field goal. Give me some money. Ooh. And then 2 player props here. Both of them play for the Denver Broncos. First, running back J.K. Dobbins, over 68.5 rushing yards for that fella tonight. And then the quarterback Bo Nix, Also a rushing yards prop, over 20.5 rushing yards for young Bo Nix. Those are your best bets. Tell me you love them.
I like the Raiders one. I think this. I talk about the plus 10. I think this game is going to be closer than others. I don't know about the over though. I do feel like it's low scoring, and the J.K. Dobbins. I think J.K. Dobbins should get over 68.5. Just know if Sean Payton is willing to allow him to get to, like J.K. Dobbins was running the ball with good success last week. Sean was just going in a different direction in the game. But I do like that one. And, yeah, Bo Nix, man, he's pretty good for rush yards. So not bad. I don't know about the Raiders 15.5 points against Denver defense. Boy, I don't know, boy. That one makes me the most
I think I'm going to jump on that Bo Nix over 20.5.
Yeah, that feels good.
Let's ride.
You get 100 on that, Bob.
Yeah, the over 43, if I'm being honest, probably my least confidence. I'm least confident in that one. I mean, obviously, I still think and hope it's going to hit, but that's probably my least